Hey guys, welcome again, like and hype this video, for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. In the city. The sky is shattering and the earth is burning. Roar. Monsters from the abyss that were hundreds of meters or thousands of meters long were rampaging, crushing cars and overturning buildings. The crowd screamed and blood rose to the sky. The violent earthquake felt like the world was turned upside down. The streets are riddled with holes. FK. This is the scene the orphan Xiao Bai saw before he fainted. After an hour. Baihe City, Baihe University, Lord's Awakening Room. Xiao Bai, who is as handsome as a reader, is in a daze. Still in the time travel adaptation period. Opposite him, a graceful figure sits quietly. She was wearing an ancient-style gauze dress with a plain white background, and the cuffs were embroidered with cloud patterns like ink paintings. She has an elegant figure and a waterfall of black hair. She leans lazily on the chair, raises her beautiful fingers and gently flips through the files. Then, his spiritual eyes were slightly curved and his eyes were full of waves. Careful and gentle. He opened his mouth and said, "You are Xiao Bai. You are 18 years old, right? First of all, congratulations. You successfully linked to the will of the world and awakened as a lord. But please don't be too sad because the planet inside your body is the absolute Death Star. There is no life, no energy, no lord talent. There's not even a world core. You can neither become a plant lord, a beast lord, a mechanical lord, a martial arts lord, etc., nor can you become an elemental lord such as a hurricane lord, ice lord, etc. Also, it is important to know that if you forcefully develop a Death Star, there is a 99.999% chance that it will explode and die. Senior Sister's suggestion: tomorrow, Baihe University will hold a special school test for disaster victims. Please participate more. As long as you are admitted, even if you end up dropping out, you will be better off than ordinary people when you go out. Well, we are all in the same boat. Senior Sister is very talented, but she is rich. It is rare to meet the same unlucky person, so I will give you a meeting gift. After a while, walk out of the awakening room of Baihe University. Xiao Bai was holding a Lord certificate, a preschool admission ticket, an identity card, a communicator, a real estate certificate, and a space ring in his hands. Somewhat confused. Because he met a rich woman who threw coins. Ah. No. Because he really traveled through time. This is a parallel blue star. It's here. There are 2 billion people in one city, and each city has its own sun, moon, and stars. Countless times bigger than before time travel. And this world is full of alien spaces. Different worlds collide, and reality is semi-gamified, forming countless secret realms, copies, and abyss. Only the Lord can travel to different dimensions, kill monsters, and obtain skills, buildings, props, and gold coins. Ordinary people. In disasters, the number of deaths is only 100 million or 1 trillion. Just like him. They were considered to be victims of the monster's destruction of the city, and were resettled in Baihe City in the G region. They had just awakened as lords. Pity. An absolute Death Star was awakened. This made Xiao Bai feel very uncomfortable. Come all come. Also awakened. The result is this. Human, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Saint, God, 8th level Lord, he is not even a human level star. This is too torture. I have seen the light. Who can endure the darkness? Especially in this world. Instead of doing nothing, I don't know when I will become the food and excrement of wild monsters. It would be better to rush forward vigorously, even if the development of the Death Star is a restricted area for humans, even if he may die suddenly at any time, he will not regret it. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, his second awakening was successful. Acquire Super S-level talent, Strangeness. Exclusive. Description: there were no ghosts in this world. But from now on, you will become the first generation of ghosts, create a new order, and have the ability to create weirdness and control ghosts. Remarks: after use, it will be cooled down once randomly, no more than 1 head 7 at most. Sudden. A reminder sounded in my ears, it was the will of the world. For a moment, Xiao Bai understood that what was supposed to come had come, the golden finger was here. He actually triggered a rare second awakening in a century. And Super S level, Super S level. This is an exclusive talent that is unheard of, has never appeared, and has never been recorded. The most important is strange. Such an ability is absolutely suitable for the Death Star in Xiao Bai's body. He can't develop civilization or accumulate energy, so why can't he still do tricks? Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, his second awakening was successful. Get the Super S-level World Core, 9 Ghost Altar. Exclusive. The core comes with a Super S-level talent, Crazy Explosive Troops. Description: during the period when the talent is in effect, the Lord can designate arms and carry out secondary fission multiplication. Remarks: every time it is used 10 times, it will cool down for 20 days. Damn it, it's crazy. Looking at the system interface, Xiao Baiqian took a deep breath, and his scalp was numb with excitement. The heart beats like a drum. Every cell in my body screams cow knows. To know. The foundation of a lord's strength lies in talent and the core of the world. For example, the world core of the water lord has water core and heart of the ocean. Another example is the alien beast lord's world core, which has a D-level pig's nest and an S-level dragon's lair. The latter. You can cultivate an army of giant dragons, and with a wave of your hand, the dragons will cover the sky. That scene. Just watching foreign videos is shocking. And now, Xiao Bai possesses the Super S-level exclusive World Core, 9 Ghost Altar. Comes with Super S-level Crazy Explosive Soldier talent. It's simply an endless ghost nest. Coupled with the strange transformation that can create strange units, the effect is definitely greater than 2. Isn't this invincible? What is takeoff, tactical fallback? As expected, those who traveled through time were all gooby. Who doesn't want to cheat in their own life? Call. Now. Xiao Bai's breathing quickened. He was too excited and couldn't bear it anymore. Can't wait even a minute. Soon. Xiao Bai found a mass grave nearby. Buried here. They were all ordinary people who died when monsters attacked the city and whose identities were unrecognizable. Xiao Bai first placed a bowl of rice. Then. Use your talent, uncanny. Ding. The starving ghosts who have been forgotten here and have suffered from hunger for many years have felt your call. They raise their coffins and follow them to the death. Congratulations to Lord Xiao Bai, for getting the elite level soldier the starving ghost. Remarks: 100 pieces in the newborn period. The will of the world keeps reminding. Listen. Hungry. Starve. Starving. Sounds came from the ground one after another, and the big rotten mouth bit upwards, drilling through the ground. At the same time, just like in horror movies, ghosts can always squeeze themselves and hide in drawers, bottle caps, and door locks. The starving ghosts are extremely twisted. Finally, what appeared before Xiao Bai's eyes was wisps of weird black smoke filled with big mouths and fangs. Is this the starving ghost in its early stages? Xiao Bai felt like he had found a treasure and couldn't put it down. Accompanied by. There is also the excitement and ecstasy that fills the chest, as well as the joy and relaxation of a bright future in this magnificent world. Because the quality of the troops is divided from bottom to top, ordinary, elite, extraordinary, king, emperor, legend, and myth. Although quality does not directly represent combat power. But generally, lords start with 0 or 1 troop type. At the beginning, there are 100 novice lords of elite level troops, 1 in a million. Take off directly. Future. The most brilliant position in this era must be occupied by Xiao Bai. And now. He silently became familiar with the lord's talent and whispered. Kill. Swish. The next moment, black smoke spread, 100 bloody mouths were torn open, and fangs and sharp teeth roared out. Move forward like a piranha. Far away. The wild wolves and dogs in the mountains were all killed and their blood sucked dry. The scene was horrific, with ghosts crying and wolves howling. Extremely cruel. Hiss. This scene made Xiao Bai take a deep breath. The hungry ghosts in their early stages of life are so ferocious. If it reaches the stage of growth, maturity, and ultimate, wouldn't it become even more pervasive and ubiquitous? As expected of a ghost. It is indeed a Super S-level talent. Such a Super S-level talent. I still have one more. Xiao Bai has not forgotten his 9 ghost altar. 100 newborn starving ghosts. That's how powerful it is. Is it 10,000 or 100,000? Chapter 2. If you have a bold idea, try it. Amnesty. As soon as Xiao Bai thought, the Lord's ability was activated, and a desolate, dead Death Star was projected at his feet. Obviously. This is his inner world. This kind of Death Star, where birds can't poop and turtles can't lay eggs, is a desperate situation for all known military types to try and die. But for ghosts, it is a wonderful hell. Swish, swish, swish. The newly born starving ghosts rushed into the Death Star like tadpoles with big mouths, swinging their black smoky tails. Moment. Xiao Bai felt that he was as handsome as the reader, but his temperament was a bit more sinister. At the same time, the world inside the body shook. This is the 9 ghost altar as the core of the world. It senses the proliferation of troops and calls itself. Fission immediately and increase the number of troops. Xiao Bai responded. Subsequently. Look at it with all your concentration. The inner world, the lonely Death Star. Call. The dark wind blew away the fog, revealing a barren land of only 100 square meters. As a lord. Xiao Bai's power as a lord was pitiful, not to mention completely controlling a star, just to open up more space and cultivate troops. Neither can be done. There are only 100 starving ghosts on the barren land. But the next moment. 100 ghosts. Suddenly there were 200. Then 400, 800, 1,600, 3,200. 10,000. 100,000. Too much. After using the talent of crazy explosive soldiers, ghosts are everywhere. The number of these starving ghosts completely exceeded the limit of 100 square meters. Hungry. They roared, biting and devouring the ubiquitous mist in the world inside their bodies, and opening up a wider space outwards. Hundreds of square meters, thousands of square meters, 10,000 square meters. Keep expanding. At the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Qi and blood exploded in Xiao Bai's body. What follows is a thrill of evolution. He felt the tearing and regeneration of muscles, the rupture and reorganization of meridians, and the impurities were discharged with his breathing. Become refreshed. FK. Xiao Bai, who had been confused for a long time, couldn't help but say something refreshing. Others first improve themselves, first improve the power of the Lord, then cultivate troops, strengthen combat power, obtain resources, and then improve themselves. And he did the exact opposite. Directly use excessive amounts of explosive troops to break away from the shackles of the realm and continue to break through. Human level 1 star. Human level 2 star. Human level 3 stars. Still rising. Human level 4 star, 5 star, 6 star. Still keeps going. It wasn't until human level 7 stars that this crazy level rise was temporarily stabilized. Human level 7 stars. To know. This is something that a lord with ordinary qualifications, with abundant resources, would need to work hard for 1 or 2 years to achieve. It's indeed crazy explosive soldiers. While shocked, Xiao Bai quickly understood the principle of cheating and upgrading. The crazy explosion of troops is so unreasonable. It directly allowed him to overcome the most difficult starting period and start taking off in woohoo. And this is not over yet. Conventional troops need support, maintenance, and cultivation, undead troops need fire, and Thulhu troops need sacrifices. In order to maintain normal combat power. And my starving ghost doesn't need any care. Everywhere and pervasive. It can fill the Lord's jurisdiction non-stop and exceed the saturation state at all times. The territory of the average human level 7-star internal world is 10,000 meters. In reality, the effective area of world projection is 100 meters. But me can effectively project 1,000 meters. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and activated the power of the Lord again. Moment. Center around him. The reality 1,000 meters around seemed to have turned into a desolate Death Star and a netherworld, with ghosts everywhere. Within this kilometer range, Xiao Bai is equivalent to a copy of the boss. This is his war zone. All this, it is no exaggeration to say that he has won at the starting line, surpassing the lords of the same level by many. You can cheat on both upgrades and battles. When someone else becomes a lord, they need to worry, work hard, explore a little bit, try and make mistakes step by step, and bear the cost of going astray. As for me, I just need to rush over. Some people are born in Rome, but wherever I go, Rome is everywhere. Haha. Xiao Bai couldn't help but smile. The ecstasy and excitement in his heart were uncontrollable. And what's even better is, his golden fingers are not some starving ghost, but 2 Super S-level talents. View the Lord panel. Xiao Bai communicates the will of the world. Next moment, a series of data appeared in his mind. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, Human level 7 stars. Strength, 70 tons. Talent. Strange transformation, cooling down, cooling time is 1 hour. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, cooling time is 20 days. Skill column, 1 empty. Building column, infinite empty. World core, 9 ghost altar, hidden in the stars. Have. Elite unit, starving ghosts, 102,400. They are always hungry, but never tired. If there are enough magical potions, they can transform into the growth stage. Hint. Supernatural potions can be obtained by transforming normal cultivation potions through the Strangeness ability. Can you actually turn items into weird objects? The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth rose. Now, he felt that a terrifying talent sequence was rising, and he might create 18 hells of suffering. Think about it. With every movement of his hands and feet, thousands of ghosts appear, the world becomes dark, and the mountains and rivers change color, just like the Ghost King Yama. To be an enemy of him is to be an enemy of weirdness. That taste. How sour and refreshing would it be? On the first day of traveling, I feel pretty good. In the mass grave, Xiao Bai smiled. Why is there so much stuff on me? Hey. Sudden. Only then did Xiao Bai realize that it was because he was bent on doing evil. He actually carried a lord's certificate, a preschool admission ticket, an identity card, a communicator, a real estate certificate, and a space ring. Running for a long time? Well, a little speechless. Xiao Bai first identified the owner of the space ring with blood, wore it on his right hand, and stored the certificate, identity card, and real estate certificate. Then, he also modulated the deformable communicator into a ring and wore it on his left hand. This thing. Able to maintain network and communication around the world and even some copies, and use mobile app functions. Very precious. The market price is 10 million gold coins. The market price of the space ring is also 10 million gold coins. Even on the black market, it is as high as 8 million gold coins. Plus a house in the center of North River City. Hiss. Xiao Bai took a breath of cold air. Thank you, rich lady, for your gift. He must take back his previous words. The first day of time travel was not only great, it was like taking off, flying again and again. Chapter 3. Boom. When Xiao Bai was thanking the rich woman for throwing coins, drums suddenly sounded in the sky, resounding throughout the sky. That movement? A bit like a watchman. But the scene is obviously much bigger. The watchman just shouted twice, and the man in the sky directly replaced the sun and put the moon up. In the city, the sun is shining 1 second, and the lights are neon the next. It turns out it's dark in Baihe City. Xiao Bai nodded and took out the real estate certificate. Luxurious apartment in the center of North River City. Xiao Bai was sweating profusely, using the equipment in a training room to exercise, exposing his Mikasa-style muscles. Human level 7 stars. Force 70 tons. Too weak. Although the Lord's combat power basically comes from the military units. But as long as he can be a little bit stronger, he will be happy. At the same time, Xiao Bai was also using the communication ring to surf the internet, and the virtual light screen in front of him showed the message of the wealthy woman who threw money. Enlan. The rumors come from a certain big family, not just in one city or region, but across the country and around the world. They are all big families. Indescribably expensive. But he awakened the inferior S-level talent, Tiancha Lone Star. Any form of excessive contact with her. The inner world of the Lord will be cursed by cause and effect, decline, and gradually turn into a Death Star, even himself is no exception. Therefore, the rich woman who spread money has been to various major universities since her early days and consulted experts from all over the world, but still to no avail. She has been to all colleges and universities, but has never graduated once. Now, she is in her 6th year at Baihe University. Xiao Bai originally wanted to check the information of the rich woman who gave away money so that he could pay back the money later. Did not expect. No need to check at all. The person is listed directly on the Baidu Encyclopedia and is very famous. Everything is listed except age. Think about it too. Generally, the academic year of a Lord's University is only 1 semester, and a good university can graduate in 3 semesters and 2.5 years at most. And a wealthy woman who never graduated and was known as a college killer and a nightmare for famous teachers. How could you not be famous? Even her penguin number is still on the Baidu Encyclopedia. Enlan, a lonely wolf. Penguin, 888, 888, 8888. Personal signature, the pinnacle of wealth, the richness of the world, I, Enlan, will have the world. Seeing this, Xiao Bai also created a penguin account for himself, named it Rich Woman Hungry Hungry Rice, and sent friend requests. Result. Seconds pass. Hello, senior. I'm Xiao Bai. I'll borrow the space ring, the communicator, and the house. I'll pay you back after a while. Xiao Bai expressed his intention. The words have not yet finished. A lonely wolf, celebrate. You are my senior's only list friend. A lonely wolf sent you a red envelope. A lonely wolf sent you a red envelope. A lonely wolf sent you a red envelope. A lonely wolf sent you a red envelope of 99 plus. A lonely wolf, penguins have a quota, which is very troublesome. You add senior sister's wealth treasure, and senior sister will transfer the money to you directly. A gentle and quiet senior in real life, but seems to be a bit of a social arrogant online? Certainly. Whether in real life or online, she loves throwing coins. A series of red envelopes fell down. Xiao Bai's handsome face was directly reflected in bright red by the screen. And it's not over yet. The rich woman who threw coins actually dumped her wealth getting treasure. As soon as it was added, there was a series of transfers immediately. In less than a minute, 2 million gold coins were transferred. Senior, no, that's enough, don't let it go. Xiao Bai said no. Actually, he was clicking red envelopes with terrifying hand speed. He really wanted to refuse. But she gave too much. To know. This is a gold coin. It can be used not only domestically, but also globally. In the dungeon, it can even be traded with NPCs. More importantly, starting from the human level, every time the Lord reaches 5 stars or breaks through a major level, the Lord can have one more skill bar. The building bar is unlimited. But each type of Lord's building is extremely precious. There is almost no buying and selling on the civilian internet, and even the materials cannot be seen. Skill scrolls are required to learn skills and fill the skill bar. Skill scrolls of low rarity can be purchased online for money, which just solves Xiao Bai's urgent need. Senior, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Xiao Bai had a hot chat with a lonely wolf. After a while, the robot butler delivered a package to him. Open it and take a look. Inside are takeaways and skill scrolls. One skill scroll cost 1.9 million gold coins. This is because what Xiao Bai chose was not the popular cultivation, growth, acceleration, and affinity skills among human-level rarities. But at this stage, it is a combat skill military possession that few people want. Otherwise, you can't buy it at all. I wonder if strange transformation can transform the skill scroll. Seeing that the talent is still cooling down in 1 hour, Xiao Bai suppressed his excitement and continued chatting with the rich senior sister. Pity. Until they said goodnight to each other, they still didn't find out the senior's true age. She always said that she was still 18 years old. Ding. Tip, the Super S level talent becomes strange and the cooldown is completed. A prompt sounded. Xiao Bai immediately used his talent on the skill scroll. Ding. The weird transformation of summoning possession is in progress. Weird success. The talent Strange Transformation is on a 28-hour cooldown. You have obtained the strange skill, Ghost Upper Body. Description: Yin borrows power, Ghost takes over. The Hungry Ghost is a type of unit that is strong in soul, strong in killing, and weak in reality. A Hungry Ghost can have limited impact on reality. But after 100,000 Hungry Ghosts take over, the quantity will cause a qualitative change. It really worked. Xiao Bai smiled. He reached out and patted it, choosing to study. The next day, 8 o'clock. School test. Xiao Bai combed his hair to look like he was beating someone, wore casual clothes, and brought his professional certificate, admission ticket, and ID card. Came to Baihe University again. Although it is not the busiest college entrance examination, at this moment, the place is still crowded. They are all new lords discovered from disaster areas. Along the way, everyone was discussing intensely. Only Xiao Bai didn't care. Although everyone is a newly awakened lord, his current strength has surpassed many formal students. Only the weak act like pigs. Come this time. It is simply about crushing, showing off muscles, and showing value. Because it is different from foreign countries where guilds are the main ones. Domestic lords use the military and universities as their main activity platforms, which are equivalent to the nature of yamen and zongmen respectively. Be open, powerful, and credible. And occupy the most resources. Should not be missed. Chapter 4. Baihe University. The huge sports center, which can accommodate millions of people, is divided into large and small assessment areas. More than 100,000 new lords. Queue up in an orderly manner, check documents, and wait for your number to be called for assessment. Number 666, Xiao Bai. Come in. Soon, we arrived at Xiao Bai. Enter the assessment area. The first thing that caught his eye were two seniors with serious faces. One was wearing a school uniform, and the other was wearing several short-sleeved shirts, sandals, and black-rimmed glasses. Secondly, it's just a bunch of instruments in a different dimensional space. Let's get started. Test your strength first, and then do the actual mission. Just behave normally. Both seniors have facial paralysis, but they are easy to get along with. Under their guidance, Xiao Bai became familiar with various instruments, stepped onto the examination platform, and released the world projection. Call. Moment. The dark wind sweeps away the deserted wasteland. The newly born starving ghosts, like tadpoles sewn together with big mouths and black smoke, scurry around everywhere. Just a glance. The two seniors felt terrified and could not help but tremble, as if they had seen a natural enemy. Their muscles were tense and they were dripping with cold sweat. So strong. Black mist, such a great evil. Is this the Thulhu-type military unit of the West? Subsequently, the two people's eyes showed admiration and wonder at the same time. Because just now, they were intimidated by Xiao Bai's momentum and felt scared and trembling. That feeling. It was as if the Xiao Bai in front of him was not a human being, but an evil ghost, full of gloomy, death, evil, and depressive atmosphere. As a senior, I will be shocked by the newcomers. This is not an illusion. Give him a plus point. A senior suggested. Hearing this, another senior also nodded. To know. Both of them are Earth level 9 star lords. They stood out from a population of 2 billion, became lords, and became examiners. They were considered half of the university employees. How excellent! And ended up being scared by a new guy? This is so rare. After the extra points are completed, let's get started. A senior said. Run, punch, and destroy as much as you like, another senior said. Finished. Both of them looked down at the instrument dial. Good. Xiao Bai nodded. Then, he bowed like a leopard and made a starting pose. At the same time, summon ghosts. A newly born starving ghost has limited impact on physical reality. But he has 100,000 hungry ghosts. This is a number that is enough to cause a quantitative change to lead to a qualitative change. Now, Ghost upper body skill is activated. 100,000 starving ghosts, like exoskeletons, extend out from both feet. 100,000 ghosts. Protect the body, upper body, borrow strength, and boost in order. Take advantage of the ghost. With a sudden step, the dark wind roared and the turbid waves cleared away. The wind and dust were swirling, and in an instant Xiao Bai rushed out like a ghost, and the special floor beneath his feet exploded with a bang. Then, treadmill, explode. The punching machine's value soars, 100 tons. 120 tons. 800 tons, freezes, and explodes. All instruments and equipment explode. Zhou, supersonic speed, how come? Xiao Bai is an Earth-level lord. Impossible. It should be a speed-type unit and summoning possession. Speed-type troops, why did the punch machine explode? 800 tons, is this the power that a human-level lord can have? Seeing this, the two seniors were instantly dumbfounded. Two paralyzed faces. Full of astonishment and disbelief, it is extremely exciting. An incredible feeling arises spontaneously. How is this possible? To know whether it is wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, machinery, martial arts, plants, exotic beasts, the power of all arms. Anything that falls on the boxing machine will be detected as force. This boxing machine for exams can normally bear 99 tons of force. This is quality certified by the world's top 5 clubs. This is also the limit of a human-level lord. And now, Xiao Bai punched down, and the punch machine was destroyed and exploded. So, there is only one answer. That is candidate number 666 Xiao Bai. Really has 800 tons of power and supersonic speed. This kind of fighting power. Even among the first batch of formal students at Bai University, he would probably be among the top 1 million. And he only awakened the Lord yesterday. Are you so fierce today? Such outrageous genius. Didn't the university discover it immediately? What a huge mistake. At this time, the two paralyzed men ignored the shock and tried to calm down. They immediately called up Xiao Bai's file to check. Xiao Bai, Lord of the Death Star. No talent, no world core, unable to cultivate troops, unable to enhance the power of the Lord. What's the situation? No. How is this possible? Yesterday it was the Death Star. The Lord's power cannot be increased. Did you smash the examination table with one punch today? If the file is correct. Hiss. Doesn't that mean? The Xiao Bai in front of him successfully developed the absolute Death Star overnight, possessing a single combat power comparable to that of an Earth-level Lord? What a scary concept is this! Not to mention Bai City, which has a population of only 2 billion. Even looking at the Hebei region, the country, and the world, such monsters are extremely rare, and they are in the heresy of big data. It's unbelievable. Unimaginable, it subverts our understanding. Xiao Bai, what level are you at now? The two seniors asked questions together, their faces extremely excited, and their facial paralysis was cured. 7 human-level stars. Xiao Bai responded affirmatively, this is the data on the Lord's panel, it cannot be wrong. FK. Hearing this, the two seniors looked astonished again, directly relieved. Human level 7 stars? A punch with a force of 800 tons. This is nonsense. I'm sorry, Junior, I just got excited. Because the comparison of this data is so amazing. The last person who could produce more than 100 tons of force at the human level is now the executive officer of Bai City Military Department. He is Senior Enling, the holder of many records at Bai University for many years. The two seniors hurriedly explained. Unknowingly, his attitude towards Xiao Bai went from being easy to get along with to having a trace of respect. After all, Enling, also at the human level 9 star, achieved a strength record of over 100 tons. But Xiao Bai did it at the human level 7 stars. Even Enling only hit 600 tons, but Xiao Bai 800 tons. This is a very scary thing. The most important is, Bai University has school rules, and those who break records will be rewarded generously. So it is visible to the naked eye. The rise of Xiao Bai. Not in the future, not in the future, from now on, it is inevitable. Chapter 5. Junior Xiao Bai. Next is the actual mission. Watch carefully. The entrance to this different dimension is the sun shape, which represents the secret realm-like space. Multiple people can enter and take on tasks. You can quit at any time. Safety first. Also, if you see the moon shape in the future, it means that it is a copy-like space. Generally, it can only be entered by a single person or a single team. Opportunities and risks coexist. If it is a star shape, then the sun and the moon have no light, and there is an abyss under the stars. Every abyss-like space. It will cause monsters to attack the city and cause bloody disasters. College students, run away as soon as you see them. Assessment area. The two seniors had warm smiles and respectful attitudes. Very expressive. What they were talking about was common knowledge among lords. The reason they were chatting now was actually to look familiar in front of Xiao Bai. And Xiao Bai listened with great interest. Other time travelers. Either he traveled back in time from a young age, or his soul traveled through time and has memories. But he was wearing the original clothes and was all confused. Can things explode from these different spaces? Xiao Bai asked. He now owed the wealthy woman Sabi a lot of money. Although the rich woman did not collect debts. But a real man, even if he pays with his body, cannot pay back the money he owes, right? Certainly. Dungeons, abyss, explosive skills, buildings, props, gold coins. Everyone knows it. The skills, buildings, props, gold coins in the secret realm can be understood as treasures and inheritance. The two seniors said solemnly. For example, the secret realm in front of us is from the age of war before the Xian kingdom was established. A senior who fought against Japanese pirates was formed after his death. That senior is also the first president of Baihe University, a powerful lord who is infinitely close to the emperor's level. The path he has traveled throughout his life, the experience he has accumulated, and the resources he has obtained. They are all in the secret realm, left to future generations. This is also the foundation of colleges and universities. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Bai felt shocked. The body dies like a whale falling. The world inside the body is directly projected into reality permanently, forming a secret realm. How powerful is this? Make people yearn for it. And then again, today is the Xian kingdom. There is a lighthouse in the west, and the Neon kingdom and the Shiva kingdom are nearby. There is a European parliament in the ocean, and its evil intentions will never die. Coupled with the raging monsters and other dimensions. It can be said. As the only civilization in the world that lasts through the ages, the Xian kingdom is the enemy of everyone in the world. Fighting for copies and resources. Conflict between parties. It is more intense, sharper, and more irreconcilable than the nuclear peace era before time travel. Even though the Xian kingdom has a profound foundation of 5,000 years, it is the most powerful in the world. Now, it was also filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, which made people uneasy. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Bai wants to urgently improve his strength. Senior, I'm ready, let's get started. Come to your senses. Xiao Bai adjusted his condition and applied for actual combat. Well, let's go in. Come on. The two seniors smiled and encouraged, then moved out of the way. Xiao Bai moved forward. Taking a closer look, the entrance to this different space is indeed like the sun, with one and only one round. It represents the first order secret realm. He took another step forward and stepped in. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, you have entered a secret realm. Tasks are being extracted. In the secret realm, Xiao Bai saw another reminder of the will of the world. And in front of him, tasks such as assassination, monster hunting, item acquisition, intelligence collection, and dying generously, all passed by like a revolving lantern. Obviously, these are the experiences of the first generation principal, which turned into secret content after his death. Later generations will come here. That is to assume the identity of the first generation principal. Ding! Extraction completed. Mission content: the Locust Army attacks the city. Enemy level setting: 1 star for human level to 9 stars for human level, quantity setting: 10,000. Start generating scenes. Locust Army attacking the city? Be enemies with 10,000 lords who possess the inner world? So, the number of enemies that Xiao Bai really needs to face may be 100,000 or 1 million. A one-on-one lord battle is also a war. Not to mention the battlefield with tens of thousands of people. Now, under his feet is the blood-stained city wall, in front of him are the small thieves like locusts, and behind him is the city, a home filled with gunpowder smoke. Behind us are our fathers and fellow villagers, with nowhere to retreat. He once fought bloody battles here. One can block 100, one can block 1,000, kill until the sky is dark and the earth is dark, until the blood flows on the oars, until they are exhausted. The last 10,000 locust troops will destroy the city, kill and exterminate. It became his lingering nightmare. A nightmare-level mission. Xiao Bai murmured to himself. Normal, hard, nightmare, 3 difficulty levels. Did you fall into a nightmare as soon as you arrived? But he would never give up on such a mission, even if it was a nightmare. Task tips. Sea level qualification standard, defend the city for 3 hours. Number of people meeting the target, 100,000. B grade good standard, defend the city for half a day. Number of people meeting the target, 10,000. A level excellent standard, defend the city for a day. Number of people meeting the target, 100. S level outstanding standard, defend the city for 3 days. The person who achieved the standard, Enling. Enling. Seeing this name, Xiao Bai raised his eyebrows. I heard about this guy again. He is a Baihe student who graduated 5 years ago, and this record was also set 5 years ago. Enling today. He is already a king-level lord, the executive officer of the North River Military Department, and a person who commands the sun, moon, and stars. A typical alma mater is proud of him. Therefore it is very popular. Awesome! Xiao Bai sighed with emotion. I don't know how long I can hold on. Xiao Bai thought so. In front of you. Battle countdown, 3, 2, 1. The moment the clock reaches 0. Tada open. In the copy, all the little days rushed out like locusts, roaring, screaming, and making the ground roar. For a moment. Like an earthquake, the city walls are shaking. Kill. Xiao Bai ran along the city wall as fast as a ghost. The whole person's aura is cold, strange, and sinister. But inside his chest, fighting spirit was surging and boiling. The distance between people and the locust army shortened rapidly, 10,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Ghost. Xiao Bai's eyes were sharp, he summoned the troops first and laid the home ground. Woo! The dark wind howled, and a projection of the world that was 10 times larger than the same level opened, and 100,000 starving ghosts followed each other like mountains and seas, like hell. These 100,000 hungry ghosts. Like black smoke, like miasma, like fangs, like a big mouth. Surrounding Xiao Bai. It appears to be particularly evil, ferocious, and evil. Superior. He gave the order. 100,000 starving ghosts, primary stage, flashing continuously within a range of 1,000 meters. Ghosts get on the body, ghosts press on the bed, ghosts eat people. A sinister plot arises. Suddenly, hundreds of locust troops fell one by one. Some had their internal organs eaten by the ghosts, and some were punching their fists into their throats. This kind of symptom spread, and become popular like a toxin. This is the horror of ghosts. It is everywhere, pervasive, eats everything, has unlimited firepower, and strangles all life. It is both weird and spectacular, with a kind of wild beauty. The most important is, for an ordinary 7-star lord, the world projection is only 100 meters. Even if it is a human level 8-star or 9-star, it is only 200 meters or 300 meters away. And Xiao Bai has 1,000 meters. Before the other lords summoned their troops, he had already started killing indiscriminately. This is the real humanoid arsenal, absolute field control, and mobile natural disaster. Wherever it passes, everything will die and all living beings will suffer disaster. Chapter 6. At the same time, outside the secret space, in the assessment area, 2 seniors with facial paralysis stared fixedly at the interior camera. I only saw in the screen. Xiao Bai was tearing up the Japanese with his hands. And around him, there were strange phenomena such as a bloody basin, a big mouth, a smoky atmosphere, stumps and broken arms, etc. For a moment, that evil, weird, creepy feeling of panic break through the instrument. It made the two people outside the screen feel fear as if they were immersed in the scene. And what made them sweat even more was, as this evil power spread, the locust armies went crazy, went mad, and fell down one after another, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of army is this? The two of them were stunned and dumbfounded. They are all Earth level 9 star lords. They stood out from a population of 2 billion, became lords, and became examiners. They were considered half of the university employees. How excellent! Now, but with Xiao Bai, he repeatedly hit the wall and hit the blind spot of knowledge. N. 1000 meters. A human level 7 star can actually have a 1 kilometer boss range? How can this be? Could it be that when Xiao Bai was fighting in real life, his troops were still expanding the world inside his body? This is even more impossible. What kind of military can violate the conservation of energy so much? To know. The relationship between soldiers and lords is like skin, hair, hands, and feet and people. The stronger the person, the higher the level, the stronger and more military types. And Xiao Bai. But it seems to be completely the other way around. Compared with the military unit itself, Xiao Bai makes people feel more absurd and outrageous. Watching the locust army die in droves. The two people's eyelids were twitching, and they were thinking about it. Some thoughts that even they found unbelievable came into their minds. He can't really clear the locust army siege mission, right? I asked you to defend the city, but I didn't ask you to annihilate them all. I'll go. Did the record ranking list for this mission explode? Now. University of Baihe, Library. A tall and muscular military official, accompanied by the principal, was selecting talents. The officer's name is Enling. He is a king-level lord. He is also the executive officer of Baihe City. He has the power to command the sun, moon, and stars, and he is very likely to become the future chief officer of the Ji region. The student rosters from recent years are here. Li Daizai, the president of Baihe University, had white hair and beard. He stroked his beard and said cheerfully, "Please take a look at it, Mr. Executive Officer." "Teacher, I can't stand your adult voice." Enling waved his hand. "You can bear it, you can bear it. You are the district governor." "Teacher, I'm not representing the military this time. If you do this again, I'll be out." Okay, stop making trouble, you are too serious. Otherwise, you would have been promoted to a general in GU. I'm fine now." The two chatted as usual and the atmosphere was harmonious. Conversation room. Du Yukong flew up and browsed the vast student roster like a long river in the library that was hundreds of millions of meters tall. Baihe City has a population of 2 billion, and millions of new lords are awakened every year, most of whom will join Baihe University. They are all unique talents. And now, Enling needs to discover the 1 in 10,000. Not long. The military department is about to hold a selection for extraordinary generals. Unfortunately, all the talents in Baihe City have gone to Chengdu and Jinfu. Enling sighed. There is no way, except for the class with you, Baihe has been at the bottom every year. The old principal said comfortingly, "You have a heavy task and it's rare for you to return to your alma mater. Do you want to see Enlan?" "Don't." Enling said quickly, "I don't like to see her at home. If you offend her, our whole family will be scolded. She will cry at you quietly. Why don't you just take a stroll?" Hearing this, the old principal smiled and said, "Then, go to the space hall to wander around." "Okay." Enling grinned. The teacher still understands him. He set many records in the space hall. Especially in the Locust Army siege mission in the secret realm of the first-generation principal, he became the only S-level person to reach the standard. This achievement is still unmatched by anyone. It is the pride of Baihe University and his own pride. And I'm really happy to be recognized by my teacher after all these years. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Let's go. Let the incompetent students of this class see the grace of our seniors. The old principal with an immortal spirit pulled Ling, broke through the space, and reached the secret hall in one step. Just finding my feet. I heard someone shouting. It's broken, it's broken. Senior Ling has been exposed. Ling. Old principal. Is it okay to say this nonsense? Sorry. The two frowned. Looking closer, I saw the space hall, the ranking list of the Locust Army siege mission in the secret realm of the first-generation principal. A guy named Xiao Bai is setting new records like crazy. This record? Not defending the city, but killing. Kill 100 with one, kill 1,000 with one, slaughter 10,000 with one, countless soldiers fell under the strange force. And Xiao Bai's ranking. It also exceeded the first 100,000, the first 10,000, the first 1,000, the first 100. More than everyone else. Be the first. Damn it, Ling, you're screwed, the old principal said in surprise. Damn it, am I broken? Ling said. Both of them were shocked and cried out. Chapter 7. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, kill the Locust Army and clear the mission. In the space hall, an announcement sounded. The hundreds of thousands of lords in the hall were all shocked. Broken record. We agreed to defend the city, but how did we defeat it? Li Liwan is a genius. Look, isn't that Senior Ling? The exclamations continued. When the students saw that Ling was there, they all yelled that they had witnessed history. Whose student is this Xiao Bai? The old principal was even more excited and asked the teachers one by one. Result. All the teachers in the school shook their heads in unison. Is it a preschool student? Ling guessed on the sidelines, feeling extremely surprised. He smiled and said, it seems that we have found a good seedling. Except for his shock. Ling will not have any unpleasantness, let alone jealousy or hatred. Because there is no competitive relationship between the two parties. On the contrary. He now feels like he has found a treasure. If a preschool student can break the record, it is already nonsense. What's more, he has cleared the mission and defeated the dungeon. Enemies of all. This is more valuable than single-on-one invincibility, and is almost truly invincible at the same level. So. Ling was extremely curious at this moment, what type of lord would Xiao Bai be, and what kind of powerful troops would he have? Quickly, find Xiao Bai quickly. The old principal also realized this, and he was so excited that his beard stood up on his chin. At this time, in the copy call, Xiao Bai exhaled a breath of turbidity. He was a little sad. Because kill 10,000 little day lords, and 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of Locust Army troops. Enough. He lost 40,000 starving ghosts. Ghosts are very strong. But in the early days, there were also demon slayers and Onmyoji-type lords who could summon soul-based troops to destroy their own war zones and cause damage. 40,000 hungry ghosts. Without the crazy explosive soldier's talent, it would take a year to produce 40,000 newborn starving ghosts based on the 9-ghost altar alone. In the final analysis, the starving ghost is not strong enough after all. My war can only kill them, not crush them. I just surpass one and have an advantage, but they are still on the same level. Xiao Bai frowned and murmured to himself. He felt melancholy in his heart. 10,000 enemies at the same level? He wants more than that. Now that he has become a lord. Take to the road of war. You are bound to encounter a stronger opponent than yourself. He doesn't want to be ruthlessly crushed by then. If all the troops are exhausted, there is no way to escape death. This moment, Xiao Bai was restless and uneasy. But the next second, hey! He suddenly grinned. Suffering from lack of firepower phobia again. The combat power of the troops depends on the Lord. In the final analysis, it's not that the hungry ghosts are weak, it's that I'm not strong enough. If I am powerful enough to transform 100,000 starving ghosts into the growth stage, the weird power will not only be doubled. If there are 100,000 starving ghosts, all of them have reached the maturity stage, the ultimate stage. The ultimate elite soldier. Even a group of Earth-level lords can launch a war to kill them. Having 10,000 enemies of the same level at the human level is nothing, but if you are against 10,000 enemies at the Emperor or Saint level, it will really overwhelm everything. As the first-generation Ghost and Weird Lord, my future is destined to be a glorious darkness. Touching his nose, the slight haze in Xiao Bai's heart was swept away. The confidence, pride, and wantonness in his eyes burned like wildfire. Flying eyes. Falling on the reminder of the world's will. Ding! He has been waiting for someone to break through the nightmare. Year after year, I thought about it, and finally got it. He was astonished and amazed by it, with a smile on his face. His inheritance belongs to you, handsome descendant. A row of words appeared in the sky. Immediately, the Li family of Zhuangzi City congratulates Xiao Bai for breaking through the nightmare and defeating the Locust army. As a gift, 100,000 gold coins and 10,000 military training potions. The city behind him actually came alive from the smoke and history. Countless people walked out. Zhuangzi City Chamber of Commerce congratulates Xiao Bai for breaking through the nightmare and defeating the Locust army. As a gift, 200,000 gold coins and 20,000 military training potions. Zhuangzi City Military Headquarters congratulates Xiao Bai for breaking through the nightmare and defeating the Locust army. Send, an Imperial Defense Building, a Xianhuang Tower, incomplete. At this moment, the whole city is sending gifts of thanks. Ding! You broke through the nightmare, and he is proud of you. You don't need to worry about what they give, just take it away, and you have completed the inheritance. There is no need to promise anything. Countdown to exit the mission, 10, 9, 8. The will of the world continues to prompt. Xiao Bai nodded. Understood. He accepted 300,000 gold coins and 30,000 military training potions. These are hard resources that he needs very much. He accepted the Xianhuang Tower. This is a rare treasure. Even if it is missing a corner or compromised, it is still an emperor-level building with infinite utility. It can keep the inner world safe. Even king-level and emperor-level experts cannot see through him and attack his territory beyond the Xianhuang Tower. Only this one thing. It is better than all the losses Xiao Bai suffered. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Xianhuang Tower fell on the Death Star inside Xiao Bai's body and took root. Moment. He felt at ease as if he was wearing a condom, and he had a kind of wantonness that he could indulge in casually. Next moment. Click. There are no more regrets in this piece of time and space, and the secret realm has collapsed and disappeared. But the corpses of the 10,000 Locust army and their soldiers were thrown out. Click. The secret realm collapsed. It's coming out. Blood. So much blood, heads rolling in, mountains of corpses. What happened inside? In the assessment area, the two senior students with facial paralysis had completely said goodbye to their facial paralysis, with only deep FK expressions on their faces. When they saw Xiao Bai covered in blood, he walked through the scarlet and white bones and walked out of the space vortex. Boom, boom, boom. He couldn't help but retreat. Is this junior brother Xiao Bai? One person exclaimed, this appearance is too terrifying, he is simply a murderous maniac. It's him. It's him. Another person was so excited that his wig flew out and said to the old principal and Enling beside him. Chapter 8. In fact, there is no need for two seniors to identify. The old principal and Enling had arrived long ago and watched Xiao Bai's secret realm video over and over again countless times. Now, it can be said that he has been admired for a long time. As long as both of them are not blind. 7 human-level stars, a 1,000 meter boss range, killing 10,000 with one. Xiao Bai's incredible performance can no longer be described as a genius, but a monster. If 2 senior students with facial paralysis are talents who stand out from 2 billion people, then the old principal and Enling are the one who came out with trillions as the denominator. They stand out from the ambiguity of human nature, have seen a broader domestic and international stage, and heard about the situation based on a population of hundreds of trillions. There will always be a pervert or monster, able to develop the Death Star, create new sequences of troops, and become a unique lord. And the first time I saw Xiao Bai, the two of them are sure. This is how Xiao Bai became a monster. I can't see through the world inside his body. It seems that he has received the inheritance left by the first-generation principal. With the approval of his will, it means that Xiao Bai is not like a crooked student or a mixed-race student. He is absolutely reliable and has a good foundation. The old principal smiled. It does have a dark and yellow aura. Enling nodded. He was once the record holder of this secret realm and received an array of black and yellow defensive treasure. Speaking of which, he and Xiao Bai were from the same alma mater and inherited the same sect. Teacher, congratulations. Enling said. Same joy, don't you also want to recruit this monster? Old principal, the second awakening of the evildoer is a rare occurrence in 100 years. The two of them first communicated with each other, and then both laughed out loud. Next moment. Bang bang bang. The two of them applauded Xiao Bai at the same time. They raised their legs, their bodies turned into flowing light, broke through the space, and gathered around Xiao Bai. Hello, classmate Xiao Bai. I am Li Daizai, the president of Baihe University. Hello, hello. At the head, the old principal stretched out his hand forward to hold hands with each other, eagerly. Hello. Xiao Bai also stretched out his hands and shook them briefly. A simple action. But Li Daizai was instantly elated. He was not reserved at all and went straight to the point. Welcome to Baihe University. As soon as you arrived, you broke 2 records. It must be rewarded severely. I promise to provide you with an independent villa-style student dormitory, and give you priority access to all college secret realms and dungeons. I will also reward you with 1 million college points. Not only that, you can choose any strong person from Baihe University as your mentor. You can use all the data, information, and connections of Baihe University at will. All students at Baihe University can cooperate with you unconditionally for once. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone around him took a breath and was extremely envious. Baihe University. It was the most advanced university in the Hebei region, a top ivory tower and a lord's utopia. Just studying at Baihe University. It's a dream that makes countless people salivate. This is an opportunity that makes countless people crazy. Not to mention, at this moment, the president of Baihe University personally invited and granted privileges. Independent villa-style apartment, priority for secret realm dungeons, free selection of mentors, etc. Just outrageous. Are you here to be a student or a principal? The key is, this series of privileges is clearly a reward, not a condition, and does not require any commitment. This is the most invincible. As soon as these words came out, hundreds of thousands of people around him all took a deep breath. 2 seniors from the Department of Facial Paralysis proctored Xiao Bai's exam. He was so excited that he almost fainted. Second awakening. One of the seniors pushed up his black-rimmed glasses with his middle finger tremblingly and muttered to himself. Second awakening. It is said that it is a rare encounter in a century, but in fact it has not appeared in 1,000 years. The organization once suspected that there was no such person. Did not expect. Such a genius appeared in front of him. Or a rare evil lord. It must be reported to Cunning Father immediately. The senior with facial paralysis pushed up his glasses with his middle finger again, flashing a strange light. At this time, behind Li Daizai, Ling straightened his military robe, stepped out, and moved his hands forward to hold Xiao Bai. Brother Xiao, you are awesome. Senior, I have kept the record for many years, and you broke it as soon as you came here. It's amazing. It's really admirable. Admirable. Ling gave a thumbs up and was full of praise. I am overflattered. Xiao Bai was decisive and polite. He can't be said to have high emotional intelligence, but he won't use his cold butt to meet other people's hot faces. Otherwise, who will warm him up in the future? Everyone communicates with a cold butt, which really makes the protagonist have a sarcastic face and the supporting character has a sarcastic mouth. Xiao Bai said, "It's my first time here, I'm a little more energetic, from now on. It will be even more fierce in the future." Ling said. Seeing that Xiao Bai didn't have the bad habits of those geniuses, he was even more appreciative and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. I used to be the number one here, and now you are the number one again. What kind of fate is this? Come on, I will personally take my brother to school to register and report. Don't refuse." Xiao Bai, okay. Aside. When the old principal saw that Ling was so good at things, he secretly raised his thumbs and smiled while stroking his beard. He is able to speak and has strength. This student is deeply impressed by his true heritage. This action of personally sending reports seems simple, but in fact it is full of tricks. After all, if a person agrees to the first thing, then he agrees to the second, third, etc. It's natural. Really. On the way to the official report, Ling changed the subject and said with a smile, "The military department will be recruiting people in half a year. If you are interested, you can come through my back door. In addition, I heard that my junior is the Lord of the Death Star, right? Well, I don't mean anything else. I just have a sister who is difficult to marry. No one has pursued her for many years, and she has never been in love. Are you interested in knowing more about her? Don't worry. In terms of appearance, it will definitely bring disaster to the country and the people. She is just a little unlucky. After everything is done, we can discuss our own things. What are you looking for, brother-in-law? Senior will look for it for you." Xiao Bai. Well, this military boss is not as rigid and serious as imagined. On the contrary, it's boring. It is quite consistent with the social system where individual strength comes first. He listened and walked. Next to him were the old principal and Ling, one on the left and one on the right. Well, isn't that Senior Ling? I just saw his glorious deeds of clearing an abyss yesterday. Senior comes back wearing a military uniform, he must be on official business. I'm going, the principal is here too. Wait a minute, who is among them? There are so many stars in the sky. The scene caused an uproar. Because both the old principal and Ling are legends. Xiao Bai, who can talk to them, thinks with his toes and knows that he is by no means an ordinary person. This is a meeting of 3 generations of geniuses. This kind of scene is too rare. It is already exciting to see such a big shot, let alone 3 times the happiness. Prodigies. Too powerful and too hurried, the world can only look up at their backs. There are talented people in Bai University who work hard, and there are also mediocre people who are just dawdling. For the latter, the scene before their eyes. Probably, the only one in this life. Chapter 9. Bai University. In the ivory tower, 3 generations of geniuses stood side by side, chatting and laughing. This scene In the eyes of hundreds of thousands or millions of students, it was so amazing and shocking. Even a little nice. But then a woman wearing an ink-colored retro dress appeared. This picture collapsed instantly. Little Ling. Old man, I suddenly remembered that it's time for square dancing. I won't talk anymore. I'm leaving. Li Daizai left as soon as he said it, broke through the space and disappeared. My wife gave birth. My wife also gave birth. My mother gave birth. The rest of the school teachers and students who followed him also covered their faces and ran away, panicking and not daring to look directly. It's like that woman standing quietly at the intersection, with 360 long legs and a pure temperament. He is like a peerless devil. No matter how Xiao Bai looked at it. That is, a person with a delicate melon seed face, eyes like autumn water, eyebrows like thin willows, thick lips, bright and attractive. And she's just a lazy, dignified, 360, rich lady who spends money. Hello, senior sister. Xiao Bai said hello, isn't it Tianchi Lone Star? He was completely unfazed. Hello, sister. Ling also said hello and lowered his head. Xiao Bai. Do you think your sister is a wealthy woman who throws money away? No wonder you want me to be your brother-in-law. Hateful. My dignified Xiao Bai, although I only have 300,000 gold coins in my pocket now, it is far from the point of paying for it with flesh, right? Xiao Bai fell into deep thought. Are you here to recruit people for the military department? The wealthy woman who spread money spoke with a calm tone and a sense of calmness. Yes. Ling lowered his head and said. Xiao Bai is a disaster victim from a small place. Perhaps it was because of the lack of information in life in the past. When chatting, I found that he was unfamiliar with many things. So, I will take him first, and he will decide whether to go to the military headquarters after a while. Understand? Lan, the wealthy woman who spread money, asked softly and gently. It's as if Ling doesn't agree. She would always look at him with a serious expression and ask questions gently. Sister, I know. I understand, I was wrong, I'm leaving. Ling was defeated directly, broke through the space and left. Junior, come here. Subsequently, Lan looked forward with beautiful eyes, her eyes fixed on Xiao Bai, her face was bright and her smile was like a flower. Welcome to officially enroll. I didn't expect that. You are still a talented person who can develop the Death Star. Elbow, let's have dinner together. She raised her hand, her sleeves slipped down, revealing her white arms that could conquer frost and snow, and waved at Xiao Bai. This scene attracted a lot of attention. But they just glanced at Lan from a distance and were cursed, spitting out blood, forming a spectacle of fountains. Hey! Senior sister, aren't we a bit ostentatious? Xiao Bai took a deep breath and said a little unnaturally. What's wrong? Do you hate senior sister? Lan came forward, closed the distance, looked at Xiao Bai with a particularly serious expression, and asked with an irresistible gentle voice. Hiss. Xiao Bai took a deep breath again. If there was a girl in front of him who knew how to moan, Xiao Bai would FK her away, and a woman would only delay his upgrade speed. But seniors like this? No way. Senior sister, this piece of ginger is old and spicy. Certainly. You can only say this in your heart. So far, Xiao Bai has not learned the true age of his senior sister. It's okay. Xiao Bai was also defeated. Isn't that the end? Lan took another step forward, smiling, and naturally took Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai's face turned red. Senior, I have 300,000 gold coins in my hand now. First. He originally wanted to pay off the debt in installments and give a little first. But when Lan heard 300,000 gold coins, he said naturally, okay. You can treat me to this meal. Xiao Bai. No. You have 300,000 gold coins and can only think of eating one meal? What kind of living standard is this? He was greatly shocked. But, as a real man, Xiao Bai still has to pay back the money. At this time, Lan said again, as a return gift, I will give you 100,000 military training potions. Esteems are less important than affection, junior fellow student, shouldn't be dissatisfied, right? Shit, trough. The rich woman's 2 words instantly cured Xiao Bai's mental internal friction. Pay back the money? What kind of money should I pay? I still owe it. Senior, where should we go to eat? Sister, walk slowly, don't fall, yes, hold your arm with me, yes. Soon. Xiao Bai realized that in Baihe City, a city with a population of 2,300,000 gold coins was really not much. No need to go out to eat. Order high-end takeout and spend all your money. At the same time, he took the senior sister back to his villa out of confusion, carelessness, and pure accident. Chicken, the dishes at this restaurant are all cooked with the spiritual meat of monsters. Eating them can strengthen your health. It tastes better than before. Lan leaned back on the chair, pinched the chicken leg with her orchid fingers, and chewed it slowly and elegantly. At the same time, she whispered softly, from now on, when you play jungle dungeons, in addition to exploding skills, buildings, props, and gold coins, also pay attention to collecting the skin, fur, and meat of wild monsters. They are all valuable things. Xiao Bai, yet. Lan added, of course, under normal circumstances, it is not recommended that you go to the wild area. Because it's within Xian Kingdom. In addition to the military and universities, there are also a group of lunatics. Xiao Bai, madman. Right. Lan said softly, a group of lords who confused reality and games and tried to turn the world into Earth OL. For them, life is just a game. There is no need for any restraint or any moral bottom line. I just want to be happy and have S**X, so I am extremely crazy. There are crazy people like this everywhere. In Daxia, they have an organization called Xuanxing. Xian Guo is the most powerful in the world, and Xuanxing is the #1 lunatic in the world. It's very difficult. So, I hope you will not join the military or take the initiative to provoke Xuanxing until you have enough strength. Be a student in the Ivory Tower first. Chapter 10. Crazy Lord, Omnisexual Organization? A group of psychos who treat reality as a game? Hiss. Xiao Bai took a breath of cold air. After all, he knows how low the quality and moral level of players are. If only you could take off your pants in the game. They won't even let goblins, tree holes, or even lizards go beyond the scope of decarbonized organisms. That was simply horrible. Okay, senior, I understand. Xiao Bai nodded quickly. Listen to good opinions. For Xiao Bai, who has crazy explosion and strange transformation, silently developing and taking action is crushing. That's the most beautiful thing. Speaking of development, Xiao Bai asked Lan a lot of questions that he didn't know much about. Wait me a moment. Lan spoke softly and walked away gracefully. 10 minutes later. Bang! The door opened, and Lan took off her retro dress and put on a teacher's OL uniform. She had one hand on her hip and the other holding a pointer. She had a dashing figure, her long black hair swaying to her waist, and she appeared wearing burgundy high-heeled shoes. Quiet yet oppressive. Considering that my junior's knowledge base about the lords all comes from my own blind explorations and online posts. Let's start from the beginning. Lan crossed her arms and her proud figure immediately attracted Xiao Bai's attention. In reality, she is a quiet lady, but on the internet there is Chiyunibiu, social bullshit, and now there is another one who is dressed up to be awesome. Should I say that I am worthy of being a senior? Live a long time. There are so many faces. Nice breasts. Xiao Bai didn't squint and listened carefully. Lan spoke softly and spoke eloquently. The levels of lords, from bottom to top, are human level, earth level, heaven level, king level, emperor level, saint level, and god level. Each level is a different stage of construction of the inner world. Human level, earth level, control the first lord planet step by step. Heavenly level, the lord's planet is expanding outward. The king controls a solar system. The emperor controls a galaxy. If you are a holy lord, every cell in the body is a star. It has endless civilizations and endless arms. It is immortal and there is a cosmic war at your fingertips. As for the god level, each god level represents a kind of myth. It is only brilliant in the kingdom of God, and people are brilliant in the world. You can only understand it when you see it, said. Lan sat down on the sofa where Xiao Bai was sitting, duck sitting. Very cute pose. But her lazy, dignified, noble, 360, aura carries with it the majesty of an elder and a teacher. Are low-level lords destined to be unable to defeat high-level lords? Xiao Bai asked. Of course not. Lan shook her head gently, looked at Xiao Bai seriously with bright eyes and said. War experience, arms, skills, buildings, will all affect the outcome. For example, military types, even if they are the same type, are divided into nascent stage, growth stage, mature stage, and ultimate stage. Take elite level troops as an example. Elite soldiers in the initial stage are equivalent to human level 3 5-star lords, in the growth stage they are human level 8 9 stars, and in the mature stage they are earth level. And the ultimate period, also called the special period, determines the upper limit of elite level troops at the prefecture level. Let's talk about skills and buildings. Take the plant lord as an example. He is also a lord with a plant life planet in his body, with different skills and buildings. It can be differentiated into different styles such as siege, tower defense, and auxiliary. And the skill bar is fixed. Skills with different functions, different adaptability, and different rarities have extremely different values. Skills are graded by rarity. So every time you choose skills, you must be careful. The more buildings, the better. Xiao Bai nodded. He now has the skill Ghost Upper Body and the building Xianhuang Tower respectively. One is a combat skill that is perfectly adapted to one's own unit, and the other is an Imperial Defense building. They complement each other perfectly. There are still 19 days until the cooldown of Crazy Explosive Soldiers ends. During this time, you can use the Strange Transformation Potion to cultivate hungry ghosts in the growth stage. Then upgrade again and it will be just as easy and enjoyable. Xiao Bai thought so. Exactly. Lan also pointed out, you have only awakened the Lord for less than 2 days, and you have already developed the Death Star and reached the human level 7 stars. Excellent talent. Breaking through the prefecture level may not be far away. But my suggestion is not to rush. There is a public copy in the school that only a human level lord can go to. You can refresh the record and get generous points. Points can be used to purchase military units, skills, and buildings online on campus. For example, the 1 million points awarded to you for admission can be used to purchase an elite unit. It is very worthwhile. Can arms and buildings also be purchased? This is acceptable. Xiao Bai suddenly became interested. He had never tried to use strange weapons or buildings before. Lan said again. In addition, breaking through the prefecture level means the most important first job transfer, so you must be fully prepared. Xiao Bai, transfer. He doesn't understand again. Right. Lan said, when the Lord breaks through the prefecture level, the will of the world will give 2 options for job transfer, as well as job transfer tasks. Determine the future development route. They are general and scholar respectively. Among them, general is a strategic lord. After changing his profession, the lord will serve the arms. He will mainly command the war of the arms. He will have an advantage in explosive troops. For example, machine lords and alien beast lords are mostly generals. Senior is an offensive and killing lord. After changing his profession, he will serve as a lord. All abilities are combined into one, and his individual strength is extremely strong. For example, every martial arts lord has a martial arts civilization to serve him and deduce martial arts. Another example is elemental lords such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. They can transform into nature and are extremely powerful. Hear the words. Xiao Bai asked tentatively, "Can I choose both?" "Can." Lan said, "Some lords with extraordinary talents can get the third option, hidden job transfer double kings. Having the characteristics of both general and scholar at the same time. You can not only launch a war of arms, but also one person can sweep thousands of troops. Be able to awaken for the second time and develop the absolute Death Star. You have a 100% probability of getting double kings, so there is no need to worry. However, the job transfer mission of the double king may far exceed the limit of a human lord, and you will need manpower by then." Then Xiao Bai was relieved. The feeling of default is pretty good. Xiao Bai sighed, "Senior sister knows so much. If you didn't graduate for many years, you would know so much." Lan said quietly, "Many of my classmates are now college teachers. They cried more than once and begged me to graduate and transfer to another school." Xiao Bai. Lan. On the sofa, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. This embarrassment lasts only one day and one night. Chapter 11. The third day of travel. Yawn. Xiao Bai woke up from the sofa and found that the thick curtains were closed in the villa and the room was dimly lit. The sound effects of moving and beating sounded. Xiao Bai followed the sound and looked. Only saw. Lan was sitting cross-legged in front of the TV, playing games. Her sleeves were rolled up to reveal her fair hands, and her graceful body was swaying with the controller. Have to. After Wen Jing Jing, being awesome on the internet, and dressing up to be awesome, the senior sister added another label. There are few girls in the game. The potion for cultivating 100,000 soldiers is in the next room. Look at your genius, this small amount of money is used as an investment. Being a lone star is too boring. You Death Star Lord, remember to stay with me more." The rich woman who threw coins didn't even look back, she just threw coins when she opened her mouth. "Okay, thank you, senior." Xiao Bai said that he really couldn't refuse. In motion. He seemed to be getting closer and closer to the bottomless pit of flesh and blood. "Go to the next door and collect 100,000 potions." Xiao Bai opened the Lord panel. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, Human level 7 stars. Strength, 70 tons. Talent. Strange, can be used. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, cooling time is 18 days. Skill column, 1 ghost possessed body. Building column, unlimited Xianhuang Tower. World Core, 9 Ghost Altar, hidden in the stars. Have. Elite Unit, Starving Ghosts, 60,000. They are always hungry, but never tired. If you provide enough magical potions, they can transform into a growth stage. Hint. Supernatural potions can be obtained by transforming normal potions through the Strangeness ability. Already have medicines, 130,000. Strange transformation has ended its cooldown. Potions are also available. Use immediately. Xiao Bai activated his natural skill. Immediately. The medicine that was originally blue, like an evolutionary fluid or a nutrient solution, turned into turbid grey water with paper money floating around. Ding! You got 130,000 magical potions. It is full of malice and evil spirits, so keep strangers away. Strange transformation cooldown countdown, 4 days. The world will prompts. Xiao Bai asked the rich woman who threw coins, I want to make a breakthrough. Senior sister, do you want to go out to avoid it? His troop type, ghost. It does not need to be cultivated like plants or exotic animals, nor does it need to be developed like civilization or elements. As long as the conditions are in place, it can transform instantly. Then push the level back up. The rich woman who threw money turned around in surprise. Her eyes twinkled. A lord who has just awakened for 3 days has already reached the human level 7 stars, and now he wants to break through? If you want to break through, can you break through? Don't worry about upgrading. Your home is quite big. The rich woman who spread money had eyes full of curiosity. If Xiao Bai really breaks through the 8-star human level, then he will set a record again. Becoming a human level lord. The fastest breakthrough person in the country. Come on. Lan gently encouraged. Good. Xiao Bai nodded. Without any further hesitation, he sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness came to the world inside his body. A wave of his hand. Take out 60,000 supernatural medicines from the space ring and feed them out. Hungry. Starve? Starving. 60,000 starving ghosts swarmed forward and each took a tube of potion. Then snapped. The clouds of ghostly mist and black smoke that originally looked like tadpoles with mouths suddenly split open. Give birth to ghost limbs. Some have only hands, some have only 2 feet, and some have only 1 hand and 1 foot. And on the hands and feet, there are also bloody mouths all over the place. It seems extraordinarily ferocious, brutal, and terrifying. Ding! You got 60,000 growth stage starving ghosts. The skill ghost upper body has undergone some changes, please pay attention when using it. Hungry. As soon as the starving ghosts transformed into the growth stage, they began to become restless and dissatisfied with the mere 10,000 meters of activity range. They roar, bite and devour the ubiquitous realm mist in the world inside their bodies, and open up a wider space outwards. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. Human level 7 stars. Human level 8 star. Human level 9 stars. Every time other lords upgrade, it is like reclaiming a barren mountain, extremely difficult, but Xiao Bai is walking on flat ground. Buzz buzz. At the same time as the upgrade, 60,000 small tombs appeared on the originally desolate Death Star, full of characteristics of the underworld. Infrastructure has made great progress. Boom! The aura on Xiao Bai's body was also completely stable at the human level 9 stars. He sat quietly. The wind howled, the ghosts howled, and the whole body seemed to be occupied by evil ghosts, turning into a dark and extremely gloomy place. Swish! The terrifying, evil, and domineering aura spread violently in all directions. It gives people a sense of horror, like seeing hell or facing death, so shocking that it is depressing, and depressing to the point of trembling. It makes people's scalp numb. Trouble. Lan was calm on the surface, but actually she was shocked inside. Just kidding? Does this also involve skipping a grade? Directly became the 9-star human level, directly became the human level stage, the first person in the world to upgrade. This junior is outrageous. Poor senior sister, I have a natural beauty that I can't give up on, but I've awakened a bad talent. Lan is numb and a bit emo. She didn't want to speak, so she directly moved a stool and sat down next to Xiao Bai. She just stuck her chin and looked directly at Xiao Bai. At this moment, after Xiao Bai's breakthrough was completed, his consciousness returned and he opened his eyes. It's too late to realize the power of the 9-star human level lord. Just found out. A pair of eyes full of resentment. He was staring straight at himself. Xiao Bai. An Lan was sitting next to him, her eyes filled with resentment. Senior, what are you doing? Xiao Bai shrank back. Are you going to force me to pay physical compensation? If you force me, I can only. Hearing this, the resentment in An Lan's eyes subsided. She said softly. Go away, go get your points, I can't be the only one dumbfounded. Okay. Xiao Bai nodded. The 9-star human level has 60,000 starving ghosts in the growth stage, the skill ghost upper body, and the building Xianhuang Tower. His combat power at this moment can already catch up with the graduates. But this does not mean that school has no meaning to him. Quite the opposite. For Xiao Bai, the benefits of college have just begun. There is the privilege of being open to the principal. Xiao Bai does not need to go to class and save credits, he can directly use the secret realm and dungeon, and he can use it first. There are a lot of good things here that you won't miss if you miss them, you must get them. At the same time, 1 million points can purchase an elite unit or elite building on the campus network. 10 million points can purchase an extraordinary unit or extraordinary building. 100 million points can purchase a king-level unit or a king-level building. This must also be obtained. Otherwise, outside the campus, any elite-level soldier can command a sky-high price. Not to mention buildings that have a price but no market. According to the instructions of the rich woman who spreads money. My first dungeon for leveling up was the fattest giant plains. Xiao Bai didn't need to think too much, because the boring rich woman had already made clear arrangements for him. He went directly to the school's space hall. Enable copy transfer. Chapter 12. Soon, Xiao Bai arrived at the giant plains. As the name suggests, here is an endless plain with lush vegetation and countless giants standing on top of the grass and trees. Ordinary giant, strange species, beast giant, armored giant, super giant, free giant. That's right. This is the island of Fa. In this blue star, giants, dead fire seas, Cayman riders, are all different dimensions that really existed. Plains of giants. 1 point for killing an ordinary giant, 10 points for a strange species, and 100 points for an armored giant. Unlimited. Xiao Bai murmured to himself and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed next to him, and 9 people teleported over. The leader, who is bald, wearing cassocks and holding Buddhist scriptures in his hands, is actually a monk? Oh! I remembered. The rich woman who spread money said. This Plain of the Giants is a public copy jointly owned by Baihe University, Tianfu Hanxi University, Dongshan University, and West Virginia University. So, isn't it strange to meet a monk? Xiao Bai didn't want to pay attention and was about to move forward when the monk blocked him and clasped his hands together and said. This benefactor, you are also here to kill monsters, right? It's very dangerous here. Do you want to team up with the poor monk? No, I like to play alone. Xiao Bai decisively refused. The donor may not know that the public copy can only be exited through the teleportation array, and there is a possibility of death. Moreover, an intelligent giant has recently appeared in the giant plains. It can command giants to fight, which is very terrifying. The monk continued, yesterday, a group of poor monks came here to kill monsters and encountered danger. 4 girls all died trying to protect this poor monk. Let the giant eat him alive, that scene, tisk tisk tisk. Is that what he said? Would normal people still form a team with you after hearing this? Monks are meant to save all sentient beings, not to believe in all sentient beings, bald donkey. Xiao Bai was speechless and turned directly towards the giant plains. Tisk, I don't know how high the sky is or how high it is. Seeing this, the monk put down his hands, shook his head and sighed. He said behind him, don't worry about this person, let's start taking action. As long as Wings of Freedom is revealed, each person will receive 1,000,000 gold coins and a master's certificate. Hearing this, the 8 people behind the monk cheered. 1,000,000, great! You can become a monk with a master's degree certificate. I don't want to have an undergraduate degree. On the plains, Xiao Bai explored forward little by little, and soon found a giant with a very cute expression. Suddenly, the world will prompts. Found a wild monster. Name, ordinary giant. Race, earth demon. Level, level 7. Power, 210 tons. Skills, bite, steam body. Description, human beings in another dimension who were cursed by grotesque insects mutated into earth demons. They are brainless, cruel, and eat humans. Most injuries suffered can be recovered with steam. Xiao Bai glanced at him. The power of a level 7 wild monster is 3 times the basic power of a human level 7 Star Lord. Stronger than in the giant anime. As for blood volume, in reality, although this cannot be shown with data, it seems to be much stronger than human beings. Ordinary lords don't have Xiao Bai's 3,000 meter war range and over 10,000 troops. It is difficult to hunt giants without forming a team. FK. I'm biting you, I'm biting you. The alien beast lord unleashes his dogs to draw hatred, the plant lord transforms the terrain, and the giants are restricted in the forest. The mechanical lord suppresses fire. Please stop being silent. Dad. Martial arts lord is back, stop Guashat, you are about to be trampled to death. Assist and help. The surroundings were filled with the roars, exclamations, and accusations of the lords. These lords. In the human level stage, there are only 3 or 2 arms, and the war zone of 2 to 300 meters cannot be filled. How is it possible to have a good fight? After observing for a moment, Xiao Bai did not grab the monster and continued to move forward. Further forward. The fewer lords there are, the denser the giants are, and gradually a giant tide is formed. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, one after another giants discovered Xiao Bai, and they all ran wildly in devilish postures, rushing towards him enchantingly. FK. Someone is surrounded, it's from Baihe University. That's Xiao Bai, don't you guys look at the campus wall. On the huge plain, the lords were shocked. They all looked like frightened little rabbits. Scream. Someone recognized Xiao Bai and knew that he was a genius favored by the principal and senior Enling. Now. But it's going to be cold here? Isn't this a loss for the whole school? Machine Lord. Can we get fire support? Are there any beast lords who can play flying units? Are there any plant lords who can dig burrows? Nothing. That's it. Let's take Xiao Bai's body back later. I hope he died completely. Some people tried to rescue him, but were unable to do so. They all despaired in an instant. After all, normally, a group of people would be surrounded by dangers when attacking a giant. What's more, Xiao Bai is alone. Facing a group of giants who are fearless and unconscious, tall and strong as mountains, almost like humanoid demons with no blind spots. If you don't lose, you'll be damned. At this moment, everyone remembered the fear of being dominated by giants again. And just when everyone was preparing for Xiao Bai's funeral, the ghost is coming. Xiao Bai released his troops. Moment. With him as the center, the area within 3,000 meters turned into ghosts. 60,000 starving ghosts in their growth stage appeared out of thin air and showed their true colors. Then, blood stains spread all over the ground. The blood vessels are climbing around like vines. One by one, pale ghost hands stretched out. The ghost body was abnormally twisted due to the ghost hands, and the ghost hands had a mouth, nose, eyes, ears, sharp teeth, and sharp mouth. The remains of human body parts form a tunnel. Like the purgatory of flower hands, scratching everything, tearing everything apart, and chewing everything. This moment, the horror of death and the horror of ghosts are fully demonstrated. Hungry, starving ghosts one by one, like mad dogs coming out of the cage, swarmed up. Some of them bite the head, some bite the feet, and some bite the internal organs. Just like army ants coming out of the nest, they don't have any emotions and just devour everything they see that is edible. Click, click. Amid the terrifying sound of chewing, all the giants who stepped into Xiao Bai's war zone burst into blood like explosives, dyeing the plains red. In the bloody sky, crash! Gold coins are flowing like a fountain, and they explode. Chapter 13. Ding! You kill a giant and get a piece of neck meat. You killed the dwarf giant and got a three-dimensional mobile device. You killed the giant times 999 and got 100,000 gold coins times 9. Prompts keep popping up. Good. Xiao Bai was in a happy mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Did not expect. After the starving ghost transformed once, he turned out to be so terrifying. 100 starving ghosts turned into black wind and rushed forward. Giants under 20 meters did not even have a chance to get close to me. 1,000 starving ghosts, their bloody mouths open like an abyss, their fangs and sharp teeth can instantly break through the hardened armor. 10,000 starving ghosts, the place is a famine hell, gluttonously eating everything. 60,000 starving ghosts. Everywhere. Demons kill everything. Continue. He creates disasters with one man and an army with one man, carrying out a one-sided massacre and moving forward with the war. What happened? Dead, so many giants are dead, is this Xiao Bai's strength? Someone screamed. They stared at the battlefield with wide eyes, their eyelids twitching wildly. Only saw a supernatural torrent composed of black smoke, big mouths, broken limbs, and corpses of flesh and blood, is chasing the giant tide and gnawing at it like a roar. This brutal scene. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a terrifying resurgence. At the source of terror, Xiao Bai looked like the Lord of Hell, with his black hair slightly fluttering and his robes fluttering in the cold wind. A smile twitched at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out one hand. It's like holding thousands of silk threads, like holding countless evil ghosts. A hand. It affects the black smoke and mist, and seems to be in control of everything, confident and wanton. Underfoot. The mountain of corpses, the sea of corpses, and the steam all turned into a fishy color. In front of me. Invincible. The giant is retreating. In vain. Dead silence. The entire giant plain was sunk into silence, as quiet as death. For a time, people stopped fighting, wild monsters stopped roaring, and soldiers stopped running around. The eyes of all creatures fell on Xiao Bai. That figure shrouded in darkness, ghastly, terrifying, and creepy, like a ghost or a fierce god. One after another, the eyes were either stunned, shocked, puzzled, or unbelievable. If I had to describe everyone's current mood, it would be that they were still fighting a monster, and Xiao Bai had already gone up to push the boss. Instantly widen the gap. Xiao Bai. I have seen him walking with the principal and senior Enling. He is called a genius, and he is indeed a genius. What a boss! This army is weird, domineering, overwhelming, so handsome. The giant is retreating. How can such a brainless creature be afraid? Beside, lords kept shouting out in surprise. But they all watched from a distance and did not approach. Because they understand that such a genius is absolutely impossible to let others steal monsters. 1 minute later. At the end of the battle, all the giants as far as the eye could see were turned into corpses. Ding! You have killed 10,000 giants, and the accumulated points are 130,000. Current points, 1.13 million. Available for purchase, elite level troops, elite level buildings, and earth level rarity skill scrolls. Current school ranking, 8,808,666, changes from time to time. Xiao Bai. Baihe University has a 3-year, 2.5-year academic program, with millions of students enrolled every year and 10 million teachers and students in the school. So it's not surprising that his rank rose by 200,000 as soon as he came here. It goes up fast, and it goes down fast. The competition for the lower positions is quite fierce. Instead, it is the top 10,000, the top 1,000, and the top 100. The rankings are almost unchanged. At the same time, reach the top 10,000 and be rewarded with 100,000 points. Reach the top 1,000 and be rewarded with 800,000 points. Break into the top 100 and be rewarded with 5 million points. If you break into the top 10, you will be rewarded with 20 million points. If you are ranked first, you will be rewarded with 50 million points. The small goal is to first earn 100 million points and purchase king-level resources. Kill giants and compete for rankings. Indispensable. Certainly. Don't forget to clean up the battlefield, either. 10,000 giants gave him a lot of good stuff. That scene. It was completely a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with gold coins raining down, dotted with some buildings and skills. Ding! Your troops brought back the spoils of war. Get gold coins, 1 million. Get ordinary buildings, high walls from the giant world, which can be placed in the inner world to increase defense value and sense of security. Get skill scroll, mechanical mastery. Props obtained, 3-dimensional mobile device, a very sophisticated machine that can give the machine lord inspiration for development. Good. Xiao Bai smiled. Buildings, skills, and props were revealed as soon as they arrived. This dungeon is indeed very fat. Use high wall. He muttered silently. Immediately, the light ball representing the building high wall flew into the inner world. Boom! The surface of the Death Star shook, and hundreds of meters high walls rose up from the ground on the edge of the fog and circled around. Then, Xiao Bai's inner world has become a high tower, grave bags and paper money on the ground, and a high wall on the deserted border. It's really getting more and more prosperous. Xiao Bai smiled. As soon as he put away his skills, props, and gold coins, and lost his neck meat, there were a few more people around him. Xiao Bai, brother Xiao. Too awesome, too strong. Thank you for the rescue. They are also from Baihe University. They just got too close and fell into the tide of giants. Now, with shock, gratitude, and excitement, I thank Xiao Bai. A piece of cake. Xiao Bai nodded and said casually. He only extended a helping hand after seeing that these people did not snatch his monsters. Brother Xiao is here to get points, right? We are all mechanical lords. We want to collect data in the dungeon and build mechanical arms based on giants. But we can't defeat the giants. If we form a group, we can use troops to pull monsters and gather monsters for you. A thin girl with a single ponytail stepped forward and got straight to the point. Her goal is data, Xiao Bai wants points. There is no conflict between the two parties. Good. Xiao Bai decisively agreed. In fact, starting a group to gain points was also the choice of many strong players. Otherwise, you really have to do it yourself. I'm afraid that by the time I graduate, I won't have enough points. Xiao Bai added, everyone gets what he needs, and you are responsible for the casualties. Of course, all free tours are like this. My name is Bai Xiang. How many giants can Brother Xiao carry at one time? The thin girl asked. Xiao Bai said rigorously, it doesn't take much at a time, just about 100,000, so it's more stable. Bai Xiang stepped on the horse and was speechless. A master is a master. He talks so Versailles. But, with his impressive record of killing 10,000 giants in 1 minute, it seems, maybe, it can really be done? Chapter 14. One person is a natural disaster, and one person is a war. This is the style of a lord. Compared with Brother Xiao, we are so bad that we can beat ourselves up against the wall. Bai Xiang sighed. She should have entered school before Xiao Bai, but she still looked like Brother Xiao. By the way, is Brother Xiao an evil lord? Bai Xiang asked curiously. She saw the big mouth, saw the black mist, and felt the gloom, and the only things related to it were the undead, Fulhu, and other evil things. Yes. Xiao Bai nodded. He is the Weird Lord, the first-generation ghost, the master of the supernatural and horror, and represents a brand new sequence of arms. Very evil indeed. Bullfrog. Bullfrog. The natural disaster of death is so terrible. Bai Xiang was crazy in wonder and admiration. Then he patted his chest and said, Brother Xiao, don't worry, I promise to only invite people who understand the rules to join the group. Finished. He started to use the communicator to shake people. During this period, the monk from West Virginia University also touched it excitedly and expressed that he wanted to join the group. The result was naturally ugly rejection. After all, Bai Xiang wants to hug her thighs, so how can she find a calf for her thighs? Soon, more than 100 lords from Baihe University gathered around Xiao Bai. Boss! Brother Xiao Bai! Toefl, I actually managed to get into Brother Xiao's group. I really want to give it a try. The lords all looked at Xiao Bai excitedly. Before, they have witnessed everything and seen how powerful Xiao Bai is. There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the ground to prove it. Who doesn't know Xiao Bai's gold content? Let me tell you the rules, as long as you don't grab monsters or loot. Within 3,000 meters of me, everyone is basically safe. Xiao Bai glanced at the crowd and said, 70% of these lords are mechanical lords, and the world inside them is mechanical civilization. They want to develop. You must personally collect data on various monsters and enemies to evolve the mechanical intelligence brain that is the core of the world. In this way, better mechanical products and mechanical life can be updated and iterated. There are also alien beast lords who need a lot of flesh and blood to feed alien beasts. There are plant lords who need experimental troops. There are also martial arts lords who like to live broadcast and take risks everywhere. These lords are the types who are easily defeated in the early stage. They have little background and resources, so they can only work hard on their own. Being able to meet a big boss and lead a group would be even happier than the Huxian New Year. Brother Xiao, don't worry. We will definitely be obedient. Damn it! The 3,000-meter war zone, shouldn't we just lie down inside and use it as bait? Can I broadcast live and shout 666 at the same time? Everyone responded with a smile, showing that they understood and did not boo. Such a scene. It made Xiao Bai feel very comfortable, as he had to do when leading a group, he could only have one voice. Let's start. Xiao Bai said. With his order, more than 100 lords scattered in all directions, with Xiao Bai as the center, moving around, about a kilometer away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They carefully opened the world projection of tens of meters or 100 meters. Release dogs, robot dogs from it. Then apply human flesh-scented perfume on dogs and robot dogs. Finally, the dogs were asked to run 3,000 meters away to attract the giant's attention. All of these. They were all recorded by several lords who were playing live broadcast. Among them is the machine lord Bai Xiang. While she was placing the robot dog, she was arming her right arm with Gatling, and the live broadcast of Station Beta was on the communicator. Because the world has a large population, there are also many people watching the live broadcast. LOL. Boss Xiao said that safety is guaranteed within 3,000 meters. Can you guys stop being so stubborn? What do you know? If Xiao Bai overturns his car, he still has time to run 1,000 meters. Fart. Just now I watched from a distance, 10,000 giants were slaughtered by Xiao Bai alone. This is truly an invincible talent at the same level. Newcomers suggest watching the replay. Hiss, are you so awesome? The genius belongs to others, the life is your own, the iron head is fragile, the dog head is the truth. Anchor, anchor, how many people are in the group now? The barrage instantly exceeded 100,000. There are also many people who give rewards. 1 coin per person, 1,000 gold for 1,000 people. This is a good way to make money for many lords. Faced with the audience's inquiries, Bai Xiang also hurriedly interacted. Group of 100. Boss Xiao plans to pick 100,000. We are all bait and bastards. This explanation. The audience suddenly became even more excited and excited. 100 at a time? God! Is this a human-level lord? Even if I am an earth-level person, I can't do it. Yes. Giant planes, although only human-level lords can enter, there are activities of super-large giants with earth-level strength. This is no joke. A super giant can kick away free giants with one kick and crush armored giants with one hand. Its body energy continuously releases ultra-high temperature steam. It can also explode with the power of a mini-nuclear explosion. Except for slow movement, there are almost no weaknesses. Isn't it a bit too arrogant to drag this out for 100 times? Realize the seriousness of the problem. The audience is no longer obsessed with the question of who is the sixth or not the sixth, no one would be worried about it. Just in case. If Xiao Bai made a mistake, wouldn't he have to send it? Boom, boom, boom. Just thinking so. From all directions, there are giants running at the pace of devils. Shocking dust, rising fog, and thundering ground. Kixing's Hong, female giant, free giant, an armored giant, and a super giant. Let me go, there are tens of thousands of elite monsters alone, right? There is King Jiji behind, oh no, the giant monkey. 100,000. This riding horse is probably more than 100,000 giants. The crazy scene made all the audience shout wildly and be terrified. The lords also had sweaty palms. Xiao, brother Xiao. Bai Xiang looked nervously and looked at Xiao Bai with anxiety. Xiao Bai nodded. He didn't say much, but expressed it with practical actions. He took steps and the world projection appeared under his feet. That is the Death Star, the wasteland, the tombs, and high walls. Rise. Xiao Bai opened his mouth. The world projection is bordering reality. Within 3,000 meters, there are many high walls. Boom. Under Xiao Bai's control, these 100-meter high walls moved and arranged, turning into a 3,000-meter maze. And these buildings look like ordinary high walls, but in fact they are hollowed out, hiding an imperial building, incomplete Xianhuang Tower. The defensive power is compared to cement and masonry. How powerful it is! Crazy giants crash into it. No hungry ghosts were needed, just like ripe watermelons, they exploded with 3,000 meters of blood. In an instant. Giant hits the wall, giant hits giant, giant steps on giant. The accident was tragic, with tens of thousands of casualties. Chapter 15. FK. Jujuezi. Wan me, I thought that a giant could die like this. 666. The boss is the boss, now who is dissatisfied or opposed? I laughed out loud. I saw an armored giant slamming into the door like crazy, cracking his skull open, and where could I sit down? On the communication light screen, hundreds of thousands of barrages scrolled. The number of spectators has rapidly increased to tens of millions or over 100 million. A complete explosion. And not only by Xiangxiang's live broadcast room, all the live broadcast rooms are explosive and extremely hot. To the opposite. Plains of giants. Lonely. There was dead silence, and the whole place was silent. Everyone fell into an eerie silence. Each figure seemed to be petrified, and a pair of eyes were wide open. Is there really a 3,000-meter war zone? Isn't High Wall an ordinary building? The armored giant is obviously a wall-defying noble phantasm, and now it's actually hit to death. Girls can't climb walls, so giants kicked their own legs off. A strong sense of absurdity swept through everyone's hearts. In an instant, all the complex emotions of surprise, shock, horror, and disbelief made it difficult to breathe. 3,000 meters war zone? High wall block the giant? No. How is this possible? To know. This dungeon can only be entered by human-level lords, which means Xiao Bai is also human-level. But he is a human being. But he compares the earth level to his younger brother. And it's not over yet. After using the high wall maze to divert the giant craze, Xiao Bai continued to move forward. The dark wind howls. Make your hair fly. He has his feet on the territory, and troops are arrayed around him, like mountains and seas accompanying him. This is a precursor to launching a war. This moment, Xiao Bai raised his palm, his fingertips were foggy. Sudden. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and pinched hard. The dark ghost mist, the gloomy weirdness, burst out and exploded from the fingers. It is more secluded than the underworld, colder than the river of forgetfulness. The blood on the ground turns into a road illuminated by fire, and thousands of hungry ghosts turn into a hell of famine. Being controlled by Xiao Bai. Even though he is a giant that feeds on humans, he is like a demon on the earth. In the face of weirdness. Also retreat. Is it a ghost? Not far away, Bai Xiangxiang's beautiful eyes widened fiercely. Only then did she see clearly. Xiao Bai's soldiers are actually supernatural or ghosts. How could this be possible? It's too scary. Bai Xiangxiang was particularly surprised. This moment, she looked at Xiao Bai. There is actually a kind of trembling that comes from the depths of my soul. It was like seeing the underworld, the river of forgetfulness, and the 18 hells. Hungry. The starving ghost was roaring, and the black mist was restless. It was held in Xiao Bai's hand and fell to the ground. Moment. The chewing sounds of click and click sounded, and the earth was riddled with holes. Retreat. 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 At the same time, Bai Xiangxiang reacted and shouted suddenly. Whoosh. She didn't need to remind them that every one of the lords was retreating. Dog riding, pig riding, robotic arm. In every way, on the wall. Almost at the same time they all took refuge on the wall. Xiao Bai spread his palms. Freed. 60,000 growth period starving ghosts. Starving. At this moment, there was no other sound or movement. On the plains and in the dungeon, there was only a supernatural disaster that killed the giant. This is a shocking scene. The pale ghost hands swayed like water plants, countless ghost bodies were stacked on top of each other, and human stumps formed a bloody mouth, piercing the tide of 100,000 giants. Rumble. For a moment, countless giants fell, the earth screamed, the exploded brains turned into hot white mist, and the orangutan blood turned into burning clouds. Brilliant and blazing, it freezes the giant plains. FK. At the same time, each lord finally settled in Bungbu and exploded. Bai Xiangxiang, who was the initiator of the team fight, was even more shocked and had goosebumps on her skin, her scalp was numb, and she was extremely shocked and horrified. Because at this moment, even nature, physics, and common sense are all strangely distorted. Like an empty wall. Footprints will suddenly appear. The cracks in the wall were filled with mud. The blood in the hole in the wall was like asphalt. Extraordinarily supernatural, absurd, scary, and thrilling. That's awesome. We actually hugged such a thick thigh? How lucky! Brother Xiao has proved with his strength that your boss is the boss. You can't accept it. So relaxing. All the lords cheered and jumped for joy. Very happy. After all, reality is not a novel. The protagonists are all ridiculed and will be laughed at wherever they go. See great people in reality. That must be the envy and envy of FK, Niobe, 666. While envious, the lords of Baihe University were also completely convinced and ran to the extreme distance of 3,000 meters to attract and gather monsters. Then Xiao Bai slaughtered them one by one and completed the harvest. Also at the same time, the number of people online in each lord's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 billion. The audience worshipped the boss from all angles. But the only thing that didn't happen was Xiao Bai's live broadcast, and everyone was getting angry and smoking. For a while, hundreds of millions of netizens are making an effort. Can anyone let Xiao Bai start a live broadcast? Post. It directly became the most popular search in the school and the whole city. At last, even Lan was alarmed. Buzz, buzz. The communicator vibrated. The virtual light screen popped up, and a lone wolf directly sent a series of red envelopes and transfers to Xiao Bai. Throw coins way. Start the live broadcast. This moment. Transfers of money are like clouds, gold coins are like rain, and the rich woman alone can scatter money like hundreds of millions of people. She gave too much. Okay, senior. Xiao Bai decisively stopped spawning monsters. Open the communicator, open the beta station, and register to become the anchor. In the live broadcast section, select the category of battlefield anchor, and then name it a Lone Wolf sponsored live broadcast room. Then start the live broadcast. Immediately, a lonely wolf enter the live broadcast room and get a reward of 10 million gold coins. A lonely wolf reward 20 million gold coins. A lonely wolf reward 30 million gold coins. A lonely wolf reward 50 million gold coins. A lonely wolf reward 100 million gold coins. A series of throwing coins directly made Xiao Bai become a top anchor, which shocked everyone. When they found out that the one on the list was Lan from Tianjia Lone Star, falling into extreme tangle again. Everyone wants to watch the live broadcast. But he is afraid of interacting with the Sky Evil Lone Star. After all, not everyone is like Xiao Bai and can use the Death Star to become a lord. Then there was the strange scene of a lonely wolf being a single VIP guest, the best in the list, and at the same time, hundreds of millions of people continued to come out in the live broadcast room. Also at the same time. Ding! You killed 100,000 giants and got points, 5 million. Current points, 6.13 million. Available for purchase, elite level troops, elite level buildings, and earth level rarity skill scrolls. Current school ranking, number 6,666,666, changes in real time. The world will prompts. Within a short period of time, Xiao Bai's points and rankings skyrocketed by millions of places. Such a terrifying monster spawning efficiency shocked the entire giant plains. And this is just the beginning. Under the effect of the lords constantly pulling and gathering monsters. Gradually. 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. Almost all the earth demons in the giant plain are moving, concentrating in batches towards Xiao Bai's war zone. Then it is blocked and diverted by high walls. Become a stepping stone on Xiao Bai's road to points. At the same time, 2 lord battle groups also appeared near Xiao Bai's 100-man group. Moreover, they turned out to be a group of 10,000 people. They said nothing, approaching this discovery. The more than 100 people who followed Xiao Bai were instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 16. Brother Xiao, 2 groups of 10,000 people, one on the left and one on the right, are coming. FK. Without saying a word, he approached directly. Isn't this the same as chasing people and grabbing monsters? Too hateful. A lonely wolf, Tianfuhan Normal University and Dongshan University have many crooked lords. They have more subsidies and privileges every year than they can use up, so they will recruit lords to join a gold group to increase their points. A lonely wolf, this kind of golden group is usually composed of experienced veterans with rich military types, and has good combat power. A lonely wolf, they want to steal monsters, ordinary lords can only be bullied and swallow their anger. A lonely wolf, but you don't have to endure it. Hundreds of thousands have popped up in the live broadcast room. But the only one who is really useful is the rich woman who spreads money. Is it okay to kill someone? As an anchor, Xiao Bai asked if he didn't understand and was prepared for the first time. A lonely wolf, in principle, colleges and universities prohibit students from fighting. But, if no one sees it, if they are accidentally maimed by you, and accidentally trampled to death by a giant, then there is nothing you can do. Every year, many top students come to Xian Kingdom, but very few come back alive, because if nothing unexpected happens, something will happen. The same goes for the top students we send out. Behind this, there is just a business. Then I have to be careful. Xiao Bai smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss." From the top of the list. The two of them were just talking about the killing plan in the live broadcast room. One was really bold and the other was really smart. As a strange lord, walking is a natural disaster, why should he be afraid of power? A person who is a lone star of evil, shunned by the world like a snake and a scorpion, lives freely. Now, the two of them exchanged words with each other, and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all silenced. And excited. I believe in Mr. Xiao Bai Xiang. Yet, if you don't accept it, do it. Brother Xiao is willing to take people for free, so we will naturally bear the risk. More than 100 lords came to their senses one after another and expressed their opinions. On the one hand, running around in team fights is the easiest to send. On the other hand, they felt that offending Xiao Bai and Anlan would have more serious consequences than offending two groups of 10,000 people. These two are so fierce. On the contrary, as long as he obeys the command, with Xiao Bai's terrifying combat power, he might really be able to achieve victory. Worth the gamble. Keep pulling monsters, Xiao Bai said. As soon as he opened his mouth, more than 100 lords felt their hearts trembling and felt stable. I feel like I made the right bet. They were so excited that they climbed up the high wall and worked very hard to pull and gather monsters. At this time, the communicators of the lords vibrated, indicating that two messages were sent from people nearby. I am Jin Zhenjian, a top student at Tianfu Smecta Demonstration University, a human level 9-star alien beast lord, with over 10,000 troops and a total of 40 million points. Are the students across the street willing to cooperate with us in hunting giants? If you are willing, please respond quickly. Repeat, please reply when you receive it, please reply when you receive it. Hi. The message has been withdrawn ×3. Sorry to disturb you, I slipped away. The first piece of news, this man named Kim Yong-yin, spoke with a sense of superiority. But soon, he was taken advantage of by others and saw Xiao Bai's remarks in the live broadcast room. I also saw that related videos, content, and were quickly hidden by an invisible hand. Show powerful energy. Damn it! This is a real boss. Deeply aware of the seriousness of the problem, Jin Zhenjian panicked and immediately left with a group of thousands of people and disappeared. And on the other side, I am a top student at Dongshan University, learning to be Nicholas Zhao Si of 3000. Leave your high walls and leave, this is our hunting ground. Obey now. The news about Nicholas Zhao Si is particularly aggressive. It is not only necessary to expel people and clear the place. Xiao Bai is also asked to leave the building behind. It's like the attitude of a master giving orders to his slaves. Xiao Bai ignored it and continued to spawn monsters like crazy, with points and rankings soaring all the way. Farki. Nicholas Zayasi was furious, yelled and cursed, and did not speak Hyuxia. Fat and Cokes. He jumped and gave orders, and the lords of the tens of thousands of people opened their world projections one after another. Fire Rabbit, Wind Wolf, Cloud Stepping Horse, Thick Earth Bear. The Alien Beast Lord goes first. Sawtooth Vine, Exploding Mushroom, Sword Chi Bamboo. Plant Lords spread the field, change the terrain, and expand their advantages. Planes, Cannons, Gatling. The Machine Lord is the main attack, with artillery fire coverage and fire suppression. The Martial Arts Lord acted as a rescuer. Thousands of people. The 10,000 lords have a clear division of labor and seamless cooperation, showing strong destructive and propulsive power. Because times are progressing. This group of 10,000 people is more elite, more efficient, and more powerful than the 10,000 people in the Locust Army siege. For a moment, the giant tide that had finally gathered was partially destroyed. Just like delicious meat, someone took a bite. Not only that. Among Nicholas Zayasi's group of 10,000 people, a high-profile man with dreadlocks stepped out of the formation. He is a powerful martial arts lord. The world inside the body is projected out. It is surprisingly a planet with the theme of boxing, gladiatorial combat, and spearing, and a barbaric civilization has formed within the territory. Now, these savage forces converged into one. High man, he has shown far more power than the human level 9-star lord. This power may reach 300 tons, or even 250 tons. This kind of power. It gave Mr. Hiran a strong sense of confidence. The corners of his mouth cracked, and he rushed out with a ferocious smile, overturning giants one after another and crashing into Xiao Bai's high wall. Obviously, he wanted to break through the high wall and let the giant directly attack the lord inside. Why didn't anyone stop me? But soon, the little brother discovered something unusual. He had already rushed to the bottom of the wall, but the people on the wall were indifferent. I'm too fast, they can't react. The young man shook his head, these rookies are simply sick. Think so? He speeds up, speeds up, speeds up. He couldn't help but smile as he imagined the panicked faces of these weaklings after ordinary buildings' high walls were destroyed. At the same time, speeding up again, I feel like my life has reached its peak. Then, Pudgy. Just like slapping a mosquito with a slap, the Hiran guy is like a mosquito, splitting open and exploding in an instant. He hit the wall and died in a puddle. Xiao Bai. Wall Lord. Audience in the live broadcast room. Nicholas Zayasi. He's a bit hard to FK. Isn't this just an ordinary level building high wall? Why is it so hard? Could it be? Is he too good at it? Try someone else? Just thinking so. Nicholas Zhao Si saw Xiao Bai looking at him with disdain, sneer, and pity in his eyes. Xiao Bai said, "If you want war, I'll give you war." Chapter 17. If you want war, I'll give you war. This moment, Xiao Bai's eyes were dark and ghostly, looking at Nicholas Zhao Si. Among lords. Since we hate each other, there is only war. He only has one action. Raise your hands to summon ghosts. Call. It was just a simple movement, but a huge dark wind blew up, like an iron horse whizzing past the glacier, setting off a murderous intent, overwhelming the crowd of thousands of people. Passed along the way. The giant's blood exploded, the earth turned scarlet, and even the supergiant's steam was cooled. Fake. How dare he fight back? Nicholas Zayasi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he roared, "Get him!" The words fell. A group of 10,000 people changed their formations, the rear team became the front team, many mechanical lords summoned aircraft, cannons, tanks. Launch together and blast the sky with firepower. Bang! The artillery fire collided with the dark wind and offset each other. Cannonballs, bullets, and gunpowder burst into flames in the torrent of metal. 60,000 starving ghosts are twisting in the fire, and they are advancing in the twisting. Ghost. Without wisdom and wisdom, he is the incarnation of yin evil, symbolizing the ultimate malice, madness, and ferocity. Once they have a target, they will be smashed to pieces without fear. Ghost. Fight forward. A torrent of metal shot up from the sky and was knocked down by the cold wind. For a moment, the earth turned into a scorched ruin, and the sand was like a huge wave, rolling in all directions. Now, on one side is Xiao Bai, alone. On one side is Nicholas Xiao Sai, a group of 10,000 people. The two sides fought each other with war. Between them, the earth seemed to have turned into an ocean, and the sand was rolled out layer by layer, like a shocking wave. And this wave? It's running towards a crowd of thousands of people. One person can defeat thousands, and the war is invincible. This incredible scene appeared in front of everyone in an explosive way. F.K. Nicholas Zayasi was in shock, stretching his neck and widening his eyes like a 2.5-year-old chicken. What type of military is this? Isn't the combat power too terrifying? I am afraid. Are they comparable to the talented lords of the British Glory Union in the Great Empire? Etc. Opposite, Xiao Bai? He has already won. One person can defeat 10,000 people, which proves his strength. But why? Is his war still moving forward? Stop it. I'd love to share a copy with you. I am a special student and enjoy privileges. You can't touch me, you can't touch me. If you insist on making an enemy of 10,000 people, all your troops will be destroyed, and all your hard work over the years will be in vain. I have more than just 10,000 people. Come here again, I'm calling someone. Nicholas' chaos was full of words. Beside, we have a professional team to provide simultaneous translation. At the same time, Brother Xiao Bai, you have won. It's very honorable. You have to be merciful, and keep a line in your work. We'll see you again in the future. The previously bald monk, wearing cassocks and holding Buddhist scriptures, once again appeared with his hands folded. He walked to the middle of the battlefield. It seems like they are trying to persuade others to fight, but in fact they are just showing favoritism, trying to be a good person, building connections, and are full of small calculations. Even more, he assumed his identity as West Florida University and oppressed Xiao Bai. If he gives in now, the next second, I guess it's a shared copy again, right? Xiao Bai, haha. Then identity? Are you the only one with an identity? When Xiao Bai entered school, the principal Li did as I promised. All students at Baihe University can cooperate unconditionally once. And Xiao Bai's idea is also very simple. 1. You have the right not to lose it after it expires. 2. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt 10 of them. Instead of keeping these disgusting things, it would be nice to kill them all. Especially those who break up the fight must be killed first. Baihe University. All level lords, immediately suspend all missions. Stop all practice. Go to the giant plains and cooperate with me, in the war. Immediately. Xiao Bai's voice was clear and he used the communicator to issue instructions. Moment. This news spread and exploded with the speed of 100 gigabit internet, causing a sensation in the whole school. The boss is calling. Start the group. Start the group. Xiao Bai launched a war against whom? Moment. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of lords were called to go to war. That was a scene that shocked the entire internet. Millions of lords summoned tens of millions of troops, and black waves emerged from all directions, shaking the entire giant plain. Passed by the core. Everything must retreat, everything must tremble. Moment. Nicholas Xiao Si and Monk both had their mentality exploded. I'm not on the same side as them. It exploded. You're such a crooked guy, you're such a bald donkey. I don't have the ability to pretend, and now my pretense has hit a brick wall. Upon seeing this, the lords of both parties immediately rebelled. Turn against each other. Help, help. Top students were picked out one by one and thrown into the cold wind and hungry ghosts. Then, teeth marks appeared on their armor. Exactly. Not only the clothes and armor, but also the skin, hair, flesh, and internal organs, all had teeth marks. Being cannibalized. However, for all this, Nicholas Zayasi and the monk had no time to care. Their minds went blank and they stared blankly ahead. There. It's Xiao Bai's position. Just listen to one sentence. The ghost is possessed. Subsequently. Hungry. Starving. A shrill sound sounded like nails scratching glass. 60,000 starving ghosts. In all kinds of incredible postures. Come out from every corner, gather into miasma, gather into black smoke, gather into black cloud. It's as tall as a mountain, as vast as the sea, and black clouds are overwhelming. Next moment. Black clouds were like hourglasses, spinning down from the sky and irrigating Xiao Bai. Moment. Xiao Bai's whole body was stained with an evil black color visible to the naked eye, like a dragon ball exploding with energy. Then, and with the support of 60,000 hungry ghosts, the black arrogance swayed and bloomed arrogantly. Such momentum! Horrible, underworld, evil, domineering, and creepy. And in arrogance. Boom! Flesh and blood are like bricks, bones and blood are like needles and threads, and souls are like cement. They are piled up to create a monster that looks like a giant monster. This is growth period hungry ghost upper body 60,000 devilish postures. Those who try to break up the fight first, don't leave once they're here. Xiao Bai moved. The huge ghost stretched out its stitched ghost hands like a tsunami of mountain fury, clenched it into a fist, and poured down from the sky. This punch can destroy mountains and rivers. This punch can cut off the flow and divide the sea. Boom! For a moment, 3,000 meters below Xiao Bai, they all exploded in a uniform manner, and the wind and dust were scattered. Chapter 18. After metamorphosis into the growth stage. The strength of the starving ghost has skyrocketed, and the skill of ghost body has also been strengthened. Now, black mist is like a sea, blood is like an ocean, gathering around the body, extreme malice and hunger intertwined, turning into the most ferocious ghost. Now, Xiao Bai used his strongest posture and punched in the air to kill the enemy in front of him. Boom! Punch out, earthquake! Nicholas and Monk both flew upside down. Their bodies tilted downward, smashing into giants and blasting across the plain. Bang, bang, bang! Pieces of giants were pushed down, the earth cracked and sunken, and cracked webs appeared like ferocious centipedes. For a while, dust filled the sky and turned into heavy fog. In the fog, help! Help! Mom, I want to go home. Nicholas and the monk, their voices were trembling, weak, full of fear, trembling, despair. You're such a loser, why bother with me? Xiao Bai smiled. Fortunately, he is a very fair person. In his place, even a waste can die. Boom! Another punch hit, all units, buildings, and lords were destroyed and all died. World! It suddenly became quiet. After accidentally killing Nicholas Zayasi and Monk, Xiao Bai successively killed all the other crooked nuts, bald donkeys and loyal dogs that protected the owner. Full live broadcast. There was no hesitation at all, and it was quite smooth by accident. In an instant, the live broadcast room with hundreds of millions of people turned into deathly silence at the same time. Next moment, Hundreds of millions of people in Baihe City, Ji region, Sichuan region, and Western region, at the same time, their hearts trembled violently, and their scalps felt numb. What followed was an overwhelming feeling of excitement, shock, and unhappiness. Laughing to death. This is too careless. The boss is the boss. Enjoyable. These people are so ugly. Pure passerby, let me ask if the anchor is not afraid of being severely criticized by Wei Guo for doing this? Are you so scared? Could it be that the Xian kingdom's 1,000-year foundation and first-class military strength were just blown away? That is. As a lord, one person is a country, and one person is a world. How can we not see blood when there is a war? Don't talk nonsense. I prove that Mr. Xiao Bai did nothing. He was careless. Yet, in the live broadcast room, there are all alibi. The barrage was overwhelming. Some people asked for help, and some people called me with huge sums of money. A lonely wolf rewards the anchor with 100 million gold coins. Thank you, Miss List. Xiao Bai's aloofness could not withstand 2 blows, or even 1 blow, from the rich woman's coin-throwing offensive. While he was interacting with the rich woman, at the same time, he began to touch the corpses and collect the loot, but found nothing. A top student, a Buddhist student. There's actually no hair in the space rings between the two of them. All those subsidies were used to play with women. Xiao Bai shook his head. Keep moving forward. It's already here, let's kill the dungeon first. Subsequently, it's a simple, brutal sweep of time. First day. Xiao Bai raised ghosts to cause disaster, and released the Yin soldiers, causing bloodshed thousands of miles away, and slaughtering giants, 400,000. The accumulated points are 20 million. School ranking, 100th. The next day, Xiao Bai continued his sweep. Use your own power to launch a war and kill the giant. Wherever you go. Blood dyed everything red, and the giant plains almost changed its name to the Scarlet Plains. The accumulated points are 80 million. School ranking, 10th. The third day. Xiao Bai completely penetrated the dungeon and killed the dungeon boss, the ancestral giant. The accumulated points are 200 million. School ranking, 1st. That moment. On the giant plains, the fastest and strongest legend in history has been achieved. No waves, no suspense, no one doubts. That kind of plain, pure, ultimate shock. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned and their views were shattered. Feel today. Only then did they truly see what it means to be a genius. What is invincibility? Bye-bye, Xiao Bainiu. As the first barrage broke through the defense. Bye-bye, Xiao Bainiu. All rise. Terrible. Is this really a human-level lord? 3 days, surpassing tens of millions of people, ranking first on the list. This record will remain prominent here for 10 years, or even 100 years, and become a figure that countless students look up to. Fortunately, I am already at the Earth level. Otherwise, being in the same world as Xiao Bai would be too shocking. Prefecture level, is it really worth showing off in front of Xiao Bai? I don't feel lucky, I just feel depressed, the kind of shock and depression where seniors are surpassed by juniors. Only by ourselves, fighting on the giant plains, how can we compare with this strength? Ghost troops, evil giants, so terrifying. Such a talent can only be matched by the children of the dynasty family and the dynasty family, right? Countless people also called the barrage, and it was boiling. Shocked and proud. Like the aftertaste, it lingers in the live broadcast room that was closed at an unknown time, and it lingers for a long time. At the same time, Nicholas Zhao Si and Monk's post also fermented influence on the forces behind them. To this, the great empire expressed strong condemnation. The Western Region Buddhist Academy said it would not give up and would send a mission to hold them accountable. But they were all ignored by Xiao Bai. Plains of Giants. After turning off the live broadcast, Xiao Bai began to count the harvest. On the fourth day, the inventory was completed. Call. Xiao Bai smiled and opened the Lord panel. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, 9-star human level. Strength, 90 tons. Talent. Strange, can be used. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, cooling time is 14 days. Skill column, 1 ghost-possessed body. Building column, unlimited Xianhuang Tower, high wall. World core, 9 ghost altar, hidden in the stars. Have arms. Elite unit, starving ghosts, 60,000, growth stage. They are always hungry, but never tired. Hint. The starving ghost in the growth stage has already taken on the appearance of a human being. If you provide them with hundreds of millions of moving bones, walking corpses, and blood of sin, you will get a mature starving ghost. Owns 70,000 magical potions. Possess skill scrolls, mechanical mastery, mechanical evolution, and mechanical ascension. Possess props, 3-dimensional maneuvering device, wings of freedom. Own gold coins, 400 million. Points owned, 200 million. Good harvest. Xiao Bai rubbed the hanging with satisfaction. This time. Except for the fact that the skill scroll doesn't taste right. Everything else can be directly converted into strength. Needless to say, gold coins, points, and buildings high walls. The most important thing is the prop obtained after killing the long-haired ancestor giant, Wings of Freedom. Effect. You can freely replace a material required for the evolution of elite troops. With this, the progress of ripening the starving ghosts can be greatly advanced. However, there is no rush. 20 million points. I can buy a king-level unit, a king-level building, and then turn it into a weird one. When the time comes, hee. Xiao Bai grinned, revealing a ghostly smile. He teleported out a copy. Go directly to the school warehouse. Chapter 19. Arriving outside the school warehouse, Xiao Bai used his identity card. He smiled and said to the teacher on duty, I want to buy it. Are you? Xiao Bai. The teacher on duty looked up, his eyes lit up, and he became excited. The expression on his face said, You're the only one who broke the record again, right? That's awesome. It's me. Xiao Bai nodded. It's true that a hero comes from a boy. Strong. Good. The teacher on duty gave a thumbs up and was full of praise. At the same time, he spoke quickly and gave instructions. Don't worry about the forces behind Wei Quarren and Monk. They have been blocked by the principal. Although our Baihe University is small, we are number 1 in protecting calves. In addition, it's famous that many lords guilds in the country and even foreign guilds will want to sign you. Some contracts are a complete scam. Any contracts that contain master-servant contract, are unequal, will be rejected. The best thing is a military contract, but don't rush it. As well as, there is news that Chuanxing has noticed you. This is very troublesome. If you have anything, please contact me, or any other teacher. Okay, the warehouse is open. While talking, the teacher on duty enthusiastically handed Xiao Bai a business card, and at the same time, the space-time passage to the warehouse opened. The space inside is vast and the stars are bright. Thank you, Teacher Feng. Xiao Bai glanced at the business card, which showed Equipment Research and Development College, Fang Tian. Okay, let's go in. Fang Tian said. Xiao Bai took a step forward and stepped into time and space. The bright sun, moon, stars, galaxies, flowed past him like flowing water. Warehouse space is limitless. It is divided into many regions, intervals, and blocks. Students who use points to purchase resources need to step on the floating board to find them effectively. Whoosh! At this moment, it was the floating board, flying with Xiao Bai. Evil Lord Area. White Bone Series. Troops. Bone Axe Warrior, Ordinary, Skeleton Mage, Elite, Bone Dragon, Extraordinary, Bone King, King Level. Architecture. Bone Cave, Ordinary, Bone Mountain, Elite, Bone Sea, Extraordinary, Bone Kingdom, King Level. Undead. Ghost, Normal, Sea Undead, Elite, Sea Monster, Extraordinary. Architecture, Black Pearl, Extraordinary. Fulhu Series. Troops. The Ancient One, King Level. Architecture, none. There are very few evil power lords, and they are extremely unpopular. The only few options. Except for Bones, Undead, and Fulhu, there is nothing else, and the options are incomplete and few. And these. It is far away from ghosts, supernatural, and horror. Fortunately. With strange transformation in his body, Xiao Bai is not restrained. His gaze. It's not just limited to the evil lord's partition. Every lord wants only one thing, almighty. Bigger territory. More and richer types of troops, stronger skills, and more magnificent buildings. In the end, it's all for war and all-powerful. And for the vast majority of lords, the weakest person is themselves. Xiao Bai thought deeply. This is also his weakness. 9 human-level stars and 90 tons of power are enough for anyone to see? One shot of the killing weapon can kill him instantly. Not to mention that there are still earth-killing martial arts, sky-killing martial arts, and king-killing martial arts in the world. These are all disturbing factors. Xiao Bai looked towards the martial arts lord area. Tangmen. Troops. Outer disciples, ordinary, inner disciples, elite, elders, extraordinary, and sect masters, king level. Architecture. Tangjiabao, elite, peerless Tangjiabao, king level. Props. Zimu dart, soul-chasing death gall, peacock feather, heavy rain pear blossom needle, 5 poison divine sand. Shaolin. Troops. Lay disciples, ordinary, disciples, elite, elders, extraordinary, abbot, king level. Architecture. Kitchen, ordinary, incense hall, elite, arhat hall, extraordinary, Mahavira hall, king level. Skill. Arhat fist, bright fist, big stone smashing hand, paramita hand, vajra hand, skanda palm. The martial arts of Xian Kingdom are strong and powerful. The martial arts lord combines the martial arts with one realm. He is extremely powerful and can fight against heavy technological weapons with his physical body and martial arts. It's a pity, the road to martial arts is long, and it can't be achieved by just one type of soldier. Xiao Bai still shook his head. The way of martial arts is like the way of humanity. It rises from the bottom, keeps making progress, and has infinite possibilities. But the premise is, it is he who wants to own a military kingdom. Only with a martial arts civilization as the foundation can we continuously develop, improve, and accumulate talents. Otherwise, it can only be three-legged cat kung fu. And once he chooses strange transformation martial arts, he can only walk on the martial path from now on. This. Not what he wanted. I have 2 major talents, strange transformation and crazy explosion. Throw away the tedious development process. It is only right to aim directly at the end of the Lord's strength and to achieve the ultimate in every aspect. Xiao Bai frowned. His eyes fell on the elemental lord area. Wind. Troops. Gale spirit, ordinary, hurricane spirit, elite, storm spirit, extraordinary, windfall spirit, king level. Architecture. Eye of the storm, supernatural. Skill. The wind is blowing and the clouds are flying, blowing and blowing, my pride is indulged. Fire. Troops. Fire spirit, ordinary, fire spirit, elite, earth fire spirit, extraordinary, sun fire spirit, king level. Architecture. The dilapidated Zurong temple, king level. Skill. You feel so burned. Elemental lord. Cultivation and strengthening of a single energy characteristic into a spirit, bringing it to its extreme, and transforming it into one's own body can achieve the same effect as taking a natural fruit in one piece. Simple, brutal, and powerful. The elemental body is immune to all physical attacks, even the kill series of heavy weapons. Isn't this exactly what I want? Xiao Bai's frown relaxed. Ha! He suddenly enlightened and smiled. The big stone in my heart is gone. Next. It's the most enjoyable time to choose. Soon. Xiao Bai had his favorite choice. The differences are as follows. Architecture. Yanga Power Station, King Level. Describe. Special buildings can shorten the production time of King Level and below level troops by 20% within 10 days, and will be scrapped after expiration. It is good to use love to generate electricity, but it is destined not to last long. Troops. The spirit of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, king level. Describe. Thunder falls from the sky and fire rises from the earth. In the natural disaster that shook the world, a spirit of destruction was born, wrapped in lightning arcs like a god, and the fire pierced the sky. King level arms. Extremely rare, it has the characteristics of both thunder and fire elements, and is difficult for ordinary people to tame. If tamed, strong. The Lord can transform into the god of thunder and fire, powerful, dazzling, and extremely sublime. Chapter 20. Bai. After making the selection, Xiao Bai directly submitted the points for redemption, and 200 million were squandered. Subsequently. Boom. Warehouse space. A quiet room was automatically formed, and inside were two treasures. King level building Yanga Power Station. It is shaped like a nuclear power plant, as big as a mountain, and covers an area of 10,000 meters. King level unit spirit of heavenly thunder, earthly fire. It is in the shape of a primate, wrapped in blue thunder, and its hair is burning with bright yellow flames. It looks like a god but not a human being. Roar. It was imprisoned in the space bead at the moment. When it saw Xiao Bai, it roared, with sound like thunder and energy like fire, full of natural power. This spirit must be tamed. Even the elemental lords of thunder and fire have to pay the price and suffer like an eagle. Use, weird. But Xiao Bai did not take the ordinary path at all. He waved his hand. The elemental spirit was originally filled with the aura of majesty, vastness, sky thunder, and earth fire. He actually turned into a ghost. 1. A little devil with a head like an ape, a face like a bear, lips like cinnabar, eyes like lava, long horns on top, thunder arc wings on the back, and flaming red chains all over his body. Ding! The ultimate masculine energy, strangely transformed into the most violent, ferocious, and angry evil spirit. The cathode regenerates the yang and becomes a thunderous and angry ghost. It will follow it to the death. From now on, whatever angers you and hates you will turn into your thunder of destruction and the fire that burns the world. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Xiao Bai, for getting a king-level soldier, thunder and fire angry ghost, nascent stage. It has both elemental and weird qualities. This unit is of infinite value. Ding! Strange cooldown countdown, 1 minute. A series of world will prompts sounded. Repeatedly summed up, that's awesome. Call. Xiao Bai took a long breath, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. But can't hold it down. Ha ha ha. He grinned. Immediately absorbed the newborn thunder fire angry ghost into the inner world. moment. Xiao Bai discovered that his body had undergone some unknown changes. He felt it. You can discharge yourself. Try it. Xiao Bai murmured to himself and raised his right hand. Snapped. Snap your fingers and type. Stab. A wisp of strange pale arc fire appeared at Xiao Bai's fingertips. This is the king-level soldier, the power of the thunder fire angry ghost. Xiao Bai stared at the arc fire at his fingertips. The original spirit of thunder and fire. Thunder is blue, fire is bright yellow, the energy is swaggering and dazzling. And now, thunder and fire. All turned pale. The form changed from arc network and flame to ghost-like, supernatural, and twisted. But it is more intense, violent, and the heat is scorching to the soul. Now, just a trace of arc fire caused the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. If it were stronger. Xiao Bai took a long breath, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the world inside his body. Next moment. Swish. He opened his eyes. Deep in the dark pupils, a pale arc of fire flashed past. Subsequently. Stab it. A fine electric arc, dragging the tail flame, burst out from the right hand. The entire palm. They all turned into elements of thunder and fire, and looked as weird as ghosts. Feel the coolness and power of this force. The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth couldn't stop rising. The excitement that swept through his body was difficult to calm down for a long time. Elementalization and weirdness. What a wonderful ability this is. There are simply no words to describe it. King-level, thunder, and fire elemental spirits are difficult to tame even for elemental lords. But it was easy and a different kind of success. How happy and joyful is this? Comfortable. Although a newborn thunder fire angry ghost can only elementalize one hand. But just give me a crazy explosive soldier. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, it can become a phenomenon in an instant. Thousands, tens of thousands of king-level troops. King-level troops. Even if it's just in its infancy, it can cause disaster, and become a great terror. If we can cultivate more thunder fire angry ghosts before crazy explosive soldiers cools down, the larger the base, the more powerful and spectacular the fission will be. Take the starving ghost as an example. The core of my world, without starting a war, can produce 110 newborn starving ghosts a day. It's okay to cool down for 14 days and produce a thunder fire angry ghost. With the addition of 400 million gold coins, you can purchase resources and strangeness, and the output will also be increased. Coupled with the love power station, the output can be accelerated. If it is a thunder and fire angry ghost, with a base of 60,000 starving ghosts, 1 fission will be 120,000, 2 will be 240,000. In the blink of an eye, there will be tens of millions of yin soldiers. Hiss. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai took a deep breath. As long as the base is large enough, his troops will evolve into a terrifying astronomical number in an instant. Maybe it won't be long. His troops. It will have a larger population than Baihe City. By then, hungry ghosts will accompany you, and angry ghosts will accompany you. There is famine, hell and natural disasters of thunder and fire at the moment you raise your hand. Ground. Countless starving ghosts are like army ants, gloomy and deathly cold, sweeping across everything. Sky. Countless thunder and fire ghosts charge forward, turning into thunder, light, electricity, and fire, turning into countless arrows of destruction. Wherever it hits, everything will be evaporated, melted, and destroyed. One person can cause disaster, and the war is invincible. This is the real Lord. This future. It's not far off. With excitement, Xiao Bai looked at the Lord panel again. A minute passed. This time the strange transformation cooldown has been completed. Use immediately. Xiao Bai activated his talent again, Targeting power station with love. Ding! The strangeness is successful, the talent enters a one-day cooldown. You got a strange building, Yongkin Power Station, King level. Description: the building is covered with red hair, and the passages are full of internal organs. Since tumors have grown, the work of the power station has become more humane. Function: it can shorten the production time of King level and below level troops by 30%. So good. Xiao Bai was happy. The building that was originally only usable for 10 days and expired has now become a permanent building. This is so delicious. Say goodbye to Teacher Fang on duty and leave the warehouse. Xiao Bai walked very slowly. He is almost no different from ordinary people, unusually leisurely and calm. He looks just like an ordinary college student. Hello, Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, are you entering the rest period? He's so strong. Nonsense. One person killed the giant planes, earned over 100 million points and got so many resources. I must take a good rest and digest them. By then, I'm afraid Mr. Xiao will no longer be a human-level lord. Along the way, when the lords of Baihe University met Xiao Bai, they all greeted him with surprise and envy. The lords used war as a means of killing. And war. The most important thing is to rest and recuperate. Many powerful lords would rest for a while after a big battle. Period. The lord's power returns to the inner world, and he devotes all his efforts to cultivating troops, expanding territory, and restoring war potential. Therefore, the lords in the rest period look no different from ordinary people. But this does not mean that the lord during the rest period cannot fight. Quite the opposite. Any lord who is disturbed from his rest will become extremely angry. Once there is a war, he will fight to the death. It can be said that the lord at this time is the one who should not be provoked the most. Of course. On campus, there is another name for the break period. Happy period. During this period, the lords hid their power and became ordinary people again. You don't have to care about anything, you don't have to go to class. You can enjoy the sun, movies, coke, picnics, games, and enjoy being protected by other lords. That peaceful and beautiful life. Chapter 21. Slowly return to your villa at school. Just entered the inner door. Not yet in the living room. Xiao Bai heard the sound of the game moving and hitting, humming, and haying. It seemed to be the king of fighters arcade machine. Senior, are you playing games again? Take me one. Xiao Bai shouted easily and pushed the door open. Time goes back a little bit. Actually, the living room was empty. The game console was on, the sound was loud, and the controller was placed on the sofa. In the bathroom, the heat is hazy. Lan was holding a bath towel over her shoulders, her long black hair was tied into a ball, and her long fair legs were straightened. She was lying in the bathtub playing with her mobile phone. She edited the letter. The interlocutor is shown as Lauan Lauan. Confirmed that Xiao Bai developed the absolute Death Star and became an unparalleled lord. He is completely immune to the Tiancha Lone Star. Excellent talent. Is there any major abnormality in S*X? I heard that they were targeting Xiao Bai. From a development perspective, such talents must be protected. Lan edited the letter and clicked send. Soon. The reply jumped out. All the big bosses in Chuanxing are under the control of the military and are in a state of defeat. Unable to end the game. But beware of the emergence of young Chuanxing. A member of the new generation of Chuanxing codenamed Dwarf has been active in the Hebei region recently. His instigator may be an Omnic. Xiaoan, please be safe. See the message. Lan pursed her lips and smiled, replying received. Next moment. Boom. The door to the living room was suddenly pushed open. Senior, are you playing games again? Take me one. Xiao Bai strode in and asked curiously, where is the senior? Here. Hearing this, Lan stood up in the bathroom and waved. At the same time, she spread her hair, still holding the towel over her shoulders, and walked out. A delicate melon seed face, eyes like autumn water, eyebrows like thin willows, lips thick and moist, bright and attractive. And lazy, dignified, noble, 360. Just like the famous scene of Yan Lingji. She is very calm. Hey? Senior sister, you, me, when did I become blind? I can't see anything. Xiao Bai said with wide eyes. Aren't you talking about playing games? Lan sat down on the sofa, patted the place next to her, stretched out her green jade fingers, and grabbed the game controller. GKD. Fighting Contra, King of Fighters, or AWD. Lan looked around with bright eyes, her eyes were clean and clear, without any distracting thoughts, and full of fairy spirit. Deep in her beautiful eyes, Xiao Bai also saw desire, which was the light of love for games. Hey, senior sister, why don't you put on my clothes first? Xiao Bai thought rationally and made suggestions. If this continues, there is probably an extra T in his hard drive, the study materials named after senior sister An. Why? Lan blinked, looked at Xiao Bai seriously, and whispered softly. Don't you like playing games with your senior? Lan said softly, little brother, are you shy? No, I just went blind suddenly. I'm fine now. Xiao Bai's eyes widened and he denied it. There's really nothing you can do about this kind of unworldly old woman. Then let's play games together. Lan. Okay. Let's play King of Fighters and watch me kill you to pieces and make you cry for father and mother. Xiao Bai was confident and sat over. After a while, KO. Lan operated Iora Yagami, pressing Xiao Bai's character to the ground and rubbing it, clearing the health bar again and again. This. He froze. This must not be because of my own taste. But the senior sister is too eye-catching. Distracted. That must be the case. Yes, if you have the ability, put on clothes and fight. He roared inwardly. Then, eyes widened. By the way, things have changed. You have been targeted by full S*X now, not because of the giant planes, but because you were noticed at the very beginning of the school test. Maybe there are also full S*X people in Baihe University. While playing the game, Lan showed his cards and said. Although there is military suppression, it is much easier to destroy and exploit loopholes than to protect. I guess Chuan Xing will come into contact with you soon, so be careful. The guy most likely to appear, codenamed Dwarf, is a pervert who only awakened to lordship in his 50s, a prefecture-level lord. Xiao Bai nodded yes and suddenly asked curiously, Sister, aren't you afraid that I will leave with Chuan Xing? Hear the words. Lan turned sideways, faced Xiao Bai, and said quietly and softly, Chuan Xing's style is very chaotic. Those who want to join can't be persuaded. If you don't want to join, there's no need to persuade. Xiao Bai, yet. At the same time, eyes widened. His senior sister's voice is really loud and white, and time flies like an arrow. Suck, suck, suck. Ever since one night, I was beaten countless times in the game. Xiao Bai was like a salted fish who had lost his dream, lying on the sofa for a day. Night. Want to me again? Lan said softly. Come. 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 Xiao Bai's body trembled, and his confidence radiated, today I am no longer the same as yesterday. Watch me kill you, leaving nothing behind. 1 minute later. KO. Xiao Bai was defeated again. Are you coming again? Lan said gently. Come again. Xiao Bai. 1 minute later. KO. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, Senior. I won't play anymore. Even if I die here, or jump from here, I won't play this game again. It's a long night, why don't you just sleep after one more night? Lan said softly. Xiao Bai, come on, come on. The last one, the last one. 13 days in a hurry. Just hurried past. On the 14th day of the happy period, Xiao Bai and Lan finally left the villa. Come to the playground. This amusement park is small despite its size, covering an area of less than 400,000 square meters. It was made by a mechanical lord with an A-level talent, supernatural craftsmanship. It has many mechanisms inside and folds the space. It can accommodate 1 billion tourists at a time. I heard that there is a large toy factory there, and they also sell Ultraman sublimation devices that do not have abilities, but can be transformed and used, such as the Tiga Divine Light Rod. Go and have a look. Lan said gently. Now. In front of her. It is a spectacular amusement park. The roller coaster really flies in the sky and the roller coaster really goes over the mountain. Tourists visit dinosaurs and fish for sharks. It was full of people and excitement. In prosperity. Lan held Xiao Bai's hand and whispered about masks, special photography, and games. Her eyes are as bright as water and her face is bright. Good. Xiao Bai was used to being arranged by his senior sister. Because she arranged it so well. This is completely different from those young ladies who only know whatever you want and guess when they come out to play. This is simply a comfort zone. By the way, the toy factory has a weak version of the divine light stick that can be transformed. Xiao Bai was suddenly curious, does the arsenal really have a 100% sublimation device? Yes, I have. Lan said easily in the tone of evaluating a bag. Exclusive customization is enough. It only costs 90 billion gold coins per set. Except that the shipping time is a bit long, everything else is fine. As long as you pay more, it will be better than the original version. Xiao Bai, 666. He followed Lan forward, and the journey was peaceful, joyful, and full of fun. Look at this person. When the male compatriots along the way saw this scene, they all felt sour and looked at their girlfriends faintly. Chapter 22. A playground that my senior said was not big. Xiao Bai spent money all the way and took the supersonic cable car. He could play all the games in a full day. In the end, the toy factories closed down late. The two could only make an appointment to buy the Ultraman sublimation device another day. Returned to the villa. Ding! Talent crazy explosive soldiers, cooldown completed. Do you want to use it immediately? The world will prompts. Not in use yet. Xiao Bai responded and then looked towards the living room. Senior sister is not here again. There were only some clothes scattered on the sofa. Senior, you are taking a shower, and you don't close the door. Xiao Bai. Yes. Lan, what's wrong? Xiao Bai. Nothing happened. That is. As a lord, he has very good eyesight. Not to mention that time flies by at a glance, he can even see the plastic wrap. Then. Xiao Bai watched Lan finish washing and put on a long skirt. I'll go out and get some air. Just run away. Plan to find a deserted place to explode. Because other lords cultivate their troops step by step from few to many, bringing with them their own adaptability. But he is different. He directly exploded troops like crazy, and there were times when he couldn't control it at the beginning. Think back to the beginning. When 100 starving ghosts explode, it will be destructive and terrifying. Now, he wants to fight against the king-level unit, the Thunderfire Angry Ghost. Carry out explosive operations. I don't want to accidentally blow up the villa and the senior sister. We walked all the way to the million-meter-long back mountain and cliff. Going further, we will step out of the academy and touch the wild area. Xiao Bai touched his chin. The evening breeze blew. Instead of stepping out of bounds, he sat down in a cave near the boundary line. Then, open the projection of the world 30,000 meters inside and 3,000 meters outside. Death Star, wasteland, mass tombs, power stations filled with flesh and blood, high walls. And the Xianhuang Tower inside the wall. A series of buildings appeared one after another, including 100,000 starving ghosts and 10 thunder and fire angry ghosts. Yes. In addition to spending all the gold coins and selling skill scrolls in one go, Xiao Bai accepted another large amount of money from Inlan. Finally, the 14-day happy period is over, and the harvest far exceeded expectations. 100,000 starving ghosts, not to mention all in their growth stage. 10 thunder and fire ghosts. It made him even more elated. The whole body becomes elemental and strange, the ability to be almost immortal. Bring it here. Xiao Bai smiled and said softly, use, crazy explosive troops. Ding! The crazy explosion of troops begins. The troops are, Thunder Fire Angry Ghost. Base, 10. Second fission 10 times. Available, 10,240 ghosts. The words fell. In front of Xiao Bai's eyes, 10 thunder and fire angry ghosts twitched and split open. 1 is divided into 2, 2 is divided into 4. Angry. A thunderous and angry ghost roared out. If the starving ghost represents gluttony, and the thundering and angry ghost represents rage, destruction, and destruction. And at this moment, this kind of rage is unprecedentedly swelling, growing, and expanding. Cool. Xiao Bai's whole body was tingling, the power was too strong, it was clear that it was dark, but it was extremely fierce thunder and fire. In an instant, he walked all over Xiao Bai's body. Stimulate every piece of flesh and blood on his body. Every bone. Every meridian. Every cell. Finally. Stab it, boom. Thousands of thunderous fires suddenly burst out, with Xiao Bai as the center, erupting upwards. In an instant. Thunder assists fire, and explosive thunder ignites caves, melts mountain peaks, and soars straight into the sky. This is an amazing scene. 1,000-meter thick pale pillar of thunder and fire burst upward through the clouds. It was brilliant and mysterious, shining brightly at night in the whole school, becoming the only light in everyone's eyes. Direction to the back mountain. It's over, there won't be another monster abyss, right? A troubled time. The huge Baihe University was alarmed at this moment. Thousands of teachers and students woke up and raised their heads, looking up in horror. What would be the monster that could control thunder and fire at the same time? I think I just took a shot. At the same time, Xiao Bai came to his senses. In front of you. It's the red-hot earth, melting mountain peaks, with a radius of 3,000 meters, the vegetation turns to ashes, thunder arcs rage, and the fire dance is extinguished. That pale. It looks like thunder and fire, but in fact it is 10,000 ghosts, as mighty as an army, dense as a net, roaring and destroying. Let this side be dark. Everything turned into a vast, bright, dazzling white. Angry ghost, take away. Xiao Bai reached out and grabbed it. 10,000 thunder and fire angry ghosts suddenly flew back, roaring fiercely, turning into elements and integrating with Xiao Bai. The speed of thunder, the heat of fire, and the weirdness of ghosts. Very good. If I had 10,000 thunder fire angry ghosts when I traveled through time, even if it was just a human-level star, I would still be able to kill hundreds of meters or thousands of meters of wild monsters. My life would never be hanging by a thread again. Xiao Bai expressed satisfaction. The starving ghost is already very strong, but compared to the thunder and fire raging ghost, it is just like a support. The same cannot be said. Now, 10,000 ghosts return and join the body. The world inside the body is filled with thunder and fire, shattering the layers of fog and breaking through the shackles. Boom! The breath surges. Xiao Bai stood up from the ground. This simple movement caused lightning arcs to surge and flames to steam. A terrifying thunder and fire purgatory formed around it, white and vast. Boom! Step forward! Xiao Bai roared and moved, sometimes like lightning, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Sometimes it is like a flame, blazing and brilliant. Sometimes ghost-like. In reality, frames are picked up and dropped, and ghosts and animals appear, which is extremely supernatural. After 1 hour. Now I have exceeded the limit of human level. Xiao Bai was completely familiar with the new ability. He looked at the Lord panel. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, 9-star human level, has exceeded the limit and can receive prefecture level job transfer tasks. Strength, 100 tons. Talent. Strange, cooling down, counting down for 5 days. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, count down to 20 days. Skill column, 1 ghost-possessed body. For people who do ghosts, this is an extremely powerful skill. You are very discerning. Building column, Unlimited Xianhuang Tower, High Wall, Yongkan Power Station, Tomb Bag. A very pessimistic scene. World Core, 9 Ghost Altar, hidden in the stars. Owns 50,000 magical potions. Possess props, Wings of Freedom. You can freely replace a material required for the evolution of elite units. Have arms. Elite unit, Starving Ghosts, 100,000, growth stage. They are always hungry, but never tired. Hint. The starving ghost in the growth stage has already taken on the appearance of a human being. If you provide them with hundreds of millions of moving bones, walking corpses, and sinful human blood, you will get a mature starving ghost. King level arms. Thunder and fire angry ghosts, 10,240, newborn stage. They can remain extremely angry when they are extremely angry, and their tempers are quite hot. Hint. Anger damages the liver, which affects their growth. Using the scalpel that has killed 100 million people, the liver of the Thunder Fire Angry Ghost can be removed and transformed into a growth stage. Xiao Bai. Should I say that I am worthy of being a ghost? Good way of transformation in the underworld. He continued to check the Lord panel and clicked on the job transfer mission. As follows. Professional Transfer 1, General. Description, a strategic lord. After changing his profession, the lord will serve the arms and mainly command the armies in war. Job transfer reward, increase unit output by 10% in each round, strengthen the lord's brain power once. Job transfer mission, clear a prefecture level 1-star wild area copy, groups can be formed. Professional transfer 2, Sergeant. Description, an attack type lord, a military service lord after changing professions. All abilities are combined into one, and the individual strength is extremely strong. Job change reward, shorten the time required for each round of unit production by 10%, and strengthen the leader's constitution once. Job transfer mission, pass a prefecture level 1-star wild area copy, alone. These 2 career change directions are the same as those mentioned by the wealthy woman who spread money. Just a little more detailed. Specific rewards and tasks are given. Xiao Bai continued to look down. Professional transfer, Double King. Description, having the characteristics of both generals and soldiers, he was born to be a king. Job transfer reward, random special building. Job transfer mission, kill 100,000 people. Good guy. Special buildings, as the name suggests, are not in the hierarchy of ordinary, elite, extraordinary, king, or even god. Each is an extremely rare and absolutely functional building. It may be a brain processing factory that can increase brain power infinitely by spending resources. It may be the same type of physique processing factory, or explosion arsenal or production center, etc. To name a few. Each one is extremely practical. It makes people's hearts beat. But kill 100,000 people. Xiao Bai frowned. It was actually a rare real-life mission, and it was extremely pure. Chapter 23. This is not easy to do. Where can I get 100,000 lives? Anyway, it is impossible for Xiao Bai to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Because ghost. The emphasis is on karma and retribution, and if there is no reason to kill indiscriminately, then the character is supernatural and terrifying. It fell off naturally. How is it different from ordinary wild monsters? In the dark, Xiao Bai felt that his dark soldiers were by no means only hungry ghosts and thunderfire ghosts. It's as if Xian Guo didn't use the name Demon Wei to shout and kill just because he was an evil lord. Strength itself is guiltless. But Xiao Bai needs to stick to some of his true intentions. Only then can we step by step from the first generation of ghosts to the first generation of ghosts and gods. Think about this. He suddenly had a clear understanding in his heart and felt a sense of enlightenment. That's when injustice, unjust death. A shrill ghost howl sounded suddenly. Under the night, there is a sinister spirit rising to the sky, surging and cursing. Is there a ghost? Xiao Bai was surprised. Because he is the first generation ghost. Before him, there were no ghosts in this world. When he comes, a new order emerges, and ghosts have the possibility of appearing. But only the most desperate and resentful dead people can become ghosts. And if it does not become a military force, it will have no roots, cannot see the light of day, and will soon disappear. Anyway, if there is a ghost, I should go see it. Xiao Bai made a decision. His body turned into thunder and fire, and he moved forward at the speed of light and electricity. Through the rainstorm. Overcome the wind and frost. Walking through the millions of meters behind the mountains, you can experience the weather in all 4 seasons. Finally, Xiao Bai actually returned to the amusement park where he went during the day. I saw a huge toy factory covering an area of about 100,000 square meters. Now, gurgling. The sewer opening of the toy factory cracked, and what flowed out was not excrement, rats, or industrial waste. It's blood, and there are thousands of pieces of corpses in the blood. Piece by piece, the whole family floats. Beside, a little girl in a floral dress. His eyes rolled back and his feet lifted off the ground. She is a ghost. A newborn ghost, full of resentment, hatred, and gloomy energy. But through the yin energy, Xiao Bai can see the beautiful past under the background of despair. Those past memories appear in my mind like pictures. Is this a special function of being a first-generation ghost? Xiao Bai looked. Just like the sun shines through the night, the dawn sneaks across the sky. Blue sky, white clouds, warm sun. On the street, the little girl in a floral skirt was jumping and humming. At the age of 8, other little girls like flowers, butterflies, and rubber bands. But she loves special photography. I especially like Ultramantiga, like the decisive battle between red and blue, ghosts and gods awaken, warriors are always lonely, memories of the blue night, smile beyond time and space, Zilda center attack and defense. All memorized. And as the daughter of the director of Baihe Toy Factory, what girls usually like to do the most? It is to tell stories, distribute toys, and give out steamed buns to the children who suffered disasters due to wild monsters attacking the city. It's the same today. Anyone can become light on their own. The girl said to the brilliant one while waving the magic stick in her hand. One foot is high and the other is low. It sways like a little penguin, cute and serious. Stories from a girl's mouth. Let those children who lost everything in the disaster put a smile on their dirty faces. Hey! The girl also had a bright smile on her face. Good stories can heal people's hearts, especially good special photography. Fantasy is always the most moving. She loved it. Everyone, cheer up. Eat seriously and you can become a lord when you grow up. They are our Ultramen. The girl inspires everyone. She is born with a kind charm. Thank you, Sister Xiaobu. I will be a great hero from now on, and I will defend a city by myself. Dirty children, looking to the future. This is their rare quality time. Cut. But some people in the crowd sneered. That's a dwarf. He is very short. He was shorter than a 5 or 6-year-old child, with an ugly face and old and cruel eyes. Like a wild dog with its tail between its legs. Alas! When she saw the dwarf, the girl smiled and gave him toys and food. Smiled and said, "Little brother, you don't look like a disaster victim. Are you lost? Where is your home?" "No home," said the dwarf. "Girl, are you an orphan?" "I'm sorry, little brother. I'll give you the magic stick. Don't be sad, okay?" "QAQ. It's not like I'm an orphan. I aborted both my parents myself," the dwarf said. "Kill, knock it off. It's just a boss fight. Have you never played the game? Anyone who loses blood can be killed," the dwarf said. "Just like a child can pull off the wings of a butterfly, take apart the limbs of toys, scald ants with boiling water, everything is just a game. Killing is a game, war is a game, life is a game. And you? You are my available NPC." The girl blinked. "What are available NPCs?" Hearing this, the dwarf finally smiled, a sickly smile. "It's just an NPC that can be used. It can be pulled off, dismantled, shocked, burned, flooded, and cut. Xiaobu NPC, tell me, where is your home? Do you want to play at my house?" "Yes, it's for fun." That day, the kind-hearted Xiao Buletin refused to take his friends home for the first time. But the dwarf followed him all the way like a hunter. After he entered Xiaobu's factory, it's like a player arriving on a new map and starting to rummage around like crazy. Woof woof woof. Xiao Buletin's corgi sensed the danger and barked loudly. It bit Xiaobu's skirt desperately. Wanted to pull her away. Swish! The next moment, the dwarf reached out and tore off Corgi's head. Filled with blood and fishy wind. Screams continued to sound. That night, everything terrible is finally over, the dwarf NPCs are used up. And at this moment, the little girl who has been broken into pieces and turned into a ghost. In hand, still holding the divine light stick tightly, she stood outside her factory, her face covered with scars and blood, and her eyes filled with fear. She obviously did nothing wrong, but she received the cruelest punishment. She was scared. She neither cried nor fussed, as if she had been tortured by fear and lost the ability to cry. When Xiao Bai saw it, he felt heartbroken. This is total S**X. Xiao Bai squatted down and said, "Want to take revenge? I can teach you to be a ghost." "That's what I said." The ghosts were stunned. The little girl looked up, then her ghostly eyes shrank. She saw it. "I saw countless ghosts following Xiao Bai. The body is ethereal, completely composed of wisps of white arcs, with flames burning at the ends of the arcs. And these electricity and fire. In fact, they are all ghosts. These ghosts are like mountains and seas, devoutly becoming a part of Xiao Bai. That momentum. Extraordinarily ferocious and evil, like a vicious god on earth." "Good." Xiaobu subconsciously spoke. It was her first time to be a ghost, and she didn't dare to refuse an evil ghost like Xiao Bai. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, obtained a special unit, Xiaobu, the only one. Description 1, for the Lord who owns Xiaobu, the combat power of each unit will be permanently increased by 1%. Description 2, the Lord who owns Xiao Bai will receive a special luck bonus. Chapter 24. A ghost increased by 1%? Negligible. But 100 ghosts, 1,000 ghosts, 10,000 ghosts, and even in the future, this power is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the rare lucky bonus. It can be said that Xiao Bai is great. But at this moment, Xiao Bai only wanted war, and there was an abyss beneath his feet. Hungry. Angry. One by one, the fierce ghosts twisted and turned ferociously, tearing open their own mouthpieces and roaring silently. As he breathed, the dark wind washed away his breath. Thousands of ghosts follow you everywhere like mountains and seas. Hungry ghosts come out of their cages and sweep across the earth like army ants. Angry ghosts turn into elemental bodies. Where he stands, even nature, physics, common sense, have been grotesquely alienated. Like the empty toy factory wall. Footprints will suddenly appear. The cracks in the ground were filled with meat. The steps were as bloody as asphalt. The surveillance cameras turned into scarlet eyeballs. Now, the projection of the world opens, terror and supernatural phenomena descend. Tombs of starving ghosts, elements of thunder and angry ghosts, high walls, cancer power stations, buildings appeared behind Xiao Bai one after another. The terrifying aura transpired, and the pale death light illuminated the night sky. This moment, millions of night tourists in the huge amusement park were alarmed. They looked towards the intersection and saw only the end within sight. Crossroads. A handsome man, holding a little girl holding a magic wand, walked in the dark towards a toy factory that was already occupied by all sexes. Every step he takes, tens of thousands of bloody footprints will appear behind you. Countless violent, ferocious, and crazy ghosts follow closely behind. Thousands of ghosts walk at night. The horror and supernatural spread, covering the toy factory. At the same time, at Baihe University, Lan was lying on the sofa, brushing Ultramantiga. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Toy factory, I saw the omnisexual dwarf, and I am about to launch a war against him. Xiao Bai. Hiss. Lan, who had always been quiet, was shocked by these words and took a breath. Then. Reply. Information has been obtained. Military and university personnel will be given priority to evacuate the masses. Please hold on. In her knowledge, Xiao Bai was still a human level 9-star lord. Although the strength of a single body is almost the same as that of the earth level. But the war between lords is never fought alone. Not to mention, anyone who is completely evil has a special way of destroying troops. While other lords only have 3 or 2 types of soldiers, the members of the general army often number in the hundreds, thousands, or thousands. And has rich practical experience. They can be regarded as the most troublesome existences in their respective levels. So Lan is very worried. She immediately sent a message. The genius Xiao Bai encounters Chuan Xing. The situation is critical, please light up the sun tonight. And at this time, stab. Wisps of white arc fire quickly passed through the huge factory. On the rafters, arcs and flames converged like flowing water, transforming into a tall and handsome man. Got you. Xiao Bai stood motionless, shadowless and invisible like a ghost. He looked quietly at the dwarf below. His eyes were as electric as fire. But extremely cold. Xiao Buletin, come here. Xiao Bai whispered. Destroy everything into ashes. Tonight, the thunder and fire will turn into light and shatter the darkness. At this time, eat. In the toy factory, there is an ugly, short dwarf. He is holding a person's thigh and feeding it to strange animals. That's his military branch. A very strange beast with a lion's head, a snake's tail, a mirage, a tortoise shell, tiger claws, and a pig's belly. Densely covered with sutures. Eat more. Bad beast. The dwarf held the toy factory worker's head in his arms and smiled sickly, eating a human alive, you are awesome. Of course you need a two-legged sheep to raise exotic animals. Military headquarters, high schools. Haha, their alien beast lords are still making fodder? They really don't understand the game at all. The alien beast lord was livingly defiled and turned into a pet lord. It's so hateful. Tomorrow I will take you to the university, arrest Xiao Bai, and taste the flesh and blood of those college animals. Hey hey hey! Boom! Suddenly, a sound of thunder appeared, breaking the dead silence of the night and resounding throughout the toy factory. The dwarf looked up. Only saw dark clouds piled up overhead, as tall as mountains and as vast as the sea. There were lightning and thunder in the dark clouds, making the air extremely pungent. Is it going to rain? Rain is good, it can wash away the blood all over your body. Etc. I'm in a toy factory now. Why are there dark clouds here? The dwarf suddenly came to his senses. Something was wrong. He treats the real world as a game, and he does have the characteristics of a player. For example, observing, rummaging through boxes, and jumping around all the time. Boom! Soon, thunders rang out one after another, and the white and fierce thunder light was like the scorching sun, and like thousands of bright flashlights, it stung people's eyes. Wow! The dwarf's eyes stung and shed tears, but he still looked wide-eyed. Then his pupils shrank. He saw it. I saw a handsome man standing in the air with thunderous feet, looking down at everything below with cold eyes. Moment. The two looked at each other. Those are a pair of ghost-like eyes. In an instant, the dwarf felt a fierce aura coming towards his face. The evil spirit is domineering, and the evil spirit flashes out of the gloom. Standing in front of him. He was obviously a human being, but it still gave people a ghostly and terrifying feeling. Looking at this man's eyes, it was as if he was staring into the abyss. It directly caused the dwarf's body to become tense and rickety, and he assumed a defensive posture. But soon, the dwarf remembered that he had seen this man's picture. Xiao Bai? The dwarf asked, even laughing. Just as if, as an earth-level lord, he was frightened by a human-level lord, which was very funny. The big shot in the world has taken a liking to you. Come with me. The dwarf spoke. Buzz. Under his feet, the projection of the world spread out, measuring 3,000 meters in size. He was obviously an Earth-level 3-star lord. His world is a planet of alien beasts. There are thousands of alien beasts inside, all of which are alien beasts ripened with human flesh. There are even rows of buildings lit up to suppress Xiao Bai. But in the next moment, the dwarf was abrupt and dull. He was shocked to find that he had lost control of his troops. Whether it's calling, driving, cursing, the strange beast is always dumbfounded. Not only did the alien beasts in the inner world remain motionless, but even the inferior beasts around him stopped eating. You pigs! Why are you just sitting around? Come on together! The dwarf cursed loudly. However, still to no avail. The alien beasts seemed to be offline, dumbfounded. Click! Moreover, there were strange chewing sounds coming from each of the strange beasts. No. Yes. The sound of being chewed. The dwarf's eyelids were twitching wildly. He watched as a strange beast was eaten out of its internal organs, and ghost hands stretched out from the beast's mouth. The anger rising in my heart was extinguished in an instant and turned into panic. This moment, he suddenly uttered a word. Ghost. Superior. Body. Gudong. The dwarf's scalp was numb and he swallowed hard. Unknowingly, he had completely fallen into Xiao Bai's war zone. How can this be? Chapter 25. Among Lords. Single combat is also a war. Unless you are a soldier-type lord, being completely in someone else's territory is no different than being attacked yourself. Now, it took less than 10 seconds to meet Xiao Bai. Gnomes face this dilemma. He seemed to see a red word danger on his head. Terrible. But Xiao Bai, are you sure you want to launch a war against me, become an enemy of Xuanxing, and become a red named one? Once you become famous, you will fight until death. Your power is too evil, why not join us? You will surely have endless happiness and great achievements. From contempt at the beginning, to serious negotiation, coercion and inducement now. The dwarf already regarded Xiao Bai as the boss. Boom! Thunder arcs surrounded him, Xiao Bai's eyes were bright, and his black hair was as restless as flames. He didn't speak. Just sneered. The next second, angry. 10,000 angry thunder and fire ghosts roared out, exploded and sprinted, turning into a huge, blazing, and scorching thunder and fire rainstorm. It was as spectacular as 10,000 electromagnetic cannons firing in unison. The mighty thunder and fire rumbled across the sky and the earth. Now, thunder and fire from the sky, cannons burn everything. The unbridled ghost screams penetrated the dark night, and a violent aura filled the world. Rumble. Thunder exploded and fire roared, and the place where the dwarf was completely turned into pits and scorched earth, filled with exploding arcs and flames. The arc stirred up dust and the flame raised fog, forming a thick smoke screen that obscured the line of sight. Oh! Weirdly, Xiao Bai frowned. Swish! He transformed into arcs of electricity and fire, piercing the sky, falling to the ground, and then transformed into human form. Wave again! Call! The dark wind blew away the smoke. Only saw. Where the dwarf stands, there is no flesh, no residue, no ashes. There was only one broken prop. Props with space functions. Humph, want to escape. Xiao Bai turned to look outside the toy factory. The night sky is vast, the lights are vast, and the sea of people is vast. Everything seems to be missing. But the King of Hell wants you to die at the third watch. Who dares to keep you until the fifth watch? Xiao Bai opened his hands and commanded all ghosts in the world with the authority of the first-generation ghost and weird lord. Chasing souls and claiming lives. Let him die, let his body and head be separated, let him bleed from all his orifices, and let him never be reincarnated. Hungry. Angry. As soon as he finished speaking, 100,000 hungry ghosts and 10,000 thunder fire ghosts came out in full force, taking the playground by storm in an instant. This moment, millions of nightclub visitors have seen ghosts. They saw amusement rides that were uninhabited but moved on their own, making cries, and ghosts hiding in every door hole and crack in the ground looking for people. They also see a man as handsome as the reader appeared on the top of the Ferris wheel like a shining spirit, holding a little girl holding a magic light stick in his hand. See everything. Soon. 10 seconds later. Through his ghost eyes, he saw the extremely embarrassed dwarf hiding in the crowd. You think you can escape? The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth curled up. Immediately. He took a step forward, and his body fell from the Ferris wheel that reached directly into the clouds. Facing the light. Black hair swaggers. Hit the ground straight. Someone jumped on the Ferris wheel. Oh my god! Why can't you think about it, handsome guy? In an instant, countless tourists looked up, and countless girls were heartbroken and screaming. But the next moment, they saw that Xiao Bai's body was dissipating, turning into brilliant arcs and flames. Elementalization. He is the Lord. I remembered, he is the Lord Xiao Bai. I have watched his live broadcast. The genius of Baihe University is invincible at his level, and he is also a reserve member of the military. Don't panic, everyone. Someone recognized Xiao Bai and shouted. Suddenly, millions of people stopped panicking and calmed down, paying attention to Xiao Bai. Because in this world, there are copies, abyss, monsters, and alien races. People are just one part of it. The reason why ordinary people can have a peaceful life lies in universities and the military. It deserves everyone's courtesy. Now, Xiao Bai's aura was sinister and fierce, like a ghost. But wherever he goes. But there were crazy cheers. Stab. The thunder was fierce, with the city, amusement park, and all living beings as the curtain. It was so fast that Xiao Bai was the bright light that penetrated the curtain. Ahead. The dwarf, who had disguised himself many times, looked back in shock. In his eyes, a touch of extremely murderous, extremely violent, extremely sinister and twisted, yet extremely bright thunder and fire, like divine punishment from heaven, like the authority of the supreme Vulcan god and thunder emperor. Boom, boom. Quick. Too fast. What a damn speed. The dwarf had a serious look on his face, and cold sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. At the same time, Baihe military headquarters. Call the sun to guard and light up the sun. Tonight is a white night. Anyone who comes out will be killed without mercy. Ling stood up, his military robe flying, murderous. Domestic. The military department and the whole nature are like people and shadows. Man, earth, heaven, king, emperor, the lords of each sequence are in harmony with each other, and the balance is delicate. Therefore, if any node is broken, it means a war is about to begin. It's been 30 seconds now. I wonder if Xiao Bai can withstand it. As a king-level general, Ling was in Xuanxing, so he naturally had his own opponents, and there were others who supported Xiao Bai. He looked away worriedly. Night sky. Directions to the playground. A wisp of white thunder and fire light dazzled, like a star penetrating the atmosphere, extremely bright and extremely radiant. The level of power is not high, but it is extremely tyrannical. Who is the top rank in the ranking? Ling was shocked. At this time, boom! Thousands of meters of thunder and fire penetrated the night sky, penetrated the body of the dwarf, penetrated his lord buildings, and penetrated the civilization of alien beasts. Even penetrating the world core of an alien beast lord alive. So strong. You will regret it soon. Before the dwarf could finish speaking, he died of anger. But the killing of 10,000 ghosts continues. The extremely angry ghost stormed with thunder and fire, tearing the dwarf's body to pieces, tearing the dwarf's world apart, and smashed him to the ground. Boom! For a moment, the asphalt ground was smashed to pieces, and high-rise buildings on the roadside collapsed. Thunder fills every corner, flames burn in the air, ghosts sway among them, and demons dance wildly. Here. Almost purgatory. It's not over when you die. In purgatory, Xiao Bai's figure appeared. One of his hands turned into thunder and fire, and with a rough gesture, he forcefully grabbed the dwarf's soul. Then, a pinch. Boom! At this moment, the pale thunder exploded in the fire, like a miniature mushroom bomb rising into the sky. Snapped! The dwarf's soul body exploded and was torn into pieces, and even his memory was blown out. The memory fragments all over the sky are like a mirror in a painting. Xiao Bai glanced at it and got a huge amount of information. First, the global organization is quite large, with a strict structure and endless perversions. For example, only the dwarfs know about the omnisexual members. In the southern district of Baihe City, which has a population of 100 million, there are ordinary people, lords, as many as 100,000. More than 100,000 people. This. You killed me, red name first. Xiao Bai's eyes were like fire, glowing fiercely. The words have not yet finished. His figure turned into wisps of arcs and flames, disappearing with the wind. Under night. The place where Xiao Bai originally stood was stinking of scorched earth. Only a dwarf's head remains, welded to death on the road. His face was full of fear, and the figure of a little girl was reflected in his unfocused pupils. Chapter 26. 3 seconds after Xiao Bai left. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, vigorous figures jumped and ran among the high-rise buildings. Rushed to the playground at supersonic speed. Baihe University, the student union queue is in place. It will take 30 seconds to start evacuating the crowd. Baihe Military Headquarters, the prefecture-level execution team is in place. It will take 30 seconds to start the mission to rescue Xiao Bai. A famous lord walked into the playground. Some evacuate, some block doors, some call for satellite monitoring, some open defensive barriers, and some release troops for reconnaissance and sensing. All are well trained and cooperative. Therefore, in less than 10 seconds, they discovered a completely evil person, a dwarf. Died suddenly 100,000 meters away from the toy factory. Kill him. According to the crowd, it is the Thunder Emperor, the Fire God, the Ghost King, and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Baihe University, Student Union Team. One of the seniors with facial paralysis who had proctored Xiao Bai's exam was once again cured of facial paralysis, with a look of shock on his face. Isn't this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. Dwarf. That was a real Earth-level lord, raising exotic beasts with human lives, and he was extremely powerful. There are 10 Earth-level alien beast lords. None of them are his opponents. And all evil people have strange props made from human blood and lives. Top 1 in escapability. It's hard to defeat them, and even harder to kill them. But Xiao Bai did it. Millions of people saw that scene. Thunder fell from the sky, Xiao Bai shuttled through it, half thunder, half fire and half man, standing among countless ghosts and monsters, attacking forward, killing the dwarf in anger. Let him persist and he will kill the enemy directly. How outrageous! Monster, monster! Are you sure he has only awakened as a lord less than a month ago? With the combat power he has shown, is it possible that he was training soldiers in his mother's womb? Don't just FK. We are here to protect Xiao Bai, what should we do now? I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry yet. There is only 1 minute left until white night. When the sun rises and the world becomes white, the omnipotent rats will naturally retreat. Suddenly, the college team and the military team all exploded. Baihe City, the long night, the moon hanging high. South District Commercial Street. The lights are bright and bustling. Even though it is already late at night, there are still young couples, students, and 996 people who have just gotten off work, having fun here. Barbecue, legs, and laughter abound. The scenery on Earth OL is really nice. A man carrying a suitcase is walking and enjoying himself. He walked around and looked around. It's like a scenery party in a game. But in reality, his suitcase was packed with scalps, eyeballs, and torture instruments. Treat reality as a game and the city as a hunting ground. Let go of all moral burdens. Finally, the mind is twisted, the emotions are distorted, and he becomes an extreme person. This is totality. Now, the man carrying the suitcase was extremely crazy inside, but his expression was extremely enjoyable, like an abstract game player. He looked at the young couple beside him. All kinds of dark thoughts emerged in his mind, and he grinned with a cruel smile. This smile is like an out-of-control Tesla. When you step on the accelerator, the more you catch the shrimp, the closer you will be to death. Rumble. Suddenly, a dark wind blew in the sky and there was a loud thunder. A large number of dark clouds pressed under the moon, like corpses stacked one after another, too thick to move. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eves with you hiding from the rain. Young lovers cuddle together. The boy touched the girl's head and was about to say something flirtatious, but suddenly his eyes widened. Point to the sky. Stuttered. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Lay Dagu. What are we going to do? The girl's eyes lit up. She smiled and looked up, following her boyfriend's direction. This glance. Her smile froze and her face turned pale. Boom, boom. Top of head. Thousands of thunder struck down, sky fire dispersed, and the terrifying thousands-meter pillar of thunder and fire penetrated the sky and the earth, like a waterfall hanging from the Tianhe River, brightening the entire night sky. But, those thunders and fires, if you look closely, they are all roaring ghosts. How terrifying! How ferocious is it? There's another person inside. The young lovers danced in shock as they watched Xiao Bai, who was bathed in thunder and fire, falling from the sky and shining brightly on the high-rise buildings. Boom! In the end, thunder and lightning struck all members of the S*X group. The man died suddenly on the spot. The suitcase split open, and scalps, eyeballs, and torture instruments rolled all over the floor. Xiao Bai, the lord of Baihe University, is fighting here to kill Xuanxing. Xiao Bai stood up in the sky, carrying thunder and fire on his back, stepping on the black smoke of starving ghosts, and gave a simple explanation. I was scared to death. It turned out to be a madman fighting. I thought he was one of my own. The young couple was so shocked that they couldn't speak incoherently, and accidentally said what was on their mind. Stab! Xiao Bai turned into arc fire again and dissipated. Out of the amusement park. Another 20 seconds passed. This was the 6,666th Xuanxing he had just killed. It's getting slower and slower. They seem to have discovered that they have been exposed and are concentrating and moving. Xiao Bai murmured to himself. Within 20 seconds. One after another, his soul was shattered by him. Those fragments of memory are more real and reliable than any intelligence, weaving a large network of information that points directly to the gathering point of the universe. At night in the city, murderous intentions are everywhere. Xiao Bai has an ethereal figure, standing on the top of the building. The evening breeze blew the corners of his clothes, and also blew a ray of moonlight. Waiting for people from the military and universities to come over. This is indeed the safest way. But the moment the idea occurred, Xiao Bai's pupils shrank sharply. Using the special abilities of the first generation of ghosts, he killed people and exterminated souls. He looked through all the memories and saw the intersection of their memories and discovered the target of their gathering. It's Baihe University. It's your own villa. It's the rich woman who spreads money. Xiao Bai, the genius, is an orphan with no relatives. He was born an evil lord. Kilin Lan. He will no longer have worries, restraints, and bottom lines, and will become an evil ghost. Become one of the whole S*X. Hoarse and deep voices sounded from the memory fragments of the past. That is 20 seconds ago. Damn it! Xiao Bai took a deep breath, thousands of ghosts appeared on him, Xiaobu sat on his shoulders, and he became completely supernatural. In this way, like Sadeko, he can use some kind of medium to instantly cross space and bring terror to him. Chapter 27. 20 seconds ago. They were already in a fight at the amusement park when thunder and lightning killed people. Baihe University. Still in the midst of peace and quiet. Library. Students sat quietly and flipped through books, and in the corridor, someone recited classics. Many people looked bitter and resentful. The books on the table were piled higher than people, and from time to time someone would fall down among them from exhaustion, hugging each other and crying. To persuade people to study medicine, the sky will strike like lightning. To persuade people to learn the Dharma, they will be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Why am I, a lord of alien beasts, studying postpartum care of sows here? Under high pressure. The students suffered repeatedly in the life of Krypton and salted fish. I really envy Senior Feng. He exercises 200,000 volumes of exercises every day, memorizes 10,000 books, writes 1,000 papers, and is still so energetic. What's the secret? Here, there was a student who was full of bookishness, his expression was tired, and he was soft after playing for a long time, and he was talking blearily. Beside him, a senior student with facial paralysis was quickly flipping through books, reading, taking notes, and reciting. He seemed tireless, always full of love and even enjoyment of learning. Little is known about it. Such a paralyzed person who doesn't hear anything outside the window and only reads the books of sages. But he is a member of the whole S**X. The secret. At this time, I heard my junior's inquiry. Feng Mianpan turned the book a page slower and nodded, yes. He said calmly. The key is self-discipline. Take good care of yourself, drink on time, smoke more if you feel uncomfortable, and stay up late every day. Wear more short-sleeved shirts when it's cold, don't forget to play with your phone when crossing the road, and eat more late-night snacks instead of breakfast too often. Wear sandals when it's cold. Use your phone instead of reading if you have nothing to do. Remember to turn off the lights if you must read. Treat life like a Suanquo-style parent. Naturally I won't get tired. I feel uncomfortable if I don't study for a day. For example, I won't sleep until I finish the 100-pound math problem today. Junior, bullfrog, this is the world of the boss. Junior student, it's different for me. I'm afraid of becoming a rookie who doesn't study well, doesn't play games well, and doesn't look good. You are a comprehensive talent. The senior with facial paralysis said rigorously. At this moment, the black-framed glasses of the facially paralyzed senior vibrated slightly. On the lens, a line of small characters appears. The dwarf has been sent and was killed by Xiao Bai. Obviously, this is his communicator. Using Guangxing's own server, and supported by the powerful father, even the military commissioner would have a hard time finding it. Even in the Universal Organization, only core members have it. The dwarf was killed by Xiao Bai. How long has it been? When I proctored him some time ago, he had just awakened. When the information appeared, Senior Feng's paralyzed face was suddenly filled with surprise. Immediately, Senior Feng narrowed his eyes. Talents like Xiao Bai must become Xuanxing. He raised his middle finger. Gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses to send a cold message. Operation Code Name, Liangshan. Deploy the king-level officers from the Baihe area to hold back the military headquarters, old principals, and faculty. Use ordinary people in the organization as the main force to break open the school gate. Human-level and Earth-level members. Take advantage of the chaos to kill Lan, put the blame on Xiao Bai and force him to go to Liangshan. Soon. Come on. I'm not a lord in this life. The Earth OL must have made a mistake. Let's start my life again. The key to starting a group. The key to starting a group. A group of 100,000 people composed entirely of ordinary people. He treated Baihe University as a copy, the students as wild monsters, the principal as the boss, and launched a game-style team battle. Among them, there are office workers holding briefcases, pig butchers wielding butcher knives, delivery boys wearing yellow robes, and rich second generations who have no worries about food and clothing. Most of them. They all regard life as a game, with exciting and happy smiles on their faces. There are also people who abandon all morals and restraints in the name of games. The ugliness of human nature. Shown unscrupulously, this scene is even more terrifying than a zombie siege. Wow! In an instant, the Lord's door was breached by ordinary people. 100,000 rabble trampled, killed, and cursed each other. Extreme confusion. In the midst of the chaos, a lord of a well-known organization walked in the direction of Xiao Bai's villa. At the same time, Xiao Bai killed the dwarf. Elementalization. Anlan's beautiful eyes widened after receiving the news. This is outrageous. According to intelligence, the dwarf was killed from the beginning and was completely on the receiving end. An Earth-level lord was crushed by a human-level lord? This sounds quite incredible. But when I thought that Xiao Bai could still transform into elements, everything seemed reasonable again. Developing the Death Star, Second Awakening, Ghost Arms, Elementalization. How many surprises does this guy have? Anlan tastes quietly. It feels like Xiao Bai is like an endless blind box. Full of fun. Sometimes. Anlan even felt that it wouldn't be long before Xiao Bai would step in front of everyone and become a truly strong man who could stand alone, and even the monsters in the capital of the gods could not stop him. But at this moment... Ding dong! The doorbell of the villa rang. Hello, the takeaway has arrived. A voice came from the door intercom. Anlan frowned, she didn't order midnight snack. Could it be that Xiao Bai ordered it? The war is over. Want to come back for something hot? How much is the takeaway? Anlan stood up and asked. Chapter 28. Baihe University, Xiao Bai Villa. Inside the room. It's bright, quiet, and gorgeous, with many video games on display. The window is half open. The evening breeze blew Anlan's long hair, vaguely bringing with it the noise in the distance. How much is the takeaway? She asked softly. Special offer for university students, braised chicken and rice for 13 yuan. A voice came from the door intercom. Hiss. Hearing this, Anlan took a deep breath. How can it be? Ever since she adopted Xiao Bai, the red envelopes and money transfers have never stopped. He had long since given up on traditional takeout. It's only right that every meal is worth 1 million gold coins. Here. It's a scam. Anlan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she tied up her hair and skirt. White fingers. Gently rubbed the space ring. Next moment. Wisps of light overflowed and turned into a belt on her body. That's exactly it. 100 billion gold coins. Prefecture-level exclusive customized props Kamen Rider Jean belt. Click. Activate the belt. Cobra. What happened? What happened? Confuse. Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? What happened? What happened? Angry. Release yourself. Go my way Kamen Rider. Moment. Anlan releases herself. A mask suit with blue as the main color, gold patterns on the head and limbs, and the characteristics of a cobra. Weird on the body. Well, handsome. She nodded with satisfaction. The original Jean dark suit has a punch power of 36.2 tons. But when she was a child, she had already added money, hired a well-known mechanical lord, and strengthened it with the core of the world. Now this battlesuit. It can range from 100 tons to 9,000 tons at the prefecture level. Freely adjust the strength value. Better than some offensive lords of the senior class. Let me see what happened. Moment. Anlan looked at the door of the villa. Kamen Rider Jean's compound eyes. The shape is similar to the stripes of a cobra, which improves the visibility from above and can be used when leaning down to attack. In addition, along with the improvement of concentration, dynamic vision has also been improved, which can be combined with excellent thermal perception to accurately capture the enemy's movements. Now, presented in Anlan's heat perception. One by one, 10,000 people. They are all filled with the power of lords, some at human level and some at earth level. And now, they actually gathered a crowd to deliver food to themselves? Is the current takeout industry already in turmoil? Anlan took a shallow breath first. Subsequently, she said softly and gently. Just leave the takeout at the door. Okay, you can give me a good review after you sign for it. Outside the door, 10,000 lords were extremely silent. One person in the lead spoke with a smile. Lan agreed to everything he asked for. But in fact, around him, the world projection has been opened, and giant pythons 100 meters thick are probing their heads and spitting out messages. Behind him, swish, swish, swish. One after another, lords opened up the world projection and released troops. The bright moon is shining brightly, spreading gentle moonlight all over the campus, and the campus is peaceful. But under the moon, outside the villa, the shadows were so huge and twisted, including drooling beasts, plants with teeth and claws, and robots hanging from flesh and blood. These arms. He is trying his best to suppress the killing instinct, and is accumulating strength to complete his victory in one battle. Kill yourself. How terrible! In the middle of the night, 10,000 lords actually did this to a weak woman whose world was ruined by the Death Star and who will never be a lord. Lan murmured to herself, but I accept that I am weak and I am invincible. She raised her hand to summon the turtle seal of sin, inserted the liberation drive, and transformed Lovekov into a bazooka-shaped weapon form. Next moment, boom! From the rocket launcher, a destructive energy bomb is fired. Before the enemy could break through the door, Lan directly broke through the door and used Kamen Rider Jean's energy cannon to explode. Under such bombardment, everything is falling apart. The iron door was shattered into debris, the wall was shattered and turned into ashes, and even the air was removed, forming a vacuum zone. And the lords blocking the door. There were even more people dying, stained with blood under the moon. The target of Operation Liangshan has appeared. Damn it! She is destined not to become a lord. How can she still be so strong? Error in prediction. I have to die, but Kamen Rider is so handsome. The remaining lords exclaimed. To this, Lan's response was only night kick. At the same time, University of Baihe, Library. This place is protected by various high-tech force fields. Whether it is a full-scale door attack or a villa war, it has not affected the tranquility of the library. At this time, just after closing, a group of college students walked out. The nightlife begins. They are all young, energetic, and their eyes are full of hope. To them, after walking out of the library, the night begins. Some people will go to a bar to show off for a nightclub, some people will invite their friends to have a barbecue, and some people will hug and whisper with their partner downstairs in the dormitory. In such a lively crowd. But there are two alternatives. Wearing a white denim jacket that has been washed many times, he is full of bookishness. Wearing many short-sleeved shirts and sandals, he looks like an emotionless reading robot with a paralyzed face. The two of them held thick books in their hands, studying hard under the street lamp. Hey, I'm going to take the exam tomorrow and I've only read the book 10 times. The bookish students sighed. These days, it is difficult to become a beast lord even in the life department. Too many qualification certificates are required. There are only 10 kilograms left for the advanced math questions. The senior with facial paralysis showed a happy smile. Look. There are nerds. Apart from studying and doing questions, they are really good for nothing. Without entertainment, without friends, indifferent and lonely, he is simply a dog in a pack of wolves. Outside the library, a will-o'-the-wisp boy passed by on a motorcycle, pointing at the two figures and laughing. Stop talking nonsense. The will-o'-the-wisp boy's companion pulled him and whispered, We are all lords, what should we do if we fight? But what my companions were worried about did not happen. Whether he is a bookish student or a senior with facial paralysis, he only has eyes for books. What are you afraid of? Nerds are always submissive. The will-o'-the-wisp boy said nonchalantly. Is there such a saying? Companion. Of course. The will-o'-the-wisp boy said with a playful smile, nerd, just one word, coward. Throw away the halo of doing the questions. They can't even live in normal society. They still hold books and pretend to be noble every day. They smell like idiots. It's extremely disgusting. How pathetic. As he said that, the will-o'-the-wisp boy laughed again. Hearing this, the student looked bookish. Under the streetlight, I clenched my fists tightly, my shoulders trembled, and I was trembling with anger. Horse riding. This moment. He really wanted to rush up and slap the will-o'-the-wisp boy. But, seeing the will-o'-the-wisp boy leaving, the student did nothing but unclenched his fist. Why? He sighed. What can he do? Really rush up to fight? So, after so many years of struggle, and the family's efforts to cut down on clothing and diet in order to raise a soldier for him, wouldn't it be lost? He can't afford to lose. Senior, aren't you angry? He turned to look at the facially paralyzed senior. Other side. Always calm and calm. I will get angry if someone doesn't let me study. Worthless emotions will only waste my time studying questions. Faced with inquiries. The senior with facial paralysis pushed up his glasses with his middle finger and replied seriously. Subsequently, he frowned, looked in the direction of the villa area, and murmured to himself. You can't even take her down. Although he doesn't have the power of a lord, he is a Krypton metal-rich, money-spending boss. Good thing. Operation Liangshan still has its second phase. However, it must be resolved quickly, and it cannot affect my ability to complete the questions. Finished. The facially paralyzed senior snapped his fingers and released the world projection. His world is filled with mathematics, physics, machinery, and steam. It is like an abyss of reason, from which robots of incomparable beauty and no flaws can be found. Click, click. Robots. Calculate the trajectory of gunpowder with absolute rationality, charge with absolute madness, and unleash an attack unscrupulously. Buildings exploded one after another, campuses were shattered, and the head of the will-o'-the-wisp boy flew up. Ahead. No matter blocking the road or not, bodies exploded one by one. Chapter 29. FK, you said you're not angry. Seeing this, the bookish student was so frightened that his face turned into gold paper. He looked around in fear. There are no seniors with facial paralysis around me anymore, nor are there any teachers or classmates. There is only Scarlet and White Bones. They are both prefecture-level lords. There is a huge difference between having only one type of troops and having 10,000 types of troops. And Senior Feng's mechanical armies are beyond sight, numbering more than 100,000. Horrible. Villa area. What happened? What happened? In loud chanting, Lan performed a night flying kick that penetrated the sky. Boom. As soon as one foot fell, the ground shook and the buildings collapsed. Violent shock waves rippled, the earth shattered, and thousands of concrete pavements flew high into the sky like fallen leaves. Then it fell to the ground like rain. Crash! Dust and smoke rose into the huge pothole. Lan, dressed in a masked battle suit, stood tall like a dangerous cobra woman. Death, death, death. I never thought that I would be able to eat Kamen Rider's night kick in my lifetime, Jean. So handsome. He is handsome, but he will die if he gets kicked. Oh, I'm dead. A total lunatic, shouting in all directions. Some people were surprised and shocked. Kill her. Grab the suit? No, kill the boss and explode the equipment. Some people were excited, and their eyes were shining. The war situation is tense. Da-da-da. At this moment, machines, artillery fire, and ammunition lit up the night sky, and an army of 100,000 machines rushed out like a torrent. Another one. Earth level 9 stars, Machine Lord. In the chaos, facing 100,000 mechanical soldiers alone, Lan stood still and said calmly, "Full-blooded monster. Making such a big fuss? Let me guess, how long can you last? Is it 30 seconds? 20 seconds? 10 seconds? Or shorter?" After this battle, the southern district of Baihe City will no longer have a complete foundation. We have really worked hard for our Xiao Bai. Hear the words. 100,000 robots clicked and stepped forward, diverting traffic. The senior with facial paralysis walked out of them and asked, "Who said Xiao Bai is one of yours?" He was born with an absolute Death Star, but he was able to awaken a second time, become an evil lord, and explode countless soldiers. What do you think? It's even crazier than Guangxing's special building, right? Or maybe, is he a fully human being? Wow! As soon as this statement came out, the whole school was in an uproar, and millions of people heard the words of the facially paralyzed senior. Heaven! Energy surges and clouds collapse. It seemed that the powerful men who were fighting were also shocked by these shocking words. Even the space was like drawing paper, ripples appeared, and the old principal's scolding of "you fart" could be heard vaguely. Hee hee. Seeing this, the paralyzed senior had a sneer on his face. That's how people are. Even if he knew it was a provocation, he would still be jealous, doubtful, hesitant, and angry when his words came out. After the seed is planted, one day will bear fruit. And now, in order to have time to study the questions, come with me. Kill Lan. The senior with facial paralysis issued the order. Just as Lan said, every time Chuanxing could move, he was suppressed by the military to a very short time. Therefore, it's not easy to take the lead for the first time, so you must destroy it to your heart's content. Kill, kill, kill. Let's push the boss together. The world is false, life is just a game, and you and I are both pawns crossing the river. For a moment, all the members of Chuanxing were red-eyed and crazy. Just like a game addict who loves to play and is good at playing, he has no rationality, no rules, and no retreat at all. Boom! Mechanical Lord, thousands of guns fired. Swish! Plant Lord, activates the Blue Vine's mother's entanglement. Roar! The Lord of Alien Beasts, savage collision and sudden advance of pigs. Kill! The Martial Arts Lord promotes martial arts civilization and demonstrates martial arts. In an instant, each of the lords revealed their own troops and strength. Overwhelming! Fill your vision! The terrifying destructive power exploded at the same time. For a moment, the huge Baihe campus trembled as if it had been shaken. Attacks one after another burst out with light, cutting through the night and hitting Lan directly. This moment, the whole school was shaken, and millions of teachers and students were awakened. Countless eyes gathered, some were worried and some were looking forward to it. There are also people who have long been trapped in the quagmire of war. There is smoke everywhere. But that's when all communicators, mobile phones, and electronic devices within Baihe University seem to be possessed by evil spirits. A virtual light screen pops up, and a sentence pops up. Senior, where are you? Rich lady throwing coins, where are you? I'll go find you now. Now. Lan also saw the news. She glanced at the enemies and attacks around her and casually replied, "Next time. I'm already here. But you are near the amusement park and we are millions of miles apart. I've already entered the school gate. But the school gate is gone. I'm at the villa area." Villa area. At this time, Lan was completely confused. The messages on the communicator were one after another, full of weirdness. "Xiao Bai, don't tease me. Senior, I'm behind you." The words fell. Xiao Bai's figure appeared like a virtual ghost. His face was blurred and his whole body was shrouded in the sinister aura, as if he was a humanoid evil ghost coming out of purgatory. Behind her, he opened the ghost world and wrapped an lan in it, like a world egg. Subsequently, grinning, the ghost is possessed. Next moment, hungry, angry. With Xiao Bai as the center, 100,000 starving ghosts and 10,000 angry ghosts, like soul-like cement, were piled and stitched together in one place. It turned into a disaster ghost that took the shape of black smoke, wielded the wrath of thunder and fire, and was filled with the aura of destruction. GGG. The disaster ghost laughs strangely, and a gloomy, terrifying, domineering, and fierce aura sweeps across. No words needed. The disaster ghost raised his hand, the ghost roared, thundered, and exploded. Boom! The monstrous thunder and fire burst out from the dark abyss, shining to the extreme in the night sky. It was so fast that it exceeded the limit of the naked eye. In the earth-shattering, it collided with the attacks of all the members of the whole S**X. Boom! The sky moves and the earth trembles. Chapter 30. Boom! Black smoke, thunder, fire. 100,000 hungry ghosts and 10,000 thunder fire ghosts collide with alien beasts, plants, martial arts, inner energy, mechanical technology. It's a battle of arms. It is also a war between lords and a conflict between worlds. Moment. The worlds are fighting each other, and the air waves they set off are like knives, cutting thousands of meters of ravines in all directions. The collision of various energies exploded into bright points of light, like the brightest star in the night sky, falling from the sky and hitting the earth. In a violent shock wave, the senior with facial paralysis stood behind a robot and covered his face with his hands. In front of him, puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and one lord after another was repelled, knocked away, and killed. There are human levels and there are earth levels. In terms of level, some of them even reached the earth level 9 stars. And now? But he was defeated like a mountain. Is killing the dwarf just a small test for you? So strong. Feng, a senior with facial paralysis, stretched out his fingers and felt the heart-stopping horror. His pupils shrank to a thin line. Slowly he said, Xiao Bai, a victim of the disaster in the wild area, he became a lord in less than a month, and his level was recently updated to 9-star human level. But the actual combat power is not inferior to that of the Earth level 9 stars. What order have you created in this world? The senior with facial paralysis has a low voice. But the words he said shocked everyone. Man, Earth, Sky, the 8 levels of lords, one step at a time, and one level of heaven, are order and iron law. There are very few combatants who can transcend levels. And those who can transcend the level of combat means that they are part of an order, so they can challenge the order. Call. The next moment, the dark wind swept away the shock wave. In the smoke, a Death Star and the ghost world appeared. The hungry ghosts and the thunderfire angry ghosts all crawled towards Xiao Bai, crawled at his feet, hugged his body, and climbed on top of him, forming the upper body of ghosts. You talk a lot, senior. The entire battlefield was filled with Xiao Bai's laughter, filled with ghostly aura, and countless broken limbs and arms swayed with his movements. That terrifying aura seemed to have explained everything. Next moment, all the ghost limbs and ghost auras were sewn together into a big hand, and then it was shot down on the head. Although order-level lords are the only powerful ones, they still have advantages due to their high level and good organization. The facially paralyzed senior shook his head slightly. The words fell. He waved his hands like music and commanded 100,000 mechanical core. Click. Mechanical dogs, robots, mechanical birds, mechanical beasts. All kinds of mechanical life. Arrange, combine, evolve, and turn into a huge Gundam. It is so spectacular. As the saying goes, mathematics teaches everything. Number. Everything that makes up the world, macro and micro, even life and soul, can be constructed and interpreted using numbers. And this move, investigate things to gain knowledge. It was the facially paralyzed senior who used his knowledge of mathematics, physics, and programming to sublimate mechanical life in the best possible way. Various machines and tools build an ideal world in mathematics. Machinery is a world of its own. Nature and energy flow in machinery and mathematics, turning into gushing steam. Boom! Gundam moved forward, and the mechanical arms spread out, turning into multiple shackles and mechanisms. These mechanisms and shackles are also filled with mathematical principles, forming mechanical patterns that are constantly calculating and running. Evolved a powerful sealing power, almost like natural feng shui power, to restrain Xiao Bai's disaster ghost. The terrifying stitching ghost hand. It's hovering over the head of the facially paralyzed senior. So, those who study mathematics are all ruthless monsters. Xiao Bai also chuckled. It's completely different than when you're invigilating yourself. Now the senior with facial paralysis has entered the game mode as a full gender member. Extraordinarily calm, cold, and ruthless. Every move is as precise as a machine, and the 100,000 mechanical core are integrated into one body. Not only does it not have any flaws in itself, he is always calculating Xiao Bai's flaws. Once there is a chance, a fatal attack will be launched. This is the first time Xiao Bai has seen such a powerful opponent. No matter whether it is the Locust Army in the Secret Realm, the Giant Plains, the Dwarfs, or other beings, they are not even half as good as the paralyzed senior above. It's a great blessing to be able to fight with the senior. I will kill you to thank you for your support during the assessment. The disaster ghost is bound. Xiao Bai grinned, and he walked directly out of the skill range of ghost upper body. That moment. There are no hungry ghosts, no thunder and fire ghosts, and no power of lords. It can be said that Xiao Bai's body is full of flaws. Everywhere on his body is written "You come and kill me, and I will die in front of you." A look of shock appeared on the rigid face of the facially paralyzed senior. At this moment, he had the urge to take action. Xiao Bai was full of flaws in his eyes, like a mathematical formula that had been solved, just waiting for his fatal blow. But he hesitated for a moment. Xiao Bai is a unique lord who represents an order alone and possesses ghost troops. The existing tactics and routines may not be applicable to him. If you take action, could it be a scam? Boom! At the moment when the facially paralyzed senior hesitated, the flaws in Xiao Bai's body were completely gone, and one after another the ghosts used him as a coordinate to break through the shackles. Bang! 100,000 ghosts are like mountains and seas, raising thousands of meters of black fog. In the fog, there are hungry ghosts screaming, and angry ghosts roaring. A leg covered with a human face steps out of the black fog, and the mouth, nose, eyes, and ears of the human face are sprayed with spray. Come out with thunder and fire. Die. Silently, the soul is roaring, as if it is deafening. Thunder and fire burst out, and a layer of mechanisms cracked open, like iron trees and silver flowers, stretching 10,000 meters. One mechanical unit was scrapped, followed by the second and third. The mechanical unit collapsed into pieces, dazzling with pale thunder and fire. Next moment. Boom! The ghost's feet stepped across the sky, countless black mist spread, endless thunder and fire erupted, like a sun shining suddenly here, blazing and brilliant, stinging people to tears. Rumble! Loud noises shook the sky, and earthquakes came one after another, turning the world upside down. In thunder arcs, fire light, and smoke. Xiao Bai stepped on the angry thunder, stood in the sky, hugged Kamen Rider Jean, and let the strong wind blow his hair. How does it feel when you hold it? Enlan whispered. Great. Xiao Bai said rigorously, it's fragrant and soft. I didn't expect the mask suit to feel like this. He's not dead. Enlan said again. I know. Xiao Bai nodded. His eyes were like ghosts, seeing through the dust in the sky. Only saw. Among the corpses and losers everywhere, there was no sign of the senior with facial paralysis. He appeared 10,000 meters away, breathing heavily, with a pile of scrapped mechanical core beneath him. What a pity! If I hadn't had the skill of mechanical stand, I would have died right now. Junior, you are awesome. The senior with facial paralysis looked shocked. He is good at calculations, uses mathematical principles to interpret the fighting methods of mechanical core, and uses mechanized feng shui to temporarily restrain even ghosts. But Xiao Bai took advantage of his hesitation and got rid of the shackles. Obviously. Although this junior student is not as good as him in mathematics and experience, he has a spirit that he has long since lost. Treating the world as earth-ol and life as a game, his once real enterprising spirit is also wasting away in the game. Now, he saw this spirit in Xiao Bai. This time it was his turn to be restrained by Xiao Bai. Starving ghosts and angry ghosts of thunder and fire come out one after another. The machinery is corroded and distorted by the supernatural, and the evil and murderous intent is shocking. Actually, we don't need to fight for life or death. The senior with facial paralysis suddenly advised. You are extremely talented. In terms of statistics, you are already the first human-level lord in the world to level up on your own. But across the organization, there are so many ways to accelerate upgrades. Earth level, heaven level, king, as long as you are willing, that power is at your fingertips. You can even create artificial ghosts, turn the world into hell, and reach heaven in one step and become a legend. Isn't it wonderful to live such an unscrupulous life? Moreover, before this, we had no grievances, and today, you have nothing to lose. On the contrary, the organization has used human life to gain military exploits for you. Just treat it as a friend. Why are you angry? Xiao Bai, for a divine light stick. The facially paralyzed senior narrowed his eyes. This moment, he felt an unprecedented murderous aura and crisis. Chapter 31. As soon as the words fell, thunder started. Boom! Angry ghosts roared all over the sky, and the thunder exploded, creating waves like spider webs, spreading across the 10,000 meter power grid, and the flames under the power grid steamed like propellers. In the sea of thunder, fire, and ghosts, Xiao Bai jumped up and fought forward with Li Gui, like a thunder comet rising from the abyss, bright and eye-catching. Mechanical civilization. The facially paralyzed senior was fully focused, and the world projection expanded to the extreme, and buildings crashed down one after another. Planes, cannons, mechas, Gundam. Various mechanical lives emerge from the building, transforming into regiments and marching out to fight. Rush towards Xiao Bai. Moment. Xiao Bai stared, facing the mechanical core, and continued to move forward, forward. Behind. The ghost upper body's skills have been completely formed, and the monster, which is completely made of ghost limbs, corpses, and curses, stands up. It stretched out its big hand, penetrated the mechanical core, and directly hit the facially paralyzed senior. Ghost, supernatural. It is an anomaly in common sense, a horror that is horrifying to think about, and a weirdness that transcends life, death, time, and space. It is also a void. This moment, void characteristics appear, real damage and critical hits. For a moment, the face of the paralyzed senior was filled with shock. He activated his skills, using each mechanical life as a springboard, flashing and flashing, flashing and retreating 10 times in a row. Mechanical stand, a skill that can change positions with mechanical arms. It is the life-saving skill of the Machine Lord. Genuine space ability. However, puff. Blood spurts. The right leg of the senior with facial paralysis was broken, twisted in an anti-human posture, exposing the bones. What a scary ghost army! His face was paralyzed with a look of shock. Senior Feng summoned a fighter plane, activated his second skill mechanical fusion, clicked together, and leaped backwards. For a moment, across thousands of miles of night sky, leaving the battlefield and campus, arriving in the Neon City. But the next moment, boom! Thunder resounded, and Xiao Bai's handsome face appeared outside the cockpit of the fighter plane. He stepped on thunder, half of his face turned into arcs of electricity, his black hair was like fire, and his whole body was as ghostly as a ghost. He raised his hand. The monsters and disaster ghosts behind him also raised their hands and struck down. Boom! Fighter planes broke wings and exploded, thousands of ghosts screamed, black fog and thunder and fire filled the air, and ghosts and monsters twisted and came out. It was hysterical. Boom! In the broken fighter plane, the paralyzed senior was falling. Pushed downward by countless ghosts and monsters, his body split open, and his heart and consciousness were impacted by malice and murderous intent. Wow! At this moment, the face-paralyzed senior's world was shattered, and the machinery factories collapsed. From ton after ton of test papers and questions fell out, flying like white snow over the city. The most painful thing in life is to die without finishing the test questions. I can't die. Archimedes, Gauss, Newton, Descartes, give me power. On the line between life and death, the potential of a senior with facial paralysis is unleashed. His hair fell out at the speed of light. In one pair of eyes, full of mathematics, formulas, theorems, and calculations. Swish! Skills, mechanical doubles. Click! Skills, mechanical fusion. Using the two skills together, the facially paralyzed senior was on the run, his figure constantly flashing between high-rise buildings. At the same time, in his world projection, mechanical arms exploded. Constantly repair buildings, fuse them into strong colonization armor, and break through your own limits. You're the only one with a building. However, the next moment, the projection of Xiao Bai's world opened up, with high walls, large tombs everywhere, and sarcoma power stations bleeding. Directly confronting the world with a brazen collision. Call. Before the two worlds collide, a strong wind has already set off. Underneath the two of them, the city is vast and bright with neon lights. Under the street lights, there are young people going out for nightlife everywhere. There are many handsome men and beautiful women, talking, laughing and having a party. There are also young lords who release their own troops and show off their coquettishness, which attracts the admiration of girls. Then the admiration became less frequent. The street kids were all shocked, raised their heads, and looked at Xiao Bai and the senior with facial paralysis flying in the night sky. One is like a mechanical brain, and the other is like a fierce ghost. They fight against each other, changing their moves, and breaking them thousands of times in an instant. Exciting, hilarious and murderous. Shocking. And at that moment, the night train braked, the street runners were stunned, and the human cubs were frightened and cried. In the midst of crying, two worlds suddenly collide. Rumble. The human-level world collided with the Earth-level world, and the result was that the Earth-level world was pushed back. Regardless of math, moves, or routines. Xiao Bai's advantage is that there are many ghosts and strange things. And there is an imperial-level building, the Xianhuang Tower, for protection. He only needs to take the initiative to attack wildly, suppressing all the experience and algorithms of his opponent with continuous real damage. Use supernatural disasters to crush the past, defeat and crush your opponents. The best way to deal with an outstanding mechanical lord like Facial Paralysis Senior is to absolutely suppress damage and not compete with his reactions or moves. Boom! The night sky exploded with thunder and fire. The mechanical world of the facially paralyzed senior was shot down by Xiao Bai, and he stumbled all the way. Wherever it passed, arcs roared and flames rose, the coolness of the night was driven away, and the heat and coldness of the angry ghost swept everything. In the violent shock wave, streetlights exploded, and cars floated like toys, hanging but not falling, as weird as if they had seen a ghost. What is a lord? This is the lord. Within the territory, there is a war zone and a domination zone. Interval, Xiao Bai's strongest area is the interval. Before he has broken through the prefecture level, he has the prefecture level lord interval, which is far superior to the same level and suppresses everything. At the same time, a group of lords were traveling through the city. Quick! Barrier! This is too much noise. Evacuate the crowd quickly. Aren't we here to strongly support Xiao Bai? Why did the tactics switch to support? Teams from the military and universities finally caught up with Xiao Bai. But once they arrived at the scene, it was such a shocking scene that they had to deal with the aftermath immediately. It is both refreshing and shocking, leaving people speechless for a long time. Just at this time, a minute passed, the sun rose, and the white night appeared. Chapter 32. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and the sun is shining. In Baihe City, the world is clear. 2 billion people opened their eyes. The internet, media, and cameras were working like crazy. All eyes were focused on one person. Xiao Bai. From the amusement park, to the streets of South District, to the campus, and now to this moment. Too many people saw his hurried figure. Some people saw him wandering the streets like Yama, walking with ghosts, and leading a little girl into a toy factory. Some people saw him going crazy, jumping off the Ferris wheel, saying "I see you," and transforming into an angry thunder to kill the enemy. Some people saw white thunder and fire falling from the sky, killing people like hemp, like an urban legend. Some people also saw him transcending time and space and transforming into a ghost. Transformed into chaotic nothingness. At a speed faster than that of a light rail high-speed train, it can cross millions of miles of urban areas in an instant, defeat the enemy head-on, and vindicate oneself. And at this moment, the white night has finally come, and the world is white. Everyone saw a world-shaking scene, a human-level lord suppressing an earth-level 9-star lord. See the thunder pouring down the sky and the flames burning the world, becoming a terrifying tide that is brighter than the sun and hangs over the city. This moment, the sky seemed to split open. The blue sky and white sun are cut apart by the vast thunder and fire, like fireflies on the canvas, bright, dazzling and arrogant. The end point of this firefly line. He is the senior with facial paralysis. Boom! Like the wrath of the sky, as if the earth collapsed, thunder and fire roared, breaking through the sky and breaking the clouds. Completely break down a mechanical world. This moment, hundreds of millions of people looked up and saw mechanical units exploding like fireworks. In thunder and rage, the senior with facial paralysis was completely destroyed, so he had to use his third skill, mechanical ascension, abandon his body, and split his consciousness to escape. Mechanical parts fell out of his head, his mouth opened and closed, and he said with his lips, "Next time we meet, I won't lose to you." Click! Before he could finish his words, he was crushed by Xiao Bai's foot. He stepped on thunder and stood in the sky, with no one above him and all living beings below him. So strong! Xiao Bai, a ferocious evildoer, the appearance of Zikuo. The first person looked up at the sky and sighed. Then came the second, third. 100 million, 2 billion. Till the end. There are heaven-level lords who fly from the sky, and there are king-level lords who return from foreign lands. Some of them are military commissioners, and some are university faculty and staff. But at this moment, they all looked at Xiao Bai with complicated eyes. Who would have thought? Overnight, within a minute, Xuanxin could be so crazy and launch a bloody disaster on a scale of 100,000 people? Same. No one expected that Xiao Bai, who was originally classified as a protected object in the bloody disaster, He actually killed Xuanxing with his own strength. What conspiracy? What's the plan? What is sowing discord? Tear and smash them all, start from one point to break the game and overturn the chessboard. This outstanding performance directly shattered all of Xuanxing's plans, and the war was defeated from bottom to top. There was even a king-level corpse left behind. It can be said to be a great victory. Among them, Xiao Bai takes the greatest credit. Xiao Bai. The old principal stepped out of the foreign space and walked quickly towards Xiao Bai. His body was a little dusty, but his eyes were brighter than ever. The angry ghost of thunder and fire who is always staring at Xiao Bai. Where did you get such awesome troops? The old principal's eyes were full of disbelief. So many types of arms. Each one has king-level potential. Each one is no less than the best S-class elemental lord. This is amazing. I bought it from the school warehouse. Xiao Bai said. The old principal looked at Xiao Bai with a question mark on his face. What's in the warehouse? Could he still not know? It's okay if you don't tell me. The old principal smiled and said, you are young, it is normal to have a little secret. Xiao Bai. He obviously told the truth. It's true. Xiao Bai said. Ah, yes, yes. The old principal hummed, and suddenly said, from today on, Xuanxing will definitely be famous for you. I will be your bodyguard from now on until you graduate. Xiao Bai said oh and asked gently, does joining the military department count as graduation? The old principal was stunned, what do you mean? With my strength, there is nothing left to learn in the school. Although I have only been in school for less than a month, the principal can rest assured that Xiao Bai will always be a part of Baihe University. Xiao Bai said. The old principal. The atmosphere suddenly changed to Cambridge. Ha ha ha. It's so enjoyable. Kill the king of all sexes. At this time, Ling also appeared out of the sky, looking up to the sky and laughing. The old principal turned around and said coldly, Xiao Bai is going to join the military now. When did he go crazy? Ling said in surprise. Xiao Bai. The old principal. Ling. The atmosphere became Cambridge again. A long time. Xiao Bai said I have reached the limit of human level and received the job transfer task of the two kings. Rational analysis shows that staying in school has no value. It'll slow me down. How long has it been since, that there will be another breakthrough? The old principal said with high emotional intelligence, FK. Ling had a low emotional intelligence and said, FK. Itself. Xiao Bai, a human-level lord, could already overwhelm an Earth-level 9-star lord and beat him violently. If he breaks through the Earth level and becomes a double king again. The two of them really doubted that in the same realm, there was no one in this world who could beat Xiao Bai. That's okay. Ling naturally agreed. He patted his chest and said, from now on, you will be the commissioner of the military department. It just so happens that the meritorious service in this battle can be counted as military rank and reward. Xiao Bai. His eyes widened and he looked at Ling for 10 seconds. Xiao Bai, is this the end? Yes. Ling said matter-of-factly, what else? The military is very relaxed. What kind of oath under the mysterious banner, what kind of speech, what kind of ceremony? When you die, someone will seal the coffin and make a final decision. Some people will say that you are not afraid of life and death and keep the Xian kingdom safe. Some people will say that you are strong-minded and protect the peace of all living beings. As for being alive, wearing a military uniform, it is natural that responsibilities and honors are on your shoulders. There are some things that you just need to do. There are some things that you just need to remember in your heart without saying anything. Now. Ling's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear. Moment. Baihe City, with a population of 2 billion, was actually silent in the white night. Next moment. In such a big city, hundreds of millions of people's hearts twitched violently at the same time, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 33. Xiao Bai. The fierce god Xiao Bai, the military welcomes you. The next moment, 2 billion people were filled with tears and cheered in excitement. Countless people high-fived each other, praising, marveling, and calling Xiao Bai's code name. Code name. It is a symbol of the strong and the embodiment of the Lord's ability or strength. For example, full S**X, dwarf. Code name. Often the taboos were not created by oneself, but in battle after battle, the taboos would become unspeakable taboos as the Lord grew up. And now, Xiao Bai killed his code name, Fierce God, overnight. Although he became the Lord for less than a month. Although he attended college for less than 1 month. But his combat power is already obvious to all, surpassing his peers. The hungry ghost that is as majestic as a mountain and as vast as the sea, the fierce and violent thunder and fire angry ghost, the high wall, Xianhuang Tower, with excellent defense. And a strange building. The most important is, he himself is like a ghost, nihilistic and strange. Just one person, without any help, can kill an entire generation. Even. He also crossed a large level and smashed an Earth level 9-star mechanical lord with 100,000 troops. Defeated a mechanical civilization. Along the way, there were killings everywhere, full of blood and bones. It's crazy. Simply vicious. Deserved. It's outrageous. We seniors are still doing tasks and earning credits, and junior Xiao Bai has become a military commissioner so quickly. Tianjiao is like this, too powerful and too hasty. It's an honor to have a chance to meet each other and be part of the same school. After that, the gap between the raptors crossing the river and entering the sea and us little fishes in the river will only get wider and wider. FK. Let me look up twice more. At Baihe University, tens of millions of students raise their heads together. At this moment, they felt the gap and pressure, and besides being envious, they were still envious. All of a sudden, 2 billion people are looking up and marveling, forming a vast and magnificent white night picture. At the same time, with hundreds of millions of people watching, Enling waved his hand, and the sky cracked, revealing a realm beyond the sky. Welcome to Baihe Military Headquarters. Enling smiled and made a gesture of invitation. What a spirit! Xiao Bai praised. His curiosity aroused and he stepped into the outer world. Only saw. It is vast and boundless inside, even bigger than Baihe City with 2 billion people. A famous lord was wandering among them. They opened the world projection, erected buildings, and released troops. Alien beasts, plants, machinery, martial arts, elements. Various worlds are intertwined, promoting and strengthening each other. The military headquarters of our Xian kingdom are all established in the origin realm. It's here. The inner world of the Lord can be permanently released and imprinted on reality without affecting the normal operation of the inner world. It's equivalent to a vice world that can be hosted. Behind Xiao Bai, Enling, old Principal Li Daizai, and the military team all walked in. Enling proudly introduced. Just observe these worlds. The military department will be able to know the status and whereabouts of each commissioner, so as to make overall plans. For example, the strange beasts in this world of strange beasts are dying. Illustrate. The Lord has encountered a crisis outside, is at war, and is in a disadvantageous situation, and needs support. While talking, a military team left Baihe military headquarters. Enling pointed into the distance again and said. For example, that world is sending out a signal, and another copy space appears outside Baihe City. Xiao Bai followed the sound and looked. Only saw. It was a world of life lords, with civilization, machinery, and beasts, exactly the same as the blue star before the time travel. At this time, on the wheat fields of that world, strange circle symbols suddenly appeared. The little people in the world were so surprised that they thought aliens were coming. And the world outside. Analysts from Baihe military headquarters have analyzed the coordinates of the copy space from the strange circle symbols and uploaded them to the military headquarters intranet. There are also auxiliary system lords, like gods, wandering around the world. Those who assist the development of alien beasts are called beast gods by the creatures in the world of alien beasts. Those who assist the growth of plants are called the gods of life by the creatures in the plant world. A lord smokes a cigarette and works, puffs out smoke and shines sparks, and is regarded as the emperor of heaven by the creatures in the small world. Certainly. There are also lords themselves, operating in their own world. Only. The more powerful a lord is, the greater the time difference with his own world. Some lords just sleep in the world, and when they wake up, they have already iterated into civilization. The most classic one is the martial arts lord. Xiao Bai saw more than one martial arts lord practicing in his own world, and each of them was Zhang Wuji and Brother Go. And when they return to the human world, they will leave a legend of ascension in the inner world. It's truly spectacular and magical. Xiao Bai sighed. This world is too big and the Lord is too powerful. Every war and collision between lords is a change of the century for the creatures in the inner world. After you complete the registration, you can also print a secondary world. The military will send special personnel to look after and assist. The arms cultivated in the secondary world do not conflict with the main world and have benefits. They can replenish combat power as quickly as possible. For some lords with special arms and special skills, the vice world is equivalent to a second life. Ling continued to introduce. I see. Xiao Bai nodded, suddenly enlightened. No wonder. He fought against the facially paralyzed senior until the very end, killing them all through his mechanical world. But it still allowed him to ascend mechanically. There is indeed something to say here. On the basis of making up your mind to be the enemy of the whole S*X and not being afraid, it is more cost-effective to arrive at the military headquarters early than to arrive late. Military resources. It is more than one order of magnitude higher than that of colleges and universities. All right. Next, I will take you to register and make rubbings of the sub-world. Ling took Xiao Bai to a huge tree. The ancient trees reach the sky, reaching to the stars. One world after another hangs on the branches, like bubbles. This is the ancient tree of origin. Ling said, just open the world projection under the tree, and it will automatically print the Lord's world and the core of the world. And it can effectively identify the Lord's talent. Even an S-level talent can tell the truth at a glance. Xiao Bai. Only then did he realize that when he arrived under the ancient tree of origin, Ling was the only one beside him. Even the old principal was stopped outside. This confidentiality measure is very considerate. Ahem, I wonder what talent level Senior An is. Xiao Bai asked curiously. Brother-in-law is so kind. Ling said carelessly, I am an A-talent level martial arts lord, with an A-level talent martial emperor body, and an A-level world core martial emperor mountain. 5 years ago, I was the top pick in the country. As for the S talent level, that's really rare. It has been several years since it appeared. Whenever a wild S talent lord appears, the whole country will rush for it. The major military departments will also hide them tightly. Not until extraordinary generals are selected will they appear and become famous. I have a hunch. Brother-in-law's talent will definitely not be inferior to those baby bumps. Chapter 34. Xiao Bai. Well. This is a brother-in-law, and it feels quite comfortable. It was as if he had paid for it physically. So. This ancient tree of origin is a talent-level world. It can be imprinted, right? Xiao Bai asked objectively. Of course. Ling responded confidently, signaling that Xiao Bai could start performing. That's good. Xiao Bai took a step forward, pressed his hand on the glowing tree trunk, and opened the world projection. Call. Behind him. The Death Star appears, graves are everywhere in the wasteland, and a dark wind blows. There was a sinister laughter coming from the Sarcoma power station. Thunderous and angry ghosts kept jumping off the high walls. Seems extremely weird. And at this moment, the ancient tree of origin sensed this strange world and discovered the first-generation ghost Xiao Bai. Its massive trunk began to tremble. As if stained with blood, it turned into a scarlet color, and then spread to the branches and leaves. Finally, one after another, ghost-faced and bloody flowers are blooming ferociously on the ancient tree of origin, and they are so beautiful that they are breathtaking. Ling stared at him with wide eyes. He said politely, "Grass. Normally, when a flower blooms, it means it is a D-level talent. 2 flowers blooming is a C-level talent. 3 is B, 4 is A, and 6 flowers are S. But, like now, the sky-reaching ancient tree blooms from beginning to end, and the sky is covered in scarlet. What's happening here?" Ling didn't understand. He had a terrible suspicion that swelled in his stomach. At the same time, Xiao Bai touched the trunk. This tree was like the legendary world tree, and it was a living creature with an ignorant soul. I wonder if there are tree ghosts in the world. Xiao Bai thought this, and then he saw the ghost Xiao Buletin coming out of the inner world. She is innocent and the purest ghost in the world. She smiled. As if greeting a playmate, he squatted beside the ancient tree of origin and whispered. Then, the ancient tree of origin, as if it had been deceived, ran away and rushed straight into Xiao Bai's inner world. Xiao Bai thought to himself, "Holy shit," before he could react, the ancient tree of origin had already been planted in his inner world. Ah, this! Xiao Bai took a deep breath. Others imprint the world on trees. It's good for him. Directly and quietly, the ancient tree of origin was planted in the inner world. Staring blankly at the bottomless, black hole-like tree pit in front of me, Xiao Bai felt that he had arrived in Cambridge. He was silenced. Was the rubbing successful? At this time, Ling was still immersed in the shock of a tree blooming. He lowered his head to communicate with the Chengdu headquarters and asked questions. At the same time he said excitedly, "The trees are full of flowers. Your talent is higher than anyone imagined. The city of Chengdu attaches great importance to it. This is a good thing." "That's good." Xiao Bai said absently, "Do you think there is a possibility? I mean, it's possible. The military will punish me because I lost the talent testing tool. How can a mere tool be compared with others? Brother-in-law, rest assured that every member of the military department is the most priceless." Ling lowered his head and said, "Is that so?" Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. "That must be the case. By the way, what does talent testing tool mean? Are there any tools here?" The next moment, Ling looked up with a smile. Then the smile cracked. "What the hell, where's my tree? Where's a tree as big as mine? Xiao Bai! Xiao Bai! My uncle, why are you running away?" Ding! "Lord Xiao Bai, you planted an ancient tree of origin. Origin ancient tree, special building? The ancient tree rooted in the era is the origin of thousands of small worlds. Tongtian Jian Mu, world tree, willow god, it has had too many names. But this is the first time it has been implanted in someone's body. There seem to be many Lord Worlds hanging on it. How lucky! As the only ghost and the most special unit, Xiaobu possesses the characteristics of amplification and luck. Now, Xiao Bai conquered the ancient tree of origin. To be honest, this was indeed a blessing that others could not. But what is the use of this tree?" He frowned and thought, while Ling roared beside him. "Xiao Bai! Didn't you call me brother-in-law before? Sister, you are so big. My brother will settle the score and pay for my tree." I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Let me be in a hurry. Xiao Bai called Lan directly. Under Lan's constant persuasion, Ling calmed down quickly. He sent Xiao Bai to the military conference building with a mournful face as if someone had robbed him of his wife's book. The news spreads. Everyone knew that Xiao Bai had taken away the ancient tree of origin and his own sub-world, and they all fell into disgrace. This can be said to have shaken the foundation of the Baihe military department. At last, it was Xiao Bai's promise that he would definitely participate in this year's selection of extraordinary generals and win an origin world, and everyone jumped down from the conference table. Next topic. Ling said with a dark face. In this battle, we killed a king-level lord in Chuanxing and eliminated all of Chuanxing's gangsters in Baihenan district. Among them, Xiao Bai takes the greatest credit. On the basis that he has destroyed the ancient tree of origin, his military rank will not be promoted and he will be classified as a third-class soldier. But materially, how should I be rewarded? Hearing this, the military lords fell silent. One of the alien beast lords laughed out loud while hugging the pig, and he said, "Ha ha ha! Xiao Bai, you just came here. I am definitely not just happy with you because you lost the ancient tree of origin and everyone's sub-world. I just think of happy things. I just smile, with you, those who ride horses." Xiao Bai. Seeing everyone looking at him enthusiastically, several martial arts lords were still sharpening their swords. While Xiao Bai lamented that the military department was indeed very lenient, he took the initiative to apply for material rewards for himself and said, "Do we have a prison or something? It's a place where death row prisoners are held. The more heinous the better. If the number is smaller, 100,000 will be enough, if more, 100 million. Ling was surprised. "Why do you want to be on death row? My job transfer mission is to kill 100,000 people. To evolve my army, I need a scalpel that can kill 100 million people in one bite. This shouldn't be difficult, right?" As soon as Xiao Bai opened his mouth, the eyes of the people around him immediately changed. Chapter 35. The Baihe military headquarters orders the sun, moon, and stars to protect the health of 2 billion people. It resists wild area disasters on the outside, and is free of all kinds of blood disasters on the inside. What do you think? They are all serious forces of justice, official, and card-carrying. But now, there is an alien in this military department. Looking at Xiao Bai's shy smile, he recalled Xiao Bai's request. Everyone in the conference room felt a chill on their necks, as if they had been stabbed by a ghost. "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry, I just laughed too loudly." The alien beast lord holding the pig apologized decisively. Several martial arts lords also silently put away their knives and became kind. "Is this what death row prisoners use? You can make this request in private and change it now." Ling's mouth twitched. Damn! In front of so many people and with the minutes of the meeting, how could he agree? "Then I want some moving bones, walking corpses, and blood of sin. Xiao Bai said pragmatically. In college, these materials are extremely difficult to obtain. But in the military department, he only needs to speak, and tasks will naturally be generated, and specialists will collect and distribute them. This treatment is very comfortable. The first two are no problem." Ling said. "That's enough." Xiao Bai said he could accept it. "Okay, I will send it to you together with the military commissioner's order after a while." Ling nodded. The meeting is over. After the meeting, before he could leave the conference building, someone blocked Xiao Bai and took him to a corner. Just when Xiao Bai thought he was going to stage a cliché drama of educating newcomers, the man threw a page of gold paper to Xiao Bai and said, "The 100,000 death row prisoners you want are ready. These are the spatial coordinates of the prison. It's also a creed. As for the scalpel that has killed 100 million people, there is nothing readily available in the world. We need to mobilize the efforts of the whole country and travel to many places. You have to wait for half a month. Xiao Bai, thank you very much. The man added, the military has never agreed to these things, and no one has done it for you. You did it yourself. So no need to thank anyone else. Xiao Bai, understood. What do you call me? Just call me Sir Tan, first-class auxiliary soldier of the military department, lord of the life department. The man smiled and said, I am usually responsible for city transportation. Xiao Bai, okay, Sir Tan. Xiao Bai, I'm leaving first, Sir Tan. When I think of 100,000 death row prisoners. He couldn't wait. If the military department is the most violent and just institution in Xian Kingdom, it is Bai. Then the whole nature is black. And Xiao Bai. It's just a colorful patch of grey. An executioner, scavenger like lord position. Certainly. There's nothing wrong with that. He is the first generation ghost after all. Follow the coordinates on the gold paper. Xiao Bai found the Tian Lao in the huge military origin world and handed over the creed to the prison. The jailer presented a list of 100,000 people. He was so sincere at first glance. The people above are all members of all genders, and they all regard reality as a game. Some claim to be the fourth natural disaster, burning, killing and looting. Some enjoy burning people alive with cannons. There are also people who implement Taureanism and Huang Mao theory and commit many crimes that violate human ethics. The scariest thing is, these lunatics are all normal people in a sense. At least they know what is right and what is wrong when they commit crimes. But they regard everything as a game, enjoy and immerse themselves in it. The evil in human nature. He was released for the most trivial reasons, and as a lord, he had the ability to realize all the most evil and filthy ideas. Those cases, files, are simply more cruel than ghosts. Die, I'm giving you an advantage. After all, Xiao Bai was not a demon. He walked into the prison, released 100,000 ghosts, and then closed the door. Suddenly. Ghost. Why are there ghosts in the game? Mom, I'm scared. I want to log off. I want to change my number. Various screams sounded. Very pleasant and melodious. Among the scarlet and white bones on the ground, Xiao Bai saw threads of blood flying up, weaving a weird web. Online. Full of malice and screams. Gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, lust, and wrath, the 7 deadly sins are presented in the form of diodes. Just one look at it gives you high blood pressure. Finally. 100,000 lives, countless bloodshot eyes, and countless nets turned into a foundation like a stack of buffs. Appeared in Xiao Bai's inner world. Appears in tombs, high walls, Xianhuang Tower, Yongqin Power Station, and even under the ancient tree of origin. Raise buildings and expand the world. Moment. Xiao Bai's foundation is completed, and the Earth's level is completed. The inner world that originally only had an effective territory of 30,000 meters suddenly expanded to 100,000 meters. Standard Prefecture Level 1 Star Configuration. The power of the Lord. It also exceeded the 99 tons threshold. End. The connection with the starving ghosts and the thunderfire angry ghosts is also closer, and the arms and lords are integrated. Faster summoning speed. A larger war zone. More powerful basic troop explosion rate and output. Good. Xiao Bai was excited and clenched his fists. He broke through to the earth level. The war zone alone reaches a terrifying 10,000 meters. This is simply terrifying. If we were to fight against the facially paralyzed senior at this moment, how can he use the world to collide with the world? The immediate field opens. The ghost world will cover the mechanical world, making all the opponent's buildings useless, all arms scrapped, and all skills unusable. By the time 100,000 hungry ghosts bite, and 10,000 thunder and fire ghosts bomb, The top is poor and the blue is falling, and the bottom is full of underworld. Who can escape? Earth-level Xiao Bai is so unreasonably powerful. Now, feeling the thrill of upgrade and the joy of breakthrough, Xiao Bai felt excited inside. But soon, he suppressed his excitement and looked at the Lord panel. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai completed the job transfer and was rewarded with a special building, Ghosts and Gods Temple. Ghost and God Temple, Grade. Description: the Temple of Ghosts and Gods, with an indescribable shrine placed above it, which seems to be your face. Use the nectar of the world tree as paper and place it in the Temple of Ghosts and Gods. After 7 days of worship, you will get the ghost clothes, Hei Wu Chang. Wear it. Can obtain the ability of Black Impermanence. Chapter 36. Temples of Ghosts and Gods, Clothes of Ghosts and Gods, Black and Impermanent. Damn it! Doesn't that mean one day, in the near future, I will be able to transform into a yin god, dressed in black, holding a soul-seducing chain, chasing souls for my life? That's awesome! And I also have the world tree. As for the method of squeezing juice, just ask my senior sister. Everything is ready, and Dongfeng is not lacking either. I'm so happy! Xiao Bai murmured. For a time, it seems as if he has already seen a future in which he is in charge of ghosts and gods, and he is helpless when he comes out, and he has a share in death when he thinks about it. It is indeed a special building. He is worthy of being the first-generation ghost and weird lord. As soon as this idea started, he couldn't help but think about it, but it was really hard to imagine what a terrible world his future would be like. I'm really looking forward to it, Xiao Bai thought to himself. Then, the career change was successful and the breakthrough was successful. Feeling refreshed and clear-headed, all fatigue swept away, Xiao Bai walked out of the prison. Get out of the military headquarters. Walking on the path back to school. Look. It's Junior Xiao Bai, he's back. Be polite. What do you call me Junior? He is a military boss and executive commissioner. 666. Brother Xiao, I am Bai Xiang. Do you still remember? Xiao Bai just walked into the campus. The lords who had fought together in the Giant Plains dungeon before could not help but come over and greet them cautiously and excitedly. Xiao Bai nodded, hello everyone. FK. Hello, brother Xiao. The boss has spoken. Group photo. Suddenly, Bai Xiang and all the lords felt flattered. They followed Xiao Bai. There is a kind of glory, a kind of high-spiritedness, and a kind of simple happiness of hugging the thigh. Even now, they can't forget the shock of Xiao Bai, one person and one ghost world, coordinating the human-level lords of the entire school, expelling the giants, and bloodbathing the giant plains. I can't forget Xiao Bai's feat as a human-level lord, powerfully defeating an Earth-level 9-star lord. Can't forget even more. In the middle of the White Night, Xiao Bai made a high-profile announcement to become the military commissioner. From then on, with his military rank, he had to stand in front of tens of millions of people and be the enemy of everyone. That shocking scene. It makes the White Knight ignorant and leaves everyone dumbfounded. Especially the students who had worked with Xiao Bai were so shocked that they had goosebumps in their hearts and felt their scalps were numb. From the previous Giant Plains, to the rest period, to chasing the murderer in the White Night. Every move Xiao Bai made was unexpected. It's as incredible and shocking as a dream. Even now when I think back to everyone's evaluation of Xiao Bai, those kind words have turned into underestimation and belittlement. How can this not ruin people's outlook on life? How could this not be shocking and unforgettable? Unimaginable. How far had Xiao Bai's talent and courage reached? It is even more difficult to imagine what heights Xiao Bai, with such talent and courage, will reach in the future. Simply, it is as bright as the sun, making all the geniuses bow down and making the stars dim. Ever since, a scene that had never happened before appeared. Bai University, this university where tens of millions of lords gather, has many talented lords, all of whom are outstanding figures who are looked up to by all living beings. But like a little fanboy, surrounding and following Xiao Bai, one sensation after another. Until, in the villa area, that quiet and beautiful figure appeared, and everyone dispersed and retreated. Came back. Lan whispered. She stood at the intersection, and the crowd split on both sides. Her beauty was cursed, so thrilling that it suffocated all living beings. Came back. Xiao Bai said. At this time, the bloody disaster has ended, the white night is about to rest, the sun is setting, and the moon is about to rise. Sunlight and moonlight intertwine. It pierced the clouds, bypassed the railing, and sprinkled on Lan's face like diamonds. Her long skirt is ethereal, standing out in the wind, and her long black hair sways to her waist, peaceful and beautiful. I have changed my profession to become a double king and successfully broke through to the prefecture level. He also became a military commissioner. I have a lot of questions now, and I want to ask my senior sister. Xiao Bai started talking. Lan listened quietly. I heard that the old principal wanted to be Xiao Bai's personal bodyguard, but Xiao Bai graduated on the spot. She pursed her lips and smiled. I heard that Xiao Bai dug up the ancient tree of origin as soon as he entered. She laughed heartily. I'll just say it. The military headquarters has small teams, usually working in groups of 5. Why are you the only one walking alone? It turns out that as soon as I went there, I became disliked by thousands of people, it made me cry with laughter. Xiao Bai finished laughing. Lan wiped away her tears, arched her eyebrows, and said gently, don't worry, the people in the military department are still easy to get along with. They will definitely not stop playing with you just because you dug up the tree. Everyone just thinks that you are very good on your own, and they have full confidence in you and let you fly solo. Xiao Bai, I think so too. While the two were talking, a military team in uniform and with orders passed by. They saw Xiao Bai immediately make a silent detour, some people whispered to each other, some people roared sadly. The rubber tree soldiers in my sub-world are reaching their maturity stage. They are just gone. This year's extraordinary star selection, if he doesn't win a place in the world of origin, I will grow diarrhea mushrooms, disease mushrooms, hot peppers, estrus mushrooms in his house every day. Why are you covering my mouth? Can he still put ghosts in my rice? He's giggling. Xiao Bai and Lan. The two suddenly arrived in Cambridge together. Well, Lan tentatively said, if you become a military commissioner, you will lose the novice protection and may leave the jungle dungeon at any time. It's not easy to have no teammates. How about we make do? Xiao Bai, all right. After all, she is the rich lady who played with Kamen Rider suits when she was young. Although she is poor. But Krypton's metallicity is full value. Therefore, he is not worried at all about his senior's strength. And the senior is indeed a military commissioner, and she is also a 10,000-year-old third-class soldier who no one cares about. Okay. Let's go for a walk, celebrate, play games, go in an ME. After reaching an agreement, Lan smiled quietly. I don't. Unless you become a Kamen Rider. Xiao Bai said very principledly. Okay. Lan. Let's go. Xiao Bai decisively agreed, let's go, let's play games. By the way, senior, regarding the selection of extraordinary generals. There are still 2 months left, I will tell you then. By the way, senior, I want to use the sap of the ancient tree to make paper. Is there any way? I'll think about it later. By the way, senior sister. Stop nagging, don't hesitate to talk while playing the game. King of Fighters or CS, Chicken or Solo. Xiao Bai was pushed into the villa. Complete job transfer and breakthrough to prefecture level. Now, other than waiting for the troop evolution materials to arrive, waiting for SAP 666, and silently developing, he seems to be fine. Come on, let's play. Coke. Let's have a happy period. By the way, senior, what if you lose the game? My little brother is really good at joking. You can choose any game. If my sister loses, I will play the cat girl and let you insert my tail. Damn it, are you serious about this? You don't have the skills to win anyway, ha ha ha. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, by the way, senior, what is the situation in the wild area? Wild areas have two concepts. One is a geographically desolate area outside human cities. The other is the wild area in people's hearts. The former attracts monsters, and the latter attracts guile. Chapter 37. 5 days later, in the evening. In the villa. A man and a woman were sitting side by side on the sofa, playing King of Fighters, each with a controller, and their hands and fingers flying. Humph. Lan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled confidently. She sat cross-legged and rolled up her sleeves to dry herself, revealing her jade-white arms, which were covered with fragrant sweat. Ah! Xiao Bai was concentrating, his veins popped out, his hands were flying, the projection of the world behind him spread out, there were many buildings, and fierce ghosts emerged, waving flags and shouting. Even a ghost got into the TV and into the network cable, and predicted Lan's moves through data fluctuations. Even so, Xiao Bai still lost for 5 days in a row. This has nothing to do with whether he is good or not, the main thing is that the senior sister is too strong. God knows how many years this old woman has been at home. Shocking the past and the present. Even if I have to carry a sofa on my back and hold a Coke in one hand, I, Lan, am still invincible in the gaming world. Lan blew her hair handsomely, controlled Iora Yagami with one hand, and defeated Xiao Bai's Mai Shiranui. Menjiang. Xiao Bai. Rampage Iori. Lan. Butterfly Fan, Dance of Red Crane. Xiao Bai. Qin Feng, and Go Xiao, Ba Jinu. Cry, scream, and then die. Lan. Ah, fight. Xiao Bai. Fight, fight. Lan. 2 full-time masters fought to the edge of the sofa, and their avenues were wiped out. The battle heats up. Xiao Bai's blood was left in front of him again, suddenly. Du-du-du-du. Lan's communicator rang. Loan Loan. To squeeze the juice from the ancient tree of origin, you need to feel the heart of time and discover the rings of time on its roots from the first era. It takes time to make paper from the sap of ancient trees. Information gets out. Lan said oh and said thoughtfully. The king level understands the power of space, the emperor level understands the power of time, and the power of time is even greater than time. If you want to understand every detail of history in advance, there is only one way, one kind of architecture. Although things are difficult to handle, but I have money after all. I'll ask you again. The more she talked, the clearer her thoughts became, her eyes were bright, and she replied to the message with her hands off the handle. Moment. What appears in Xiao Bai's game interface is a completely undefended Yagami temple. This is chance? Call. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, suppressed his impulse, and put down the controller. Play games. Food is one thing, addiction is another. But there is no point in being too shameless. Yo. Can you hold back from FG me? Junior, that's okay. After Lan replied to the message, she raised her slender white arm and put it on Xiao Bai's shoulder like a buddy. The two looked at each other. Lan raised her red lips in a thrilling arc, then I'll reward you with a cat girl cos. FK, really? Xiao Bai instantly became energetic, I'm going to buy the cos outfit now. Should I have Wujin Glei, Yuding Zaixi, or Mama Gongberry? As expected, Kiritani Nozomi is still cute. Why aren't you taking orders at this point? Hey? One of the orders has been accepted, but it shows that the delivery may have timed out. Fine. Xiaozhou works hard, I remember this deliveryman's ID. I'll go pick up the goods myself. Senior sister will be waiting for me to come back. Lan, yeah, let's go. Swish. Xiao Bai turned into a bright line of thunder and fire and shot out. After the battle with Chuan Xing, he stayed at home for 5 days. During these 5 days, the military department has sent him a sufficient amount of moving bones and walking corpses. They are skeleton creatures and zombies respectively. Combined with the wings of freedom, it offsets the blood of sin. 3 major materials are complete. 100,000 starving ghosts have transformed from the growth stage to the mature stage. Huge improvements in all aspects. So that Xiao Bai has been away for a long time. His words were full of doubts. Still echoing in the villa. Why don't the other delivery people suddenly stop taking orders? 10 minutes ago. Baihe City, the most prosperous commercial district, is the Rishan takeaway building. CEO's office. A very capable middle-aged man wearing a white shirt who looked calm and confident. Sit in the boss chair. He frowned and clenched his hands into fists. That's when. Outside the office door, an unruly and frivolous voice sounded, accompanied by the BG of the door. Dad, why are you looking for me if you don't work hard? Do you know what it means that the boss doesn't work hard and the young man is miserable? Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and almost fainted. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly to the door. Come in. In fact, he didn't need to say it. A young man with colorful hair had already opened the door, walked in with arrogant steps, and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Wang Rishan, what on earth did you ask me to do? This time, the young man called his father by his first name and asked again. A-hole. Wang Rishan slammed the table, stood up, pointed at the young man with colorful hair and cursed angrily. Wang Liangchen, are you still a human? How could I have a son like you? Ordering 10 million takeaways at the same time, setting the address in the company's old and dilapidated building area, and digging out the main beams. After the delivery man entered the building, the dangerous building collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured, but you were laughing and laughing on the live broadcast. What do you think of human life? A game? Or a competition? Are you actually competing? Who screams the loudest? Are you actually saying that you can still pay compensation if you die anyway? You're talking. Are you still a human? The curses were filled with anger. Hearing this, Wang Liangchen picked his ears impatiently and said contemptuously, of course I am not a human being, I am the right one. What? Wang Rishan was confused. Wang Liangchen said matter-of-factly, always, while others play with toy cars, I play with sports cars. Others go to school, and I sit at the same table. Other people's goddess, my plaything. I am a person who has been standing on the top of the mountain since I was born. It is my privilege to have everything go my way. This world exists to welcome me. But now, I'm tired of playing these games of money, beauty, power, status. Of course I want to upgrade and get more excitement. I spend money and they do the bidding. Even if it's rain or shine, I still have to go. It's normal to die. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you, Holy Mother? Snap! He unclenched his clenched fists and dropped his phone to the ground. Wang Rishan's lips trembled, he felt chilled like never before, and his hands and feet were cold. He stepped forward silently. Reach out! He grabbed Wang Liangchen's collar tightly, feeling pain in his heart as if it was being torn apart. Plop! Suddenly, Wang Rishan's knees softened and he knelt on the ground, having made a decision in his heart. He wants to take Wang Liangchen to court and face trial. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people. 1 hour of Wang Liangchen's death was not worth it. It is my fault. Thinking of this, Wang Rishan took a deep breath, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad was wrong. Your mother passed away early. Dad was busy with business for so many years and didn't care about you. That's why you became like this. Dad, I'm sorry for you. Moment. Surprise, shock, disbelief, all kinds of emotions emerged in Wang Liangchen's heart. He didn't expect that. That tough guy father, that upright man, actually knelt in front of him. This is really a different gaming experience, Earth OL, it's so real. Wang Liangchen smiled. Chapter 38. This is really a different gaming experience, Earth OL, it's so real. Wang Liangchen smiled. This moment, his mental threshold was strangely satisfied. But the one I hate the most when playing games is the Holy Mother. Although I'm submissive in reality and don't even dare to kill a chicken, the kindness in the game, even if it's a word, a thought, a look, is still a Holy Mother. You deserve to die. Kill decisively. No Holy Mother. Die, 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 die. Wang Liangchen's eyes were a little cold. This moment, 2 worlds actually appeared in his eyes. One is a game world where the father kneels down and the son is on his knees, and the sky thunders. One is the real world where one comes from a humble background and suffers from all kinds of hardships. 2 worlds. 2 completely different lives, intertwined and confused. In the separation, in the nothingness, in the confusion, there is a dark light shining. Interesting boy. I am the guiding NPC in your game. I am chaos, nothingness, omnisexuality, and I am, cunning father. In a whisper, an old thing appears. His hair was as thin as dry grass. His body was extremely shriveled, covered with mold spots and dead skin, and was withered and dry. His face was completely colorless, his eyes were sunken and his skull was protruding, making him look like a ghost rather than a human being. Wearing an oversized fat t-shirt, it looks like a bamboo pole in a rice field, making a whirring sound when the wind blows. I chose you from the vast crowd. You are a very unique character and can become the boss of the world. Father Wei smiled as he spoke, showing his missing teeth. How should I do? Wang Liangchen murmured. Father Wei smiled, his missing front teeth leaking out, and he seemed extremely satisfied with Wang Liangchen. Become a gamer of perfect life and release everything to your heart's content. I will give you power beyond the Lord. Wang Liangchen's eyes lit up. Good. The words fell. He saw a world collide, it was a real world, a different dimension, a world full of parasitic beasts in the city. And at this moment, this world is like an egg, the universe is like an egg, wrapping him up. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, hundreds of millions of parasitic beasts, a whole world of parasitic beasts, burrowed into his right hand, torso, brain, all over his body. I am indeed the right one. This moment, Wang Liangchen was completely stimulated. He felt that his empty life was now like a game that had reached the point of insanity. Parasite beast, is this the power you gave me? Immune to death, immune to control, damage reduction, resistance enhancement, true vision, a super long blood bar that goes beyond the horizon, desperate blood recovery ability, super wide range of AoE skills. Wang Liangchen lowered his head, so I am the boss. Wow! Next moment, his head suddenly split open like petals, and each petal of flesh and blood was attached with extremely sharp fangs. You! Seeing this, Wang Rishan was shocked at first, and then he felt relieved and happy. Turn out to be. His son was possessed by a monster, not evil. Son, don't be afraid. Father, I'm here to save you. Monsters and ghosts, leave quickly. Leave. Ah! Wang Rishan roared, jumped up, waved the folding stool, and charged. He is obviously an ordinary person. At this moment, he is like a brave man who kills gods with a sword, full of ambition. He charged forward. Every step is slow. Every step is like missing you. Every step seems to call out for affection. And in front of him, where is Wang Liangchen? There is only a cracked humanoid creature, a mess of life, and tentacles of flesh and blood on the ground, swaying like a demon. After a while, Dad, I told you, I am the right one, and I am not wrong. Also, parasitic beasts don't shed tears. The office door opened again. Wang Liangchen, who returned to his human form, walked out and calmly wiped the blood from his face with tissue paper. At the same time, wow! Parasitic beasts emerged from his pores one after another and fell to the ground. Jump into the crowd. Soon, the entire takeaway building is inhabited by parasitic beasts. Each employee stood behind Wang Liangchen like a zombie. The takeout/delivery boys were also stunned and used syringes to add human minced meat and hair to the takeout. Within 10 minutes, tens of millions of delivery boys never came out after entering the Rishan building, and kept calling people to come over. The dynamics on their social platforms are also extremely rigid. An unusual scene. Delivery workers across the city stopped taking orders, and some even reported the case. Only a deliveryman named Xiao Zhou strives hard took an order. Huge daily food delivery company platform. She was the only one taking orders. This directly attracted Wang Liangchen's attention. Zhou Xiaomi, a common man with a humble family background. His father died of a wild monster, his mother is bedridden, and he has a little sister who is crying for food. She went to school and worked part-time at the same time, delivering food and learning to be an auto repair and dishwasher. She did everything. Sunshine, inspiration, hard work. It's really disgusting. Wang Liangchen sneered. Then, he glanced down at the parasitic beast's right hand. Get out of the company. Like a hunter in the jungle, he shuttles through the city, his hands covered with blood, wandering through the crowd. The other side. It is also in Baihe city, but it is different from the bustling commercial street. Here, the buildings are dense, old, and small, and are inhabited by ordinary people. I'm leaving. Zhou Xiaomi rode on the e-donkey, put on a rabbit ear delivery helmet, and shouted into the alley. Then, set off towards the sunset. She is very happy. Because after delivering this order, you can earn a few more dollars. Money. It means my sister's food expenses, my mother's medical expenses, and my own tuition fees. That's good stuff. Don't cry, Xiao Zhou, keep working hard. Zhou Xiaomi walked on the Erxian bridge with his little electric donkey. Woo! A delivery boy with a stiff expression stood in front of her. Chapter 39. Erxian Bridge. Crunch. Zhou Xiaomi's e-donkey stopped. Hello. She tilted her head and asked, this colleague, do you need any help? My delivery e-mule is broken. The delivery boy with a stiff facial expression also spoke extremely stiffly. It just lives. I just took it to my mouth and face, so I'm still a little used to it. But it soon became clear. It's broken on the side of the road. Can you help me fix it? He spoke. No. Zhou Xiaomi decisively refused, I'm delivering the order. It's already late. I can't delay it any longer. Customers come first. However, I can help you contact Sir Tan. Contact completed. Zhou Xiaomi suddenly left via e-donkey. Haha, the false, greedy, hypocritical Holy Mother. Behind her, Wang Liangchen, with colorful hair, sneered. The game begins. Just traveled a while. Zhou Xiaomi. Another delivery boy with a particularly stiff facial expression stood in front of Zhou Xiaomi. He carried the takeout box and said, "I have an order to send to the crematorium, and the price is very high. Do you want to give it away?" "The price is high?" Zhou Xiaomi's eyes sparkled when she heard this, and she said cheerfully, "Think about it. As long as you give me the money, let alone the crematorium, you can send it to the underworld. But you have to wait until I finish delivering the orders in hand. Can you put them on the company platform first?" She refused. I continued to use e-mule to send suits to Baihe University. However, along the way, delivery people kept appearing. Their clothes are neat, their movements are uniform, and they are as stiff as a humanoid windshield wiper, waving from the roadside. Lauren induced Zhou Xiaomi for various reasons. Zhou Xiaomi remained unmoved. And every time she refused. Behind her, Wang Liangchen was slapped in the face. His face was gloomy and he murmured, "Holy bumbling Mr. Hypocritical Virgin! Holy Mother! I really hate the Holy Mother the most. Holy Mother, kill decisively, stop! Now!" His face was ferocious, and the parasitic beast in every cell was screaming and roaring, like billions of angry dead children. Dudu. At this moment, the e-mule has been started and has been driving for some time. It actually drove back again. "Hello, are you feeling uncomfortable? The hospital is nearby." With a smile on her face, Zhou Xiaomi opened her wallet and took out a crumpled piece of cash that was rare in this era. "Pass it to Wang Liangchen." For a moment, Wang Liangchen actually had the illusion that he was really sick and the other party was actively donating money to help him. Disgusting Holy Mother! I am the real one. I will not be unable to walk when I see a woman. I will kill decisively, kill, kill. For a moment, Wang Liangchen was furious and hysterical. Boom! For a moment, Wang Liangchen flashed out at super speed, pressing his right hand on the e-donkey. His palm was as ferocious as an animal, and he opened one eye on the back of his hand. Then, a sharp lift. Boom! The e-donkey rolled up, and Zhou Xiaomi fell heavily to the ground amid the suffocating feeling of spinning around. Wow! Cell phones, wallets, helmets, keys, scattered everywhere. The only thing she could do. Just hold tightly to the express box to be delivered. It belongs to the customer. If it is damaged, you will be complained. After a while. Next to the Erxian Bridge, in the smelly ditch. Blood. Shocking. Bah! Madonna of Death. Wang Liangchen felt very happy venting his anger. He lowered his head. Looking down indifferently. At his feet. Zhou Xiaomi fell sideways in the stinking ditch, her hair was pulled out, and her scalp was exposed. One of her eyes was black and bruised, and both of her legs were beaten and twisted. Respiratory weakness. Life is at stake. Even so, she still held the express box with both hands, protecting it with all her might and guarding the glimmer of hope in life. "A few dollars per order, why are you working so hard?" Wang Liangchen sneered and said cruelly. "Look at the constant traffic and people coming and going on this road. Who has paid attention to you? Don't you understand yet? Ants like you are nothing but fuel, consumables, and discards for the city. In the eyes of big men, they are just toys that can be played with, teased, and given to charity. Hee hee. After you die, I will go to your house, strangle your mother, raise your sister, and train her to be a murderer. Is this game interesting?" After saying that, Wang Liangchen turned to leave, heading to Zhou Xiaomi's house. Suddenly, he paused in his steps. "Turn around and bow your head." Only saw. Zhou Xiaomi hit his head on the ground and moved forward, biting his leg viciously with his teeth, dragging him tightly. Life, is not a game, don't touch my family. Zhou Xiaomi struggled to speak. Just like fighting against life again and again, this time, she did not give up and fought stubbornly. Now, she was already dying, but she was holding on to Wang Liangchen's trouser legs. Wang Liangchen was silent. Then, raising his hand, the parasitic beast on his arm turned into a ferocious iron fist. Boom! With one punch, Zhou Xiaomi's speech was broken and blood flowed profusely. Boom! When the second punch landed, Zhou Xiaomi flew out like garbage. In a while, if you're not dead, I will let you see with your own eyes how your mother was strangled to death by me. I will break off her 5 fingers and put them in your mouth. Wang Liangchen said with a game and fun attitude. This moment, Zhou Xiaomi's eyes widened with anger, as ferocious as a ghost. She shed tears of blood. Full of despair, he let go of the express box, grabbed his cell phone from the ground, reached out and dialed a number at random. Weeping. I'm dying. There is a madman in the city, and there is a man-eating monster on the high-rise building. He broke my legs, cut my face open, tore my hair out, and wanted to strangle my family. All this, just because. He wants the game, he wants to play it because I took the order today. I hate it so much. Where is the God? Can anyone help me, please? The words fell. On the other end of the phone, an extremely eerie voice came out. Sorry, the gods are not here today, but the ghosts heard your cry for help. Chapter 40. Time goes back a little. Swish! Xiao Bai turned into thunder and lightning flashed over the city. Looking down, Baihe City, with a population of 2 billion, is a vast and prosperous city with advanced and developed science and technology. A city covering an area of 10 million square kilometers, there are mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas among the high-rise buildings. Lines of light-speed high-speed trains and subways run through the city. The industries and buildings built by the lords of the life department reach into the sky one after another. For example, super pig farms, super plantations. Another example is Wanjamal, or minerals and civilization bases. That is the working place of some inner worlds, which are similar to reality and can provide minerals and population for reality. Even in the world of some martial arts lords, there will also be talented people who can ascend. Therefore, there is a saying in the world that people in the Xian kingdom know Kung Fu. They are all populations that grew up based on the 5,000 years of civilization of the Xian kingdom. After ascending to the present world, he immediately became an excellent, hard-working worker, loved by bosses. On the contrary, it is the indigenous population of Baihe City that are disliked by experts because they are becoming increasingly Buddhist and salty. Certainly, there's nothing we can do about it. The modern world is developing too fast. Every moment, there will be a lord setting off a technological explosion and technological upgrade. There are thousands of high-rise buildings, prosperous and prosperous, clustered one after another. Ordinary people? You can only live in old buildings and pigeon cages, pick up some leftovers from the prosperous world, and make money by doing ancient professions such as delivery people. Certainly. All this is determined by the times. Genius leads the way, mediocrity builds the foundation, everyone has his or her own role. If you must get to the bottom of things. Wild areas, monsters, all genders, cities, lords and soldiers falling in love, lords going crazy, all kinds of events are complicated. It's easy to become autistic. This is also one of the meanings of the existence of colleges and universities. Various disciplines and knowledge, useful and useless, are as vast as a sea of smoke. It can allow most lords to work and live normally without going crazy after they have achieved success. But the heavy academic workload is also quite terrifying. Fortunately, I have the encyclopedia of senior sister to consult. Otherwise you have to learn to be bald. She's beautiful, generous, knowledgeable, and can cosplay a cat girl, it's so delicious. Xiao Bai thought so. That's when the delivery person Xiao Zhou worked hard dialed the number for him. It's Xiao Zhou. She was dying and her voice was weak. She tried her best to suppress her crying so that her voice could be clearer. I'm dying. There is a madman in the city, and there is a man-eating monster on the high-rise building. He broke my legs, cut my face open, tore my hair out, and wanted to strangle my family. All this, just because. He wants the game, he wants to play it because I took the order today. I hate it so much. Where is the god? Can anyone help me, please? Xiao Bai. He was silent at first. Then he said. Sorry, the gods are not here today, but the ghosts heard your cry for help. Tell me, where are you? While talking, under Xiao Bai's feet, a Death Star appeared, like the underworld, eerie and terrifying. I'm here, Erxian Bridge. Okay, if the ghost comes, I will come. The words fell. Xiao Bai looks like a ghost, jerking and dropping frames in reality, and making terrifying leaps in incredible ways. Just a moment. He appeared in front of Zhou Xiaomi, saw her seriously injured and fell to the ground, and also saw the safe and sound express box beside her. I'm Xiao Bai, the express delivery has been received. It will be a 5-star review. You should take a rest first. Xiao Bai opened the world inside his body, and the ancient tree of origin dropped its branches of life to heal him. Suddenly, Wang Liangchen, who had reached the intersection, felt something in his heart and turned around. He watched Xiao Bai help Zhou Xiaomi. Face. He showed a look of disgust, contempt, and disgust, and said contemptuously. You're nosy, you don't know how to live or die. Xiao Bai looked at him quietly. Deep in his eyes, a trace of doubt flashed. Now, he felt a strange aura from the other party. Somewhat similar to a lord. But it's different from the feeling of a lord awakening to the world inside his body and harnessing his power. The two-parter in front of me seems to have been forced to merge into a world through external force, and is controlled by the world? It's wired. There is a sense of déjà vu from Frankenstein. You'd better get out of here right now, Mr. Holy Mother. Seeing Zhou Xiaomi being cured, Wang Liangchen became manic. He took the initiative and approached Xiao Bai step by step. At the same time, he smiled ferociously. At the same time, every cell in his body was mutating and transforming into a monster, turning into flesh and blood tentacles in the fighting form of a parasitic beast. At the same time he mocked. Otherwise, I will crush your disgusting virgin face under my feet and crush it bit by bit. What about helping each other? What about being sincere and kind? Don't you find it disgusting and vomiting? Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you don't have a horse, right? You are a purebred who was kicked into a manure pit by someone, grew up eating shit, and has never experienced any human feelings, right? Wang Liangchen was speechless for a moment. Next moment, he became angry and said, Stop talking nonsense, you holy mother, go to hell, hey! He didn't finish his sentence. See you soon. Under Xiao Bai's feet, the war zone expanded, and the Death Star and the ghost world appeared. Hungry. At maturity, they starve to death. The limbs are thin, the face is yellow and the muscles are thin, the teeth are sharp, the mouth is sharp, the throat is only as thick as a needle, and the belly is extremely large, but it has been gutted and has no stomach. Covered with mouths. One fierce ghost after another. 10,000 or 100,000 starving ghosts crawled out of Xiao Bai's world and fought their way out. Ghost mountains, ghost seas, and ghosts are everywhere. Every ghost. They all fought and killed for Xiao Bai, suffered from bloodshed, and were filled with evil spirits that shocked the heavens. Now, they rushed out, just rushed out. A black sea of clouds formed and turned into a black rain of light. Rumble. It was like tens of thousands of artillery fire washing the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled. In an instant, the city was turned upside down. The eerie, terrifying, strange, and ferocious power burst out, killing heaven and earth and killing gods. Chapter 41. Boom. The world opens up, like the gates of hell opening, and ghosts and monsters becoming catastrophes. A moment. The bloody ghosts with an aura of extreme madness used their twisted stumps to tear apart Wang Liangchen's monster body. No confrontation, no pulling, no suspense. Only crushing. Although the sexy young man in front of me got the world of parasitic beasts from nowhere and became a walking copy, his combat prowess is stronger than most Earth-level lords. But Xiao Bai is stronger, invincible, and unique. Now, under him is a Death Star, surrounded by tombs, sarcoma power stations, bleeding high walls, black and yellow towers, ancient trees of origin, and unspeakable temples of ghosts and gods. And ghosts. Wherever it passes, rivers of blood flow and supernatural disasters occur, just like hell on earth. But behind him, Zhou Xiaomi woke up, but could not feel any fear towards Xiao Bai. If there were no Xiao Bai, not only will she be tortured to death, but her family will also not escape death. Even if Xiao Bai is a fierce ghost, who could hate him? Anyway, Zhou Xiaomi couldn't do it. It's shameless to say that the so-called lord is just a moth in front of the boss. If you don't know how to live or die, I wouldn't mind playing with you. The monster's body was torn apart. Wang Liangchen is indifferent and sneers. He walks with the world on his back and is arrogant. Now, just by shaking the world, countless parasitic beasts, like nematodes raining down, burrowed into his body. In his hands, face, and veins, he squirmed, screamed, crawled, arched, and swelled. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters. Billions of parasitic beasts. A huge, ugly muscle monster was built. Holy Mother, everyone will die. Wang Liangchen roared hysterically, his big muscular feet fell off, the road was shattered, and the car was shattered. Swish, swish, swish. In muscles. There is even a parasitic beast, which has mutated into sharp swords and saw teeth and can cut in all directions. Swish. The muscles rolled and the swords cut, like a world of meat grinders, crushing roads, trees, and vehicles. When approaching Xiao Bai, already on dry land, a huge wave has formed. Seeing this, Xiao Bai looked calm. He didn't move. There were thousands of lightning arcs bursting out in the hair, flames steaming in the breath, and half of the face turned into thunder and fire. It's white, vast, bright and gloomy. He whispered, "Go." Next moment. Angry. In the early stage of birth, there are thunder, fire, and angry ghosts. The head is like an ape, the face is like a bear, the lips are like cinnabar, the eyes are like lava, there are long horns on the top, there are thunder arc wings on the back, and the whole body is wrapped in fiery red chains. Break out. They are like gods but not humans, they turn into lightning bombs, fires to burn, and ghosts to bite. One ghost, 3 uses. Moment. The ground thundered, and the sky burned with fire. It was as blazing as the king's sun, as bright as the stars, and as violent as the destruction of the world, sweeping across all directions. Just at this time, the tide of parasitic beasts is coming. Boom. 2 forces collide. The first second. In the parasitic beast, muscle, and meat grinder, thunder and fire bloom like pillars, penetrating the 1000-meter monster. The second. The pain of death and the resentment of being ended connected the ghost bodies of the thunder and fire ghosts together, and the dense malice penetrated into the world of parasitic beasts. The third second. A world where terror descends, supernatural disasters occur, and parasitic beasts are killed. This moment, Xiao Bai showed the young man what is strength, what is bloodbath, killing, and ferocity. A whole world was slaughtered by him. Make the world tremble. There were even fierce ghosts that turned into his eyes and ears, and in the violent bloodbath, he saw the true form of the Bai young man. Now, he was staring and confused, like a naughty child who had lost his wooden sword. Do not know what to do. My whole head was a mess. And in front of him, the world given by the strange father is collapsing and being destroyed by thunder and fire that penetrates the heaven and earth. Brilliant thunder and fire, like a pillar of heaven. Xiao Bai appeared, black hair flying. He seemed to be everywhere, nihilistic and strange, half of his face turned into beating thunder and fire, like a ghost with an unknown frame rate. You. At this moment, Wang Liangchen was frightened. He wanted to escape. Aren't you going to crush me? Why are you running away, you weakling? But soon, Xiao Bai was already behind him. The voice was ghastly, evil, and creepy. Don't you enjoy bullying others? What are you afraid of? Rest assured. I will definitely make your death more painful. Outside Xian Bridge. Found it. The boss of this real-life copy is Wang Liangchen from Rishan Building. He used reality as a game and did many tragic things. Now, it should be near Xian Bridge. The cameraman and I will find him and hold him down. First-class auxiliary soldier of the military department, Sir Tan. Moving forward rapidly. He received a report 10 minutes ago, and the investigation yielded clues. Another minute ago, I received a call from Zhou Xiaomi, and she is probably the target of the real copy boss. Condition. It's no time to delay. Sir Tan, the world inside your body is biased towards the life system. It only has a single road attribute, which is completely composed of pedestrian paths, roads, and highways. It's okay to use it to relieve traffic pressure and arrange transportation routes for the core. If we fight, we may die. The cameraman, his old partner for many years, followed closely behind and said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Since joining the military, we have sworn in our hearts that we will use our lives to defend the glory of Xian Kingdom. After so many years, too many comrades have disappeared. It's my turn now. Sir Tan's speed did not slow down and he sighed. In those days, he is also a well-known handsome young man from all over the country. It was at Xian Bridge that he met the second uncle in his life. Boom! At this moment, the sky and the earth trembled and bumped, a 1,000-meter monster roared, and thunder and fire shone brightly across the world. Not good. The war has begun, and the boss is raging in the city. Let's go quickly to support him. Sir Tan's expression changed, full of worry. Now, Xian Bridge has been completely overrun by parasitic beasts. Squeak! Parasitic beasts, like grotesque insects, fall out of another world and scurry everywhere. That sight! It's like the end of the world. What happened? There's an invasion from another world, there's a replica of reality walking around, and there's a lord fighting the boss. I understand the truth. But why is the lord more like the boss? A car braked, and a pair of eyes fell on the battlefield, full of surprise. By the way, Sir Tan and the cameraman, who came with great enthusiasm and eagerness, were also stunned and fell into extreme confusion. Only saw. Boom! Furious thunder shakes the sky, cuts through the world, and rushes into the sky and clouds. In the blazing thunder, Xiao Bai's hair was like fire, his body was like a ghost, in an indescribable ethereal state, he was holding Wang Liangchen's head with one hand. Forcefully pull him out of the world. No. This is impossible. I am the boss. I am immune to death and control. I have damage reduction, resistance enhancement, true vision, a super long health bar that goes beyond the sky, a desperate ability to regenerate blood, and a super wide range of AoE skills. How could you lose? No. Submit. Wang Liangchen collapsed and the dog barked. He looked at Xiao Bai fiercely. This game doesn't count, I will definitely be matched to Tong Diande. Let me go again, fight again. Try again, I will kill you. Hearing this, Xiao Bai smiled, are you not convinced? Yes. I don't accept it. Wang Liangchen scratched his neck and said. Boom. Next moment. Xiao Bai held his head with one hand, made a fist with the other, and smashed it down hard. Are you convinced? I don't. Boom. Are you convinced? Boom. Are you convinced? Serve, obey. Boom. Chapter 42. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch struck, and in an instant, Wang Liangchen's cheeks were sunken, his skull was shattered, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Under him. Click. The world of parasitic beasts is broken, collapsed, and bursts like a bubble. The aura of violence fills the world. Ghosts swagger. Countless corpses were woven together with malice, and evil spirits created a disaster. This disaster surrendered to Xiao Bai. Now. He whispered, come back. Hungry. Angry. One after another, the fierce ghosts immediately ran back from far to near. The hungry ghosts were biting parasitic beasts in their mouths, and the thunder and fire angry ghosts were as wild as gods. The ghost tide condenses into black clouds and white gas. Overwhelming everyone, full of weirdness, domineering, and terror. It makes people feel depressed and suffocated. At the same time, a series of data appeared before Xiao Bai's eyes. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, Prefecture Level 4-star, Internal Territory of 400,000 meters, War Zone of 40,000 meters. Strength, 432 tons. Talent. Strange, no cooling. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, countdown to 15 days. Skill column, 2 Ghost, vacant. You obtained the skill Ghost Claw through trickery during these 5 days, but you seemed dissatisfied and did not learn it. Building column, Unlimited Xianhuang Tower, High Wall, Yongqin Power Station, Grave Bag, already grassy. Special buildings, Temple of Ghosts and Gods, Ancient Tree of Origin. World Core, 9 Ghost Altar, hidden in the stars. Have arms. Elite Unit, Starving Ghosts, 100,000, mature stage they are always hungry, but never tired. King level arms. Thunder and Fire Angry Ghosts, 10,250, newborn stage they can remain extremely angry when they are extremely angry, and their tempers are quite hot. Hint. Anger damages the liver, which affects their growth. Using the scalpel that has killed 100 million people, the liver of the Thunder Fire Angry Ghost can be removed and transformed into a growth stage. The only troop type, Xiaobu. One ghost after another. Returning to the inner world, on the Death Star, tirelessly cursed and twisted. That scene. It's like a drawing of hell. But as long as I think that I am the Lord of Weirdness and the Lord of Ghosts. Xiao Bai felt extremely at ease. 100,000 mature elite level troops, capable of killing all ghosts. Earth level invincible. If there is another explosion of troops, 1 million mature ones, or 100,000 thunder and fire wrathful ghosts, it will be heaven's power. That's when. Where I stand is hell. Feeling the dense and terrifying number of ghosts and monsters in the body. Xiao Bai's mood was eerie yet beautiful, terrifying yet relaxing. The sky is full of sinister soldiers. Below, Sir Tan took a breath and sighed. The last action was to put an end to Xiao Bai, who was originally the protected object. It's good now. I've directly become his support staff. The newcomers are all monsters. Cameraman, you're right. At this time, Xiao Bai has closed the Lord panel. Sir Tan, are we so destined? We meet again. Xiao Bai said hello and appeared next to Sir Tan like a flash of light. The smell is eerie. Yes, what a fate. Tan Sir's mouth twitched, and he thought of the 100,000 death row prisoners that Xiao Bai wanted. This guy. Too vicious and weird. But by accident. He has execution of justice, saving lives, and healing the wounded written all over his face, which is really evil. You're here. I've become a professional floor scrubber. Sir Tan said helplessly, looking at the blood on the ground. Haha, those who are able should work harder. Xiao Bai boasted in a fancy way. That's that, hey. Sir Tan lost himself in the praise. He laughed and said. However, if you encounter this kind of reality copy in the future, you must report it and ask for help immediately. Copy of reality. Xiao Bai pricked up his ears. Right. Sir Tan sighed, the wild areas in people's hearts are more desolate than outside the city. Some monsters and bosses from other worlds. It will appear in the wild area of the human heart, using humans as a medium to bring a world with it. Unlike the Lord. Such a copy of reality, the world has been developed from the beginning. The more and faster they come, the more terrifying they will be. The most troublesome thing is that this kind of real-life boss may be artificially raised. Xiao Bai was curious, who can artificially raise a boss? Whole nature, father of evil. Sir Tan explained, he is the leader of the universe and the supreme master of the dark side of human nature. He is extremely weird. Once, 10 years ago, a strange thing happened. That's in Han City in the Ji region. It covers an area of 20 million square kilometers and has a population of 3 billion. One day, a strange thing happened in the city. Someone photographed a dog that smiled like a human. At first everyone thought it was just fun and didn't pay much attention. But gradually, smile, like a disease, begins to spread and spread. A street, a community, a city. In the end, the 3 billion people in the city only had a smile on their face. They laughed themselves to death at the end. Speaking of which, Tan Si was silent for a moment and then said, later. The entire Ji region military headquarters was dispatched and conducted a thorough investigation for 3 days and 3 nights. I just discovered a world of smiling Thulhu-type monsters and an incarnation of the strange father in the dead city. Ai Li, a primary school student who was originally powerless, turned into a boss under the transformation of his father, possessing the power to destroy the world. After that battle, there was no more Hanyi city in the Ji region, and the blood stained the void of the universe and still remains. Since then, I knew that in the face of infinite different worlds and endless darkness, human beings are ultimately weak and can only imprison themselves in cities. The so-called military department is nothing more than a fool's club. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Bai took a deep breath and said, what an outrageous cheat! A primary school student can actually directly obtain the power of the world, jump through stages and become a boss, becoming a disaster. Outrageous? Are you sure? Hearing this, Sir Tan looked at Xiao Bai and couldn't help but interrupt and said in shock, no matter how outrageous they are, there is a cunning father behind them. And you can kill the boss alone. That parasitic beast's planet is still shattering above the city and is falling. You know, you have not been a lord since you were a child and have been developing for many years, but you have only been awakened for less than a month. If it weren't for the life guarantee of the old principle of Bai He, the military would have doubted whether you were a pawn of Father Wei and a full-blooded spy. Well, what you said makes sense. Xiao Bai thought. However, after all, he is an unprecedented Super S-level talent lord. He is different from ordinary people, but it is normal. Right, you are so strong. You are inhuman. Sir Tan looked at Xiao Bai with the eyes of a monster. Subsequently, he changed the topic and suddenly said, by the way, how did you discover this copy of reality? This insight is really incredible. And you also interrupted the stage evolution of the boss in the real copy. How did you do it? Was it through persistence and hard work? Well, I came out to get the express delivery. If you see someone going crazy, kill them. If the boss is killed, he will die and he will not evolve. Xiao Bai put his pockets in his pocket and said casually. Sir Tan. On the side, the cameraman said, should I cut this section off? Why do I feel that the painting style is wrong? Sir Tan, pinch. You can't broadcast it. Children can't stand this. Both of them had dark lines on their faces. And at this time, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and he saw a bunch of golden objects falling out of the broken world of parasitic beasts. Exploded. Chapter 43. Over the city. A planet is falling and collapsing, and shining golden objects are falling from it. Did something explode? Xiao Bai raised the corners of his mouth. Good. This is one of the greatest joys of fighting a boss. He took a closer look. In the golden light, there are gold coins everywhere, scrolls, and an item filled with the power of the Lord. Aha! Xiao Bai raised his steps and transformed into a thunder and fire aurora, passing through the broken planet. Slow down, no one will compete with you. Below, Sir Tan chuckled and said. In the military department, we don't pay attention to handing it over. All gains from daily dungeon play belong to the commissioner. After all, the military commissioners who come from the sword and die from the blood are all moths fighting for their lives. If they don't finish their meal, they may not be able to come back when they carry out their mission. So there aren't that many rules. Commissioner of the military department, everything he says and does is righteous, and all laws and orders are not imposed on him. If you hadn't dug up the tree at the military headquarters on the first day you went to the origin world and disrupted everyone's rhythm, someone would have told you about this, ahem. Certainly. You can also upload useless items to the intranet and exchange them for military points. If your points are in arrears, there will be no one in the military department to serve you. Well. Xiao Bai, I know. Soon. He collected 1 million gold coins, an architectural drawing, and a skill scroll. The architectural drawings and skill scrolls are actually a set. Skill, weapon shaping. Description, after learning, the Lord can be like the parasitic beast boss, using his body to shape various cold weapons, sharpest to the max. Rarity, heaven level. Building, drawing weapon furnace. Description, a weapon melting pot can be built in the inner world, and combined with weapon shaping skills, sharp weapons can be cultivated. Quality, extraordinary. Materials required for construction, Gengling's gold, Kanghuang ancient wood, Wukong water, star fire, Xianming heavy soil. Materials required to advance to the king level, dragon skeleton, angel body, eye of Thulhu, mechanical heart, mountain of martial arts. Second advancement to the imperial level materials, no permission to view yet. Heavenly skills. A building that starts at the extraordinary level and comes with blueprints, can be advanced to the king level and emperor level. Damn it, this boss is too fat, right? Xiao Bai's eyes narrowed. He silently used his talent, Strangeness. Ding! You used the Strangeness on the skill weapon shaping. Mysterious transformation is in progress. Mysterious transformation is successful. You have obtained the strange skill, Yida Shura. One sword Shura, after learning, the Lord can control thousands of ghosts and monsters and turn them into his own weapons. They can be evil to vicious, strong to fierce, and kill all the Shura humans in the world with one sword. Hiss! Watch the world for its hints of will. Xiao Bai couldn't help it and took a shallow breath. In one thought, he can control thousands of ghosts and monsters and turn them into his own weapons? This This is equivalent to concentrating the dispersed power of 100,000 hungry ghosts and 10,000 thunder and fire ghosts into one weapon and holding it in your own hands. How terrifying would that power be? If you want to describe it, I'm afraid it can only be Yida Shura. What a magical skill! Love it, love it! Xiao Bai stretched out his hand and slapped it, the scroll turned into light spots and dissipated, and the second skill was obtained. But just skills without supporting buildings. A little uncomfortable. As soon as he thought about it, Xiao Bai's figure flashed and he was next to Sir Tan. Under the guidance of Sir Tan, he used his military order key to log into Xian's internal network and check his points. The results were dramatic. Because of his meritorious service in attacking Xuanxing, he was awarded 10,000 military points from the beginning. But again, he dug up the ancient tree of origin of the Baihe military department and deducted another 100 million points. Well, Xiao Baiqian was surprised. I had just arrived at the military headquarters and had not even done a single mission, but I already owed 99.99 million points. But he wasn't panicked at all. It's not that he is confident that he can earn it back, but that he has already started to show off and plans to go back and ask the rich lady Xue Xue to spread money to find a way. I ran away, Sir Tan. Xiao Bai said hello, then took the express box, turned into a wisp of thunder and aurora, and flew away. Tisk tisk tisk, the young man's power as a lord is so handsome. Sir Tan sighed. Yes. The cameraman also agreed, he has infinite radiance and became famous as soon as he was born. He is a legend. The most rare thing is that Xiao Bai not only received the inheritance from the first-generation president of Baihe University. With the blood of civilization, his roots are upright and his sprouts are red. There is also an extremely firm and even ferocious realistic heart, brazenly against the whole nature, extraordinary courage. This time in the nationwide selection of extraordinary generals, Xiao Bai will definitely shine. Even, may be selected by the 12 Pillars. 12 Pillars Team. Sir Tan opened the world projection and built roads out of thin air to relieve traffic pressure. One side showed a look of yearning. The whole country knows. In this era where invasions from different dimensions are becoming more and more rampant, the stability of Xian Kingdom. It was supported by the military. But little is known about it. In the active military department, in addition to 1 god, 4 saints, 10 emperors, 500 emperors, and 8,000 kings, there are 12 more pillars. Unlike 1 god, 4 saints, 10 emperors, 500 emperors, and 8,000 kings, the 12 pillars do not refer to just one person, but 12 special teams. These are 12 teams composed entirely of geniuses, monsters, and perverts. Each pillar team is extraordinary and has the ability to fight order. You can kill kings, kill emperors, and destroy saints. Even so, one of the strongest foundations of the Xian Kingdom, the god-killing martial arts, is also under the control of one of its pillars, and it can kill gods with one shot. It's different from the military. 12 pillars. Never affiliated to anyone or anywhere, their footprints will only appear on the most brutal battlefields. It is the nemesis of disasters and has destroyed all heavens and realms. Them. He is a commissioner above the military commissioner, a well-deserved pillar of the country, and the most arrogant trendsetter in this magnificent era. Yes, if it is Xiao Bai, he can definitely become a pillar. Sir Tan smiled. He once longed to be a part of the pillar, but he didn't get the chance. Now, a new generation of old people is almost here. So good. Chapter 44. Tens of seconds later. Campus Villa. I'm back. Xiao Bai emerged from the TV like a ghost. Bring it here. On the sofa. An Lan, who was already ready, spoke frankly and gently. Xiao Bai's eyes widened. A long time. Then he opened the package and took out the cat girl clothes, cat girl waistband, cat lady dentures, cat lady contact lenses, cat lady ears, and cat lady tail. Then dress up and land piece by piece. Soon the tail is inserted. The original fresh, quiet, and incomparably beautiful senior became a delicate yet slightly wild cat girl. Now the sun shines through the curtains and falls on Enland's side face, illuminating the pair of amber-colored eyes and the white hair on his head shining. Does it look good? Her eyebrows were slightly curved, and she smiled, revealing her pointed cat teeth. This scene, just like a pure white curly-eared cat, lazy, dignified, charming, noble and wild, with an outstanding temperament. It looks good, Xiao Bai said truthfully. The senior sister who received the compliment felt extremely beautiful. She skillfully took out her cell phone. Next moment, doo-doo. Xiao Bai's communicator vibrated, and the light screen displayed information. My friend a lone wolf sent you a red envelope. My friend a lone wolf sent you a red envelope of 99 plus. Friend a lone wolf transferred 1 million gold coins to you. Friend a lonely wolf. That's enough. Flax falls. Senior sister, stop throwing away coins. Xiao Bai said no. One hand can't help but click red envelopes wildly, who can stand this? At this moment, a piece of news was broadcast on TV. A sudden real-life copy occurred in Baihe City, and the real-life boss caused disaster, causing tens of millions of population losses, and the city's food delivery industry was paralyzed. Fortunately, Military Commissioner Xiao Bai killed the boss on the way to pick up the package. The following is expert analysis time. News broadcast. Xiao Bai clicked the red envelope frantically and couldn't help but slow down a beat. Because he saw that Urxian Bridge, which was in a mess just a few dozen seconds ago, was now clean and tidy. This is the handiwork of military logistics personnel. Unless the whole city is destroyed. Otherwise, no matter what level of disaster, battle, the city will repair itself. There is still traffic on the road. There are still people coming and going in the streets. Life goes on. On the sofa, Enland said calmly. But after all, tens of millions of people have been affected. Xiao Bai made an exploratory speech. Wrong. Enland shook her head calmly, it's not tens of millions of people, it's hundreds of millions of people. Thousands of delivery workers will die, and their families will collapse. The hearts of hundreds of millions of people will be swallowed up by extreme nothingness. From that bottomless nothingness, wild areas will appear in the human heart. Xiao Bai was silent. At this time, Enlan asked gently. Junior, before you became a lord, or even before your second awakening, what were you most afraid of? Afraid of death, afraid that I will become a cold casualty number. Xiao Bai said truthfully. Right. Enlan nodded and said, this is also the true inner thoughts of the 2 billion ordinary people in Baihe City. Can you imagine? This era is so turbulent and majestic. A lord alone is a world, and his anger is a war. Even the stars, the universe, and all the worlds cannot stop him. Can you imagine? Such a powerful lord is also a human being, and he also lives in the city. There is a gap like a chasm between us and ordinary people. This era is too magnificent. This era is too fragmented. This era is too good, and this era is also too bad. Enlan sat on the sofa and put her head in her hands. She said slowly and softly. The huge sense of fragmentation creates the ultimate hollow nothingness. Countless monsters from different dimensions are lurking outside the city, and even more so in the wild areas of people's hearts. They are ready to move. They have accumulated anger for many years and may start a worldwide war at any time. This era is also the most dangerous and terrifying era. So, we all must work hard to become stronger. Strong power can make people live better. So, I have obtained the method you used to extract the sap from the world tree. It is a special building called the Life Simulator, which will be delivered soon. But before that, I need to make sure of one thing. Hearing this, Xiao Bai sat upright and solemnly said, Sister, please give me some advice. Lan smiled brightly, and her words were deafening and enlightening. Can you really tell the difference between reality and nothingness? If there were a world that was completely consistent with reality, there would be the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, changes in species, the rise of the planet of the apes, fires that ignited civilizations, tribal conflicts, hundreds of schools of thought and the rise of heroes, and the first emperor to rule the world. Even, in modern times, you will see your own birth, growth and awakening Lord world, and that world is completely consistent with reality. Are you really not going to become a strange father like the first crazy lord in history? If you are trapped in a life simulator, you will forget yourself from now on, and you will neither live nor die. Can you afford this price? At this moment, Lan made a shocking statement. In Xiao Bai's heart. Set off the ultimate stormy waves. A long time. Special building, life simulator, do you want it again? Lan asked gently. Want? Xiao Bai responded like this, his eyes were as bright as stars, with the fire of ambition burning in them. Just young man. High-spirited and unparalleled, he knows neither fear nor fear. I want a life simulator, I want a weapons furnace, I want sunshine, games, villas, and coke. I want my senior sister. I want all the good things in the world, and I want to live happily in reality without thinking about nothingness. Xiao Bai kept saying. Yeah, I heard it. Lan's eyebrows curved, and her heart was filled with excitement. This boy is really a boy. There is a wild beauty. That night, Lan spent a huge sum of money to purchase Gangling's gold, Kanghuang ancient wood, Wukong water, star fire, and Xianming heavy earth. The first item. It is a heavy treasure of the gold system. Ordinary mine gold needs to be buried deep in the power of the world for 60,000 years to form a Geng, and then buried for another 600,000 years before it can become a Geng spirit in human form. This thing is now extinct. It can only be cultivated through the inner world of mineral lords, but the yield is extremely low and the price is extremely high. The second item. The ancient trees in Kanghuang are as big as a whole country regardless of their age. The dewdrops flowing down from the leaves can flow into the Yangtze River. The third item. The water of the void can only be cultivated by the elemental lords of the sky system. It is a type of elemental spirit. A drop of water is worth 100 million gold coins. The fourth item. The fire of the stars is the final swan song of the Death Star and the Lord of the Waste Realm, splitting the stars and igniting the flames obtained from the star core. The fifth item. Xianming heavy earth requires millions of years of world power to form, and 1 grain of earth weighs 1,000,000 pounds. Taken individually, the value of each of these items is far more than an extraordinary building. And now, only 5 items, combined with blueprints, can build an extraordinary building weapon furnace. This is the particularity of a growable building. At the same time, the floor area of a growable building is also extremely large. Ordinary people want to build such a building. It takes 10 years of hard work. It's great to have a senior. The food here is so delicious. Xiao Bai sighed very much. Then, opening the world inside the body, he raised his hand and the drawings spread out like a scroll of stars, with 5 items placed on them. Chapter 45. Boom. As you listen, the world inside your body vibrates. Soon, items were flying and decomposing, including the gold of Gangling, the ancient wood of Kanghuang, the water of Wukong, the fire of stars, and the heavy earth of Xianming. Things of the 5 elements sublimate into the aurora of the 5 elements and turn into rain of light. Wow! After the light rain, a huge weapons furnace covering an area of 100,000 meters, with Xianming heavy earth and empty water as its base, star fire as its heart, gang metal as the millstone, and ancient wood as the grinding rod. The world is established inside Xiao Bai's body. Hungry. Angry. The building was generated, and more than 100,000 hungry ghosts and more than 10,000 thunder fire ghosts were immediately attracted. They started fooling around, spontaneously coming forward and pushing the grinding rod. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering sound, the millstone was pushed and the weapon's furnace was lit. It echoes Xiao Bai's second skill, one sword Shura. Use ghosts and monsters as the body of the weapon, use despair, malice, hunger, and anger as the pattern of the weapon, and use Xiao Bai's will as the handle of the weapon. Keep forging and quenching to create fierce weapons. Look around. The quenched steam spreads 100,000 meters like volcanic ash. And the center of the weapon's furnace. There are countless black lines gathering, which are both the curse of ghosts and the bloodshot threads of red clothes. They collided together and screamed, exuding a chilling aura of despair. What a weapon! Xiao Bai admired. Now, the world inside his body has a territory of 400,000 meters. 100,000 meters is occupied by the weapon's furnace. There are 10,000 meters of cancer power stations on one side. The ground is covered with grassy graves. Border walls as high as tombs were erected. The Xianhuang Tower stands on the side. In the middle area, there are ancient trees with roots that reach directly into the star. The crown of the tree is like a giant umbrella covering the sky, unreachable. There are still worlds hanging on the branches that are currently out of reach. The core of the tree trunk. It is hollow like a tree house, with a temple of ghosts and gods standing in it, which is extremely mysterious. There's a kind of lifeless exuberance. Xiao Bai praised again. I feel the happiness of infrastructure. The next day, because of their extravagant spending, Xiao Bai and Enlan suddenly found that they had no pocket money this month. Both of them walked out of the house. Go to the military headquarters to receive the mission. Military World, Mission Center. The two of them prioritized points rewards and gold coin rewards first, and they spotted a mission called Curse Mining Area at a glance. This mission is labeled Earth Level, Nightmare Level, and will reward you with 5 billion gold coins upon completion. Sound like a lot? This is not the case. Because the person who issued the mission was actually not the military department, but the Ma family, the family at the helm of the largest lord professional guild in Baihe City. Also called the House of Two Horses. They recruited a group of solo lords in the city to form a two-horse guild. He went out to the city specifically for hunting, mining, treasure hunting, and all kinds of speculation, and made a lot of money of 80 billion. But 3 days ago, the Twin Horse Guild was in the gold mining area outside the city, but a cursed wild monster suddenly appeared. The lords of the Two Horses Guild suffered heavy losses. Not only were the lords stationed in the mining area killed, but even the Ma family members in the city were cursed, and their health deteriorated day by day. It is estimated that in a while, everyone will be dead. They had no choice but to assign the task to the military headquarters. In the past, people used their lives to make money, but now they use money to buy their lives. Of course it's generous. The first mission of a two-person team. Begin execution. After accepting the mission, Xiao Bai and Enlan took out the tokens of the military commissioners. With the order hanging on my body, the temperament of the two people suddenly changed. Laziness, saltiness, and laxity, all disappeared. Only sharpness, crispness, and determination are left. The two came to the Two Horses Guild. At this time, the guild's motorcade has received the news and is waiting. The military commissioner is here. Damn it, it's Xiao Bai, the peerless genius Xiao Bai. Ha ha ha, I just saw the news about him yesterday. He killed a realistic boss by one person. He is so powerful. With him here, we are stable this time. Seeing Xiao Bai, the lords of the Two Horse Guild were in high spirits. Their level is generally between the human level and the earth level. The highest is no more than 6 stars at the prefecture level. Although he is an Earth level 6 star, his strength is completely different from that of Xiao Bai, not in the same dimension at all. This is also normal. In terms of resources, intelligence, and advancement, the Xian Kingdom military department is world-class, even number 1 in the world. If the military is like a cannon, the power of the civilian lords is not even a shotgun. Like in the novel. It is simply impossible for the private aristocrats, aristocratic families, and guilds to overwhelm the military. What's more, Xiao Bai is the only powerful one in the military department. Who is Ma Tenjiun? Ma Tenjiun, come with us. At this time, as the captain, Xiao Bai ignored everyone's enthusiasm. He directly named them, and in a commanding tone, asked the guild leader to accompany him to the wild monster area. He's not pretending. But this is the rule. For any task related to the guild, a person who is most familiar with the situation and most afraid of death must be followed. This is the most stable. You can determine the authenticity of the intelligence in the wild area and decide whether to fight or not. You can also take the fastest route when you cannot escape. If a guild member dies during the mission, the military is not responsible. Because, as a member of the guild, you must be a combatable lord who has awakened the world and consumed public resources. Maybe even a lord who graduated from a prestigious university. But they don't join the military. Instead, he chose to live a comfortable life under the protection of the military like ordinary people. At the same time, guilds are different from ordinary people and life-related lords. They are not engaged in production, but rely on the power of battle lords to cause trouble everywhere, attract wild monsters, and seek benefits and privileges. Certainly. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just a legitimate personal choice. But again, if there is danger, the military commissioner can die for an ordinary person. But it is absolutely impossible to fight for the guild. This is of course a personal choice and fair enough. And Xiao Bai liked this atmosphere very much. This is how the military should be. Wearing scars, blood, and glory. Cut through thorns, monsters, and enemies with your sword. Everything you say and do is righteous, and all laws and regulations are not imposed on you. You need to be generous in life, and you will have no regrets in death. Under this starry sky, they are the largest, strongest, and most united royal tyrant. Chapter 46. I am Ma Tenjiun. Xiao Bai finished his words. A short, chubby man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a fur coat, who looked like an emperor penguin, came out. He waved. Did he? Behind everyone. A base tank, 100,000 meters long and loaded with dozens of ancient nuclear power furnaces, was slowly driving out of the warehouse. Line up! Ma Tenjiun shouted. Then, tap tap tap. Chaotic footsteps and cheers sounded together. A number of guild lords stepped onto the chariot. Some were standing in the villa on the roof of the chariot, while others were lying in the pipes at the bottom of the chariot. Buzz. World projections expand one after another. There is a beast lord who knows the vision sharing skill and releases a giant reconnaissance eagle. There will be a mechanical superposition mechanical lord, which integrates and superimposes mechanical arms to build a cannon of all kinds of weapons. There are also plant lords who can episode variation, plant tall nut walls with extraordinary defense, and lantern plants that can light up the wild area. I respectfully invite the 2 commissioners to get on the bus. After finishing the preparations, Ma Tenjiun showed a flattering smile and invited Xiao Bai and Enlan to get in the car. Xiao Bai nodded calmly. Good. With this old tank, you don't have to take action yourself along the way. He got in the car with Enlan and went straight to the window to sit down. Drops of dirt. The next moment, the chariot drove onto the light-speed highway, the whistle blowing. Looking out the window. On the avenues leading outside the city, Tens of thousands of 100,000 meter and million meter tanks rushed forward and backward. There are military orders hanging on the fronts of their cars. One chariot after another. Keeping on refueling and accelerating, we gradually moved away from the bustling urban area. Like diving, he plunged towards the border of Baihe City, the majestic and immeasurable world barrier. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai, the verification is completed and is leaving the city. In the bizarre passage, the voice of the will of the world sounded. During the process, Xiao Bai's eyes. It has been falling on the city gate that is completely composed of world barriers and looks like the Nantian gate. This world is too grand. The previous physical rules no longer apply. The speed of light is just the speed of a car. He marveled in his heart. 10 minutes passed. After completing the journey and leaving the city. Outside the city gate made of world barriers. Drops of dirt, drops of dirt. One after another, chariots flashed lights and whistles at each other. Triumph, everyone! Baihe military headquarters is as magnificent as a song and invincible. Woohoo! Anyone want to take a swig before heading out? Drink less. Be careful to get drunk to death. You fart. Men will be beaten to death by fists, hacked to death by machetes, bitten to death by wild monsters, and killed by other worlds, but they will not be drunk to death. If there is strong drink in life, why worry about death? Ha 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 ha. As the saying goes, Lord, don't laugh when you are lying drunk on the battlefield. How many people have fought in ancient times? Now, only a military commissioner can laugh heartily and be full of enthusiasm. They nodded to each other. Amidst the whistle of the chariot, one by one, they disappeared into the everlasting dark mist of the wild area. That laughter! He was soon overwhelmed by the endless roars of monsters. All this appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. That is, the monster breaks through the fog, the vehicle moves forward and the smoke moves backward, embracing the darkness and drifting away from the light. And above the city gate, a list of the missing is posted. Withdraw your gaze from behind. Xiao Bai stared forward. Only saw. Swish! The light of Junkos lights up the foggy areas. From one after another, the goblins and half-rats showed their ugly, wrinkled, and pus-oozing faces. They brandished bone clubs and stone spears, and stepped forward with their teeth and claws. There is a sense of déjà vu with the monsters in the classic novice zone. Only now, the number of goblins and half-rats that appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes needs to be calculated in hundreds of millions or trillions. Too many are too ugly. So when the chariot ran over the monster group and made a crisp sound of bone cracking, Xiao Bai felt that it was particularly pleasant to relieve stress. The gold mine of the Double Horse Guild is located in the wild area, Bauma Mountain. The mountain lives up to its name. From a distance, it looks like a horse, vast and boundless, standing in the mist. The mountain is majestic, stretching out the surrounding space. In the cracked space, the storm is intertwined and the lightning is bursting. The scene is very scary. At this time, the chariot of the Double Horse Guild is less than 200,000 miles away from Bauma Mountain and is speeding. As soon as I saw the outline of Bauma Mountain, the Emperor Penguin sitting in the car, oh no, it was Ma Tenjiun, couldn't help but tremble all over. He turned to look at Xiao Bai and Enlan. The corner of his mouth twisted into a forced arc, and he said with a smile. 2 commissioners, I shouldn't need to go into the mountain later. Before he could finish speaking, Enlan changed from her normal state and glared fiercely. Moment. This left Ma Tenjiun speechless and did not dare to speak any more. He has a net worth of 80 billion. At this moment, he was like a quail falling into the water, huddled in the corner and shaking all over. See this? Enlan snorted coldly and said lightly, that's your family's gold mine. Are you afraid? If you are so cowardly, why don't you just abandon the gold mine the moment a wild monster appears? As long as the cutting is clean enough, it won't be cursed and the whole family's lives will be in danger now, right? Ma Tenjayun heard this. He was so frightened that his whole body twitched. Rich people. What I fear most is not death, but having no money. That would be worse than killing him. For money. He can do anything. I am going up the mountain. Ma Tenjayun said bravely. After a while. Creak. The chariot stopped at the foot of Bauma mountain after traveling 10,000 meters. Time, God's time is 11 o'clock. The location is Bauma mountain in the wild area. The mission cursed mining area has begun to be executed. The executors are Xiao Bai and Enlan from the military department. After getting off the car, Enlan turned on the mission recorder. She raised her hand, and on her slender fingertips, the ring gleamed. The light is flickering. It turns into a monocle of the same style as Kaito Kid, full of nobility and mystery, with a ray of silver hanging from the frame. What level of prop is this? Xiao Bai was curious. The King Tool One Eye of Heaven can instantly locate teammates outside the copy space, and at the same time analyze the types, habits, skills, and weaknesses of monsters in the field of view. Basically, it can be more effective than the monster prompts that come with the college secret realm. Enlan explained softly. Ox. Xiao Bai gave a thumbs up. Is this the rhythm of spending money to speed through from the beginning? It seems pretty good too. But the next moment. Enlan frowned. Strange. Any explanation? Xiao Bai asked. Enlan nodded and said with a puzzled look on his face, the wild monsters on the mountain are actually white bone creatures. There are skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, and skeleton mages. The only thing missing is the skeleton witch king who can curse. But inside and outside the mountains, there is an aura of curse everywhere. The most important is, I saw no space rift, no sun, no moon, no stars. I couldn't tell whether this was a secret realm, a copy, or an abyss. Chapter 47. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately summoned a ghost. Swish! The ghost eyes opened like double pupils. Xiao Bai hissed and took a breath of cold air. Lifeless. When I come here it feels like I'm coming home. Enlan. Xiao Bai said again. Shall I go up and have a look? Curse mining area was rated as an Earth level, nightmare level mission by the military. This has been explored through Wanja's scientific and technological means, and there are opinions. And Xiao Bai dared to take on this task. There is only one reason. He is strong. Strong enough to push through all Earth-level tasks. Okay, go ahead. Enlan nodded and said, I'll wait for you outside. This is not paddling, but a necessary division of labor. Because when teammates go deep into the wild area, they may fall into a dungeon or an abyss at any time. There must be someone outside to help them and become the coordinates for the adventurers to return to the real world. The military usually operates in teams of 5. It is a configuration of 2 watchers and 3 adventurers. This way, the adventurer is the spear of the watcher, and the watcher is the shield of the adventurer. Both parties must truly have absolute trust and rely on each other to survive in the dangerous wilderness. I'm leaving, Senior, be careful. Xiao Bai reminded. Rest assured. Enlan made an okay gesture and said, because I accept that I am weak, I am invincible. The words fell. Earth-level exclusive customized props Kamen Rider Gene Belt appears. Click. Activate the belt. Cobra. What happened? What happened? Confuse. Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? What happened? What happened? Angry. Release yourself. Go my way Kamen Rider. Moment. Enlan releases herself. A mask suit with blue as the main color, gold patterns on the head and limbs, and the characteristics of a cobra. Weird on the body. This is not over yet. She waved her white little hand, and another Kamen Rider belt appeared. That is. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help himself and assumed the posture of transformation. Yes, it's Kamen Rider Revi. Lan smiled slightly and pointed her finger. Click. Belt activated. Bring it on. Hug 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 the dragon. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. Hug 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 the dragon. Ahem haha. Kamen Rider Revi. The genome morphology of the pink-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, please refer to it. Only. This masked suit was not worn on Xiao Bai, but formed independently. Military technology, with insurance settings. You must be a genetic customizer to use it. I'll buy it for you in the future. Lan said softly, this Kamen Rider Revi, I also spent money to strengthen it when I was a child. Now it is remotely controlled by my body and can help you. Walk slowly. Xiao Bai put his hands in his pockets, tangled together in anticipation, and their fingertips touched each other. Let's go, Boss Ma, let's go up the mountain together. He shouted. Come on, come on. Ma Tenjiun got out of the car tremblingly. As soon as they got out of the car, they were trembling with each other, almost wanting to leave first, staring at Baoma Mountain in a daze, but not daring to look at Xiao Bai. What are you afraid of? I'm a military commissioner. I'm only here to get rid of harm. I won't let ghosts eat you. Xiao Bai comforted. Finished. Plop. Ma Tenjiun's legs softened and he knelt down directly. If you don't normally walk on your knees, I suggest you stand up. Because next, you will be responsible for walking in front and absorbing monsters. If you walk slowly, make a fuss and mess up the mission, you will die. Xiao Bai comforted him again. Whoosh! In an instant, Ma Tenjiun jumped up, walking as fast as flying, and walked 1,000 miles. An Kamen Rider Revi Lan, you know how to comfort, hiccup. Senior sister is my senior sister. Her hiccups sound so nice and full of graininess, Xiao Bai said. Lan immediately sent a red envelope to Xiao Bai. Soon. 2 people, 1 Kamen Rider. Then he held up the lantern and stepped into the mountainous area. Then what appeared in front of Xiao Bai's eyes? It is a scene of super primeval forest. Affected by the invasion of all the worlds and different dimensions, the wild area is filled with the power of the world. This causes various mutations. For example, a small bag of soil has turned into a mountain hundreds of millions of feet tall, and a small sapling has grown into a tree of 10,000 meters, and is as aggressive as a ferocious beast. Even locusts and grasshoppers. They can all be turned into a nest of world-destroying insects, killing the world. And all kinds of wild monsters. They all also have the tendency to be huge. A skeleton is hundreds of meters tall and carries a 50-meter sword on its shoulder. An Kamen Rider Revi Lan took a look and shared the data. Name, Skeleton Soldier. Race, Bone Undead. Level, Level 14. Power, 2000 tons. Skills, Bone Slashing, Bone Hyperplasia. White Bone Slash. The skeleton soldier vigorously swings the 50-meter large bone knife in his hand to slash the enemy. When the skill is activated, the strength and speed are doubled, and a white knife aura is formed. Bone hyperplasia, skeleton soldiers can repair themselves and cannot be dismantled or scattered. Weakness, once upon a time, their weakness was the soul fire in their eyes. But because there are too many people inserting eyes, now the skeleton soldier's true soul fire has been transferred to the solace of his feet. Level 14. Exactly equivalent to a prefecture level 4-star lord. But the power attribute of wild monsters in the wild is much higher than that of human lords, almost comparable to some boss in the secret realm of high school. This is just skeleton soldiers. If it's a skeleton knight, a skeleton mage, or even the skeleton wizard king who usually exists as a boss, it's no wonder that the Two Horses Guild suffered a complete defeat. Ahoho! There was a creaking sound of bones rubbing together. Sensing Ma Tenjian's aura, the skeleton soldiers rushed over excitedly. The 50-meter-long sword in his hand was slashed viciously. Power and speed double A. The air was chopped into an air wall, and then the air wall cracked and turned into a huge white wave and sword energy. Hey, if the weak point is soul attack, the ghost will attack you. The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth rose. He followed his words, and one after another the starving ghosts got under the cave soldier's feet, biting and sucking at its soul fire. See crack. In an instant, the sound of soul shattering sounded. The skeleton soldiers who were charging didn't even have time to scream, before they fell apart on the spot and turned into withered bones. Skills were also forcibly suspended and interrupted. Hungry. Starving ghosts crawled out of the bones one after another. Bloodshot threads, blood vessels, and flesh spread like tentacles in the cold wind. A supernatural transformation began. FK, is this solved? Ma Tenjian, who had just saved his life, was only shocked. He watched the skeleton soldiers disintegrate. One by one, fierce ghosts responded to Xiao Bai's orders and crawled out of the underworld. The ghosts came into reality. Here. The most outrageous thing is that every ghost has the aura of a mature elite unit. Every one. Ma Tenjian's eyes trembled fiercely, and what trembled worse than his eyes was the heart in his chest. This is too strong, too extreme. He muttered. Chapter 48. It's terrible, Military Commissioner. Now. Ma Tenjian was extremely frightened. What he was afraid of didn't seem to be this mining area, but Xiao Bai behind him. At the same time, looking at the skeleton soldier who died suddenly, Xiao Bai nodded, expressing his approval of this wave. He had heard. Among the elemental lords, there is a very rare, very powerful spiritual elemental lord who is said to be invincible at the same level. But they're also just spiritual guys. Xiao Bai's ghosts are genuine soul concept troops. But when it comes to soul attacks, in this world, I am afraid that no soldier can compare with the formless, ethereal ghost. Just then. Hungry. The starving ghosts who have reached maturity are feeding back information to their creator Xiao Bai: hunger, devour, and evolve. Xiao Bai was stunned at first. See you soon. Among the ghost tide, there are several starving ghosts who have absorbed the soul fire of the skeleton soldiers. Their ghost bodies, as thin as chopsticks, with yellow faces, thin muscles, and big bellies, actually emit wisps of light of transformation. Interesting. I seem to know how to transform a starving ghost to its ultimate stage. Xiao Bai looked happy. When the Lord's troops reach the maturity stage, even if they reach the top, they will lose the reminder of the will of the world. Can the ultimate body be evolved? It depends on fate. And now, Xiao Bai's fate has come. Unexpectedly, the starving ghost needs the power of devouring souls to achieve its ultimate evolution. Only. There have been wars and killings before, and people, monsters, and bosses have all been slaughtered. Why haven't the starving ghosts reacted? What is the difference? Xiao Bai thought for a while and quickly came to a conclusion. Soul strength. Ordinary monsters, lords, and bosses will die when they die, and their bodies and souls will be destroyed. The bone undead are different. They possess soul fire, and their souls are stronger than other creatures. That's why he was spotted by his own ghost and listed in the recipe. Really not bad. Xiao Bai smiled. During this trip, I gained experience, my troops grew, and I felt the joy of cultivation. So that. He looked at the skeleton soldiers wandering around in the mountains, and he felt a sense of joy in killing in his heart. Dealing with them should allow many starving ghosts to transform, right? Just move forward like this. After mopping up hundreds of skeleton soldiers, Ma Tenjian, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. An Kamen rider Ravilan also quietly sent a message to Xiao Bai: it seems we have arrived. Xiao Bai said and took a closer look. A broken lord planet was discovered. This planet is about the same size as the moon. Now, 80% of the stars were shattered in the cracks in space, and 20% of the stars fell on the hillside, like larger stones. A lord. He died on it and was cut into pieces. Obviously. He is a member of the Two Horses Guild. In front of this broken planet, a huge mine appeared like a black hole, and skeleton soldiers were walking out of it. Except for the skeleton soldiers. Xiao Bai also saw a skeleton knight riding an undead horse, and a skeleton mage wearing a cloak made of tens of thousands of human skins. Their bodies are thousands of meters long, and their heads plunge into the mountain mist. They are tall and terrifying. In a moment, I operate Kamen Rider Ravi to deal with the skeleton knight, and you deal with the skeleton mage. Save your strength and kill these two elite monsters first. Let's lure the boss out again. He should be in the mine. I saw a strong smell of death from it. Lan laid out tactics. While sharing data. Both elite monsters are level 19, with a pure strength of 9,000 tons, reaching the earth level threshold. The skeleton knight has 3 skills, Sky Charge, Sky Slash, and Rayquaza. The skeleton mage has 3 skills, Fireball, Corpse Explosion, and Freeze. The name is rustic. But judging from the size of these two, the scale and power of the above skills are disaster level. Receive. Xiao Bai nodded and restrained his breath. 2 people, 1 Kamen Rider Ravi, lost all spirituality at this time. Just like ants in the primeval forest. Step by step. Traveling across mountains and rivers. I walked to the mine and walked to the tall skeleton knight and skeleton mage. Next moment. The ghost is possessed. Night kick. Xiao Bai opened his hands, and the projection of the world expanded. As soon as he thought of it, thousands of ghosts crawled and climbed up, forming a huge disaster ghost. Kamen Rider Ravi Arashi launches Night Kick. At this time, her real body is still under the mountain, but the remote-controlled Kamen Rider Ravi is more agile than a real person. There was a sense of déjà vu as if King had inserted the controller into Genos. A Night Kick, as dazzling as a shooting star. The 2 men worked together flawlessly. Moment. The skeleton knight and skeleton mage were severely injured before they even had time to react. But that's when a ferocious, powerful, and desolate aura of the undead suddenly burst out from behind the 2 of them. It's the skeleton witch king. It's not in the mine, it's hiding in the mist. This old 6. The power is 10,000 tons, breaking through the threshold, and the energy index is close to the sky level. It is about to activate its skills. Careful. Kamen Rider Ravi Lan said loudly. Just after she finished speaking. Boom. On Bauma Mountain, a bone king with a thick pelvis, a shield in one hand, and a witch staff in the other jumped out from the broken natural space on the top of the mountain. It is 9,000 meters high, and its bones are like jasper, with every segment clear and translucent. A pair of eyes as big as stars. 2 groups of majestic soul fires danced like 2 faint black suns. Looking down at Xiao Bai. People from Xian Kingdom, die. Instant blast surgery for acute gastroenteritis. Skin bursting surgery. Instant spread of cancer cells. Alzheimer's surgery. Polio surgery. Gill shortening surgery. The next moment, the skeleton witch king spoke and lowered his witch staff. Curse all over the sky. It turned into a rain of light that was as dirty and turbid as the Ganges river water. Chapter 49. What the hell? For a moment, Xiao Bai felt his scalp numb. This boss was too dirty. Boom. Don't wait for the skeleton witch king's curse attack to fall. Xiao Bai directly self-destructed, his body disappeared and turned into thousands of strands of thunder and fire. Elementalization is so useful. At this moment, Xiao Bai used his body to transform elements and strangeness. Even if thousands of curses are blasted down, they can't hurt him at all. It's like opening up a pure land of thunder and fire in the light and rain of the sky. It can also do corpse explosion and blood curse. Below, and Kamen Rider Revealan reminded. The situation has changed. I blocked 2 elite monsters. Quickly kill this stinky old man. Learn. Xiao Bai nodded, I hate Lao Lu the most. He held out his hand. The 5 fingers are filled with lightning arcs and flames. Give it a slight shake. Boom. 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 Thousands of thunders and raging fires emerged violently, soaring straight into the sky in brilliance and blazing fire. Then, it's like the Tianhe River opens its gates, like the thunder pond collapses, and the violent power turns into a waterfall, filling the world. Heading towards the skeleton witch king, the pressure came down. King-level arms. Thunder and angry ghost. They are not as good as wild monsters in terms of size, but when it comes to power and destruction, they are even worse. Quality, quantity, double suppression. Shield, royal. The skeleton witch king roared out 2 words. For a moment, the skeleton's face felt anxious and twisted. Boom. The next moment, a huge shield took root on the ground like a pillar of heaven, and streaks of magical light blessed it. Stand in front of thunder fire falls. Seeing this, Xiao Bai only had one action. That means raising your hands, pressing down. Boom. Amid the thunder, a palm that was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters thick appeared. Compared to the skeleton witch king's body shape, he is a bit slender. But the power in this arm is extremely wild and violent, with endless anger and infinite power. It directly shattered the shield. Using the simplest and crudest gesture, hold down the head of the skeleton witch king. Push all the way. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the mountains cracked, the peaks collapsed, pieces of primitive gold ore flew out, and the earth deformed like plasticine. Boom. Finally, the huge skeleton witch king was actually pressed directly into the mountain by Xiao Bai. The cursed light rain that filled the sky also disintegrated. This is not over yet. Now, Xiao Bai's body is like thunder and fire, standing in the fog of the wild area. He held down the boss with one hand and raised the other hand, pointing at the skeleton knight and skeleton mage. This moment, anthropomorphic horror also appeared on the faces of the 2 skeleton elite monsters. They saw. My own leader was beaten violently by humans. In the thunder and fire that filled the sky, Xiao Bai's eyes noticed them. Danger. A great sense of crisis emerged. The 2 skeletons instinctively want to retreat, retreat, retreat. But thunder and fire burst out violently, condensed into a thread, and shot out from Xiao Bai's fingertips. They were so close that they had no time to react. Rumble. Moment. The fog was opened, and the wild area that had been dark all year round became bright at this moment, as bright as day, because the vast thunder and fire penetrated everything. In blaze and splendor, the skeleton knight and the skeleton mage tilted their heads back and flew upside down. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder and fire were like pillars, pressing against the heads of the 2 elite monsters, causing them to hit the mountain. Moment. Their bodies were embedded in the mountain, making a skull-shaped dent. The soil, rock formations, and gold mines rolled to both sides like plasticine, but they were evaporated by the high temperature of the thunder and fire in the next moment. Hungry. Immediately, the starving ghosts were connected head to tail, biting together like monkeys fishing for the moon. 100,000 starving ghosts turned into thick human chains. Bottom up. Bind the skeletons and wild monsters to the ground, have 100,000 fangs and sharp mouths, bite them crazily, inject malice, and devour souls. Sizzling. In an instant, there were 3 skeletons. Wherever the hungry ghost crawled over, black smoke rose up, like a barbecue, making a scalp-numbing sizzling sound. Bone undead, with soul fire as its core. But 100,000 starving ghosts can devour souls. The restraint here can be said to be quite restrained, directly restraining to death. Ya! People of Xian Kingdom, die! The three skeletons kept roaring and struggling, but their strength became weaker and weaker. Ah! Hearing the curse, Xiao Bai smiled lightly. He raised his hand. Angry. 10,000 thunder and fire angry ghosts twisted and deformed, turning into thunder and fire spears. Like the stars in the night sky. Densely packed and boundless, it pierced the skeleton. Stab! The high temperature of thunder and fire burned the bones black, but it injured but did not kill, constantly draining the power of the soul. Strong! Junior! An Kamen Rider Revelan walked aside to watch and collect data. Thumbs up at the same time. Give Kamen Rider recognition. Hey hey! Xiao Bai smiled back. This moment. He felt that some starving ghosts had already completed their transformation and reached the ultimate stage of evolution. A starving ghost in the ultimate stage. It is equivalent to a human lord who has reached the earth-level extreme threshold. And the starving ghost in the ultimate stage actually has an extra talent skill, return feeding. They devour the power of souls. After eating. Then return to Xiao Bai's body and feed back the power of his soul. Moment. Xiao Bai felt a bang in his head, feeling that his mental power was growing and his soul was undergoing transformation. Hiss. Xiao Bai immediately took a deep breath. A little surprised, and mostly happy. He didn't expect that. The initial unit he obtained through his first weird transformation, the starving ghost, actually has this magical effect. Improve your mental strength and transform your soul. This. For Xiao Bai, this is simply the best reward. It allows him to have faster reactions, stronger brain power, and better control of the thunder and fire ghosts and elemental transformations. Thus becoming invincible. This is just now. If it is later, 100,000 starving ghosts will all transform into the ultimate stage, and with another crazy explosion of troops, 1 million, tens of millions of starving ghosts will be obtained. By the time Xiao Bai can take charge of the famine hell, constantly devouring and feeding back, strengthening his soul. Future. Maybe we can expect a wave of immortal souls? That's really exciting to think about. Starving ghost. Thunder and angry ghost. There are simply endless possibilities for development. Hell of famine. Natural disasters of thunder and fire. Strengthened soul, elemental body, ghosts, and nothingness, one step closer to the imaginary Emperor Yama. Xiao Bai felt very comfortable in his heart. The ambition in his eyes became more and more fiery and determined. And at this time, neither Xiao Bai nor An Kamen Rider Revelan noticed Ma Tenjiun, who had been trembling beside them before. He actually took the initiative and walked into the mine. Next moment, the death aura in the mining area became even stronger, and a pair of traitorous eyes opened from it. Soon, the Skeleton Knight, Skeleton Mage, and Skeleton Witch King were all drained dry by 100,000 starving ghosts. Nearly 10,000 starving ghosts have completed the ultimate transformation. Under the feedback of these 10,000 ultimate starving ghosts, Xiao Bai's mental power also reached a peak, tending to transform and evolve for the first time. Just then, suddenly a fishy wind blew through. It is accompanied by strong energy and blood, as well as a heartbeat as majestic as a drum. Xiao Bai and An Lan, who were originally relaxed, frowned for a moment. Looking at each other, they thought of a question. That is, as the boss, the Skeleton Witch King, why does he stay out of the mine? There are stronger beings in the mine. Xiao Bai said. It's human. An Lan said more firmly, no wonder I didn't see the cracks in the different dimensions. This was an accident where wild monsters were released artificially. We were deceived by Ma Tenjiun. This damn businessman betrayed the military and us. It's too late to settle the score. The one who can control the skeleton witch king must be a heaven-level lord. I'll use Kamen Rider Ravi to delay time. Junior, leave quickly. Senior, I can't leave anymore. Xiao Bai said, the enemy is not Xianguo Chuanxing, but the Neon people. Prepare to fight. Now. His mental power has transformed, and his perception is extremely sharp. He sensed it. In the mine, there was a samurai, holding a katana, aiming at himself, and the energy machine was locked. If you turn around, you will be defeated. Neon Man. Hearing this, Lan said coldly to the mine. Little boy, if you appear here because of the turbulence of time and space, you should retreat and retreat. Put away your hostility, otherwise, Neon Congress will bear the wrath of Xian Kingdom's military headquarters. The words fell. Snap! Footsteps sounded, and a neon man wearing a samurai robe, wooden clogs, and Kojiki Momonosuke's hairstyle came out. He was leaning on his waist, holding his hand on the handle of the knife, always maintaining the IAI posture. It doesn't matter. I have cut off the frequency of the communicator. As long as I kill you, no one will know that I, Okazaka, have been here. Xiao Bai, you have a great reputation and great talent. I know you, I must kill you, without you, it is important to Neon. While talking, behind Okazaka, a projection of the world appeared. It was a martial arts planet, but it was different from ordinary martial arts lords who guided the world and developed sex and martial arts. Okazaka Hikawa's choice was to sacrifice a living creature from this world to his sword. He emptied the world inside his own body, absorbed the energy, blood, and death energy, and achieved the rank of Heavenly Lord. And, unlike prefecture-level lords, they have up to 900,000 meters of internal territory. Reach the sky in one step. You can take control of the entire Lord planet immediately. This is the gap, the chasm of realm. Under this gap, Xiao Bai's war zone, which is the best among his peers, is useless. Escape. Use the elements to escape quickly. Lan kept reminding and urging. Not a word about myself. However, Xiao Bai did not retreat, but stepped forward, holding his hand forward as if drawing a sword. Xiao Bai said, "It doesn't matter, I will take action, draw my sword, and kill him." Chapter 50. Wild Area, Bauma Mountain. The skeleton monster has been killed, but the real battle is about to begin. Two human beings confront each other. Call. The killing, cold, and sharp breaths collided together, setting off strong winds like waves. Wave after wave, the heavy fog between heaven and earth was cleared away. Now, the sky-level lord from Neon, Okazaka Hikawa, opened up his world projection. It is no longer a human-level or earth-level territory of hundreds of meters or kilometers, but an entire planet. Even if it is compressed 100 times by the rules of this world. Still vast and still towering. The big star is in the sky. Everything on the planet is controlled by Okazaka Hikawa. This planet was originally a popular martial arts planet with a prosperous martial arts civilization. But now, all living beings died, and a civilization died, turning it into a stepping stone on the road to heaven for Okazaka Hikawa. Wow! On the planet, there was scabbed blood falling like black snow. Death energy and blood energy intertwined. Transform into Okazaka Hikawa's martial arts, transform into Okazaka Hikawa's strength, swordsmanship, and confidence. He stood alone on the land of Xian Kingdom, and he knew very well that villains die from talking too much. Therefore, after meeting, he immediately drew his sword and killed He. This knife. This is the move he used to kill a martial arts civilization. He has drawn his sword trillions of times, and it can open mountains, cut seas, and cut the sky. One knife comes out. With Bauma Mountain as the center, the fog with a radius of millions of miles was split into two in an instant. That was a knife mark. The sword light roared in, as if it was going to kill the world and crush everything. This is the level of heaven. Possessing the power of the world like a natural disaster, the power of crushing the world. Lords below the heaven level. In the face of this kind of power, no matter how monstrous the talent is, no matter how incompetent the soldiers are, they can only die. This is an experience summarized from countless histories and is a final conclusion. So, with this sword slashed out, a proud smile appeared on Okazakahukawa's face. Xiao Bai, the order-level lord, suspected to be an S-level high-quality talent, and the future pillar of the Xian kingdom, will collapse today. This is the credit of Po Tian. The knife is falling. Moment. It was too late to speak. Lan stared at Xiao Bai, as if asking, "Do you really have a way?" Xiao Bai nodded, his meaning clear. He didn't speak, but expressed it with actions and walked forward. He cut off the sea and cut the sky with his sword. The wind is noisy. Xiao Bai's hair was flying. His eyes are like lightning and fire, and his eyes are like light, which is a symbol of strong mental power. This moment, he held his hand forward, and between his fingers, a Death Star and the Death World appeared. Suddenly, Xiao Bai exerted force with his 5 fingers, and his hand reached out to his own world, to the weapons furnace covering an area of 100,000 meters. Sizzling. A sound like quenching came out. The fierce, crazy, evil, and terrifying scarlet sword light lit up from between Xiao Bai's fingers. Colder than the underworld, more evil than ghosts, more sinister and festering than the craziest soul, it flickers like a heart. It was held in Xiao Bai's hand. Even if it is roaring in the world, it seems to be able to extinguish all the death energy and sword energy. At the moment when this heart appeared, it was entangled with malice and bloodshot everywhere, trembling crazily and frozen in the air. A heart? No, is that a knife? At some point, Lan's true form appeared next to Xiao Bai. Her beautiful eyes widened. During the sluggish period, seeing Xiao Bai pull out a knife from his world. That knife, like a living creature, it is made entirely from the bodies of ghosts and monsters. It is patterned with malice and resentment. It is extremely vicious. That knife. It's extremely weird. It looks neither big nor long, only 3 feet tall. But it seems infinite, and there are countless evil ghosts in the sword, ready to emerge. Is that why he wants building materials? Lan took a breath. This moment, when she looked at the knife, she felt as if she was staring into the abyss, seeing the vastness of the underworld, the floating bones of corpses, and the floating remains of immortals and Buddhas. Clang! Next moment, the 3-foot blade was screaming, and each of the fierce ghosts was held by Xiao Bai. They held it diagonally, and the tip of the blade gently dropped to the ground. Moment. Supernatural disasters arise, terror descends, and a ghostly aura rises into the sky that cannot be hidden at all. This sword is called a fierce divine weapon. I can kill your body, destroy your 3 souls, and kill your 7 souls. Xiao Bai suddenly exerted his strength, swung his sword upwards, and slashed with fierce force. Moment. Countless ghosts screamed, countless curses boiled, and the black patterns on the red blade bloomed with extreme malice. The fear that surpassed the ghosts shocked everyone. It turns out that terror can be so specific. It turns out that the terrifying name is Xiao Bai. Tyranny, despair, resentment. This moment, all the ghosts and monsters are in the knife. The power of the ghost world, the power of order, was chopped out by Xiao Bai. Concentrate and reach the top. The fierce sword light is like a yellow spring, bursting out from hell, covering the sky for 90,000 miles. Moment. A clear distinction between superior and inferior. The fierce god slash, the broken Iai slash, and Okazakahukawa's million-mile sword light were cut off and shattered. Kill with one knife. Who can stop it? Who dares to stop? Shangshengbaluo has all the murderous intentions in the world, targeting Okazakarikawa. I don't believe you have surpassed history. I will stop you, I will kill you. As a heaven-level martial arts lord, he drew his sword first, but was cut back by the earth-level lord. Such a shocking and beyond imagination scene. Okazaka Hikawa was shocked and shocked. He roared unwillingly, his hair stood up, and his martial arts energy and blood turned into majestic smoke, just like 10, 100, and trillion times before. Another Ichiki Iai attack. Martial arts lord. Born only to attack and kill, he has a bloody rage. But, it doesn't work. If anger is useful, why do you need strength? Xiao Bai shook his head. He only used one sword, and this sword once again chopped off Okazaka Hikawa's sword energy, and killed him in front of Okazaka Hikawa. The moment the fierce sword approaches, Okazaka Hikawa waved his katana to block, and refused to retreat. Boom! At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be shattered in the light of the sword, the sound shook the heaven and the earth, the airflow was turbulent, and turned into a storm. Under the horrified gazes of Enlan, Ma Tenjayun, and Ma Zhe from the two horse clubs, Okazaka Hikawa goes all the way backwards. Boom, boom, boom. He retreated, and the world behind him also retreated. Every step he took made the air burst and roared. Ah! Until there was no way to retreat, Okazaka Hikawa and his lord planet were chopped open by the fierce sword. Here! Xiao Bai stood under the cracked planet with a knife. There was black smoke billowing in his knife, and there was thunder and fire. With one slash, the world of Shura was shattered. This kind of attitude, powerful, ferocious, and invincible, it does not exist in any historical records. I got into big trouble for Neon. Seeing this, Okazaka Hikawa stayed in place, his body split to both sides, and he let out a bitter laugh. Immediately. Soul. Fly. Soul. Disperse. Kill the sky with the earth. Incredible, making history. Among the 18-year-olds I have ever met, no one is better than you. Under this starry sky, you are a miracle. At this moment, even with Enlan's knowledge, he couldn't help but lose consciousness and was numb with shock. Chapter 51. Under this starry sky, you are a miracle. Enlan was amazed. Her name is very suitable for complimenting and saying some spectacular and sexy things. Anyway, Xiao Bai sounded very comfortable. Senior, are you okay? Why did you come up in person? Xiao Bai put away the knife and smiled. His sword is too evil and evil. It is transformed by the order of ghosts and monsters. It has no fixed form, only the 3-foot spirit in his heart. His person is like an evil ghost or a fierce god, too gloomy. Even in the military department, which is known for its good atmosphere, few people are willing to team up with him. But Enlan is not afraid. In times of crisis, she chose to believe, she chose to get close and stand with Xiao Bai. Now, Enlan was even relieved that Enran took off her mask and battle clothes. She wears white high boots, black silk around her legs, short sports jeans on her waist, and a white loose t-shirt. Her hair is hanging down like Sister Baoer. Simple outfit. Extreme beauty. That proud and plump, 360 chest, that strong waist, and those beautiful legs that are as white as jade, smooth and delicate, and full of elasticity. And that beautiful face that is dignified and noble, with a temperament like a fairy sister and a beauty like Mu Wonking. Appearing in a deserted mining area. Underfoot are skeletons. Overhead are the split stars. Put together, there is a thrilling and pleasing beauty. Of course I'm worried that you're dead. Could it be that there's a debt? Can you afford to pay for it? Pay with your body. Enlan said softly, smiling and frowning. Until this moment, She held it behind her back and rubbed her fingers on the unique ruby space ring before slowly letting go. Xiao Bai blushed. He turned his head to the side. He couldn't believe a word of Lao Siji's words. It's a pity that neither the boss nor the Neon Man exploded anything in this mission. Xiao Bai said regretfully. But that doesn't mean we have nothing else to gain, does it? Lan held Xiao Bai's hand and blinked gently. There are still people who have not been settled. That's true. Xiao Bai nodded, looked deep into the mine, and said quietly, colluded with the Neon people, forged copies and accidents, and deceived the Xian Kingdom military headquarters. It's all about money. If it were another prefecture-level team in the military department that took over this mission, I'm afraid the situation would be much worse. Compared to the fierce enemies on the front battlefield, I really hate my own people who stab me in the back. Xiao Bai has always had a good habit. He kills people, likes to do last-ditch attacks, and is used to crushing the opponent's soul. With the uniqueness of the first-generation ghost, he can read memory fragments live clearly. Because of this, I am clearly angry now. It's really disgusting. Lan nodded and asked, do you want to dig out that insect? No, it's disgusting. Xiao Bai shook his head and said coldly. Ghosts and monsters have always had the ability to curse, especially when they bully the weak. From now on, I, Xiao Bai, with the authority of the Word Lord, issue a curse. I want Ma Tenjian to be covered in ulcers, his body to be separated, and his soul to die. I want the Two Horses Guild, the Ma family, and all the backlighters, beneficiaries and insiders to be killed one by one. No one will be left alive. The words just fell. Ah! Screams of pain and fear came from the mine, as if someone was trapped in an endless hell and suffering. It sounds more comfortable, but it's not enough. Lan added on the side. She took out her communicator and dialed a phone number. After being connected, he said in a tone that left no room for doubt. Within 1 minute. Seize the Shuangma Guild and the Ma family, and all the property, and 80 billion will be transferred to my account. Do it all. The two of them left the mining area straight away. When they went down the mountain, they found the guild members in the tank. They have all been cursed to death. The chariot was therefore scrapped. When you have no money, you risk your life to make money. When you are rich, you use money to buy your life, and in the end you die because of money. Money is really a tiger that descends from the mountain and a root that causes trouble. Lan sighed. The figures of her and Xiao Bai quickly walked out of Baoma Mountain, walked away, and disappeared into the mist. 14 days later, Xiao Bai and Lan traveled through mountains and rivers, supporting each other, fighting through wild areas and crossing foggy areas. Successfully arrived at the city gate. Call. Before entering the city, Xiao Bai began to look forward to it. Every cell in his body missed his coke, games, and villa. This trip. The chariot was fully loaded when we set out, but only 2 people when we returned. And these 2 people. Not to mention that he and Lan were killing skeletons and neon warriors in the mining area. Just talk about this way back. It's so wild. Traveling thousands of miles, fighting against trillions of wild monsters, seeing goblins, half-rats, kobolds, underground worms. I have slept in insect nests, zombie nests, vicious beast nests. Even after a while, you will meet a wild copy, wandering and taking risks in different dimensions, and almost never come back a few times. Thanks to Xiao Bai's weirdness and Lan, the Kryptonian grandmother's endless supply of props. Only then can danger be saved time and time again. And this journey is bizarre. If it were to be written into a book, it would have to be at least tens of millions of words long. If it was to be made into a movie, it would have to be a 10-year series. Certainly. This journey has been thrilling, but also rewarding. Various dungeon resources, large and small chance secret realms, allowed Xiao Bai to successfully bring the 100,000 starving ghost army to the ultimate stage. Xiao Bai even succeeded in expanding the 10,000 thunder and fire angry ghost corps to 20,000. Let him himself. It was a matter of course, and he easily broke through to the 6-star prefecture level. After many hardships, only then did I feel that the urban life in the city was so beautiful and desirable. Finally home. Lan was also cheering, full of joy. This world is vast, and the time span cannot be measured by common sense. Many lords go out on missions for a year at a time. Therefore, Xiao Bai and Lan's return after 14 days did not attract much attention. After the two of them returned to the city after a long journey, they randomly found a noodle shop to sit down on the side of the road and said to the boss, "2 bowls of noodles, add meat. Add eggs. And blanch a crisp baby cabbage." "Okay." The boss yelled hotly and smashed the dough. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were served, white meat noodles in clear soup. The basketball-sized ocean bowl has finely pulled sides, like white jade strands placed in the center of the broth, with fried eggs and chopped green onions sprinkled on top. This noodle shop is set up on the street, and the tables are placed on the roadside, where people come and go and there is a lot of traffic. The people sitting here eating noodles are all well-to-do, and they look like farmers and workers. But Xiao Bai and Lan didn't care about this. They poured a bowl of spicy oil on the noodles and had fun. After eating, I drank half a bowl of soup. The two of them felt comfortable now, their fatigue was washed away by the fireworks of the world, and their tense nerves were relaxed. "Let's go back to play games." "Open it! Open it!" The two returned to the villa, sat on the sofa, and turned on the game console. At the same time, the report on this mission was also submitted to the military headquarters by Lan. Immediately, it caused an uproar. Chapter 52. On this day, 10 o'clock. Baihe Military Headquarters, Origin World. Information and Archives Administration. A lord of the Life Department is at work. His inner world. It's a civilization-type planet, but this civilization is very, unique. The creatures nurtured by him. Throughout life. He would yell, "Really? I don't believe it." There was a mobile phone embedded in his hand, a camera on his head, and his ears had the talent of catching wind and shadow. They are not carbon-based organisms. Instead, they feed on information and live on gossip. If you don't get enough information every day, you will slump or even die. Therefore, as their lord, Xiao Lu went to the Information and Archives Management Bureau of the Military Department after graduation. His daily work. It means throwing the received mission report into the inner world. Then, according to their reaction degree, the information level is judged and classified into categories. Today, the same is true. Lan's report. Xiao Lu only glanced at it hastily, then threw the mission report into the inner world and said, "There is gossip." "Really? I don't believe it." Each abnormal creature refutes their creator. They swarmed up. Use the head with the camera to read the mission report. Neon Man. Kill the sky with the earth, the fierce god cuts with one sword. 14 days, a wild journey of thousands of miles, wandering through wild areas and crossing foggy areas. Really? Really? Is this real? Is there a possibility that this is true? The amount of information is too great. My brain has been filled to the brim and is about to overflow. I have to slow down. Shocking. Explosive. Holy shit. Damn it. Jujwezi. Damn it, after reading this, I will never be able to look directly at other tasks again. My sensitivity threshold has been raised. Each camera creature looked at the mission report with curious eyes. Then, they became excited instantly, extremely surprised and shocked. Information. Gossip is passed on at extremely fast speeds, becoming more and more outrageous as it spreads, but the mission report is the most outrageous. So that all the camera creatures are getting excited. Xiao Lu suddenly felt a splitting headache. There were hundreds of millions of voices roaring and shouting in his mind, and there were screams in his ears, which kept ringing. Are you crazy? It's just a mission report. Xiao Lu immediately took out the report and temporarily cut off contact with the world inside his body. Subsequently, as if facing a formidable enemy, he refused to miss a word and read the report carefully. I know every word on this, and when they are put together, why do I feel so incomprehensible? The more Xiao Lu looked, the more confused he became. Gradually, his eyes changed and became serious. There was a hint of heat in the seriousness, and there was a kind of joy in the heat. FK. Jujuezi. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and was so happy. The genius is unparalleled, the monster of our country has killed the heaven with the earth, and set a glorious record. It will become a walking legend. A great joy that the whole world celebrates. Xiao Lu was so excited that his hands were shaking. He took a deep breath. He solemnly put down the mission report, retrieved Xiao Bai's file, and took out the military seal. Build. S-class file, living legend. Wow! The breeze blows. The document was opened page by page. This moment. Since the beginning of the Information and Archives Administration, there has been a long and distant bell ringing in the military world. It shocked the 9 heavens and caused chaos in time and space. Boom! In the center of the military headquarters, the world was born and the world was destroyed. There was a king who had returned from a foreign land. His energy and blood filled the sky, and he was using his body to fight against the strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. But at this moment, he appeared for the sound of the bell. Who is it? Who broke the ancient and modern historical records? Ling was extremely excited and his blood was boiling. Boom! At Baihe University, an energetic old man with white beard and white hair came across space and came uninvited. He chuckled and said, "What happened?" The two people's eyes penetrated everything and fell on Xiao Bai's file. Suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Okay. 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 Ling Sheng tore apart the strange beast, looking up to the sky and laughing. Wonderful. The old president of Baihe University, Li Daizai, was also so excited that he danced with joy. Immediately. The two of them looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces suddenly collapsed and became gloomy. Bold neon! Ling yelled angrily. Countries are fighting openly and secretly, and hunting each other's geniuses. This is normal practice, but it won't work if it messes with us. Li Daizai frowned. They both became furious at the same time and said in unison. Must be liquidated. After all. The two people cupped their hands, bowed to the sky, and said loudly, "Please give me the Emperor's seal." Boom, boom, boom. Next moment, the invisible space collapsed, and the immaterial time turned into a long river, falling from the infinite sky. On the long river of time, there are actually 500 figures sitting cross-legged. They are currently on active duty in the military, the 500 emperors. Yanjiangsuan Kingdom. There are 8,000 kings who control space and guard 8,000 cities. There are 500 kings who have insight into time and guard the long river of time. They are like fixed points, working together to protect the peace of the world and the tranquility of all frontiers. And at this moment, because of Xiao Bai, this fixed point was moved, and emperors conversed on the long river of time. Allow. They approved the application of Ling and Li Daizai, and the 500 emperors' military orders flew up to form a bridge. From the end of the long river of time. Please create an imperial seal as vast as the world. The seal of the great emperor. It collapsed time and space. Once. The Neon Kingdom has also been powerful, with emperors, saints, and gods. It once invaded the Xian kingdom and caused bloody disasters. The first president of Baihe University died during that period. But now, it's all over. The civilization of Xian kingdom is immortal, and the bones and blood of Xian kingdom are endless. Xian kingdom's counterattack killed the gods of Neon and slaughtered their saints and emperors. They are not allowed to be distracted again. And Neon. He also recognized the lighthouse country on the other side of the ocean as his father. The lighthouse country has a free atmosphere, coexists with the different dimensions of the universe, gathers all careerists and capitalists, has the strength to challenge the Xian kingdom, and preserves the Neon kingdom. But the lighthouse is even more ruthless. They castrated Neon and did not allow any more saints or emperors to appear in the Neon kingdom. Therefore, Neon's highest combat power is the emperor level, and one emperor's seal can suppress them. My country, Yanjiangsuan, is a land of etiquette. They will attack our country's genius first, but we don't have to go too far. All we need is a war to kill all the younger generations of Neon. At the fixed point in the long river of time, 500 emperors taught earnestly. Chapter 53. Got the order. After hearing the collective speech of the 500 emperors, Enling and Li Daizai responded loudly. Boom! The river of time is closed. Their eyes fell on the emperor's seal, and Enling asked, "We will use a war to kill all the Neon generation. Does the teacher have someone to choose?" "Of course it's Xiao Bai. Could it be me?" Li Daizai said with a smile. "Go and block the door." Enling became excited. "Yes, go and block the door." Li Daizai stroked his long beard with an affirmative look on his face. Block the door. It is a tactic, and it is also the biggest way to humiliate the enemy when a national war breaks out between lords. Between the two countries. One side sends a person to block the gates of the other side's universities and military headquarters, and throw out war invitations. The other party will immediately become extremely passive. If there is a war, only lords with the same level as the gatekeeper can be sent to fight. If not fight, aren't universities, which gather a country's talents, and the military, which represents a country's military force, a coward? If defeated, that would be even more ridiculous. It would become the laughing stock of the world, be put on a pillar of shame by the global media, and lose the support of the people. Then, the French kingdom surrendered without a fight when the kingdom of Will blocked the door, so it became a passing joke. That. Enling's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly, feeling eager to try. Enling said, "Should I say it or not? My junior brother-in-law is still young after all and cannot hold the emperor's seal. This battle requires an experienced, strong, and trustworthy guardian. I think. Yes, it seems that the protector must be me." The old principal took over the imperial seal with a smile. Enling's eyes widened. He was a little unwilling to go out and fight the Neon people. This was probably a good thing. It was so satisfying just thinking about it. No one could refuse it. Enling said earnestly, "Teacher, you are old, your arms and legs are old, you should enjoy peace and happiness in the rear. If the Neon people tear up the battle post, then someone has to fight, right?" Hearing this, the old principal did not agree and said, "I am old, but my strange beast is not." Enling, _ "Okay, this time, old man, I will go no matter what. It has nothing to do with the Neon man." The old principal stopped teasing. He smiled and said relaxedly, "I'm not getting old, I'm going to die. I don't have much time left. I will die soon. My world will become another secret realm of Baihe University, and I want to pass on my experience and talents to Xiao Bai. He is such a genius, his breakthrough is too fast and too fierce. There will be a lack of accumulation and precipitation. I want to make up for him, help him moisturize, and lay a solid path for him to ascend to heaven and become a king." Hearing this, Enling remained silent. Baihe military headquarters. Everyone was silent at this moment, feeling uncomfortable. Most of them are students of the old principal. They graduated from Baihe University and became military commissioners. Most of them are Xiao Bai's senior brothers and seniors. Therefore, he was extremely tolerant of this young boy. Even if he dug up the ancient origin tree, he just wanted to put some poisonous mushrooms in his bowl. They have grown up, but the principal is old and will die in the years. Even with all the power in the world, we are still human beings, subject to birth, aging, illness and death. This is true even for emperors, and saints. But that's why. Only our history is meaningful, our life is more passionate, and our civilization is moving forward. You guys, don't live too high or too far away. Go to the city more often and savor the fireworks of the world. TV, games, fine wine, barbecue, those things are helpful for spiritual practice and mind cultivation. The old principal said a few words briefly, smiled, and left with Emperor Yin. After a while, the old principal came to Xiao Bai's villa, and there were shouting and yelling sounds in the villa. That was the sound of Xiao Bai and Enlan playing games. Inning after inning. The two of them enjoy playing each other endlessly, which is different from the real world where they are extremely talented and have not lost a single match since their debut. In the game, Xiao Bai has been defeated in hundreds of battles, defeated and defeated again and again, but has never won. Until night. He lost his underwear and was reduced to carrying food when he went out. Then, Xiao Bai just walked out of the door of the villa. I saw an old man with white hair and beard, a gentle smile in his eyes, wearing a delivery boy's yellow robe, standing under the street lamp, waiting with a takeaway box. He smiled like a spring breeze. Coming. Headmaster. Xiao Bai was stunned. What's going on? SHH. I'm practicing, don't let others find out. The old principal blinked, handed the takeaway to Xiao Bai, and then rode away on an e-donkey. The next day, Xiao Bai and Enlan stayed at home. The delivery boy is the old principal. The same goes for the third day. The second day after returning, Xiao Bai's crazy explosive soldier talent has finished cooling down. But he wanted to wait for the scalpel that has killed 100 million people in his hand to upgrade the king-level thunder and fire ghost to the growth stage. Only then can you maximize your profits by exploding troops like crazy. So there's no point in holding back. Anyway, it takes months and years for others to cultivate a king-level soldier. You can detonate troops 10 times or 100 times in one breath. The higher the initial quality and the larger the initial base before detonating troops, the crazier the leverage income will be. The further you go to the back, the greater the gap between each star level of the Lord, and the greater the chasm at each level. The rest period must be accumulated in order to have subsequent thin hair. Not short of this amount of time. The strange transformation talent was used several times. Xiao Bai used the strange transformation skill several times to fill the gap in the third skill column. But satisfying skills are hard to come by, and they remain vacant. The fourth day, Xiao Bai got up early and went out for a walk, and happened to see the old principal delivering takeaway food. He followed curiously. By the way, I bought a few bottles of Coke and a few bags of potato chips at the canteen. Principal, are you busy? Xiao Bai leaned over, shook the plastic bag in his hand, and said, "It's such a hot day, would you like a bottle of Coke?" "I don't want it," the old principal said firmly. "Iced." Xiao Bai said. "I don't want it." The old principal's firm will wavered a little. "I redeemed it with a shopping coupon, I didn't spend any money." Xiao Bai added. Come on, I'll show you off." The old principal smiled brightly, his face glowing red, holding a large bottle of ice-cold Coke, and drank tons and tons of it. "Young man, do you want to practice with me? I will give you a blessing." Subsequently, the old man seemed to be drunk, blowing his beard and staring. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, really? Could it be that? I also fell off a cliff to pick up secret books, and met an old man on the way to get magical powers? Replacement guaranteed. The old principal twirled his beard proudly. Okay, I'll practice with you. Xiao Bai said decisively. Subsequently, on the road, 2 delivery guys, one old and one young, appeared. Chapter 54. Hello, the takeaway has arrived. Thanks. It should. After a long time, Xiao Bai completed the order and got a few dollars. Next to him, the old principal was full of energy and said proudly, I have already made 10 orders. Awesome. Xiao Bai gave a thumbs up. Now, both of them are in a period of rest, and their lord power and world power are restrained. Not much different from ordinary people. Xiao Bai is even younger and stronger, but he is not familiar with this city. On the contrary, the old principal is very familiar with him. He was familiar with every plant, every tree, every street and alley here. After riding on the electric donkey, he ran very smoothly. This area of town has been around for decades, and now it has been demolished. Everyone has moved away, which is good. Everyone's life is getting better. It's good. Ooh. This place used to be a vegetable market, but now it's a building. You don't know, there weren't so many deliveries in the past, and you had to rush to the morning market to buy food. If you got up late, the uncles and aunties wouldn't even leave a vegetable leaf for you. But now that delivery is available, life has become more convenient. Young people have fallen in love with takeout, and few people know how to cook. Of course, this is not the fault of young people. They have to work 996 and cook. Are they still human? They are cows and horses. Experts today are different from those we had back then. It's all bullshit. Bah! Bullshit! I can't come back to my old village. The old principal was riding an electric donkey. He was chattering, his voice mixed in the wind. Xiao Bai listened quietly. He rode an electric donkey and followed the old principal, listening to the old man's chatter. Now, there is a strange artistic conception emanating from the old man, which is tranquil, silent and empty, making people feel sincerely comfortable. For a moment, let Xiao Bai fall into it. He was conscious, but he was addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. At the same time, Xiao Bai was surprised to find that the world inside his body was shaking, and the 9-ghost altar was shaking. It feels pleasure. The basic capabilities of the units it produces have been greatly enhanced. I used to keep time, keep track, and calculate the number of troops at all times like a landlord. But there should still be more or fewer arms. But just now, my heart is empty, and the 9-ghost altar is more efficient. Why? Xiao Bai couldn't understand. The moment doubts arose, the mysterious feeling was shattered and disappeared. No matter what, I can't get it back. He was a little irritable and a little lost. Young man, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Ahead. The voice of the old principal came. The old principal did not look back, but at this moment, Xiao Bai seemed to see him smiling happily. Xiao Bai. While you're memorizing the words, Alaskan cod are jumping out of the water. When you're solving differential equations, seagulls are flying over Philadelphia from across the ocean. When you study in the evening, the night sky in G2 is full of colors. When you work hard for your future, views you've never seen before. People you thought you'd never meet. Everything you want. Coming towards you step by step. The old principal said very artistically. Don't know. Xiao Bai responded bluntly, it was too literary and he couldn't understand it. Well. The old principal's smile froze, he smacked his lips, and the e-donkey drove slowly. Wait for me here for a while. The old principal stopped by the roadside. Xiao Bai was a little strange. It was a depressed place, a construction site, workers were busy and no one was ordering food. But the old principal got out of the car and took out the sleeves, cement shovel, and sand and ash bucket from the trunk of the e-donkey. He walked towards the construction site and joined directly. Start building walls. He lays lines, lays cement, repairs bricks, his techniques are sophisticated, his postures are handsome, his movements are fast, and he is full of the temperament of an old master. As soon as they went up, they calmed down the young workers. Awesome! Master! My vertical line is always unbalanced, why? One by one the workers asked questions. The old principal didn't say a word, he just worked hard and built the wall. Because all young people have a sense of vitality, which is also impatient. If he talks eloquently about wisdom and method, then young people will often only remember speculation and trickery, and their cleverness will be misled by their cleverness. If he blindly acts stupid, then young people will often become stupid. So young people don't need advice. But young people do need education. This is a contradictory point that many educators cannot understand throughout their lives. The old principal has been a teacher for his whole life, and he has just begun to get a glimpse of the secret. On the side of the road, Xiao Bai who squatted with his hands on his chin, looking at the back of the old principal. The old man said nothing and worked hard. In a short time, he built a wall alone. He works hard. The contractor was so shocked that he came over personally and gave the old master more money. Sweat-stained cash was clutched in his hands. The old principal was happy and started talking more. When I was young, Xian Kingdom was still very poor and the conditions were very difficult. The unit cannot afford to pay wages. We just go to work and do farm work, construction sites, factories, everything. It's called a combined job. Hearing this, the young people at the construction site shook their heads and shouted, bragging. Xiao Bai was silent. The military department of the university is not divided into families. He knows what the old principal refers to as a unit, and the job he refers to is to conquer the wild areas and kill the boss. In this case, at that time, they had to work hard to support themselves. What are they planning for? Xiao Bai couldn't help but daydream that he was still young and could not be as open-minded and transparent as the old principal. But he also has his own advantages, that is, he is willing to listen, see, and think. This was true when facing Inlan, and it is true now. As a time traveler, he is full of ignorance about the world, which is a disadvantage. But it's also an advantage. His heart is as white as paper, unstained by the hustle and bustle of this world, full of ambition, curiosity, and sincerity. Therefore, only Xiao Bai could feel and synchronize the strange artistic conception of the old principal. It was actually a very special skill, a skill that could be passed down. Empty state of mind. Certainly. Xiao Bai still doesn't know the value of this skill. He just feels comfortable following the old principle. People have to be comfortable while living. Chapter 55. Here, the old principal was moving bricks at the construction site, while Xiao Bai was in a daze on the roadside. Gilu. Suddenly, the space on the road rippled and cracked like water ripples. Ling walked out of it. He squatted next to Xiao Bai, looked directly at the old principal, and suddenly said, "The teacher is going to die. You stay with him on the last journey and don't let him feel any shortcomings or regrets. Otherwise, his spirit and soul will not be able to be buried in the Xian Kingdom divine realm." Xiao Bai, hey. These few sentences contain too much information. He couldn't react for a moment. Ling looked at Xiao Bai with complicated eyes and said, "You once asked me if there were any rituals or oaths when joining the military, right?" "Yes." Xiao Bai nodded and said, "Your answer at that time was that after I die, someone will seal the coffin and make a conclusion." Ling sighed, "Yes, this coffin is the coffin of the Xian Kingdom divine realm. The divine realm of Xian Kingdom. As the name suggests, it is the inner world of one god. Lord Xian Guo, as long as he joins the military, he has no past, he only looks at the future, and fights in the present to protect the world. In my name, defend the glory of the country. Even if you die, you will leave behind the world inside your body and be buried in the divine realm, accompanying Xian Shen with your spirit and soul. If one day, a catastrophe breaks out in all realms and a worldwide war breaks out, they will revive, use their souls to fight to the death for Xian Kingdom again. This is the strongest foundation of Xian Kingdom. This is the reason why, in the troubled times when alien races from all over the world are invaded by the invasion of different dimensions, Xian Kingdom, the only one in the world, dares to fight all over the world alone without compromising or mixing up. Only. This background is too terrible, so it was cursed by the gods. If you are a lord of Xian Kingdom and you have regrets before your death, or your death is unstable, you cannot be buried in the divine realm. So. This time, please. Xiao Bai. He was silent at first, and then couldn't help but ask, what's the price of the secret? Enling said. Once buried in the divine realm, then the chance of reincarnation will be lost from now on, and there will be no similar flowers in the world. And there is only one chance to open the tomb of gods. It was the ultimate brilliance, and it was also fleeting glory. All the ancestors, once they participated in the war, their souls died. Xiao Bai, what about you? Do you want to enter the tomb of gods? Ha ha! Enling laughed at Xiao Bai's question and did not answer. It's not that he doesn't want to say it. Only. There are some feelings that I don't know how to express. If it is possible. Of course he wants to live forever, live until he dies of old age, and be buried in the tomb of the gods. In this way, it means that he has protected Sun Kuo throughout his life and can fight again after death. What an honor! But there are constant crises in this world. If he were to die on the battlefield, Enling would not back down. It's not just him. This is also the thought of many people in the Xian Kingdom military department. Understood. Seeing Enling smiling and saying nothing, Xiao Bai nodded and said, what is the old principal's wish? The first president of Baihe University, Li Suanku. He is the old principal's grandfather. Enling said softly, the old principal hated Neon the most in his life. Some time ago, you fought with the Neon warriors. The military department has learned about the situation. Okazaka Hikawa is a member of the Neon Self-Defense Department. This account needs to be settled. The military plans to send you to block the door and kill the Neon generation. See that scene? The old principal should be very happy. Xiao Bai, okay, I'll take this task. Whether it works or not, it doesn't matter what you say, you have to try it first. But at this time, Enling denied Xiao Bai. As he spoke, his eyes became colder, and there was a fighting spirit in his eyes. He solemnly said, at the earth level, kill the heaven level. Break the ancient and modern records. Normally speaking, you are invincible in the same realm. But since it's a national war, Neon will definitely not play by the rules. They will let heaven level, king level, and even emperor level lords suppress the power of the world, lower them to the same realm as you, and fight with you. Although they are in the same realm, those who are suppressed will be stronger. At the end of the day, no matter how hard you suppress the power of the world, the Lord's experience and reactions are still there, and the skills, buildings, and number of soldiers are also greater. A mature extraordinary level soldier, or a king level soldier. Even if the strength is limited, it is still stronger than ordinary soldiers and elite soldiers. Do not believe. Now that you have suppressed your realm to a human level 1 star, you will find that your world power is the same as before in terms of quantity, but it has already undergone a qualitative change. If you were a 1-star human in the past, the quality of the power of the world was just a piece of wool. You may be just a piece of wire now. Hearing this, Xiao Bai said oh, feeling interesting and excited. He followed what Enling said. Self-proclaimed rank. For the world inside the body, this is equivalent to dimensionality reduction and downgrading. For the world of high martial arts, it is equivalent to the end of the Dharma age. But for the ghost world, it has little impact. He compressed the territory of the inner world back to 100 meters for a human-level star. 100,000 starving ghosts and 20,000 thunder and fire-angry ghosts were all squeezed within the 100-meter range. Now, you can unleash the power of the world. Enling said. Buzz. The next moment, Xiao Bai released himself, and the power of the world transformed into a thick, large, and long black light pillar. Soaring into the sky. Ah! Enling was stunned and said, damn it, why is his so big? It's bigger than mine. Wrong. His is fake fat, mine is martial arts muscle, they are not the same. Xiao Bai, hit me. Hit me hard. Hit me seriously. I am also a one-star human-level person now. Let me show you what the gap is and how careful you need to be when you go out to show off. While talking, Enling moved forward to attack. He was a king-level martial arts lord, and he had a martial arts civilization as big as the solar system in his body. Even if he suppresses himself, the power of the world is still extremely solid and powerful. To put it in the terms of martial arts civilization, Enling is simply the ancestor of martial arts. Every move he makes is a reflection of martial arts, including boxing, kicking, body, and weapons. Various martial arts seem to have life, appearing automatically according to Enling's happiness and anger. Hit Xiao Bai. Without thinking, Xiao Bai took a step forward and punched hard. His fists have no rules and have only one advantage, and that is the huge power of the world. Bang! This huge, unreasonable power of the world directly flew Enling away, crashed through a demolition building, and landed on the construction site. Enling plunged into the cement, his eyes were blind, and he covered his head with a bucket of sand and ash. Are you okay? Xiao Bai asked. Fine. Enling shook his head numbly, shaking the sand bucket from side to side with him. His body is fine, but his mind has suffered some blows. Pfft. Beside, the old principal laughed loudly. It was just a word, but it made Enling's heart full of grass. He was old and useless, and he was no longer the teacher's favorite student. It's okay, why can't you get up from lying on the ground? Xiao Bai wanted to go up and help him. Ahem. The old principal pretended to cough twice and said kindly, don't worry about him, the martial arts lord is so reckless. I made a lot of money moving bricks today. What would you like to eat tonight? Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, eating takeout. Need not. The old principal smiled and said. I'll buy some chicken, duck, fish, pig's trotters, and pig's head later. When I get back, I'll show you my cooking skills. Isn't this bad? Xiao Bai said hesitantly. This makes the old man happy. That's okay. Soon. Xiao Bai and the old principal returned to the villa with chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits, and vegetables. Enling also followed. After entering the house, Xiao Bai, Enlan, and Enling were responsible for washing the dishes, while the old principal was responsible for cooking. The old man used the world inside his body as his kitchen and the fire of alien beasts as his cooking fire, and soon he was serving plates of steaming delicacies. This meal took a long time, and by the time it was over, the moon and stars were already sparse. This day, people were coming and going in the villa. Many people came to visit the old principal, but they have all left now. From lively to deserted. In tranquility, Xiao Bai swept away the fallen leaves in the yard. On the chair in the yard, the old principal stretched out happily. He looked at Xiao Bai and said with a smile. Have you ever heard of inherited skills? It is a power accumulated over generations, a bond that can directly strengthen the core of the world, allowing S-level talents to compete with super S-level talents that only exist in imagination. Chapter 56. FK. Hearing this, Xiao Bai fell into disgrace. Because if you change the region, the situation of just a bunch of S does not exist. S-level talents are the pinnacle of a lord's talent. They are the gods of martial arts in the martial arts civilization and the animal gods in the alien beast civilization. Xian Kingdom has thousands of territories, countless mountains and rivers, and countless people. But the lord with S-level talent? There may not be one in a few years. The last famous S was in Lan. And the Super S class. Looking through the history of the world, there is no record. Such as Xiao Bai. He is certified by World Will and is a genuine Super S level talent. But in the Suanquo military department files, the label is just S. And now, the old principal said that there is a skill that can strengthen the core of the world and make S-level talents comparable to Super S-level talents. This is simply scary. Xiao Bai, who is a Super S himself, can best appreciate the weight of it. Calm down. Seeing Xiao Bai's rare expression of shock, the smile on the old principal's face became even wider. He had the pleasure of pretending. You didn't expect that, did you? I am a bad old man. When I was young, I was also the top 2 genius in Xian Kingdom. I have an S-level talent, beast control and personification. I own the S-level world core, the abyss of beasts. I also possess empty state of mind among the 3 inherited skills of Xian Kingdom. I was once proud of a generation, and once arrogant. Only in the age of blood disaster, at the end of the war with Neon, I was set up, ambushed. When I was young, at the king level, I rebelled against the emperor and was defeated miserably. The core of the world was shattered, and the civilization in my body was destroyed. From then on, I stayed at the king level for the rest of my life, and my lifespan was also shortened. Then, the senior who granted me Kongming state of mind is now one of the 10 emperors of Xian Kingdom. You will see him later. Tell him I'm sorry, I let the pearl fall into dust. Xiao Bai comforted him, don't be too sad. I'm not sad. Why am I sad? The old principal laughed heartily. There was no trace of sadness on his face, and he was even a little proud. He said, with a king-level rank, I can defy the emperor. I still survived, I am awesome. And the next day, that BCH was liquidated by the Xian Kingdom. He was hunted to the ends of the earth and all 9 of his tribes were wiped out. Why am I sad? Not to mention, now I can make the decision for you and go kill for fun again. I can also leave the inheritance behind, and you will go further. Why should I be sad? As a commissioner of the Xian Kingdom's military department, when you go abroad in the future, you will represent the face of the Xian Kingdom. You must not be timid when encountering trouble. Be strong and invincible at home, and be even more ferocious, brutal, and unreasonable when you go out. Come, sit down. Let me tell you about inheritance. The old principal had no image, he lay down on the chair, then conjured up a chair next to him, patted and said, Okay. Xiao Bai sat down and slumped on it, very relaxed. Now, the stars are rippling, the moonlight is beautiful, and the evening breeze is charming. Xiao Bai enjoyed it very much. How did you feel after following me for a day today? The old principal said, his voice was very low, but just enough for Xiao Bai to hear. Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, It's natural and comfortable. You can't help but be fascinated. The old man shook his chair and whispered, Do you remember that feeling? No, I forgot about it. Xiao Bai said honestly, In my mind, I only remember how many takeaways the principal delivered, how many bricks he laid, how much money he made, how many grains of rice he ate. I just don't remember the feeling. Hearing this, the old principal laughed heartily, Hey! Okay, you can do it. Kongming state of mind, the word emptiness, is the sky of heaven. As a lord, you have a realm within your body. The Lord is the creator, the way of heaven, and the master of one party. But their heaven and the way of heaven are all capable heavens. The will of heaven monitors all things and suppresses everything. The creatures in this world are always bound by shackles. It seems that arms are developing and civilization is growing. In fact, there is already a deficiency, and the world inside the body is already sick. For example, for some high-level martial lords, every once in a while, a creature will appear in the inner world that wants to rebel against heaven. This is the inner world, healing itself in cycles. In this case, in the core of the world, it's good if it's not dragged down, let alone strengthening it. So, the ancestors have studied for generations and passed down the Xian kingdom for 50,000 years, and finally got an idea, Wu Vai Tian, emptiness and clear mind, beyond the Tao. Xiao Bai repeated, Wu Vai Tian, Kong Ming Xin, beyond the Tao. Yes, if people in the world have attachments, they will be deficient. If they have delusion, they will be unclear. If there is law, it will be under the sky. If there is thought, it will be in the Tao. Do you want to know the techniques of beyond the Dao? The old principal asked. Well, Xiao Bai shook his head, I don't understand. He really doesn't understand. This world is too vast, such as heaven, the world, time, space, are just guinea pigs for scientific researchers. Many lords spent their entire lives studying. But Xiao Bai didn't know anything about it. No way. He traveled through time. He is uneducated. Whether it's buildings, skills, or ghosts, Xiao Bai knows how to use them, but doesn't understand them. He is simply awesome and powerful. Okay. 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 However, hearing Xiao Bai's answer, the old principal became even happier, almost smiling. He slapped his thighs with both hands and shouted, the decision is yours. Take it you. After all. The old principal stretched out his hand and pointed a finger between Xiao Bai's eyebrows. Moment. Xiao Bai, who was standing still, got a skill. Inherited skills. This skill was developed during the history of the Xian kingdom from 50,000 years ago to the present. Countless scientific researchers have analyzed countless worlds and studied countless queens of heaven. Working hard. Countless talents have been poured into it, as well as the talents and learning of inheritors from past generations. At the pinnacle of wisdom, at the pinnacle of action, he defies heaven and achieves inaction. And directly integrate with the will of the present world and achieve outside the Tao. Looking globally. This skill is unique unless Xiao Bai dies or is passed on to the next person. Otherwise, no one can. No. Rather than saying it is a skill, it is better to say that this is a Dao fruit. Those who plant Tao trees are the ancestors of past generations. This is a strength and a bond accumulated over generations. And the fruit is ready. But only those with an innocent heart and a bit of natural stupidity can occupy this fruition position. Once obtained. That is to say, knowing one's mind and nature, being empty and free, is no different from the legendary enlightenment in the lower world. Ding! Lord Xiao Bai obtained the inherited skill empty mood. The 9 ghost altars at the core of the world have been greatly strengthened. The Super S-level talent Crazy Explosion increases the cumulative number of explosions by 1 for each fission. Xiao Bai, FKU. 9 Ghost Altar. The core of the Super S-level world, with Super S-level talents, Crazy Troops, can undergo secondary fission 10 times. And now. One more time. This time. But it's 11 fissions. That's unimaginably crazy and of infinite value. Here, I'll give you the special material you want, a scalpel that has killed 100 million people. The old principal took out another object. Xiao Bai, FKU. Come on, let me see what it's like to play for the national team. The old principal said again. He took out a great emperor's seal, which is the Lord's mark of the mechanical emperor's lord. Emperor's seal. Summon a vast and boundless science fiction heaven. The 33rd heavenly two-way foil, the orbital star destroyer cannon and the immortal sword, the space carrier Ling Xiao Palace, extremely majestic and spectacular. Become Xiao Bai's travel car. FKU. Xiao Bai. Chapter 57. That night, the science fiction paradise comes across time and space. It was bright and shining in the sky above Baihe City, reflecting each other with the lights of thousands of houses in the city. The big one is coming. Commissioner Xiao Bai of Baihe wants to go to war and block Neon's country gate alone. Majestic. Magnificent. So happy. If it's Xiao Bai, it must be the national table tennis team instead of the national football team, ha ha ha. Moment. 2 billion people in the city looked up and were excited. All TV stations and media were working frantically and getting excited. Even all the lunatics are paying attention. North River City. Western suburbs. A village within a city. It was late at night. The place is still lively, with the sound of landlords playing mahjong everywhere. And in the narrow, dark attic. But there was a bald man wearing several short-sleeved shirts, sandals, black-rimmed glasses, and holding a stack of calculus research questions. Writing and writing hard. He is the senior with facial paralysis. Only. Now he has changed his appearance, and the aura of the Lord is completely gone from his body. Because he has used the tricks of his whole nature to take off the world inside his own body. Of course, this is not a loss. His inner world. Under the control of omnisexual masters, they will invade dungeons and different dimensions, and plunder, devour, and grow crazily. Thus, the world inside his body that was shattered by Xiao Bai can continue to progress and become an abyss inside his body, waiting for return. He can directly enjoy the results and achieve a leap in the rank of Lord. Become an alternative boss. Under this trick, members of all genders will improve quickly in the early stage. And powerful. Although, the price of doing this is that you may lose your mind at any time and die suddenly on the spot. And it will be difficult in the later stage, and the difficulty of breaking through the Emperor and Emperor has increased hundreds of millions of times. But as a player of the game life, it's true to be dizzy and happy in the moment, who cares about the future? After all, can you call me crazy? Junior. I'm looking forward to fighting with you again. Don't let me down. Now. The senior with facial paralysis rarely put down his books and test papers, sat on the pony and watched the live broadcast. From time to time, he pushed his glasses with his middle finger, and a strange light was reflected on the mirror. At the same time, let's go. Lord Fierce God. The old principal stroked his beard and smiled. He called Xiao Bai's name, and immediately stood up. First he jumped into the sky, and then the world inside his body opened. The war zone for king-level lords is as big as the solar system. Stars are in the sky. On every planet, there is a civilization of alien beasts, and there are also giant beasts wandering between planets. Now, the old principal issued a summons, and a giant beast appeared. It looks like an ox, with a pale body and no horns. It has 1 foot. When it goes in and out of water, there will be wind and rain. Its light is like the sun and moon, and its sound is like thunder. Its name is Kuei. Strange beasts from mountains and seas, Kuei Nu. It is also a genuine king-level weapon of the alien beast type, and it is in the ultimate stage, almost comparable to the emperor level. It is different from Xiao Bai, who treats the king class as a small soldier and uses numbers to quantify natural disasters. Normal Lord. If you use the power of civilization in the world inside your body to cultivate a mature king-level soldier in your lifetime, you are considered powerful. And the old principle. When the core of the world is broken and he cannot become an emperor for life, there is still an ultimate Kuei Niu. This has to be lamentable. But at this moment, Kuei Niu, just a coolie pulling a cart. That car is naturally the paradise of science fiction. Good. The atmosphere had reached this point, and Xiao Bai was not polite. He stepped on the thunder, soared up, and stepped into the Ling Xiao Palace. Swish! In an instant, the emperor's light descended. The T-shirt on Xiao Bai was automatically upgraded. Transformed into black background with gold rim, cuffs with dragon patterns, mountains and rivers as lining, dress decorated with auspicious clouds, an imperial robe. Only the material of this emperor's clothes is mechanical rather than cloth or leather. Atmospheric at the same time. It is also full of the beauty and rustle of science fiction. Cow! Xiao Bai admired. It's okay. At this time, a lazy voice appeared. An Lan was lying on the mechanical golden dragon emperor's seat, wearing a mechanical emperor's clothes, with soft black hair floating in the air. She pressed her cheeks with her hands and twisted her round and perky buttocks. Should I say it, this chair is a bit hard. An Lan said. It's okay, senior sister, sit on my hand and I'll rub it for you. Xiao Bai said righteously. He has become accustomed to An Lan's various mysteries and elusiveness. With Krypton, anything is possible. Okay, you won't rub it in the wrong place, right? Of course not. Then, Xiao Bai was sitting on the throne, and An Lan was lying on it, laying her mobile phone flat and playing games, with the screen's fluorescent light shining on her face. Xiao Bai looked at the game controls. While twisting a strand of hair rich in feminine fragrance and smelling it, she gently moistened it with one hand. At the same time, the golden light of data with a sense of science fiction spread across the sky, forming a guard over the overpass, and the old principal drove a Kuei ox to pull a cart outside. Heaven roars forward, overwhelming the sky and spanning time and space. A moment. Then he flew across the vast territory of the Xian kingdom and arrived overseas. In the endless sea below, there were giant kuns churning and dragons overturning the sea. It was vast and boundless. A wave. It's almost a world. This moment, a heavenly palace in Xian kingdom is dispatched and headed overseas. It is destined that many people will be moved by this and will be unable to sit still. Countries around the world. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Xianguo, and some of them were so frightened that they trembled with fear when they saw heavenly court being born. Who is sitting in the heaven? The cart is being pulled by Li Daizai, the president of Baihe University, the former genius of the Xian kingdom. Now he is willing to work as a bully. Does he have a descendant? They moved out with great force. Who was their target? Damn it! Xianguo fights all realms alone. The tiger is sitting on the dragon's plate. Who touched their butts? This night, too many people can't sleep. Until they saw this heaven, with its wildest, most arrogant and most domineering attitude, running over the high seas and the territory of the Neon Kingdom. The king is coming over the entire Wano Island. It's Neon country. How dare these people, who have extremely low self-esteem and are extremely arrogant, dare? Fortunately, it didn't harm us, Smecta. Check. Go and find out what happened. Neon has panicked and is asking for help from the lighthouse. Will this turn into a world-ending battle? Is there any possibility of peace talks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. None of the heavens and worlds can crush the bones of Xian Kingdom. They are the craziest group of people. This moment, some people were relieved, some were worried, and some were panicking. The eyes of the world all converge at one point. Chapter 58. That night. Neon Country. Capital, Wano Island. The metropolis is bustling with people coming and going, neon lights are shining, and film brothers are everywhere. Although Wano Island is a small place, Neon country is a truly developed country. During the era of the outbreak of the second large-scale awakening of lords, this country made many new things and progress, and therefore experienced an unprecedentedly powerful period. They were extremely swollen and dancing happily. But it turns out that grasshoppers can't jump around for long. After being beaten to death by Xianguo many years ago, Neon has faced a series of shocks such as economic ruin, shattered Olympic dreams, and its leader being sprayed to death, physics. One stick after another. This laid the foundation for Neon's long-term depression, and its decline has become unstoppable. Depression, homelessness, autism, going to the sea, struggling, self-shaking. This is the reality of Wano Island today, beneath the bustling appearance of the metropolis. This country, whether it is the land area, the street pattern, or the width of the road, and gill, one word stands out: very small. Such as this moment. A social worker who works overtime until late at night gets drunk on the street and curses. Are the city planners crazy? The road is no bigger than 2 beds pushed together. Cars are next to cars, cars are next to people, people are next to buildings, and buildings are next to buildings. It's so depressing. I walked all the way without seeing a single trash can. I have to go back later, otherwise my boss and wife will still be there. When will days like this end? He looked up to the sky and roared, 8 square teeth on the road. Then he saw it. Seeing the golden light piercing the long night, a majestic heaven came rushing through the sky. Its limelight and momentum overshadowed everything else. Unscrupulous, full of arrogance and domineering. For a time, the entire Wano Island. They were all shrouded in huge shadows, and the sun, moon, and stars were missing. Nanny. The people in the community were all frightened. He hurried home in a hurry. Even if his boss and his wife were still in bed, he would bravely get under the bed. At the same time, the holy land of Neon Kingdom, Gao Tianyuan. Baiki people. Come together. The 8 of them are the strongest sequence of the Neon Lords, and all 8 of them are Emperor level. The full name is also called Second Dimension, 8 Heavenly Chi Emperors. The reason? This is because most of the worlds that the Lords of the Neon country awakened to are 2-dimensional worlds such as the Ninja world and the Pirate world. Even the only 2 secret realms in Neon are the original Ninja world and the Pirate world. Once some people have obtained the 6 paths template, kaleidoscope eye technique, 6 types of navy, devil fruit, etc. in it. In this world, create a ninja city and a pirate city. Certainly. Neon also has the same lunatic organization as Chuan Xing, 100 ghosts. The most powerful lord among them. For a time, they rushed into the ninja world, some killed Uzumaki Boruto, and some took advantage of Naruto's vacation, triggering wars one after another. Let's not talk about these things. Time, bring it back to the present. The Baiki people were sitting together, having a meeting. Things cleared up. It is the rising star of the Self-Defense Ministry, Okazaka Hikawa. During his mission, he used the time and space machine in the dungeon without authorization to sneak into the territory of Xian Kingdom. And in Baihe City, he coerced and lured the 2 Horses Guild and planned a trap. If successful, he will make great contributions and be promoted to a higher position. Pity. He failed. The genius of Xian Kingdom was assassinated on the territory of Xian Kingdom. This incident has angered those monsters, and they are coming to liquidate. What do you think? Now that a heavenly palace from the Xian Kingdom is pressing down on you, so arrogant and arrogant, don't we, the Neon Kingdom, have no shame? On the conference table. On the first day, Kiwang, an old man with twin ponytails and big kawi eyes, said with a gloomy look. Yes, we are just shameless. You just know that. Hearing this, the next day Kiwang, a lowly who didn't wear fat clothes, crossed his arms and said, otherwise, how could we change the call materials? We brainwashed ourselves into being victims of that war. And our descendants have deeply believed this. In their eyes, Xianguo is extremely evil, and they will kill them if they have the chance. Now, it's just a backlash. We have no choice but to endure. Or, one of you here can go out and commit suicide to test the bottom line of Xian Kingdom. Who dares to give away someone's head? On the third day, Emperor Qi. On the fourth day Qi Wang. Emperor Qi on the eighth day. Hearing Emperor Qi's speech the next day, the other Emperor Tiankai were all speechless. After all, no one wants to die. But the next moment, the youngest Emperor Qi of the eighth heaven said quietly, "Do you think there is a possibility that this kind of backlash is not over yet?" Now, Wainoshima, Ministry of Self-Defense. It is also a castrated version of the military. It is said to be a castrated version, but in fact, it has been expanding in recent years. It's very annoying. Especially nowadays, there is an unreasonable feeling of grievance, arrogance, and hatred growing among the young people in Neon country. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing a heavenly palace from Xian Kingdom pressing in, figures appeared above the Wano Island Self-Defense Department. One by one, the lords stood in the sky above the city. Their eyes were gloomy, staring at the magnificent heaven. Beiju Road. Xian Kuodai, you are doing too much to bully others. I can't bear it. The lords were yelling angrily, and the first one rushed out, followed by the second, third. Or even, millions. Millions of lords are in the air, which is almost all the combat power of the Wano Island Self-Defense Department, and most of them are human-level and earth-level lords. There are also heaven-level and king-level. When they are put together, worlds open up one by one, each lord's zone, one star after another, superimposed with the method of military formation. It is always violent and angry, like earthquakes and volcanoes, showing its strength. People from the Xian Kingdom, this is the Neon Kingdom, you should retreat quickly. Don't harm yourself. Someone shouted. Boom. Next moment, the sci-fi heaven continues to suppress. It is unstoppable, it does not make any sense at all, and it will violently suppress everything. Retreat! 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 Millions of neon lords roared in unison. Their troops poured out. Desire to block a heaven. Boom! So, the orbital star destroyer cannon and the immortal sword were lightly activated and fired. Chapter 59. Boom! In the sci-fi heaven, the orbital star destroyer cannon and the immortal killing sword Qi conquer the city with one shot. Thick beam of light. It penetrated time and space and easily wiped out the lord planets one after another, forcing the sky to curl up like a picture scroll and the earth to crumble like pieces of paper. Shaking the heaven and earth, shaking in all directions. This moment, the weak neon lord was directly evaporated. Only a powerful lord can leave a drop of blood, and every drop of blood turned into a downpour. Then, above the heaven, within the throne of the emperor, a young, wild voice came out, and the ancient Xian Kingdom language resounded in the sky. I, Xiao Bai. Today's war announcement is made. One person will block the country's gate and kill everyone without end. Courageous. Feel free to fight me. Moment. Throughout Wano Island, the faces of trillions of people suddenly changed. They got it. Turn out to be. There is no need for them to take action, the people of Xian Kingdom will issue a battle plan on their own, domineering, majestic and unquestionable. For a moment, trillions of neon people looked at each other with only shock in their hearts. Xian Kingdom has one god, 4 saints, 10 emperors, 500 emperors, 8,000 kings, an endless heaven. The heaven-level lords are connected to the king at the top and the earth at the bottom. This is the sequence that is most likely to stall and backlog the lords over the years. Therefore, Countries around the world have sayings about the endless sky. Xiao Bai alone wants to kill Kong Nihong Yushan. He is so confident that he can be invincible at the heaven level. This moment, hundreds of millions of people are excited and discussing. Even the social beast who got under the bed couldn't help but be shocked with his boss and wife on the bed, and they had a happy conversation. And for some in the know, this is not shocking, but frightening and terrifying. How long has it been since? How long has it been since Xiao Bai awakened? According to intelligence, he may have killed the sky at the earth level and is a unique order level lord. Now, can he reach the sky in one step? It's too scary. This guy's talent is too scary. Neon's trash, damn it, didn't succeed. Why didn't it succeed? One country after another was shocked. Xian Kingdom, Lighthouse, Polar Bear, Europa, satellites traveling in the heavens and worlds all turned their heads and focused on Wano Island. But see! Above the heaven, in the golden light of the Emperor, a figure is walking out and appearing. He wears a black background with gold rims, dragon patterns on the cuffs, mountains and rivers as lining, and imperial clothes decorated with auspicious clouds. He handsome and elegant, as handsome as a reader. The projection of the world behind him spreads out, 60,000 meters high, and the ghost world of the Death Star is eerie and prosperous. One by one, they are fierce ghosts. Roaring, twisting, and fooling around in it. 6 Earth-level stars, with a range of 60,000 meters, are more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary people. It's really awesome. But, why is it only Earth-level 6 star? Someone is questioning. I wonder if Xiao Bai is pretending to be wrong. But next moment, crazy explosives. Xiao Bai thought silently in his heart and activated his talent. Moment. The 100,000 ultimate starving ghosts split into 200,000. 400,000. 800,000. 1.6 million, 102.4 million. That is 100 million starving ghosts, all elite ultimate stage troops. It's scary. Because conventionally speaking, if a prefecture-level lord wants to raise an elite unit of the ultimate stage, he needs a small civilization as nourishment. For example, for an ultimate plant soldier to grow, the lord must first plant a huge park in the inner world. To develop an ultimate alien beast unit, the lord must first build a food chain in the inner world. Even elemental lords, such as fire elemental lords, need to build seas of fire and volcanoes. This is the case with the first elite ultimate stage. Everyone from now on is also like this. First the mortal life, then the ordinary soldiers, and then the elite soldiers. Only when there are enough elite arms, a strong civilization, and a strong world power can we cultivate extraordinary arms, and then king-level arms. So, for an ordinary earth-level lord to ascend to the heaven level, the number of creatures in the world within his body must start at least 1 trillion. But Xiao Bai is different. As long as he gets it, it is almost unlimited. Now, 100 million starving ghosts act as mortal beings in the ghost world, similar to the inner worlds of other lords. Built on this, Xiao Bai took out a knife, a toothpick-like scalpel. Scalpel. It was originally an instrument used to treat illnesses and save lives, carrying a doctor's lifelong reputation, talent, and knowledge. But this scalpel is very different. At Xiao Bai's request, this scalpel, wielded by a doctor whose hands were disabled by his patients, killed 100 million death row inmates. 100 million sins, corruption, and resentments are all thrown into the sword. This knife, it can even cut off the liver of a king-level ghost. Ding! Thunder and fire angry ghosts, anger damages the liver, which affects their growth. You used the scalpel that has killed 100 million people to remove the liver of the thunder fire angry ghost, successfully transforming it into a growth stage. Every growing thunder fire angry ghost possesses heaven-level combat power. The will of the world is prompting. Crazy explosives. The corners of Xiao Bai's lips curled up, and he used the crazy explosion again, the 11th time. 20,000 thunder and fire angry ghosts instantly split into 40,000. It seems to have only doubled. But this is a king-level unit. Earth-level lord. Even with all the power of civilization in the inner world, I can't even raise one. Certainly. After having 100 million hungry ghosts and 40,000 thunder and fire angry ghosts, Xiao Bai is no longer at the earth level. Boom, boom, boom. Earth level 7 stars. Earth level 8 star. Earth level 9 stars. Heaven level. In the deafening explosion, each ghost tore through the fog, covering the inner world with supernatural beings. Xiao Bai's world power breaks through like crazy. Every cell in his body is being torn and reorganized, and his life is undergoing a qualitative change. Temple of Ghosts and Gods, World Tree, Xian Huang Tower, Weapon Furnace, Cancer Power Station, High Wall, Tomb. All the buildings, at this moment, seem to be engraved in Xiao Bai's DNA. Boom! With one step to the sky, a planet that was more than 10 times larger than all the heaven-level lords appeared at Xiao Bai's feet. Thrilling, eerie, terrifying, ominous. Various auras exploded on Xiao Bai's body. I see. This is the realm of heaven, it's really not bad. Xiao Bai stepped towards Wano Island step by step, muttering to himself, endless sky. Countless people have reached this realm before, and countless people will reach it in the future. But I'm the only one here. Only you can understand what true strength and despair mean. Insurmountable. Chapter 60. Only when I come, can you understand what true strength and despair are. Insurmountable. This sentence. The sound was loud and clear, like a landslide or a tsunami, resounding throughout the world. This scene was broadcast live worldwide. Handsome. Invincible. Who can stop me, Bai He Xiao Bai? Ha 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 ha, it's so funny that these days, you actually try to intercept the heavenly court, using a modern version of the mantis as a chariot. The dragon doesn't open its eyes, it will kill people when it opens its eyes. Now that the battle invitation has been issued, who will accept the challenge? Fierce God. I will give birth to a monkey for you. At this moment, Bai He City was completely boiling, and 2 billion people were reveling in the carnival, cheering for Xiao Bai's name. No, not just North River. The entire Ji region. Even the Chengdu, Jinfu, Dian region, Sichuan region, Yangtze River Delta region, Western region, Northern region, the whole country is paying attention. This is incredible. A dragon appears from Bai He. I didn't expect that we could see this kind of scene before the selection of extraordinary generals. Xiao Bai. He is very strong and very interesting. I will regret it for the rest of my life if I don't fight against the evil god at the age of 18. Come on. Come on. I wish you a happy killing. When you come back, you will have a good time drinking and talking, and have a happy duel. In the territory of the ancient Xian kingdom, pairs of eyes opened, and young and powerful auras were surging. Some of them are some are the heirs of the great emperor, some hang out in the wilderness all year round, some are undefeated in their debut, and some are invincible despite being defeated. They all top their field and are the strongest new generation in the Xian kingdom. They are eager to step onto the stage of history. And now, they saw that the era of the new generation had been opened by Xiao Bai. How could this not be exciting? At the same time, Wano Island, and even the entire Neon country, they all fell into silence and dead silence. Seeing that the Self-Defense Ministry took the initiative, it was cleaned up like garbage. The power of Xian Kingdom is outrageous. And now, the genius of Xian Kingdom sends out a battle invitation. Who will answer the challenge? No one spoke. Is it because no one dares to fight? No, no, no. This is just the calm before the storm. Neon country. It's a standard wolf country. As a country with a single nation, the education that Neon people receive on a daily basis is still based on Western freedom and culture. But when the national emotions of childhood rush into the head, the madness that bursts out is absolutely unimaginable. Who would have thought? These people who are usually polite, are only twisted, perverted, and disgusting in their bones? Beiju Road. The first person raised his head, pointed at Xiao Bai and cursed angrily. Then came the second, third, countless little days, uttering words like crazy. Although Xiao Bai didn't understand, but thinking from his perspective, he knew that this was definitely the greatest malice that could make the people of Xian Kingdom furious. But who is Xiao Bai? He is the Weird Lord, he is the first generation ghost. Ghost. It is the deepest and most rotten evil soul. The most profound human emotion is pain. And ghost. It is the monsters formed by all kinds of pain. They die because of the pain and become the pain itself. They enjoy the feeling of being boiled with oil and having their hearts cut like a knife. They will even spread terror, pain, and despair under my control. Xiao Bai spoke softly. He can reach the sky in one step and transform supernatural disasters. How can there be any overnight enmity? Not to mention, at this moment, Wano Island and even all the gates of the world barrier in Neon Country have long been suppressed by the heaven behind them. Then, supernatural disasters, regardless of distance, erupted directly in the city of Wano Island. Moment. There's a ghost. I'm so hungry, I really want to eat myself, he he he. Tomi, Slit Girl, Grudge, Snail Girl, Blood Ball Tree. Kaiden walked out of the story and became his slave. How is this possible? Ah! Countless screams sounded. 100 million hungry ghosts in the ultimate stage, how terrifying! As soon as they appear, the yin energy turns into reality, making every strange story come true. Let all Gitten become Xiao Bai's slaves. For a moment, everyone on Wano Island felt like they were in hell, seeing the neon lights of the city turning into scarlet, and the buildings turning into dead buildings. Countless social beasts fell freely in the air, like sesame seeds, and the briefcases of the social beasts exploded, documents scattered like paper money. Terrible. This is a scene that shocks the world. Anyone who has malicious intentions will die. There is no mercy and no trace of reason. Since you dare to point at me, you have accepted the battle invitation. If you want to fight to the death, then go to death. This is Xiao Bai's logic. Stop him. Finally, the sky-level Lord of Neon couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take action. Buzz. A planet was smashed out, and a young heaven-level Lord came from Wano University. He should be a genius. And the world inside his body is the ninja world. Water Dragon Bomb. Huge fireball. On the planet, hundreds of millions of ninjas are forming seals seriously. To the ninjas, Neon, the young heaven-level Lord, is the way of heaven and the creator. And Xiao Bai, equivalent to an extraterrestrial demon. For them, this is a war between worlds. Following the Neon Lord, they have defeated too many enemies. This moment is no exception. With the efforts of hundreds of millions of ninjas, just an ordinary ninjutsu water dragon bullet formed a water dragon that wrapped around the planet, and the huge fireball was as big as a sun. However, Xiao Bai just pointed forward. Angry. One by one, the thunder fire wrathful ghosts roared out. Compared with their initial stage, their size in the growth stage expanded 10,000 times. Every ghost is like a thunder fire, and each thunder fire is 10,000 meters thick. Really shocking. No matter what water dragons or fireballs you have, they can be destroyed in an instant, and the ninja world will be wiped out in an instant. Click. The Lord's planet was directly penetrated, and a deep pit penetrated the surface and the center of the earth, revealing the horrified face of the Neon Lord. He didn't expect that at the same heaven level, the gap would be so big. This finger. He can't fight, stop, or escape. Can only die. Not even the scum remains. This moment. The vast, white thunder and fire filled the sky with arrogance. Xiao Bai, the fierce god is so strong. Uenoshima University, Sakura Shrine, the shogunate family, a famous lord showed an unbelievable look. Under their gaze, the sky is full of thunder and fire. A planet was wiped out for life. Xiao Bai responded to the calls of the fierce ghosts and stepped into the city of Ueno Island with the steps of a devil, walking in a dignified manner. This moment, above his head was the dazzling thunder and fire, and under his feet was the hideous black smoke. Countless ghosts and ghosts prostrate themselves. His eyes had ghost eyes, like double pupils. Just looking at each other made people feel numb and creepy. He opened his mouth and said, "Next. Come on, continue, don't let the battle stop until Ueno Island is defeated." Chapter 61. Xiao Bai, don't be too arrogant. Ueno Island. There was a powerful heaven-level lord roaring and speaking in Suanquo language. The battle of blocking the door. The rule is to block the door, but for you, Xiao Bai, to just break through the door is going too far. And in just a few tens of seconds, with just a few scoldings, he actually killed tens of millions of people. This method was too violent and cruel. Wherever I am, there is the door. Either you pass me, or I step down the door, it's that simple. Xiao Bai said. Now, he not only represents himself, but also the face of Xianguo, who fights in all realms alone with unparalleled courage. He couldn't let this honor slip away. He is now legally required to be arrogant and unreasonable. Besides, we are not familiar with each other. You should call me Fierce God instead of calling me by my first name. Otherwise, it will be a recipe for death. Therefore, faced with questioning, Xiao Bai responded and attacked at the same time. He stretched out his hand and 10 million starving ghosts turned into terrifying super ghost limbs. Lightly. Built on the planet of that heavenly lord. Like stubbing out a cigarette butt. The inner world of the Lord was crushed, and the Lord was also crushed. Next. Xiao Bai said calmly. Idiot. Neon also has a genius, there is no way he is weaker than him. Bullshit fierce god, I don't believe you are really invincible. For a moment. The entire Neon country's heavenly lords are going crazy. They were so humiliated that they fell into a state of frenzy. This person, once he gets the upper hand, once he gets into a fanatical state of mind, he is like a gambling dog, he will do whatever it takes. Susana. At the head. A heavenly lord wearing armor rushed out, and there was also a ninja world in his body. His world is prosperous. There are many people who have pink eye, spin out the kaleidoscope, and bloom Susanoo. One by one Susanoo. They were stacked together like bricks and scales, and actually formed a million-mile super Susanoo in this world. The heavenly lord and his planet were located in the cube in Susanoo's brain, attacking Xiao Bai. Sen Luo Wan Xian Zhan. The lord roared. See you soon. Super Susanna, slash with the sword, and the sword cuts through everything in the forest. A very good soldier type lord, you must be a genius, you already have a way to kill yourself. Xiao Bai commented. Subsequently, he hooked his fingers. Boom. Angry ghosts filled the sky, turned into a magnificent light, and descended. Thunder arcs burst out and flames erupt. Like heaven being angry. At this moment, the Lord Commander Susanoo's pupils shrank suddenly. What he saw was not thunder or fire, but ferocious ghosts. He flapped his wings and wanted to fly away. But it was too late. Angry. There are big ghosts with heads like apes, faces like bears, lips like cinnabar, eyes like lava, long horns on top, thunder arc wings on their backs, and flaming red chains all over their bodies. Penetrate Susanoo, reach inside, and ignite the thunder. Boom! The ninja units with kaleidoscope were killed one by one, and the super command ability collapsed from bottom to top like a building. No! Streams of thunder and fire also penetrated into the body of the Lord. He screamed and exploded into a ball of blood mist. Ghost cries came from the blood mist, and the blood mist turned into the faces of angry ghosts. He was not shattered by thunder and fire, but was drilled to death by ghosts. But Xiao Bai always looked calm. When he was promoted to the prefecture level, he completed the double king job transfer task. Having the advantages of both general and soldier, ghosts can command remotely, attack fortresses, and kill enemies. They can also be integrated into one body and be invincible. There are also buildings erected in this world, and the tower defense is also unparalleled. He walks on Wano Island. The voice was loud and loud, echoing in the huge city. 1 hour. Within 1 hour, I will have traveled to Wano Island. I will flatten the buildings, monuments, and shrines that you are proud of, sweep all the way, destroy your will, crush your self-esteem, and trample your dignity under my feet. Never raise your head for the rest of your life. Idiot! Suddenly, the Neon Genius Lord was furious. He was also a heaven-level man. He ran towards Xiao Bai and roared with all his strength. Xing Chen Luiying, Xing Chen Bachuan. Buzz! Amidst the roar, a pirate world appeared behind him, in which everyone knew three-color haki. The armed haki of trillions of people turned into star-level flowing sakura and condensed into star-level hegemony. That lord! At this moment, he was throwing his own planet as a weapon. Call! The sky was full of cherry blossoms, the clouds were wrapped around each other, and the strong wind blew up Xiao Bai's black hair and imperial robe. You're not bad, you're interesting, you have a way to kill yourself. He has a slender body and stands tall. He grabbed forward with one hand, reached into his own world, explored the building and weapons furnace, and pulled out a blood-red knife. A gentle wave. There was a sound like scissors cutting cloth. Bloody residual thread flashed across the sky. The fierce god cuts with one sword. In everyone's horrified eyes, the planet surrounded by armed color haki and overlord color haki suddenly cracked and collapsed from the middle. Just as if people could bleed, the core of the world in the planet was cut open, and spots of light spewed out. Boom! In the end, this world completely withered and turned into wasteland. Below, a stretch of urban buildings have also been turned into wasteland. Blossoms of flowing cherry blossoms. He was left behind. Damn it! Is he really invincible? I don't believe it, please ask the Shrine Saint. The two saints have arrived. In the direction of Xiao Bai's forward movement, dozens of neon lords were retreating and fearful. Sudden! They stopped, looking ecstatic. Oh! Xiao Bai stared and saw two neon women in kimonos walking out of the crowd in the city. One is Xiaojiabiu, and the other is the Yuja type. They all happen to be heaven-level lords. First, Xiaojiabiu lowered her head and took small steps to block Xiao Bai. The fierce god San. She greeted in a soft voice. I'm here, how do you want to die? Xiao Bai said gently, you already have a way to die. The woman shook her head violently, I don't want to die. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Other gods. Next moment, she raised her head sharply again, and a world reflected in her eyes. A ninja world. In her world, ninjas mainly use eye skills, there are many red eyes, the entire planet is in the shape of infinite Tsukuyomi, and there are still people who know how to be gods. It's interesting, but it's a pity. As a first-generation ghost, I have an extremely powerful soul. I can also empty mind state and am not affected by illusions. Xiao Bai sighed, reached out and squeezed her to death. Next one. The next one is the kimono lady. She covered her left eye with her hand and said in a particularly neutral tone, I want to create a world without evil gods. Immediately, the kimono lady let go of her hand, and in her left eye, a big windmill turned. Divine power. This is a different dimension in the horizon, an extremely confusing space pupil technique. It is also an eye that transcends cause and effect and the horizon, and is located in the divine realm. Open at this moment. And not just one, but a world of as many as 100,000. Buzz. In an instant, 100,000 spatial vortexes distorted everything above the city, trying to strangle Xiao Bai. But beyond time, space, location, distance. I can do that too. Xiao Bai turned into a ghost and his body was strange. He dropped and jerked frames in the real world, moving forward with an unknown frame rate, ignoring the power of his left eye. In an instant, the kimono queen's right eye activated her power, and her body disappeared in the counterclockwise twisted space vortex. Virtualization. With this, she will be invincible and able to stop Xiao Bai. If the body can enter the divine space, can the soul also? But the next moment, Xiao Bai appeared behind Sister Yu. He asked curiously and at the same time stabbed Sister Yu with the fierce sword. Chapter 62. Puff. Sister Yu became virtual, but a stream of sword light appeared from her chest, and then the sword light quickly expanded, and fierce ghosts came out from the wound. Ghost Furnace Ferocious God Soldier. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the fierce divine sword was suddenly raised and moved up along Sister Yu's spine. She is still fading. But there are blood, bones, and internal organs falling out of the divine space, extremely bright red. Thump. The ground was stained with blood, and the shrine saint fell at Xiao Bai's feet. How can this be? A neon genius lord, eyes wide open, feeling unbelievable. It's like there are people who can do the things you can't do, and there are people who can live the life you never dreamed of. You are the big frog at the bottom of the well, and you can live a very happy life. But there happened to be a guy who seemed to be at the same stage, but not at the same level at all, appeared. He crushes all your worldviews in a tyrannical way. Puff. With grief, anger, unwillingness, and pain, the Neon Lord was angry to death. Here. The city is huge, the people are tiny, the planet is huge, and the Lord is tiny. In the huge contrast, forces are erupting, splendid, and sublimating. Then, torn apart by ghosts. Thunder, fire, dark wind, fierce wind, and blood rain all formed a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Under the celestial phenomena, high-rise buildings collapsed, glass shards flew in all directions like knives, and cars honked and smeared on the road. Run! Is this some kind of special photo shoot? Don't be stupid, the War of Lords is more terrifying than any special shooting. In the smoke of gunpowder, neon people were fleeing one by one. They looked back and looked at the city that seemed to be destroying the world, and they all felt numb. Why is our Lord so weak? Why, still moving forward, killing so many, isn't it enough? There was also someone whose legs gave way and knelt on the ground. He stared blankly into the distance and saw the neon lords dying violently and the neon stars shattering. Wow! The sky was full of stardust, like meteorites raining down, turning the world upside down. The buildings in the city collapsed, the ground on the streets cracked, and the debris and haze filled the sky. This moment, Wano Island is in chaos. In the battlefield, bloody sky and heads rolling in. Isn't it enough? The fierce god of Xian Kingdom, you were born and wanted to make a name for yourself, so you used us to attack you. Killing so many people, isn't it enough? There was a neon lord roaring with bloodshot eyes. You think too highly of yourself. Xiao Bai was dressed in mechanical emperor clothes, with a tall and slender body. There was no doubt that he said, I want to make a name for myself, and I don't bother to step on you. I operated for the crime of assassination. There are many geniuses in Xian Kingdom, but not every genius can grow up. Some of them died young. And those who survive will take revenge and set rules. You must not cross it, otherwise a generation will be wiped out. While talking, Xiao Bai was still walking around. Escape from the White Blade, in the mortal world of murder, kill one person in 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. His gaze. Across this urban area, I saw the infamous Sakura Shrine. Rumble. At this moment, space and time shook over Wano Island. Waves of powerful aura bloomed, and phantoms such as dragons, angels, popes, undead, and Thulhu gathered, and powerful lords descended in the form of incarnations. Look at the appearance. They should be the lords of the lighthouse country. Xian Guo, fierce god, it's almost enough. Your goal has been achieved, you have not been harmed by the assassination. These killings are enough. You can't suppress a country by one person and just give up when you get the chance. The voice was loud and ethereal, and someone was talking to Xiao Bai in plain language. These phantom incarnations were also communicating with each other. They always believed that Xiao Bai could not conquer a country by himself, and it was bragging. So do it. It really makes people speechless. Bragging? Who dares to brag about me? At this time, Kuei Niu was roaring like thunder. It is a strange beast in the inner world of the old principal Li Daizai. Inspired by Li Daizai's talent of beast control and personification, it has transcended the beast body and is almost a demon. The old principal is elegant and easygoing. Kuei Niu was the old principal's scolding tongue. It said rudely, I am a fool. My genius of the Xian Kingdom was assassinated without incident. It was his own fault. Does it have anything to do with the neon man who hurt him? You have crossed a line and committed a crime. Just because it did not cause the worst consequences, do you have to show mercy and forgive it? Why don't you go and die? I'm so stupid. The Kuei Niu was jumping and swishing its tail, and it was cursing angrily. Its words were venomous and full of Huxia quintessence. Boom! Amidst the scolding, an aurora like the sun and moon rose, and thunder raged. Kuei Niu rushed forward and smashed the space. My master said, if you want to meddle in other people's business or block it, just come here in your true form. You can come and try it. Even if the core of his world is broken, he will sink for the rest of his life, and he will remain at the king level for the rest of his life. He will still be at the top of the king level. It's just too weak to come here in disguise. All of you can come and give it a try. Use the big one to bully the small one. Use your strength above the heaven level to fight against Xiao Bai. See if the Emperor of Xian Kingdom will take action. See if these heavens will collapse. Boom! The Kuei Niu collided, and the phantoms split apart along with the space and turned into nothing. Once touched, they disappeared into thin air and never appeared again. Haha, Neon Kingdom has been a son and a dog, kneeling and licking me for so many years, only to get a few shadows and a few words of help from the lighthouse. It's ridiculous. In the air, Li Daizai sneered. He looked down at Wano Island below, looking at the unparalleled young man with approval, pride and joy in his eyes. There is also a trace of reminiscence and lust for time. At this time, the largest neon city, Wano Island, is already riddled with holes and ravines, many buildings have collapsed, and many wailings can be heard. But obviously, this is not enough. Xiao Bai was still moving forward. Dressed in emperor's clothes and with unparalleled spirit, he came to the country's holy land, Sakura Shrine. Here, the descendants of the past dynasties are worshipped, and the flag of Sakura and Sun is hung high. Deep inside the shrine, still playing music, there were witches dancing, singers singing, and an old high priest, wearing a Japanese kimono, kneeling upright with a tachi on his knee. He is a king-level lord, well known and controversial on the internet. He is the only war criminal who has experienced that era and is still alive today. His territory. This is the scope of Sakura Shrine. Occupying a corner of this big city, there are living neon geniuses, as well as military sumo men, Koga shinobi, and Ronin. In this world, it forms the atmosphere of a treasure land with 4 seasons and a world of its own. What's more, the authority of the king is illustrious and manifested, like a liger, tiger, or jackal, roaring on its own territory, using its momentum and majesty to force other beasts to leave. But this is just a scare after all. I am the envoy of Xian Kingdom, why should I be afraid of a mere barbarian king? Xiao Bai smiled disdainfully and continued to move forward. Then, boom! In the king-level war zone, one can only retreat. Every time Xiao Bai takes a step forward, the great priest's kingdom must take a step back. If he wants to fight Xiao Bai, he can only stay in the sequence of heaven and cannot go beyond it. And if he leaves, the Sakura Shrine must be flattened by Xiao Bai. No. In fact, it is already flattening. Now, Xiao Bai was like a fierce ghost. Wherever he passed, the cherry blossoms of one tree after another withered and withered. Chapter 63. The flowering period of cherry blossoms is very short, only 7 days. When the flowers are in full bloom, as bright as clouds, very bright and beautiful, like a platy codon girl. But neon people believe that the most beautiful thing is the moment when the cherry blossoms wither. Flowers falling in the forest, untainted and clean, are considered the spirit of neon. Neon people believe that life is short, and you should live as brightly as cherry blossoms. If you die, you should leave decisively. But now, when the abstract concept of death has a substantial carrier, when the fierce god Xiao Bai, accompanied by hundreds of millions of ghosts, they come with supernatural horror. They immediately forgot about the neon spirit. In my heart, only fear and despair remain. Back off! Back off! Why aren't you killing enough? Why on earth? Devil, you are a devil! There is a neon genius, whose mentality was destroyed by Xiao Bai, and he went crazy in the incomparable depression. Yes, Xian Guo is so domineering, why exactly? And we lowered the phantom incarnation from afar, are we doing it to support the fire, or to help? At this time, beyond the ocean, the land of lighthouses and freedom. In a huge, magnificent manor-style castle with flying dragons, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was watching the Zushan satellite live broadcast room, wearing a white suit, crocodile leather shoes, and a gold dragon emblem on his chest. An inquiry was issued. The words fell. Swish! A blue-eyed white dragon descended. It was a soldier of a certain existence, and it also acted as a mouthpiece at this moment. They don't want to be overbearing, they can only be overbearing. The giant dragon's eyes were dull, and he said like a wise man, there are countless heroes in all the worlds. Aqua Blue Star will one day become a part of the world. Lighthouse saw this future and followed the general trend. In other words, even if one day, the lighthouse is no longer a lighthouse, the chaebol is still a chaebol, and the guild is still a guild. We may be weak for a while, but we will not perish. The worst outcome is just to live with a different identity, but we will still rule this world. But Xian Kingdom is different. That's not a country, but a civilization dressed up as a country. That civilization is too proud. When we were crying on Noah's Ark, they were controlling the floods in Dahu. When we were begging for God's favor, they bombarded the Dragon King temple with cannons. When we mingle and merge with all the worlds, they are enemies of all the heavens and worlds. They want to be independent from the world, want to be civilized and pure, and want to win in a deadly battle of blood and fire. They are so crazy and unique. Generation after generation, they are always stubborn and want too much. So much so that it must be extremely domineering, without any hint of weakness. Otherwise, They will become the public enemies of the world and will die. Civilization will be completely wiped out and will not exist in any time and space. Hearing this, the blonde and blue-eyed young man put his hands together, and his palms were so nervous that they broke into a cold sweat. Fight all worlds alone. How heroic! And, he won again and again. This is outrageous. No wonder Xian Kingdom is the most powerful in the world. Only the Xian Kingdom and the Free Kingdom have different paths and do not seek each other. There will definitely be a world-class battle in the future. This requires an opportunity. It only takes Xian Guo to fail once, and they will fall off the altar and be attacked by a group of people. This opportunity. The lighthouse and the land of freedom can wait and endure slowly. Both sides have similar strengths. But the road to Suanquo is too difficult, but the road to lighthouse is bright, free and easy. In the manner. The giant dragon bowed its head, its pupils empty, like a great intelligence, and continued to relay the words of a powerful being. In recent years, the great emperors of the Xian Kingdom are rarely born, and there are no saints. Some even say that their gods have died in the battle long ago. They are lonely ghosts, gritting their teeth in patches of time and space. The time when the lighthouse has to wait may not be far away. As for now, take your time, I've put pressure on Neon, they will fight to the death. The fierce god, he's just a little mad dog. If this little mad dog dies here, Xian Kingdom's momentum and luck will be affected, and their most proud selection of extraordinary generals, the great world prodigy competition, will also be affected. Hearing this, the blonde and blue-eyed young man nodded. He continued to watch the live broadcast. His face looked relaxed and happy. If the neon dog jumps over the wall in a hurry, the king-level experts, and even the 8 Qi emperors, will be reduced to heaven in batches. Then it will be difficult for Xiao Bai to get out of Wano Island alive. Because he is too confident and goes deep alone, which does not fit the meaning of blocking the door. More because at any level, there will be an extreme threshold. It is easy to be invincible at the same level. But one person has to suppress a country and defeat all the lords at this level, as well as the lords who have reduced dimensions to this level, but the threshold is obviously higher. That's something he can't even do. Neon, Wano Island. Sakura Shrine. Protect the great priest. Stop the evil god and don't let him trample on the dignity of the shrine. Dead, dead. The neon lords roared one after another. The significance of the shrine and the high priest is self-evident, and they must be protected even if they risk their lives. For a time, one lord, one wave of troops, one type of building, and thousands of skills turned into an overwhelming attack. Follow Xiao Bai and kill him. But the evil spirit of the fierce god is unstoppable. Thunder, fire, ghost, slaughter. As Xiao Bai advanced, he was filled with the power of the Lord, which exploded for the first time, like a pair of invisible big hands, merging 40,000 thunder and fire angry ghosts. This is also 40,000, a king-level unit in the growth stage. Each one possesses heaven-level combat power, equivalent to the crystallization of a small civilization. And at this moment, they are just Xiao Bai's soldiers. Under Xiao Bai's coordination, the Thunder Skynet was transformed into a sea of fire and fire intertwined to form a huge star, a star filled with thunder, fire, and fury. This star. Just holding it up in Xiao Bai's hand, the contrast between the extremely large and extremely small is so shocking. Nanny. Could it be that he just showed the basic compatibility of arms and buildings, but didn't really use the power of the Lord? What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? Within the scope of the shrine, all the neon lords are terrified. The aura on that thunder star made them tremble and feel terrified. Bake. The heat waves came one after another, melting high-rise buildings and the flesh and blood of many soldiers. What is fishy wind? This is called fishy wind. Even the Lord with the power of the world feels extremely hot at this moment, as if he is in a frying pan, and his whole body is burning. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the lords caught fire, exploded in flames, and fell down and died in pieces. This is the ghost core, which causes disasters and disasters. In terms of quantity and quality, it forms the ultimate terror after suppression. Stop! How dare you be so arrogant? In the shrine court, the high priest was so angry that his eyes almost breathed fire. Despite his age, he has finally completed the dimensionality reduction, stood up in the heavenly level sequence, and drew his sword. Martial arts, Lord? No, it's not. Drawing the sword is just a cover. The real attack was the sudden appearance of buildings at Xiao Bai's feet, above his head, and in all directions. These architectural patterns are full of onmyoji flavor. The building is tall, full of feng shui, yin and yang, talisman arrows, and shikigami. The mechanisms, buildings, and arms are integrated into a tower defense whole. The power of the world explodes to suppress Xiao Bai. But the next moment, buildings were shattered one after another, from top to bottom, crushed into rubbish. No matter who comes to my level, they will not be my opponent. Xiao Bai's voice was calm, and he threw the lightning stars in his hand. Boom! The Sakura shrine was razed to the ground, and the kimono old man's world was shattered. His old dog-like body flew backwards and fell into the stinking ditch, with his butt sticking out in the air. Half of his body was left on the edge of the ditch, already dead. Chapter 64. For a moment, there was deathly silence. Whether it's the Neon Lord of Wano Island or the trillions of people in the vast city, or viewers following satellite live broadcasts, they were all stunned. They never expected that the high priest of Sakura Shrine, a veteran king, was also a lord who specialized in construction and tower defense and had developed it for many years. Actually, can't stop Xiao Bai's move of Thunder Star. Killed instantly with one move. The building collapsed like tofu, and people died suddenly on the spot. This does not conform to the common sense of threshold. It is too sudden, too shocking and unimaginable. Boom! What's even more terrifying is that after killing the great priest, the Thunder Star is still there. It's falling. The Sakura Shrine, which had been reduced to ruins, evaporated and vaporized in the fierce thunder and fire catastrophe, leaving only a huge black pit in place. Looking from afar, the prosperous and vast city has lost a corner. And a series of explosions caused an unprecedented power outage. Looking down from the air, from near to far, all the lights went out, as if the evil god of darkness had descended. That night, the gorgeous night view of Wano Island is no longer there. Only the sky is dark and the earth is dark. As well as the aurora produced when each lord planet explodes. That is the most beautiful and cruel picture. The Neon Lords have lost their minds and fallen into fanaticism. They open the world inside their bodies in the air. Mountains, rivers, land, buildings, military units. All things appearing under the control of the Creator one by one, like flowers growing in the void. But in the next second, this flower will be torn into pieces and killed by hundreds of millions of ghosts. Finally, in the night sky, only a figure wearing the emperor's clothes of the Xian kingdom could stand. He kills everything he sees. Kill. Kill. Flag with cherry blossoms and sun. Being stepped on again and again, I can no longer fly. Stars are falling from the sky, and blood is raining down. The lords of higher dimensions are at war with each other, and the world of lower dimensions is shattered in despair. This is a world-shaking scene, and it is also the most spectacular scene, a hearty feast of blood. Satan has to have you tattooed on his back. Junior, your failure to achieve perfection is really a pity for the lunatic community. Baihe City, a village in the city. The facially paralyzed senior felt that he had been influenced by the art of killing, and he laughed. In the sci-fi heaven, Lan was sitting on the throne. Her gorgeous mechanical phoenix clothes outlined her infinitely beautiful figure. Her plump thighs were tilted up, with a tablet placed on it. Xian Kingdom Satellite. Xiao Bai's ferocity is being broadcast live. Amazing! You who counterattacked the heaven level at the earth level are also invincible at the heaven level. A subversive existence. Order within order. Breaking ancient and modern records is destined to shock the world. A genius who has not grown up is not a genius, but you are definitely an exception. Enjoy all this. The global trend has changed because of you. How can this be? Lighthouse Country, in the Dragon Castle. The blonde and blue-eyed young man looked astonished. His prediction was not a mistake, but a failure. Doesn't this mean Xiao Bai? At the same level, stronger than him, even stronger than he imagined. This. He can't accept this. Every time Xian Kingdom's extraordinary generals are selected, one of the top 5 clubs in the world will have a place to come to the scene to observe and compete. Butler, go make arrangements. The blonde young man said coldly. Master, don't send it off. The butler reminded, you are the wealthy son of the Dragon Guild. You have countless resources and will become the king soon. There is no need to be impulsive or irrational. Well. Good. The blonde young man had no choice but to give up. Just spare Xiao Bai's life first. Okay. 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 Over Wano Island, Li Daizai sat on the back of Kuei Nu, as happy as a child. He drank while watching Xiao Bai kill people. What a taste! Tisk. In the words of young people. Juju Zi. What a Juju Zi. The old principal smiled broadly and was very happy. Wano-shima City. People are dying, stars and rain of blood are falling. The ghost is screaming. A scene of purgatory. Xianguo Xiao Bai. Haha, when the manpower is limited, you want to kill Kongwu Tian. It is simply a wishful thinking. When the 8 emperors of our country show up, you will die violently on the spot. In the city, the corpses of the lords were flying, and some lords were still cursing. SHH. Don't talk to the corpse. Xiao Bai gave a kind reminder and crushed the lord's head with his kick. Reach the sky in one step. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is like a natural disaster and an invincible heaven-level lord. This is worse than a dead dog. Until now, he had killed so many people that his imperial clothes were surrounded by blood mist, like the auspicious cloud of a fierce god. If anyone is on the same level as me, I will be invincible. If the 8th emperor dares to come to fight, I will kill them. Xiao Bai murmured, as if talking to the corpse. The scene was extremely horrifying. Crunch! This moment. Behind him, a huge Death Star stood in the sky, following his footsteps, crushing Wano Island inch by inch. Unbridled trampling. Please, spare my life, let me go. We don't dare. We don't dare anymore. I will quit Neon Country immediately. Ghost. You are a ghost, you will not die well. Begging for mercy, crying, exchanging, cursing, there were all kinds of sounds, and each lord collapsed on the ground. This scene shocked and collapsed the creatures in their inner world. But the only response they could get was ruthless crushing. Chapter 65. Neon Country, Wano Island. The Okazaka clan is one of the 5 shogunate families. Has existed for thousands of years. This is an ancient surname. This surname represented nobility in the past and now represents plutocrats. Even though they have changed their skin, they are always there behind the power, and they are always the superior ones. This is a terrible thing. But today, the entire Okazaka clan is afraid. One after another, young lords panicked and fled from their proud clan land without looking back. The neon geniuses are all defeated. The fierce god caused a bloody disaster. He trampled the shrine, and he will definitely not let go of the Okazaka clan. Escape! Escape! We are the last hope of the Okazaka clan. The young lord gritted his teeth. There are many of them. Escape together, even if it's the fierce god Xiao Bai, they can't kill them all, right? At the same time, a series of old figures stood in the Okazaka family's clan. Sakura, cherry blossoms. In the clear sky in late spring in March. It's so bright and clear when there are no clouds in the sky. The flowers are as bright as clouds. The fragrance of flowers fills the sky. Come on, come on. Let's go see the flowers. They were singing sad little tunes. This is exactly what the neon man looks like at its most desperate moment. Such a scene attracted the attention of many passers-by. What happened? Why was there a sudden power outage? This Blue Star City is too big and is located in another corner of the city. Middle-aged and elderly people who don't like surfing the internet. Still confused at this time. On the curb. Hiccup. What is singing on the other side? It's so annoying. Toriyama, a middle-aged cartoonist with a beer belly and a plaid shirt, is showing off. I have to submit the manuscript to the editor tomorrow, and he asked me where I ended up, laughing to death. I didn't even start, right? Toriyama scratched his hair and muttered to himself. He promised the editor that he would publish a new work soon, but he got stuck on the subject matter. How about doing a daily love story and suddenly getting sick and letting Huang Mao attack the heroine? Is it better to just sit up and torture the readers in the Royal Hot-Blooded Battle series? That's not right. Hot-blooded fans can also get sick. Ellen, look at it. This is how Mikasa uses it. I'm so troubled, I don't know how to choose. How about just drawing a book? Toriyama drank fiercely and said. Toot toot. At this time, his PHS rang. Hey, here we go again. Toriyama sighed. He didn't need to look at it to know that this was a call from the editor to urge him to write a manuscript. But there is no way. This needs to be done. You can't really go into the factory to screw in it, right? A scolding is inevitable. Toriyama said angrily. But the moment he stretched out his hand to answer the phone. I don't know if I drank too much and was hallucinating. He actually saw a person. A man with jade trees facing the wind, handsome as a reader, walking on the clouds. He was dressed in imperial robes, tall, gorgeous, and indescribably expensive. He seems to be a lord with a planet behind him. However, on his planet, in his world, there is no civilization, only desolation and ghosts. The limbs are thin, the face is yellow and the muscles are thin, the teeth are sharp, the mouth is sharp, the throat is only as thick as a needle, and the belly is extremely large, but it has been gutted and has no stomach. The whole body is full of sharp teeth and sharp mouths. This is a starving ghost. Densely packed, tens of millions of them. The head is like an ape, the face is like a bear, the lips are like cinnabar, the eyes are like lava, there are long horns on the top, there are thunder arc wings on the back, and the whole body is wrapped in fiery red chains. The body is vast, like a god but not a human being. This is an angry ghost with thunder and fire. Towering and vast, 40,000 of them. There is also a little boo. Where the little girl walked by waving the magic stick, the fierce ghosts were as violent as if they were on drugs. There are also neon ghost stories such as Tomi, Snail Girl, Slit Girl, etc. mixed in among them. That planet. There are large graves all over the ground, and the grass on the graves is lush and green. There are high walls erected like tombstones. There are factories with sarcoma and red hair, roaring and screaming. There is a huge weapons furnace, quenching day and night, spewing out ash like a volcano. There is the Xianhuang Pagoda, which is standing tall. Each pagoda is exquisite and magnificent. The wind chimes are shaking under the eaves of the tower, and the Xianhuang defensive treasure is full of energy. There is a world tree reaching up to the starry sky, so high that it is unattainable. All of these, they are all decorations and foils, and they are the territory of that emperor. The emperor was moving forward, so the planet that disobeyed his lord could only be broken into pieces and turned into a grand fireworks. The emperor's spoken words. Thunder, fire, heavenly killer. Then there will be thunder and sparks, shining brightly in the night sky. Thunder and fury come to the world. That was a terrifying blow, that was the final blow, it was a soulful blow that bypassed the innocent mortals and aimed directly at the Okazaka clan. That was a blow filled with the national destiny of Xian Kingdom. Anyone? You can only stand on the level of heaven to block this move. Anyone? As long as you stand on the level of heaven, you can't stop this move. With this blow, the Okazaka clan is destined to perish. They tried their best to struggle, but to no avail. They roared to the sky and wanted to curse, but their tongues, throats, and vocal cords were all melted by the intense heat of the thunder and fire. Then the body turned into black charcoal, and died in the scorching fire of thunder. Moment. The scorching stench fills the sky, and wisps of arcs and clusters of flames stir up the world and thick smoke like giant pythons. In the blink of an eye, the huge Okazaka family was destroyed, the mountains in the clan collapsed, the rivers evaporated, and all the buildings were flattened. All clan members have been wiped out. In the haze-filled location, one can vaguely see the outlines of Lord planets, with buildings, ninjas, samurai, and pirates on them. But at this moment, everything turned into charcoal and frozen. Really? On the side of the road, Toriyama was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Open it again. That's right. The Okazaka family, which had been prosperous for thousands of years, is indeed gone and turned into a dead place. In the air, that emperor, half of his face turned into a thunder arc, his hair burned with fire, he looked like a god. He moved on. Thunder and fire surged from the sky wherever they passed, chasing down members of the Okazaka family one after another. Gudong. Toriyama swallowed hard. He was shocked. Next moment, Toriyama had a flash of inspiration. He answered the editor's call and said in a determined tone, "I have thought of the subject. The next comic will be called, 'That Young Man is Like an Emperor, and He is as Proud as Ever.' The emperor from the underworld comes to this world. He uses hundreds of millions of ghosts as his soldiers and ghosts from the heavens as his incarnation to embark on an invincible journey. Wherever it goes, everyone must be crushed, surrender, or die." Toriyama was very excited and told about his inspiration. On the other side of the phone, the editor said hoarsely, "These days, house drama is more popular. No one has watched this kind of fantasy theme for a long time." Hearing this, Toriyama took a sip of wine and said solemnly, "Don't sleep too hard at night, open the window and take a look. This is a realistic work of mine." Chapter 66. This moment, countless works based on Xiao Bai's image, deeds, and abilities are being born. Neon this country. They will always regard their enemies who have conquered and ravaged them as their fathers, and wish they could give them their reputation, status, wife, and daughters. Also at this moment, Wano Island. The time and space where Gao Tianyuan was located was opened. 8 figures full of two-dimensional atmosphere. Get out of the river of time. Step by step in time and space, they saw the process and results of battles and killings, and saw Xiao Bai's peerless ferocity. This moment, in their eyes, they can still see the prosperity of Wano Island not long ago with bright neon lights and bright lights. Now there is only darkness and depression. They could see the Sakura Shrine not long ago, with people coming and going and incense flowing. Now it is in ruins. They could see the former Uenoshima University and the Ministry of Self-Defense, which were full of talented people. They are all dead now. There are bones everywhere, dead people everywhere, screams and wailing, and the flag of Sakura and Sun has been trampled on. It is said that one person can suppress a country, so one person can suppress a country. Xiao Bai is too cruel. He will kill all the heaven-level lords. He is not a heaven-level lord. He wants to force him to become heaven and then kill him. He really killed Neon's sky. Baga. On the first day of the Yaki clan, the white-haired, twin-tailed, kawaii-eyed Emperor Qi shivered with rage. On him, a powerful aura erupted, and the phantom of the world like galaxies and nebulae appeared around it, vast and boundless. In the world, countless Shikigami are angry with the Lord's anger and want to launch an unprecedented war. Next moment, the galaxies and nebulae are shrinking, and Emperor Qi aura is being reduced and sealed, but his murderous intention is skyrocketing. Xiao Bai, let me fight with you. At this moment, the old man looked like a madman and wanted to go crazy with the young man. Boom! He instantly claimed his rank and chased him out. Moment. Global uproar. For Xiao Bai, do you have to dispatch an emperor? Even the emperor with the strongest neon, and even the Onmyoji who restrains the soul arms. Outrageous! Are these the geniuses of the Xian kingdom? They are always so terrifying, stunningly talented and stunningly beautiful. Ha 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 ha, die quickly! Die quickly! A restrained emperor condescends to kill him. He is already good enough. When he dies, another mountain that is insurmountable for the younger generation will fall. The Neon Emperor, standing on the long river of time and looking down, has already understood all Xiao Bai's methods. If he can survive, I will be a meat grinder. For a moment, live broadcast rooms all over the world are partying. They kept watching the live broadcast, watching Xiao Bai dominate a country by himself, reaching the ultimate level of heavenly, reaching a height that they would never reach in their lifetime. Their envy, jealousy, and hatred have almost become inner demons. And at this time, Suinkuo live broadcast room. Everyone became nervous, and their palms were sweating. No way! Xiao Bai's next opponent is an emperor who has seen through all the details of Xiao Bai over the course of time. Innately, you have every advantage. Not to mention, Emperor Qi on the first day was a lord who specialized in training Onmyoji and Shikigami soldiers. So restrained. In the past, there have also been geniuses who blocked the door. They were all the best for a while, winning one game after another, but in the end they would lose even if they exhausted all their means. Xiao Bai. It will stop there. Or continue to set records and become a legend. If the fierce god is defeated, you must not lead the way and make sarcastic remarks. Those who work for everyone should not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. Rest assured. There will definitely be sailors, black men, and spies. When the time comes, we will take action. The road to Xian Kingdom is already difficult. If we don't unite, what kind of brothers and sisters are we? In the live broadcast room, countless people organized themselves spontaneously, and all living beings asked for help to become Xiao Bai's backing. Look! Fierce God, he is learning and making progress. Sudden! A striking barrage passed by. Moment! The whole country is silent. Because they saw. On Wano Island, in the city, Xiao Bai moved forward, crushing the Neon Lord. I'm actually studying at the same time. Every lord. They are all creators, and they have a world, a civilization, and many miraculous buildings within them. Every building. They are all the crystallization of wisdom. And now, Xiao Bai destroyed buildings and civilizations one after another, and in the midst of destruction, he learned their wisdom. This is an extremely incredible and brain-burning thing. Because he is blocking the door. Because an emperor, who is claiming his own realm, is coming to kill him. If two people with similar combat power were to fight to the death, the party with greater mental exhaustion would inevitably be at a disadvantage and would be slow to react during the battle. For experts, even if the reaction is just a fraction of a second slower, it is still quite fatal. But Xiao Bai is not worried about mental loss. He has empty state of mind. Kongming state of mind is a skill inherited from Xianguo, and it is also his only skill that is not weird. This skill allows him to see clearly and keep his brain power at its best peak at all times. At the same time, there is so much knowledge and talent in this skill. It's like knowing it from birth. When Xiao Bai wants it, the corresponding knowledge will appear in his heart and become his help. The characteristics of a heavenly lord are natural disasters. After reaching the sky in one step, everyone can avert natural disasters. But in the vast sea of people, there will always be a few exceptions. After they break through the heaven level, they will develop some special functions. For example, the world inside the body does not appear outside, but inside. Xiao Bai murmured to himself. For example, the two saints at the shrine. There is a ninja world within them, but it is different from other lords. When the two of them were fighting, there was no projection of the world outside them. On the contrary, there is a world of pupil magic hidden in the small pupils. Caught people off guard. Can Xiao Bai possess the same special function? Or learn by analogy. Instead of summoning the world projection, just summon a certain building to push a single ability beyond its limit? Is this possible? The answer is yes. A few years ago, there were only lords in this world, without sequence or rank. It is man who proposes the distinction of sequence in the process of development. Same. A few years later, with the development of the world, the advancement of technology, and the maturity of concepts, the once rare special functions may become common skills and methods. It takes too many people and too many years of research. And Xiao Bai has exactly this condition. There is too much knowledge in his empty mind, and he will automatically calculate and deduce it to serve only him. Take a problem that would have taken many years to solve. I analyzed a formula for him alone that can only be used by himself. Then, Xiao Bai knew how to do it. He grew and became rich at a speed visible to the naked eye. His rank remains unchanged, still heaven level. But as he becomes richer, he becomes stronger. As a double Super S Lord and a first-generation ghost, he represents a kind of order. No matter which sequence he was in, Xiao Bai was at the top, destined to transcend the extreme realm, and ordinary people could only look up to him. And Emperor Tiankai, the first emperor to be pushed down from the emperor level, was also extremely powerful. But now, it was Xiao Bai who was stronger. He did not underestimate the enemy, but was very serious. Only, compared to fighting with bruises and bruises, I really prefer crushing. The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth curled up. At this time, he happened to step on Dongjing Tower. He looked back. Behind. Xiao Bai, let me fight with you. The old guy was still roaring. He raised his hand to summon the Shikigami to attack, forming a million miles of bright light. Chapter 67. On the Dongjing Tower, Xiao Bai stood rustlingly. Top of head. A million miles of blazing light came suddenly, the white rainbow was dazzling. However, that's not light. Instead, there are Shikigami dogs. Each dog is an elite unit of the ultimate stage, equivalent to a single Earth level 9-star lord. Thousands of Shikigami and dogs charge into battle for their lord, turning into millions of miles of brilliant light. Moment. The planet behind Xiao Bai disappeared. Buzz. The shadow of a black and yellow pagoda suddenly lit up, like a golden bell or a rock, blocking the bright light. Different from before. The current Xianhuang pagoda is no longer centered on the world inside the body, but directly centered on Xiao Bai. More efficient, more cohesive, more direct, and more powerful. Seeing this, Emperor Qi was surprised on the first day. He had looked down from the high point of time and was confident that he had seen through everything. But now, he miscalculated. Xiao Bai is getting stronger every minute and every second, and will not stay at a certain fixed point. Such people are terrible. Must kill. Wars between lords do not have to harm civilians. Xian Guo, fierce god, you have crossed the line and gone too far. You must pay the price and be buried with the dead Neon people. Call. On the first day, Emperor Qi was asking questions. Every word he said would cause a strong wind. Behind him, the Onmyoges and Shikigami of a world are angry, doing tricks, and combining their powers. They were originally the imperial level arms in the imperial level civilization. But because of Xiao Bai, he had to experience the Dharma ending age again and again, being degraded and killed in disasters. Hence the hatred. From emperor to king, and then to heaven, this self-sealing was also a big trauma for the first Tiankai emperor himself. But it's nothing compared to the loss of the current population. Only the current population can awaken and become lords, which is the fresh blood. And among these, for the Neon country, the most bloody generation was exterminated. The rest are either dead nerds or licking dogs. This is fatal. The bottom line of Neon has been hit hard. Even without pressure from the lighthouse, the Baiki people must come forward. We must fight. The needle only hurts when it pricks you. If you want to get an injection, just get it and don't bark. Xiao Bai said simply. In his eyes, there were a pair of human eyes and a pair of ghost eyes, looking at the first Tianqi emperor indifferently. Then, he smiled and said with great interest, I know your trick. Sacrifice the power of civilization in the inner world. Let the Shikigami, Plati Kodon Witch, unleash a devastating one-arrow format. The powerful power can format reality and delete opponents. Rumors. When you were at the king level, you used this move to shoot through 10 abyss in one breath. The place where the arrow landed is still blank. So, at the level of heaven, how powerful is this move of yours? Hearing this, on the first day, Emperor Qi said seriously, young man, I know that the Suanquo intelligence network is powerful, and today's network is also developed. But knowing my moves doesn't mean you can take my moves. Boom. At this moment, the world inside Kiwang's body on the first day was offering sacrifices. A Plati Kodon witch with red dress, white clothes, and black hair. Use civilization as a bow and all living beings as arrows. Aiming at Xiao Bai. Boom. She drew her arrow. When an arrow comes out, it seems to have a certain law of cause and effect. Under the arrow is the power of a civilization, which is dedicated to restraining souls and ghosts. Good Shikigami. Good soldiers. I want it. Xiao Bai was full of praise. He now has the starving ghost as his base, the thunderfire angry ghost as his advanced level, and the strange tales and miscellaneous soldiers. Exactly. There is a lack of super powerful long-range single-target killing units. Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't it? Xiao Bai raised the corners of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a flying cherry blossom branch, with a bunch of cherry blossoms still attached to the branch. He waved the branch. Buzz. The light and shadow of a huge weapons furnace appeared at this moment, forming on the branches to form a fierce divine weapon. Boom! In an instant, a cherry blossom withered. Thunder arcs, raging fire, black smoke, strange stories, all kinds of power emerged on the branches, and peerless ferocity and violence were slashed out with Xiao Bai's movements. The scarlet sword light was like silk, and the bright night sky was split into two by the color of blood. Click! The world-destroying arrow broke. The power of Onmyoji and Shikigami can indeed restrain ghosts. But conversely, the power of ghosts is so powerful that they can even counter Onmyoji. The arrow that directly chopped me into pieces, what a terrible knife! Kiwang was shocked on the first day. He pulled away and retreated, then next, I will use speed-type troops to fight in a roundabout way. I won't be hit by you even once. What are you talking about? Old dog. But the next moment, Xiao Bai's incarnation was strange, appearing behind the first Tian Qiwang in the form of a PPT flash. Comparing speed with ghosts, are you serious? Xiao Bai waved the branch again. Snapped. The second cherry blossom withered, and the fierce god soldier killed him again. One knife Shura. It's not just one chop. Chiang. At this moment, Emperor Qi pupils shrank suddenly on the first day. In the scarlet and fierce sword light, he was hit and flew away. Bang, bang, bang. He fell towards the Dongjing Tower, like a whale falling, extremely powerless. He first hit the Dongjing Tower and twisted it, roaring, and then continued to be hit. One cherry blossom after another was shaken off. One knife after another was cut out. The sword light turned into a big bloody hand, and in a rough way, he pressed down on his head and smashed it down. Next moment, the Dongjing Tower, as tall as the World Tree, completely collapsed. But on the first day, Qiwang was still retreating, with his back pressed against the road, all the way backward, like a giant cannon, penetrating Wano Island. Puff! He looked up to the sky and vomited blood. He was defeated simply and without any suspense. Theoretically, as long as he immediately restores the realm of Emperor, he can get out of the predicament. But too difficult. At this moment, ghosts stretched out their hands from the fierce soldiers. They grabbed the first Tiankai Emperor tightly, preventing him from moving or getting away. As long as he is still on the level of heaven, he will be crushed by Xiao Bai. Even if it's just a minute or a second, it's enough to be fatal. This is despairingly oppressive and powerful. Let's go to hell together. On the first day, Qiwang coughed up blood. He could no longer win, but he had to drag Xiao Bai to his death. He gave up resistance. He must sacrifice his own life to let the Platycodon witch shoot a stronger second arrow. But strangeness. At the critical moment, Xiao Bai pointed out. Chapter 68. Strange. Xiao Bai's most basic talent, exclusive talent. An order ability comparable to the conceptual ability Crazy Explosion. Everyone he chooses. No matter what it was before, it will become his ghost in the future. And at this moment, he pointed out that the Hyuxia Shikigamai, Platycodon Shrine Maiden. Moment. Kikyo Maiko's body was trembling, and the power of civilization in her body was actually collapsing. Horrible. Even if he is suppressed and self-sealed, Emperor Tiankai is still the emperor after all. There is always a hint of emperor power in his civilization. However, even a trace of imperial-level civilization power and world power cannot resist the strangeness. This moment, malice is burned into the flesh. The curse of madness creeps up on me. The wailing names of people and the ghosts who died at Xiao Bai's hands were imprinted on the body of the Platycodon witch. The originally holy Maiko. At this point, wearing the red clothes of the devil, she is willing to give up her life, embrace death and coldness, and become Xiao Bai's ghost. At this point, her whole body was contaminated with murderous aura and evil spirit. The red clothes are like blood, the red hair is like fire, strong and alluring, making the hearts of those who see it tremble with fear. That crimson eye. He looked at Xiao Bai like a Yandere, raised his lips that were scarier than blood, and said with a smile. Owner. Ding. You used strange transformation and got a king level unit, growth stage, single heaven level unit cursed girl. Curse girl, she was originally a holy witch, but she was willing to lose everything in the past and fell into evil because of you. Have the ability. Look directly at me, BD, the cursed woman's arrows have a 100% hit attribute. There is no way to escape, you can only face them. One arrow format, the cursed woman's killing move, formats the target hit by the arrow. Unique, the cursed girl has a unique attribute. The other cursed girls produced by the core of the world and the crazy explosive troops will become the nourishment or arrows of the first cursed girl. Growth, by continuously devouring other cursed girls, the first cursed girl will continue to grow. After reaching the ultimate stage, there is a chance that she will break through and become an imperial-level soldier. The will of the world prompts in the mind. Xiao Bai smiled, he got it. No. At the same time, Emperor Qi roared in grief and anger on the first day. He has lost so much. This feeling is as if the daughter he has raised all his life has turned into an enemy in front of him. The ultimate bullhead. The ultimate torture. Even the first Tianqi emperor, who had gone through thousands of battles, was also going crazy at this moment, so angry that he went crazy. He was unwilling to accept it, and he refused to accept it. When he became famous, Xiao Bai was not yet born. He was an imperial lord, extremely noble and powerful. As long as he can return to the throne, crushing Xiao Bai to death is like stepping on an ant or a bed bug. But he can't go back. Buzz. At this moment, behind Xiao Bai, a shadow of the world tree appeared, vast and boundless, with roots rooted in the years and eras. Has the power to suppress time. This is impossible. Impossible. The first Qiwang lost his composure again. He did not want to believe that throughout the ages, no one had ever been able to plant the world tree in the inner world. Why can Xiao Bai do it? Even if he has a tree, why can he use it? Even heavenly level Xiao Bai can only inspire a trace of the power of the world tree. But that little bit. Just enough to crush the heavenly level 1 Emperor Tiankai to death. Nothing is impossible. Senior said. Under this starry sky, I am a miracle. There has never been one before, there will never be one in the future, and it cannot be copied. Xiao Bai held the branch in his hand and raised it forward. Swish! The fierce god's blood sea and the underworld's sword light burst out from under the 9 netherworld, like a volcano erupting full of death and blood, covering the sky for millions of miles. The bright and magnificent scene made Li Daizai fascinated. Okay. 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 His eyes sparkled. Absolutely invincible at the same level. Absolute monster of the world. Looking at the world in the future, who can match it? I am relieved. Kuei Niu, where is my wine? Give me the wine. Sir, the wine is finished, Kuei Niu said, you are very happy today. I haven't seen you so happy for many years since my wife left. It's a pity that the young master died early, otherwise. Kuei Niu. What? You will be free from now on. You will fight with me all your life. If your life is too hard, I will let you go. You can be a free cow in the future, or you can find another master. If you find a master, remember to change your bad breath. Li Daizai explained. Master. Kuei Niu's voice trembled, and it panicked. Its eyes were filled with mist, as if it had returned to its infancy. At that time, it is still very young, and Li Daizai is also very young, so I just listened to his oath. If Xian Guo needs it, he will stand up. Throughout his life, he did what he said. But this time, Li Daizai stood up and couldn't stand back. At the same time, die. Xiao Bai killed Emperor Qi of the first day with his sword. Enter the fierce god soldier. Billions of evil ghosts stretched out their hands, and the cursed girl was among them. They lifted the heavenly spirit cap of the first Emperor Qi, smashed his brain, and tore out his soul. This is a historic scene. Many years after the bombing of the god-killing warrior Little Boy, the emperor fell again in the Neon Kingdom, and Wano Island was severely damaged. And he was killed by the genius of Xian Kingdom during the battle at the gate. This scene is too exaggerated. When Xiao Bai came, he said, one person blocks the country's gate and kills the entire country. It triggered global uproar and beaconed doubts. But at this moment, it has become a bloody reality. The Xian kingdom is too bright. Although they are not invincible, they are number one in the world. Their genius is always at the forefront of the times and breaking records. This moment, Xiao Bai, dressed in imperial robes, was flying high above Wano Island, full of energy and brilliance. The brighter he is, the neon becomes dimmer and weaker. They truly experienced despair and the weight of these 4 words insurmountable. Ha 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 ha. Next to the sci-fi heaven, the old principal Li Daizai watched this scene and laughed heartily. The end of the world. The old man smiled and closed his eyes. Although he passed away, his posture was relaxed and his body did not fall. Headmaster. Beside him, An Lan appeared, guarding him quietly. Looking at this scene, Xiao Bai felt a surge of injustice in his chest, and suddenly let out a long roar. Tai, come on, fight! Who else is there? He looked at Lord Neon with ferocious eyes, and then a personal, prefectural, and king-level lord lowered his head. He looked at the Yaqi crowd again. The people of the HE Emperor also bowed their heads at this moment. This moment, Xiao Bai's gaze was so piercing that it made their faces burn with pain, as well as depression and anger. But what about anger? Fight, already fought. Emperor Qi died on the first day. Others will die as well. It is impossible for them to offend the heavenly court of Xian Kingdom. If the big one bullies the small ones, the entire neon will be erased from the timeline and the law of cause and effect. They didn't dare to seal themselves and fight. I can only curl up. Watch Xiao Bai get angry and kill wantonly, killing all the people he wanted to kill. So far, a door-blocking battle that attracted worldwide attention ended with Xiao Bai's victory. No one dares to stop his trampling and destruction. No one dared to stop him from leaving. When Xiao Bai walked towards Kuei Nu, sat on its head, and together with An Lan, used heaven to pull the old principal back. Even if it is the Baki people, we can only retreat. This scene chilled the hearts of many neon lords. Neon luck once again plummeted. Chapter 69. Time goes back a little bit. Seeing Xiao Bai growing up against the sky, enriching and making breakthroughs, he killed the first Emperor Qi of the heaven. Even if we are thousands of miles apart, all the people of Xian Kingdom felt as if they were on the scene, feeling Xiao Bai's arrogance, and unmatched in the world. That spirit, that grace, rare in history. That moment, the whole world of Xian Kingdom is in a state of excitement. This. The fierce god kills the emperor and breaks the door-blocking record. Breaks the world record. He is still getting stronger. There is no limit. He is destined to be at the forefront of the times and lead the way. The live broadcast room exploded. Everyone was cheering, their hearts filled with excitement and pride, their eyes full of shock and awe. 1. In my realm, I am absolutely invincible. Even if the king or emperor comes to Xiao Bai's level, he will be defeated and die. The national destiny of the Xian Kingdom is unparalleled. The genius of the Xian Kingdom is unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. It's so hardcore. It's so enjoyable. So happy. For a time. In the direction of Xian Kingdom, all living beings are boiling, some are laughing, some are shouting, some are jumping for joy, and the cheers resound across the sky. But just at that moment, they saw it. I saw Li Daizai, the president of Baihe University who had an immortal spirit. Turn your back to Xianguo, look up to the sky and laugh, and die forever. There is no more Li Daizai in the world. Moment. At the same time, the entire territory of Xian Kingdom turned into silence, dead silence. Next moment, trillions of people, at the same time, their hearts twitched violently, they felt severe pain, and burst into tears. Outside Baihe City. Wild area. An alien abyss had just arrived, but it was repulsed by the military, and the space rift was closing. Chief Executive Officer of Baihe Military Department, Enling. Throw your military robe over your shoulders. Sitting shirtless on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, watching the alien boss leave. Lord of Xian Kingdom, don't be proud. This time, it can only be a draw at best. One day, I will lead hundreds of millions of descendants to conquer this land, destroy the city you protect, and feed on human flesh and blood. A monster boss with a tiger head, a snake tail, a leopard body, and eagle wings screamed in the abyss. If you want to get beaten up and get some explosive power, I'm always welcome. If you want to scare me with provocation, you don't have to. Enling chuckled and didn't take it seriously. He is king. Protecting one side and defeating and repelling too many boss. Already mature and prudent. However, just in the middle of speaking, Enling's communicator vibrated. Xiao Bai, teacher, let's go. Sister, teacher, let's go. Two messages popped up. Enling was speechless. He muttered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Chest, very tight. Lord of Xian Kingdom, if you don't kill me, sooner or later, I will kill you. I will cut you into pieces. Suddenly, the boss's shouting stopped abruptly and he bit his tongue. Because it saw Enling getting up, his eyes cold and full of anger. Stand still, don't move. Enling said word by word, I will go over and kill you right now, and use your head as a sacrifice for my mentor. Baihe University. Teachers and students suffered from insomnia at the same time, and everyone walked out of the building. They came to the playground spontaneously. Looked towards the flag-raising platform. It's like there was an old man above, speaking briefly. A village within a city. Forget it, I won't watch it anymore, there's nothing interesting to watch in this live broadcast. The senior with facial paralysis turned off the live broadcast irritably. He opened the calculus book. But no matter how much time passed, his eyes were always fixed on the first row of numbers, and the pen in his hand could only write one solution. On the construction site. I learned the old master's wall building techniques. The master is right. A craftsman will not die of hunger during a disaster. Even if I have nothing to offer, I can still earn a living through labor. If you have a full life and a fulfilling heart, you will not be afraid of monsters. Some workers smiled. Next moment, as he watched the live broadcast, his expression suddenly became dull, and the brick in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, up and down Baihe City, whether they are military commissioners, university students, workers, or farmers, all experienced telepathy. They raised their heads and looked into the distance, thinking over and over in their hearts. Teacher, have a good journey. Have a good trip. Mr. Li. This moment, Xiao Bai had previously won a great victory and the joy of killing Emperor Qi of the first day had not faded yet. Sadness surged into the hearts of every Suanquo person. Li Daizai. I know that he was a genius of the generation, but his foundation and future were ruined because of neon lights. Now he has cultivated a fierce god and killed the neon generation, and he will leave without regrets. There are old people, looking up to the sky with tears in their eyes, telling stories. Grandpa Li Daizai, are you gone? Are you dead? There are ignorant children who don't know what death is. They just look at the sadness of the people around them and can't help crying. They watched Li Daizai return to Baihe. Leave behind the inner world. Buried in the divine realm. From then on, there is no more Li Daizai in the world, and there are heroes in the divine realm. There was another warm soul around the mysterious god who accompanied Shinto alone. And the human world. The school motto left by the principal is still there, and the lessons left behind are still there. The principal's students are still there. They adhere to the ideas of their ancestors and drive the civilization of Xian Kingdom forward in their own way. The next day, It will be warm and sunny again, the breeze will not be dry, and the time is just right. Chapter 70. Because I was worried that the old principal's path would be dark. This night, when the sun never sets in Baihe city, it is a white night. If God is not beautiful, man's work will be beautiful. Xiao Bai raised his head and looked at the cloudless blue sky with some emotion. 1 hour. He blocked the country's gates alone, raced against time, cut through the neon lights, and killed a generation. Is a feat. It was also a world-famous send-off that made the old principal laugh before leaving. He was very happy. Strange to say, after doing such a big thing, if I were in the past, I would have been excited, arrogant, and proud. It's peaceful now. Unknowingly, there is a heavy sediment in his body, which makes him always awake, sees his nature clearly, and lives a clearer life. Maybe. As the old principal lamented. As time passes and circumstances change, the huts will be demolished and turned into high-rise buildings that cannot be recognized. But the inheritance remains unchanged. In the villa, Xiao Bai washed up briefly and sat on the sofa, his eyes straight. There are always images shaking in my mind. It's not the scene of him crushing thousands of neon lords, but the scene of him and the old principal delivering takeaways, squatting on the road together, and cooking together. Brief but profound. Memories never fade. Beside him, Lan was also very quiet and said nothing. The two of them were in a daze together, feeling a little comfortable. Only, outside the villa, there was a big cow, chewing on the tree. It's Kuei Niu. After the old principal was buried, his inner world turned into a secret realm. His many exotic beasts. In the secret realm, he continued to torture Baihe students and acted as a sparring partner and coach. But Kuei Niu is free. It followed Xiao Bai after the funeral. Xiao Bai looked at it and it didn't move. Xiao Bai didn't look at it, so it continued to follow. Now, Xiao Bai kept looking at it. It was as solid as a sculpture, but its eyes were wide open, and its nostrils were breathing thick white cow breath. Why did you follow me all the way to my house? Xiao Bai finally couldn't help but ask. Master is gone. You are the last person to ride the bull. You have to control what I eat and drink. Kuei Niu said in a low voice. You are registered in the military department. You have money, food, and salary, right? Xiao Bai said. Kuei Niu lowered his head and said angrily. My master is gone, and the military regards me as a mascot, the old cow. They don't let me work and only eat dry food. Who can bear this? I'm so scared. Besides, I can't afford to let Kuei Niu live like a retired police dog. Seeing Kuei Niu's pitiful words, Xiao Bai felt a little moved in his heart, and couldn't help but said, I do have some ability and capital. Otherwise, you can follow me. By the way, what do you eat? I only eat king-level plant soldiers and drink king-level elemental water every day. Kuei Niu said. Xiao Bai almost choked to death. This moment, he suddenly recalled that he owed countless points to the military department and countless debts to his senior. I can't afford it, sorry for bothering me, please take my leave. Xiao Bai refused Sanlian. How come you don't bargain when buying cattle? Upon hearing this, Kuei Niu was not happy. He said in a rough voice, I can also eat less. Then, 1 world leaf every day. Xiao Bai asked tentatively. Make a deal. Kuei Niu readily sold himself, let me come to your world. Xiao Bai frowned, did you want to eat the world tree from the beginning? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Kuei Niu denied Sanlian. Well, then don't let me see you holding the world tree and chewing it one day. Everything in the world inside the body happens in one thought. Xiao Bai was not worried about Kuei Niu getting into trouble. He looked at Kuei Niu. This guy was originally a strange beast from the mountains and seas, but was turned into a demon by the old principal. He has endless potential. It has a tall body, and its body is covered with raised and weird patterns, like natural and simple talismans, which is very eye-catching. The combat power of the king-level ultimate stage arms. Very good too. Whether it is used as a mount or as a thug, it is very cost-effective. The only thing wrong is, however, Xiao Bai is not the lord of alien beasts, and the world inside his body is even more barren. Kuei Niu stays inside, unable to improve or help Xiao Bai improve. But there is no way it can be consensual. Bring it on. Xiao Bai opened the world projection, and Kuei Niu walked in, breathing bullish breath. FK. As soon as Kuei Niu entered, he exploded the quintessence of Huxia culture. Because it saw ghosts all over the world crawling onto itself in various twisted postures. Kuei Niu shook it hard for a few times and found that he couldn't shake it off, but the ghosts had no ill intentions towards him. Just ignore it. It lay down directly under the world tree and fell into a deep sleep. The runes on Kuei Niu's body seemed to be transforming into supernatural beings. Over time, is this considered strange? Xiao Bai touched his chin. At the same time, he opened the Lord panel of World Will to check the situation. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, 1 star in heaven. Power, 10,000 tons. Talent. Strange transformation, cooling down, cooling time is 7 days. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, cooling time is 20 days. Skill column, 4 ghost upper body, 1 sword shura, Kongming state of mind, void. Building column, unlimited temple of ghosts and gods, world tree, black and yellow tower, weapon furnace, cancer power station, high wall, tomb bag. World core, 9 ghost altar. Have elite level starving ghosts ultimate stage, 100 million. King level unit Thunderfire Angry Ghost growth stage, 40,000. King level unit Cursed Girl growth stage, 1. Special unit, Xiaobu. Ordinary soldiers, Fujiang, Snail Girl, Slit Girl, several. Kuei Niu is indeed not among them, at least not yet. Xiao Bai nodded. Compared to the number and size of arms, there seem to be too few buildings in the inner world, but being less but more refined is also a development route. There is no need to deliberately suppress the upgrade speed. After all, the effect of one king-level building is greater than 100 million ordinary buildings. Not to mention growing buildings and special buildings. Xiao Bai's advantage is that he regularly explodes troops like crazy. In this case, if he was like other lords, building every step of the way and covering the planet with buildings, wouldn't he be picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon? There's no need for him to go to such trouble. Ghosts. The power of civilization required is extremely simple. As long as there are enough hungry ghosts and the base is large enough, the yin evil produced will be enough. Not to mention all kinds of weird stories. Their combat power may be average, but they represent a kind of deep-rooted fear in people's hearts, and they can continuously draw negative energy from the present world. And Xiao Bai. It only takes a simple explosion to become extremely powerful than other lords. I don't know how many times more comfortable. The best proof of this is, once, senior sisters, old principals, and the Baihe military department all believed that Xiao Bai was very powerful, not weaker than the geniuses from other regions, and could win the selection of extraordinary generals. But that is based on the fact that after the selection of extraordinary generals begins, 1 year will be regarded as 1 season. That is to say, at that time, they believed that Xiao Bai had great potential and could catch up with other geniuses and compete for hegemony within a year. And now? Now the situation is directly reversed. Kill the endless sky. Xiao Bai has surpassed the geniuses of the whole country, and the geniuses of the whole country are on the way to catch up with him. I'm so cheating. How can there be anyone above me among my peers? Not even the heirs of the royal blood family or the great emperor who have awakened their lords since childhood, can't do it. Xiao Bai murmured to himself. Talk about it. Ever since he returned to Baihe city, people have been sending greetings. Prodigies from all walks of life. I'm thinking about getting along with him and making friends. Especially the heirs of the imperial blood family and the great emperor, are as passionate as a licking dog and cannot be stopped. Because, although they have blood, they have been lords since childhood. But again, bloodline also restricted them. The emperor and emperor who originated from the bloodline became a big mountain. Make every breakthrough they make more difficult. It's for blood mourning. Therefore, a sudden rise of civilian genius, a monster who might help them break the shackles of their bloodline. The value is great. Everyone wants to be on the line, everyone wants to lick and protect. So that there is still more than a month left in this extraordinary star selection competition, but Xiao Bai has already frequently been on the trending searches and has become the most anticipated figure by people across the country. Chapter 71. Even from all over the country, there is a call for Xiao Bai to take over as the president of Baihe University. The reason is that he is talented enough, powerful enough, and famous enough. Even at a young age, the education level is insufficient. But just relying on the word fierce God can attract countless students, resources, and development opportunities to Baihe University, and even Baihe City. Moreover, with Xiao Bai's qualifications and development, Baihe City and even the Ji region may not be enough to be his stage in the future. There is no need for him to teach and educate people. Just be a role model. Ever since, the hot searches on this day were completely dominated by Xiao Bai. Hot search number 1. The old principal passed away. His most proud student, close disciple, and heir to the mantle, the fierce god personally carried the coffin for the old man and buried him in the divine realm. 2 or 3 things you have to know about the fierce god. First, it has been less than 2 months since he awakened the Lord, and he is already at the heaven level. It is even more invincible at the same level. Secondly, he once killed the heaven with the earth, broke through the limits of ancient and modern times, and was watched by the 500 emperors of the Xian kingdom. Lots of praise. Third, in the list of geniuses of Xian kingdom evaluated by foreign websites, fierce god ranks among the top 1 in the contemporary era. Hardcore data and achievements are listed one by one. Even the most professional trolls can't find any black spots, and even the most shameless experts don't have the guts to try to touch the truth. Even if it's awkward, you can only call at 666. Not to mention, in this hot search, there is also an old principal who protects the building and protects it without any visitors. The second most popular search. Shock. Zhiwang School, the new principal is actually 18 years old. What's behind this? The second hot search is very controversial. Is this the new principal? The military hasn't issued an appointment order yet, right? Whose second girl is making such headlines? Isn't this inviting trouble to the evil god? Big points deducted. Yeah, I'm already feeling sick. Damn it, I beg you to check the IP address of the speaker first. That is the announcement from the office of Baihe University. The vice principal is trying his best to promote the evil spirit. What are you beeping about? The vice president of Baihe University? It is said that he is also middle-aged. A middle-aged uncle came up with such a contemporary title overnight, which is actually a bit cute. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm showing my cards, I'm a fan of Fierce God. Don't be a fan of those upstairs. We can only say that they are fake fans. We can only admire and worship from a distance. If you really want to say that you are a fan of Fierce God, you have to be the genius of the country. How do I say this? Look at the hot searches downstairs. The third most popular search. The genius of the Dian region, Sister Jija, the lord of the Zerg tribe, will go to Baihe city with a gift to wish the evil god on his ascendancy. The prodigy of the Sichuan region, the plant lord Little Poison Demon, will bring gifts to Baihe city to congratulate the evil god on his ascendancy. The genius of Guangdong and Guangxi, Mr. Lei, the elemental lord, will go to Baihe city with gifts to congratulate the evil god on his ascendancy. The genius of the city of God, Lord of the Sword Goodbai, will go to Baihe city with a gift to congratulate the evil god on his ascendancy. The Tianjiao of Tianjin, Huo Longjia, the martial arts lord, will go to Baihe city with gifts to congratulate the evil god on his ascendancy. A series of hot searches, neat, grand, full of kingliness and dominance. Everyone just watched. I couldn't help but my eyes were straightened and my heart was surging. Boom! This moment. All the shock, surprise, unimaginability, all kinds of complex emotions, like thunder, making everyone's scalp numb. Dian region, Sister Jija. Sichuan territory, little poisonous devil. There are also Mr. Lei, Gudbai, Huo Longjia. These are all the geniuses of the Xian kingdom and have been famous for a long time. But because of the fierce god, he was moved and set out to visit before the extraordinary generals were selected. What kind of card is this? What kind of energy is it? That's outrageous. Looking at the whole country, there are probably no more than 10 people who have the ability to bring this group of people together, right? It's terrible, it's terrible. I thought that the geniuses were all unattainable, but I didn't expect that they would also lick people. Sure enough, every person has to lick a dog once in his life. The licking is so vigorous and magnificent. What a cow! Even though our Xian kingdom has an ancestral motto that a qualified genius should not extinguish other people's lights when lighting his own fire. But the current scene is still too shocking. The fierce god is worth it. This night, too many people had insomnia and were too excited to sleep. And some of those in the know. He was so shocked that his soul flew away. Because before the selection of extraordinary generals, this situation would occur, and there was only one possibility. That is, the fierce god Xiao Bai is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. Even those geniuses who are the best in their field look at him, but they can't see through him and think they can't compare to him. What's more, the nation's geniuses subconsciously felt that with Xiao Bai's growth potential, they would lose the qualification to challenge in 10 days and a half. Therefore, this is an unprecedented journey, a grand gathering of geniuses, gathering together. It is a congratulation to Xiao Bai, and also a competition and challenge to the fierce god. It's destined to be extremely exciting. Baihe University, Villa area. After adopting Kui Niu. Here. Your principal Ren Ling is here. In 7 days, the induction ceremony will be held. An Lan pushed out Xiao Bai's military order. Military order. Each one is unique. It is the symbol of the military commissioner of Xian Kingdom. As the commissioner grows, various honors will be engraved on the military orders. If Xiao Bai becomes emperor, his military orders will become the emperor's seal. And now, in the military order, the identity of President of Baihe University has been added. 18 years old. After enrolling, he graduated at the speed of light, and then became the principal of a famous school at the speed of light. This kind of honor is the only one in the country. Okay, I get it. Xiao Bai said. Hearing this, An Lan blinked, pulled back her hair, and said softly, I thought you would refuse. After all, the young genius is full of high spirits. There will always be the pride to be beautiful alone and conquer the world. Xiao Bai shook his head. As the principal, everyone in the country knows that I am ABD in name only. Being the principal will not delay my home, games, and coke. Moreover, without the help of my seniors and old principal, and relying solely on my own talent, in this too magnificent world, I really would not have achieved what I have achieved now. Along the way, I have become one with Xianguo, the military department, and Baihe University. I inherit the fortune of the Xian kingdom, enjoy the convenience of resources provided by the university and the military, and have the inheritance from my elders to lay the foundation and pave the way for me. Now that my alma mater needs me, of course I will stand up. As for being beautiful alone and traveling the world, just kidding, how can the life of a single and a homeless person be as comfortable as having S*X with a beautiful senior? Pfft! Hearing this, Lan was filled with joy and laughed out loud. People couldn't help but leaned against Xiao Bai's body, sniffing around in Xiao Bai's arms with a pair of small and delicate noses. Snapped! Suddenly, Xiao Bai moved his hands. He suddenly grabbed Lan's chin and lifted her face. What are you doing? I'm just a girl. I don't smoke or drink. If I feel better, I'll smell it. Lan rolled her charming eyes. Xiao Bai was silent. He looked at the senior sister in his arms. The senior sister was still so elegant, dignified, noble, 360, and her autumn eyes were full of charm. He loved it. This moment. Everything was quiet in the villa with the curtains drawn. The sound of the two hearts beating louder and louder, almost deafening. Chapter 72. 7 days later. Get up and take office. Lan shouted in her ear and grabbed Xiao Bai's ear. Yeah, I understand. Isn't it just because I was too tired from eating last night? I pressed the gun 6 times with one hand. Do you want to show off or not? Xiao Bai opened his eyes, still excited. Xiaoxiu, show off my face. Lan gently licked her red lips with her pink tongue. At the same time, she took out a military robe, dressed and packed it up for Xiao Bai neatly. Xiao Bai was still nervous at first, but soon he lay down and let his senior sister do it. A few minutes later, everything is tidied up. In front of the mirror, Xiao Bai looked at himself. Wearing black boots, wearing a military robe with a dragon pattern, and carrying tassels and stars on his shoulders. The slim-fitting clothes outline the perfect muscle lines, and he is full of royal aura. A cloak hangs behind him, making him look majestic. His whole body was filled with a neat and brand new atmosphere, and he looked very handsome, fresh, and refined. For a time, even Lan was a little intoxicated by his beauty. It's true that Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and felt that he was so handsome. This was really not a joke. Let's go. Let's go out. Lan greeted. Xiao Bai nodded. At this moment, he didn't even need to look at the world outside the window to feel the noisy gongs and drums and the heated atmosphere of teachers and students. Get out of the villa. At this time, the huge Baihe University has changed its appearance. Huiguangsuan He. Reflected from the origin world of the military department, under the light, the entire campus and its thousands of buildings looked like cast gold. Like a golden urban divine kingdom. And it's 100,000 miles from Xiao Bai's villa to the principal's platform. There is white mist, auspicious clouds, and golden light, and a golden brick ladder is built. Next to the ladder, there are white jade pillars with paintings of real dragons, unicorns, phoenixes, and other auspicious animals, all of which are lifelike. The principal is in front of the audience. The sports center covering an area of tens of millions of miles has a golden tripod. The cauldron is burning with sky-high star fire, and the star fire ignites even more sky-high world incense. As the name suggests, that stick of incense is a world. When the incense is lit, a world opens up. When the incense is extinguished, there is an end of the world. The birth and death of creation is magnificent. Not only that, this incense, it will also stir with Xiao Bai's movements, and the sound of the century will be emitted from the 9 heavens. Boom! Every sound echoes Xiao Bai's steps and steps. Now, the Baihe military headquarters, all the teachers and students of the school, and even the famous geniuses in the country have all arrived, and they are all looking at Xiao Bai intently. In these eyes, There is envy, admiration, and even more enthusiasm. Boom! Another voice of the century sounded. It shocked the whole city and the whole region. Everyone present felt dazzled and their minds were shaken. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the century continues to ring out. Xiao Bai stepped on the vast ladder, step by step, and calmly walked to the principal's position. Today is the Xian Kingdom. The military headquarters is like a government office, and colleges and universities are like sects. The president of a university is equivalent to the head of a sect in ancient times. Looking across the country, his status is extremely valuable. Even the presidents of Huaking and Imperial University are in the same position as him. It symbolizes the inheritance and card face of one party. Now, Xiao Bai stood in this position. He just opened his mouth and uttered 6 words. From now on, I will be the principal. Snapped. Moment. At Baihe University, tens of thousands of teachers and students applauded, shouted, and turned red. Everyone is ecstatic and proud of Xiao Bai. Collective honor. Nothing more than this. From today on, a dragon emerges from Baihe, and the genius of the world is overtaken, changing the decadence of the past. Xiao Bai stood in that position, filled with glory. This honor will bring countless students, countless resources, and countless development opportunities. This honor belongs to everyone in Baihe City. May you both be glorious and glorious in the years to come. Congratulations! And accompanied by a salute from the military headquarters. Only then did everyone in Baihe City, and even everyone watching the live broadcast online, understand what real cards are. Not a single word congratulations was left. One after another young men and women walked out. They are talented people from all over the country. Each one of them has extraordinary talents, and the aura of the Lord on them. The weakest is the 7-star heaven level, and some have already touched a hint of the realm of king. But they are not the principal, they are one generation below Xiao Bai. Therefore, when you meet, you should bow and your hands should be lowered. Then you can speak. Panjija, on behalf of Dianchi University and the Imperial Blood Pan family, I wish the fierce god to ascend to the throne. Congratulations to the fierce god for his good fortune. I will give you 100,000 types of ordinary soldiers, 10,000 types of elite soldiers, and 1,000 types of extraordinary soldiers. I will also give you a king-level soldier, a golden silkworm gu. At the head, a girl wearing meow clothes and a bunch of gourds wrapped around her waist sent congratulatory gifts. Xiao Bai accepted the gift, nodded and smiled. Subsequently, Lei of Guangdong and Guangxi, on behalf of Guangdong and Guangxi University, I wish the evil god to ascend to the throne. Congratulations to the fierce god for his good fortune. I will give you 100,000 scrolls of ordinary skills, 10,000 scrolls of elite skills, and 10,000 scrolls of extraordinary skills. I will also give you a copy of the king-level skill, Elemental Resonance. A fat house wearing a t-shirt with a cartoon of General Thunder and Lightning, who looked like a two-dimensional person, sent a congratulatory gift. God worships God. On behalf of the Sword Emperor's ancient clan and Imperial Capital University, I sincerely wish the fierce god to ascend to the throne. Congratulations to the fierce god for his good fortune. I will give you 200,000 yuan for ordinary buildings, 100,000 yuan for elite buildings, and 10,000 yuan for extraordinary buildings. I will also give you a king-level building, Sword Domain. This one is an artistic young man with long hair and a guitar on his back. Then Huo Longjia of Jin Mansion, the martial arts lord, sent a large amount of gold coins and gold mines. And then, Sichuan Yutang Burial, on behalf of Sichuan University, the Huangxiu Tang family, the Huangxiu Li family, the Huangxiu Wang family, the Huangxiu Wu family, and the Huangxiu Yu family, we sincerely wish the evil god to ascend to the throne. Congratulations to the fierce god for his good fortune. I will give you 300,000 ordinary props, 200,000 elite props, and 100,000 extraordinary props. I will also give you a king-level prop, Guanyin Tears. This one is different. Others can only have one bloodline, but Tang Zhan is different. He has bloodlines all over his body, which is too mixed. Bearing the shackles of blood all over his body. It's not easy to be ranked on the national genius list. Now, a famous genius stood tall, exuding a vigorous and powerful aura. After they give gifts, they looked at each other, and then walked towards Xiao Bai. What are they going to do? Seeing this scene, everyone was a little confused. Don't wait for them to think too much. When all the geniuses came to Xiao Bai, they all bowed to the ground and said in unison. Be brave and ask the fierce god to teach you today. You are so bright and invincible. In a few days, we may lose the courage to fight you. Hope comes true. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene, feeling extremely unreal. Let's pay homage to the geniuses. This picture was so shocking and the impact was so strong. In just a moment, everyone was speechless, their mouths opened so wide that a light bulb could fit in, and they were completely stunned. At this moment, the whole country and the whole world were shocked. Chapter 73. 5 geniuses worship the evil god Xiao Bai together. Inviting to fight, asking for abuse. This scene. Too shocking. You know, anyone who is on the top list of Xian Kingdom's geniuses must at least be the best in one area. Either an S-level talented lord, or a son of an aristocratic family. Although they are young. But it is extremely powerful. They are all teenagers of 18 or 19 years old, in their most energetic years. Usually, a person's lifelong direction and achievements often take shape starting from this age. As for Tian Jiao, at this age, they have already taken the prototype to the extreme. An ultimate achievement that an ordinary person cannot look up to in 8 lifetimes. Because behind them are teachers, elders, resources, and experience. They also own this era of continuous progress. They stand on the shoulders of giants and at the forefront of the times, extremely cutting edge. Everyone. They are all the pinnacles of their respective realms and fields. Even stronger than the elders at the same time, each generation is stronger than the previous generation. Looking around the world, except for a few order-level monsters, the rank sequence of lords has become a solid iron law. It is not difficult for a lord to improve his rank, but it is too difficult to improve his basic level. Use an infrastructure metaphor. Upgrading the level means building a building above the ground and upgrading the foundation, but it means strengthening the foundation and expanding the foundation without destroying the existing high-rise building. This is too difficult. No lord's foundation can be increased out of thin air. Otherwise, he will be absolutely invincible. Even the Xian kingdom can only use the efforts of one generation after another to explore, pave the way and lay the foundation for future generations. And as the genius of Xian kingdom, he is naturally the master of all the above wisdom, knowledge, and inheritance. They stood in this position and defeated countless people along the way. I don't know how proud and high-spirited they are. And now. But he worships and obeys the evil god in public. This is so shocking. For a moment, the feeling of surging heart and numb scalp started from Baihe University, spread throughout the city, and in a very short period of time, became a nationwide sensation through the internet. This is the most splendid era, the era of fierce gods. Some people expressed such emotion. And it quickly gained recognition from the majority of netizens and became the mainstream view. Baihe University, President's Desk. A ray of breeze. Xiao Bai's black hair and cloak blew. He said seriously, "You guys are serious. They are all the geniuses of Xian Kingdom and outstanding people in the world. Although I am a little stronger than you, there is only a slight difference. I think it is easy to kill you, but it is difficult to let you defeat without any injuries or give you guidance." Hearing this, The 5 geniuses looked at each other in confusion. They knew what Xiao Bai said was true. The fierce god Xiao Bai. The soldiers are ghosts, and their methods are brutal and ruthless. What they are best at is fighting and fighting to the death. None of his abilities are for fun. It can be said that every move is fatal. There is no deadliest, only more deadly. Asking him to go to the ring to compete with his hands tied. That picture. It's unimaginable. But living in the same era, when a genius meets a peerless genius, they can't help but feel sympathy for each other. If they don't compete with each other, they will feel empty in their hearts. I couldn't sleep well because I couldn't eat well, and all my dreams were about fighting with Xiao Bai. But although I can't give you guidance, I know there is someone who can. Xiao Bai said again. Who? Which area is he an expert in? The 5 geniuses are a little confused. Along the way, they have visited prestigious schools and learned from the past and present. Everyone. At the age of 18 or 19, they have surpassed their predecessors, blazed their own path, and achieved great success. Besides Xiao Bai, who else can give them advice? He's the master of the comment section. Xiao Bai said, no one in this world can satisfy the experts in the comment section. Their level of thinking is very accessible to humans. They are always able to judge problems from various incredible angles, point their fingers, and come up with some outrageous ideas. But they can't realize these wild ideas, but we can. Hearing this, the 5 geniuses looked shocked and seemed to have some understanding. They immediately start surfing the web. After targeting the comment area, the 5 of them felt as if they were in a wild area, and all they saw were the wonderful speeches of some humanoid creatures. For example, why can't lords enter the inner world of other lords, or why must buildings be built on the surface of the planet? And so on. Every speech. They all directly subvert the existing power system, escape from the 3 realms, are not in the 5 elements, and are simply nonsense and nonsense. A group of geniuses. At first, my brows were furrowed. However, after experiencing a series of new understandings of human beings, they couldn't help laughing and making pig noises. During the torture, their thinking was sublimated. Start researching the possibilities of theoretical implementation in each comment section. Everyone present. Either they are educated at home, or they have guidance from famous teachers. Their strength is the inevitable result of the combination of theory, talent, and practice. And Xiao Bai directly has Kongming mood. When such a group of people come together, the result is the meeting of the most flexible brains of Xian Kingdom's generation, a collision of ideas that is more enjoyable than fighting. Lords cannot enter each other's bodies. It's because worlds are repellent to each other. Once they meet, it will be like the invasion of the world by all the heavens and worlds, which will cause the loss and destruction of the world's power. It will trigger a backlash, a war. And this mutual repulsion is rooted in different civilizations. Even if they are all in the world of alien beasts, they will produce different branches of civilization. If you want to eliminate mutual repulsion, the 2 worlds must be exactly the same from the starting point. Either at the end, different roads lead to the same destination, the end of all things is death, and the end of death is ghosts. Once the inspiration appears, you can't control it. Now, Xiao Bai and the 5 geniuses cherish each other and hit it off immediately. The 6 people sat directly on the ground, discussed and confirmed with each other, and experimented with their own worlds. Planets appeared in the sky above Baihe University, magnificent and magnificent. They were in high spirits. But after all, no one has ever done this before. Even the experts in the comment area are not sure that it will be possible, let alone the meaning of success. But the 6 just went for it. Their talents are unparalleled. They fell in love with each other at first sight, and together they were like crazy people. They both forgot to eat and sleep, just focusing on experiments, research, and discussions over and over again. Problems were constantly discovered during the process, and gradually teachers and students from Baihe University also participated in solving the problems. And then gradually, using the internet as a medium, universities and famous teachers across the country have participated. Whenever a problem is discovered, young talents, famous teachers, or some old monsters will appear and try to solve the problem. And every time a problem is solved, it must be a carnival for the whole world, cheering for the progress of the times. Cheers to the six. Cheers for Xiao Bai. Chapter 74. In many online novels, there are second generations of blood. Most of them are achieved by taking drugs and stacking materials, and their characteristics are the foundation is empty and easy to give away. This is not the case. Every family that can be passed down and carried forward has a foundation. The second generation. Not only has he been a lord since he was a child, he also has the most advanced theoretical guidance and the strongest self-confidence. Ordinary people don't have the patience to spend months or years cultivating a type of military unit. The second generation has it. Ordinary people don't have the perseverance to study a subject or an industry for several years. If they feel it's useless, they might as well enjoy themselves in the moment. The second generation has it. Compared with ordinary people, the second generation is always neither impatient nor impatient. When they were students, they might not even be as outstanding as some slightly talented civilian lords. But the foundations of the second generation are often extremely solid. Their blood shackles them. Every time they break through, it will be harder, and correspondingly, they will be stronger after the breakthrough. Once you reach adulthood, enter society, and join the military. This gap, it will explode unexpectedly and unconsciously. And in the rest of their lives, this gap will become wider and wider until ordinary people accept their fate. Usually, only talent lords who have reached A level can hope to pursue it. Only talent lords who have reached S level can compete with him. This kind of excellence melted in the blood. It is so enviable that Kumba even ache, it is unimaginable. But what is even more unimaginable is that in the eyes of the best and most talented second generation, there is actually a leader and a target to chase. The fierce god, Xiao Bai. He is too powerful, too bright, too remarkable. Not only is he extremely talented and can suppress everything unreasonably, but he also has the inheritance of Li Daizai, which makes up for the shortcomings of his foundation. Simply perfect. At the age of 18 and at Xiao Bai's height, everything in this world is possible. The experts in the comment section are bragging. For him, it is a fact that can be done and realized. I am invincible at my age, who will I fight with if I don't fight with the sky? This is the state of mind I'm talking about. This sultry feeling and magnificent magnanimity infected the 5 geniuses and led them to study together. 6 geniuses who stand on the trend of the times and enjoy the most advanced benefits of the times. Now, we must lead this era in turn. This kind of thing can only be done in this era, only they can do it. For example, only in this era can the vast amount of knowledge accumulated by Xian Kingdom from generation to generation reach the critical point. Empty state of mind. Only in the person of Xiao Bai, a time traveler, can he be so fresh and refined. At the beginning, the mixed group of sunspots and trolls in the comment section are still mocking and ridiculing. But as the 6 people made progress again and again, they couldn't laugh anymore. With the live broadcast closed, with the secrecy and blockade of the scene, their scalps were numb and they were breaking into cold sweats. Galileo became a university professor at the age of 25 and was hailed as a contemporary Archimedes. Einstein published Special Theory of Relativity at the age of 26, ushering in a prosperous era of mechanical physics and technological measurement. Newton discovered gravity at the age of 23. Now, are we, the genius of Xian Kingdom, also going to create an era? Incredible! Just like 1 + 1 = 2, this is just a concept. It may be boring and meaningless, but it is the basis of all mathematics, physics, and science. I'm not excited now, I'm even a little scared. This kind of genius is really scary. Why can someone be so good and so handsome? Live broadcast is closed. But the whole country was still in a state of excitement. One after another, the young lords set out for Baihe as if on pilgrimage to meet Xian Psyche. Some old monsters who had retired from the military were also alerted and showed up to witness. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Baihe city is becoming more and more lively and has a strong academic atmosphere. As long as people look up, you can see the 6 lord planets in the sky. The geniuses are like the sun shining in the sky. They use their thinking and talents to compete with each other, constantly discussing and arguing. When you are anxious, the 5 geniuses refused to obey anyone, and would even fight and get into a fight. Whenever this happens, Xiao Bai had to take action and break up the fight in such a way that you both vomited blood and were seriously injured, so that the boat of friendship would not capsize. This is an invincible approach. The 5 geniuses were depressed and convinced. They all held back their anger and wanted to make progress quickly and catch up with Xiao Bai. Then, you can beat him violently. No, it's to repay Xiao Bai, just feel good. G. Just thinking about that scene made people excited. Pan Jija from the Dian region couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was unique, and she had the flavor of an elder from the Soul Palace. Therefore, her code name is Sister Jija. The 4th day. With the help of universities and research institutes across the country, the 6-person team succeeded for the first time. Xiao Bai took the Lord Planet back into his body. Then, Panjija, Lele, Goodbye, Huo Longjia, and Tang Burial. The 5 people stepped into it as lords. Damn it! Such a building from the underworld. World tree. Wait, why are there oxen plowing the fields here? Damn it, Kuei oxen! Brother Xiao, keep your ghosts away. Stop crawling and touching. At first glance, they were shocked by the planet that was full of the atmosphere of the underworld. It felt like I was in the underworld. Feeling horrified. At the same time, the 5 people were also observing the patterns and rules of the world inside Xiao Bai's body, and drawing inspiration for progress. On the 5th day, the 5 people successfully opened their own world in Xiao Bai's inner body. This is an unprecedented feat. The Lord can move within the Lord. This is equivalent to exploiting existing bugs and having unlimited development possibilities. As soon as the news came out, as soon as this result is handed in, there was a sensation in the Baihe military headquarters, a sensation in the Ji region, and a sensation among all the big shots in the country. This boy is extraordinary and will definitely become a great figure in the future. On this day, there is an emperor who looks down from the long river of time and communicates with his past and future selves. They saw that great changes had taken place in the future, and there was an additional path led by Xiao Bai in this world. Boom! And above the emperor level, there is the great emperor. The lords of the imperial civilization understand the power of time. They overlook the long river of time and can talk to their past and future emperor selves in the river within a certain time limit. If he were the great emperor, he would be one with unified timelines, and he would be the only one in multiple worlds. Now, there is a sensation in all the realms, and there is a great emperor who travels through multiple places and sees every mysterious kingdom in time and space. Strangeness. Xiao Bai only exists on the ancestral blue star, the only one among many. Moreover, he has no past, and his future is also blurry. Excluding the possibility that he is not from this world, there is only one conclusion. Xiao Bai in the future may have reached that state. It's also possible that he violated a certain taboo and was wiped out of all traces of his life in time and space and bubble time and space. Humph, interesting young man. Grow up quickly. Before we decay, come to our heights, we look forward to the day. Each generation is getting stronger than the next. This is the hope and meaning of our perseverance. This day, one after another, grand and obscure voices communicate in a way that ordinary people cannot hear or feel. They are tired. But at the same time, I am also happy. The Lord can enter the Lord's body. There are some veterans who were severely injured on the battlefield, invaded by another dimension, and their bodies are in chaos and unconsciousness. There is a cure. Let these young people act as white blood cells. This is the topic of selecting extraordinary generals for this generation. Haha. Chapter 75. The fierce god of Xian Kingdom kills Emperor Qi of the first day with his sword. Become the youngest principal in history. He even convinced the genius of the Xian Kingdom, made extensive friends, studied together, and even opened up a new path in the world of lords. Shock the world. Shocking the wild area. To this end, one after another, world-class bosses show their prowess. The largest wild area in Xian Kingdom. Boom! The terrifying pressure surged, and the eternal fog actually dispersed. From the cracks in space, countless monsters poured out, crawling with trillions of offspring. Then, boom! The mountains shook, and the ground split open on both sides for countless light years. This turned out to be a monster, opening its eyelids. It's so huge. The skin is like a mountain of dirt, and the skin and hair are like swords holding up the sky, constantly cutting through the space, creating cracks, and forming copies. The original form cannot be seen at all. Gyulu. At this moment, the eyelids of this world-class boss opened. His eyes looked at the urban clusters of Xian Kingdom. Big changes have taken place in the future, a new order and roads are born in the city. You should be more active in the future. The world-class boss speaks with soul fluctuations. Roar! Wow wow wow! Jilagyulu. In the wild area, insect mothers, beast kings, bone kings, responded with various sounds. They stared at the city for a long time with their bloodthirsty eyes. Situations like this also happen all over the world. Sky, land, sea, 2 levels. A world-class boss that had not appeared for a long time, and some even thought it only existed in legends, suddenly showed signs of revival and activity. All over the world, the number of copies has surged, and the activity of monsters in the wild has surged. There was even a disaster where the wild area swallowed up the city. The lighthouse and the land of the Free Guild. It is splendid and vast, with giant dragons circling and angels flying among the Western-style architectural complexes. Boom! Suddenly, the guild's sacred tool, Eye of God shook, and a beam of light shot into the sky. At this moment, an ordinary old man who was sleeping at the door of the guild suddenly opened his eyes. He saw lines of text in the beam of light. The genius is not scary, the scary thing is the evildoer who can affect the world. Such a monster appears in Xian Kingdom. The old man looked at the other side of the ocean, his eyes were deep and full of confusion. Why does that place always stand up and be full of talented people? At the same time, the entire Free Guild, and even the members of other guilds under its jurisdiction. They all heard the old man's voice ringing in their ears. Contact members of Xian Kingdom immediately and steal the information at all costs. In addition, this time, Xian Kingdom's extraordinary star selection, let Amil participate on behalf of the guild. Maybe it's the only one that can fight against Xiao Bai. The same thing. It also happened in the British Glory Guild of the Republic of Daxia, the Succubule Guild of the Polar Bear Country, and the Gallic Chicken Guild of the French Country. Member of the world's top 5 clubs. They all sent out representative people, or representative creatures. With various purposes. Set off for Xian Kingdom. Before they set off, they were told repeatedly and firmly remembered a name. The fierce god, Xiao Bai. One of the youngest heaven-level lords in the world. Some people even analyzed that Xiao Bai might already have the ability to compete with the king level. But this statement is an exaggeration and is not recognized by most people. But no one can refute that Xiao Bai is the strongest among the heaven-level lords in the world and the most talented one. And at this time, Xiao Bai once again stirred up the general trend of the world with his own efforts. There is no awareness of being a pioneer or a leader. He was relaxed. Just like tourists travel and sightsee in the inner world of the five geniuses. The first is Sister Jija. She is a rare Zerg lord who has the blood of the emperor in her body. She has an A-level talent Gu refining and an A-level world core Gu Valley. Can produce various types of Gu troops, such as bamboo strips voodoo, stone voodoo, loach voodoo, malnutrition voodoo, swollen voodoo, yin snake voodoo, raw snake voodoo. Countless poisons. It constitutes the main body of Sister Jija's inner world. Only the poison is fierce and needs to be swallowed continuously. Her biggest usual expense is buying all kinds of flesh and blood and sacrifices. Out of 6. In terms of comprehensive combat power, in terms of endurance, battery life, and competition, Sister Jija can only rank 6th because her world is too simple and she has to rely on external supplies to support her. But if it's a life and death fight, Sister Jija can rank 3rd, or even 2nd. Xiao Bai thought to himself. In a sense, poisons and ghosts have many similarities, both are powerful and vicious. But the difference is, ghosts have the quality of nothingness. Their power may have a threshold, but within the threshold, there is no such thing as exhaustion. It's very buggy. At the same time, Sister Jija's method of raising voodoos, a world of voodoos, also gave Xiao Bai some ideas for raising ghosts. With crazy explosive troops, I don't need to develop them. The base of the troops is large enough. What's most lacking right now? It's a lord skill that can mutate troops. Xiao Bai gained something. He went to Lei's inner world again. This fat man wearing a Thunder General t-shirt is a true S-level talent. He possesses the S-level talent Thunder Elementalization and the S-level World Core Thunder Palace. Can produce Thunder Elemental Spirits. These Elemental Spirits. It can strengthen Fatty's Elementalization ability, but also requires a large amount of Elemental Stones and Elemental Energy. Therefore, Fatty Lei and Sister Gigi are both strong attacking and explosive sister class lords, and their strength is comparable. Then there is Goodibai, the genius of the divine capital. The Emperor's blood flows in his body, and he possesses the A-level talent innate sword body and the A-level world core innate sword embryo. His world can be regarded as a variant of the martial arts world. It can form a civilization like the martial arts world and grow self-sufficiently. But the creatures in this world only know how to use swords. Single, powerful, and durable. He can also compete for 2nd place. Xiao Bai commented. Subsequently, it's Huo Longjia from Jinfu. This is a standard martial arts lord, with a complete martial arts civilization in his body, and he is very powerful. Others are like masters, possessing a low-key and invisible quality. Finally, there is the Tang burial in Sichuan. This guy's father, ancestors have been the emperors of the Xian kingdom. He also perfectly inherited the bloodline of the emperor. The shackles of blood are so powerful that they almost make people speechless and despairing. And Tang Xian's talent was only B-level. But he worked extremely hard, honed his skills in the wilderness since he was a child, lost every battle, and fought repeatedly, all the way to the top of the Xian kingdom's list of geniuses. It also forcibly developed a plant world into a poisonous world full of poisonous weeds, poisons, and poisonous strains. Therefore he is known as the Little Poison Devil. He is also the 2nd most recognized person in Xiao Bai's heart. It is worth mentioning that when Xiao Bai was walking in the inner world of 5 people, the 5 people were also walking in each other's inner world. The 6 of them are like Matryoshka dolls, communicating and making progress through bugs. This is a wonderful experience, more majestic and magical than the Creator. And with that comes progress. The 5 people's desire to challenge Xiao Bai is getting stronger and stronger. Return to the present world. Ask the evil god to take action. The 5 people challenged again, full of confidence. That's fine. Xiao Bai nodded, now you can receive my sword Shura. He trailed off. Zhang. Draw out the fierce divine weapon and chop it down with one strike. Boom. The 5 geniuses were sent flying far away at the same time, and rolled thousands of miles away in disgrace. Chapter 76. One knife. Just a knife. The 5 geniuses didn't even have time to open the world projection and war zone, so they flew out in a row. I'm making progress, and so is he. When he looks back, the gap will be even bigger. But, after all, I am within the range that he can see when he looks back. After Tang Xian took this stab, he felt comfortable and satisfied all over. He laughed loudly. Together with the human body and the inner world, it turns into a shining star in the sky and flies high. Abnormal. Lei clicked his tongue. The moment Xiao Bai drew his sword, he had already transformed into an elemental form, turning into azure thunder. But it was cut with a knife. Calm down. After all, Goodbye is the heir of the great emperor. Even if he was hacked away, he still carried his guitar and combed his hair in a very arrogant manner. Jija. Sister Jija was laughing, and there were insects flying out of her ears, nose, and mouth. She originally wanted to sneak attack Xiao Bai, but failed. Huo Longjia. A moment. The 5 of them all flew upwards, the clouds and sky collapsed, and they stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. At the same time, Your Excellency Fierce God, stay. The research specialist from the Shenzhou military department walked up to Xiao Bai. Conduct interviews and record. In this world, the monster leads the way, the genius leads the way. And mediocre people like them are responsible for summarizing those incredible miracles and forming a knowledge system. Blessings will last forever. Soon. Xiao Bai is among the senior students, the genius of the country, and the commissioner of the divine capital. Lively daily life. Rush past. The selection of extraordinary generals arrived as expected. On the eve of selection. In the villa. Xiao Bai opened the Lord panel. Xiao Bai. Identity, Weird Lord. Level, Heaven level 5-star. Power, 50,000 tons. Talent. Strange transformation, cooling down, cooling time is 7 days. Crazy explosive soldiers, cooling down, cooling time is 20 days. Skill column, 5 ghost upper body, 1 sword Shura, Kong Ming state of mind, ghost distortion, direct death eye. After breaking through the heaven level, I will have 1 more skill slot. After breaking through the 5-star level, I will have 1 more skill slot. In Ghost distortion is a passive skill that can increase the probability of ghost mutation by 10%. Eye of Death is a soul skill. When the skill is activated, anyone who is looked at by me will be exposed to the flaw of death, and can impose a soul curse. Xiao Bai is conducting a review. The previous skill. He used the reputation of the principal to buy it on the intranet and then made it weird. The latter skill was given by my senior sister. It is also his second skill without weirdness. The more we get along with each other, the more identity and vision I have, the more I feel that my senior sister is not simple. Her family is like running a treasury. Xiao Bai murmured a few words. Then he showed a happy smile. Who cares, it's good to have a rich senior. The noble person in your destiny belongs to you. Also. Xiao Bai continued to look at the Lord panel. Building column, Unlimited Temple of Ghosts and Gods, World Tree, Black and Yellow Tower, Weapon Furnace, Cancer Power Station, High Wall, Tomb Bag. World Core, 9 Ghost Altar. Have. Elite Level Starving Ghosts Ultimate Stage, 12.8 billion. King Level Unit Thunderfire Angry Ghost Growth Stage, 160,000. King level unit cursed girl, 1, has swallowed several cursed girl, although it is still in the growth stage, but has 3 opportunities to use 1 arrow format. Special unit, Xiaobu. Ordinary soldiers, Fujiang, Snail Girl, Slit Girl, several. During this time, the architecture of the world inside Xiao Bai's body remains unchanged. But he used another round of crazy explosions. They exploded 7 times of hungry ghosts, 2 times of thunder and fire, and 2 times of cursed women. The benefits are huge. Now, the world inside the body is already full of evil ghosts and strange stories. They are no longer satisfied with the first planet and have begun to expand their territory into the universe. What was fed back to Xiao Bai was 10 times more powerful than before. On the level of heaven, it is absolutely unprecedented and unprecedented. In this regard, Enlan knows best. It's such a crazy pace of progress. She sat on the sofa and sighed, looking at Xiao Bai with the eyes of a monster. Look at it for a long time. Then he said softly, "In this selection of extraordinary generals, you will undoubtedly be number 1. When you come on stage, it must be cool, handsome, arrogant and domineering, and will be unforgettable after one glance." Xiao Bai, why? Because Xian Kingdom is the most powerful country in the world, and the selection of extraordinary generals is to select talents internally, and to show strength externally. Not only the older generation is strong, but the younger generation must also be strong. Only in this way can we shock the world. Enlan said softly, "If you don't be more arrogant, how can you be worthy of the power of Xian Kingdom?" In every extraordinary star selection, the top 5 clubs will send talented people to participate. It's nominally a discussion. Actually, I'm just a punching bag. When I meet you, I'm even more of a punching bag among the punching bags. So, that's all for being handsome. Xiao Bai suddenly realized, oh. Enlan became interested, she kicked Xiao Bai and teased, "Besides, you will definitely be selected by the 12 pillars. 12 pillars. Each pillar has its own flag, characteristics, and appearance. They are all awesome. You can be considered as adapting in advance." Xiao Bai, "Don't worry, I will definitely go through the back door and become a pillar with my senior sister." Yet. As he spoke, Xiao Bai pressed his chin with both hands, "Speaking of which, what is the most cool and invincible way to appear on stage?" Hearing this, Enlan also sat up straight, using the same posture, with his hands on his chin, thinking hard. The two stared at each other, speechless.